I'm never late. I'm always on time. Always there when you call. Wheezy walkout time will tell if he wraps the BMF belt on the winner. Well, he's not going to wrap the belt on Holloway because Holloway's going to be the winner. Who do you got, Daddy Joe? Look, I'm not going to be flippant. It's a hard fight to pick. I don't want to pick against either one of them. I don't want to pick against either one of them, but I got to pick my boy Holloway. I got to pick Holloway. Why? Because of the different weight class than what they were in last time. Max is in a more comfortable weight class, and Max has that dog in him. He's still trying to get a champion fight, a rematch against Poirier. He's going to go out there and give it his all, whereas Dustin's going out there like it's his last day on the job. And your last day on the job, you slack. Straight up. So he's just going to go out there. He's just getting that last check. You're actually here for the fights? I'm always here for the fights. I'm just usually a little late. I kind of lean Holloway too. His last showing at 155 was God tier. Yeah, somebody said he won his last fight. He lost like 2 fights, and then everybody thought he was on a losing spree. Pick Dustin though. It's his last dance. I know. I want to pick Dustin, even though I don't think I'm rooting for Dustin. But if I was betting money and had to pick somebody, I'm picking Holloway. I'm picking Holloway, but I'm rooting. But I can't root against Max. Max is my favorite fighter. Dustin's your favorite fighter. I thought you died or something last night. No, sometimes I take a nap on the floor, and usually it's just a short nap. But I slept for like 6 hours. Hold on, I'll be right back. You know I gotta come through with the za on fight night. We gotta get the za. Bust out that za on fight night. Pineapple za. That's right. Gotta bust out the pineapple za on fight night. All right. Dude, I got it going on 2 screens and they're both synced. Every way I look, I see the fights. All right. But I think you guys can hear it. Chair is America. Dude, I should have that debate last night with me and Easy on a team. It would have been his chair and my chair against them. It would have been ultimate victory. William had to come in and ruin it. It's a free country for now. The people love the chair. Ironically, you make more money just not being on cam. Not last night. Last night we made like $100 while I was on cam, and then I made like $13 while the chair was on the cam. So, but yes, sometimes the chair is the moneymaker. Blue and red chair alliance, right? Two abortion supporting chairs. That hot. Holy crap. Adam Fugit. Adam Fugit. I would call myself Adam Fugit if that was my name. My bad, Jub. Continue. What was Jub saying? Is he in the Discord? Is anybody in the Discord? Yeah, hold on. Let me share this a few places. We got buffering. I want to play the fight in the Discord, but I'd have to do it. I'd have to log in from this computer. We'll figure out how to do that here shortly. What are they talking about? What are they talking about in my Discord? Freaking Masons or something? But they broke the rules. They muted Cat without anybody sending no money. Dang cheaters. I leave for 1 minute and everybody just lets the power go to their head and starts muting people for free. But I know Cats does get super annoying sometimes. Adam Fugit. Fugit. All right. Adam Fugit. Okay, I need to close some doors. I gotta close that hallway door and put both my air conditioners on. Ooh, almost got kicked in the face. My boy, Adam Fugit. Fugit.
You spent time with your brother yesterday?
What up?
Who are you voting to win, JS?
Max Holloway.
Holloway, why?
Because he's my favorite fighter.
You
Superman is a 4.5 out of 10 at best. Yeah, I could have told you that. I hope you didn't pay to watch it, baby. What up, Lord Bibby? Who are you kissing in that picture? Who you kissing in that picture, boy? Bibby got a little girlfriend. That's why you haven't been on here modding my channel, Bibby.
Oh, what up, Josh?
What's up? You get a girlfriend and you just disappear from my channel, Bibby? I see how it is.
Dude, these classes I'm taking are so bad.
They're so what?
I think we were talking about this the other day about how I was like, I kind of have hope. Like, if there's any of the classes I'm taking, psychology might be the one that. Nope, psychology blew it today. I started talking about genderism and transgenderism and the constructs, and I was like, oh my gosh, no. So
you think
everything
if you
in
like
his recent quiz was so woke?
If you go against that,
So woke.
like, you think that it would hurt your grades?
Oh yeah.
Dude, I'm afraid, yeah. Everything I think when I'm writing is the total opposite of what I'm reading.
Yeah.
It's like my worldview is totally opposite of this.
I've read a little bit of psychology, and I've always been real interested in psychology my whole life. And yeah, I can imagine that.
I feel like it's just recently that they've been doing this too. Like I've never heard of psychology being worried about social constructs. That makes no sense, right? Like to me, like that's a sociology topic, gender
Yeah.
and sexism. That's not a psychology topic. Granted, this is general psychology, so when I get into a more focused school of thought, it'll be a little bit more probably better. You know what I mean? I'm just
Yeah.
learning everything that there is to be about psychology essentially right now.
Yeah, I think I would have made a great, like, what's it called? Criminal psychologist, like an interrogator, or
Oh yeah.
I think I would have been good
Yeah,
at
that'd be
that.
a fun job.
But instead, I was a criminal.
Same.
I mean, that would have
Either way, we learned how
made
to
you
think like a
even better
criminal.
at that.
Oh, he got dropped. Oh, Adam Puggett just got knocked the Puggett out.
I need to go find the fights.
It is a beautiful slice of pizza. It's a great
I
slice
think
of
I got
pizza.
you can watch it on the ESPN thing, right? ESPN Plus.
Until the main card starts, and then it goes to pay-per-view, and you'll have to figure out
Figure out a way to watch it.
yeah. We can
Okay.
put a link in the Discord, or we can show it on the Discord. Hold on, I gotta close this door real quick so my air stays in.
I think I might have a holy shit. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Ow.
Adam knocked the Puggett out.
Yeah, tell Ronnie.
Yes, it is a beautiful pizza, Bibby. It's a pineapple and ham and ranch and barbecue pizza. All right. That's beautiful. I've seen many slices of pizza, but that's a beautiful slice. Poor Adam Fugit. Knockout. I dropped a piece. What's up? Set fire. What's up is Adam.
Dude, my fucking
Adam Fugit just got knocked the Fugit out.
the Fugit.
Yeah.
He's done for.
People be hating on that pineapple, but they just do beta for it. That's right.
Beta! Listen, the thing about pineapple on pizza is it's good on a barbecue chicken pizza.
There you go.
Yep, I agree.
Barbecue
You're
chicken
allowed
pizza is slaps.
You're
Some
allowed to
onions
like
on there.
it.
Daddy Jub, get on here. I know you don't want to be distracted during the main card, but get on here leading up into the main card. What the heck?
What the heck?
What you doing, Echo? What you doing, Echo? Dude, this Mountain Dew Infinite Swirl Pineapple Berry is delicious. I got pineapple on my Mountain Dew and pineapple on my pizza. Just a pineapple type of guy. You'd think I had a house. You think I lived under the sea.
I was gonna say, I think you lived on an island.
Like Honolulu, Hawaii. Hey, bruh. Hey, bruh. It's a BMF title belt. It's going to suck if Matt loses the BMF belt and then to Dustin and then Dustin retires. Like, then what? Then it's just an interim belt again? And Max has to get it back? Probably fight Poirier for it or something. A double belt fight.
7 p.m.
Man. Okay, I gotta pull these up. Ooh. I can't deal with reading about gender and sexuality anymore.
Gender.
Gotta eat all that crap. What's up,
John
Mosby?
P.
John P.
John P.
Who's John P?
You.
No, I'm not.
John M.
I see a P before your John.
Well, that's actually
I'm just kidding.
it's Greek for Jesus Christ, actually.
Really?
Yeah. And it's actually
really. Oh yeah, okay, I see.
Yeah.
It's really small on my computer.
Yeah.
It just looks like a P.
Yeah, it will look. It looks like a but it's it's the Greek, and it's actually it's like pronounced chiro, which means chiro, which means Christos.
Oh, okay.
Christos.
So by the way,
Are you Greek?
No. But like the church, a lot of traditional churches have used that symbol in the church.
I understand.
Yeah.
I just thought it was interesting because I just met a guy today who is Greek. That'd be interesting if you were also Greek.
No, I don't. I don't have any Greek in me. But I stayed at a Holiday Inn, and I. No,
I can't. I'm sorry.
I attended a Greek Orthodox church. I attended a Greek Orthodox church for years, though, so I'm pretty, and and also I am as JS will tell you, I'm a language nerd, so.
Mod simp?
Oh, cool.
What does that mean? Mod simp. Oh, the mod is a simp? Oh, Lord
But
Bibby?
yeah, Lord, but a lot of the stuff in that in the
is Stream East still a thing or no?
Yeah, that's the one I'm using. Not really. I paid full price for this.
That's what I was about to do. I have it pulled up to pay.
I pay $1,400 a year for UFC fights because that makes sense.
I pay $1,400 a year. Dana gave me a pass.
$1,400 a year.
What can I say?
It was a beautiful $1,400 a year. And every time I go to a UFC event, they love me there.
Talking about Dustin ain't hungry. What does him being in good shape visibly have to do with how hungry he is, Daddy Jub? It's his last fight.
Talking in the chat.
He's going to be slacking. I think they're going to have too much respect for each other. It's not going to be what we're expecting. They're getting older.
It's still in preliminaries. Right?
Mosman, you're Lutheran, right? You own a Lutheran?
I own a Lutheran?
Yeah, because it says your as in Y-O-U-R.
Oh,
you're Lutheran.
Yeah, I'm Lutheran.
Error.
I'm Lutheran. I don't like being called a Lutheran, but I've acknowledged that that's what the terminology is. It's kind of like conspiracy theorists. It's like I don't like it because Lutheran was always a derogatory term created by the Catholics, but it's like, okay, fine. But now as a necessity for being able to in a very short way explain certain theological positions, it's almost now essential. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. How do I have the trashiest
Sadly.
UFC takes? Max is huge. Max is way bigger than he's ever been, and he's comfortable. Daddy Jub. He's comfortable and he's hungry.
Comfortable, hungry.
Dustin's about to take a long vacation. You never put in
Take time.
100% on your last day.
But yeah, so if you look at my handle there, is it Stamy or Stammy? I don't know how to pronounce it.
It's Stamy.
Stamy, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
There's the Lutheran seal, the flower. It's very hard to tell, but it's basically the Lutheran seal, which has the flower, and then it has the heart in the middle with the cross, and it has different colors that represent different things. Then there's the PX, which is the Krairo or Kiro, and then there's Mosman, and then the H for anarchy, and then there's mountains, which stands for my love of mountains.
I mean, you got all kinds of symbolism.
Yeah,
Simple
yeah.
guy.
I'm a symbolist.
You're a symbolic type
I'm a
of guy.
symbolist. He's a symbolic symbolist.
Yeah.
There you go.
Dude, we got Marvin Vittori and Brendan Allen on the prelim card. Should have been on the main card. That's going to be a good fight. What else? Kyler
What is
Phillips,
this?
Canisius Oliveira.
My Reddit's acting weird.
First, we
Reddit
Oh,
is acting
damn.
weird. Did you fall asleep on us this morning, JS?
got, for like 6 hours.
I figured.
I was like, I'm going to take a little nap. I'm going to lay down for a minute and just rest my eyes.
Yeah.
And I was out. And then I woke up and the sun was, I walked in my living room and it was bright outside. I was like, what time is it?
What the?
And it was like 10 a.m.
Did you guys say Reddit was acting weird for you too?
No, I just think that Reddit's weird, period.
I don't use Reddit. Reddit's always weird.
Yeah. Reddit to me is like the
Oh.
vanilla version of like Kiwi forums. Or
I totally
whatever.
forgot about the Utah treasure hunt. We're going to have to work on that a little bit
Well,
tonight.
that place is way worse.
Well, I know it is, but I'm just saying it's the same concept, right?
They've
Long
given
before
out,
there was Reddit, there was Kiwi forums.
Ooh, Daddy Jub, who is that? That girl was cute. Who is that? Nicole Cagliari. She's Brazilian.
Well, it was kind of upsetting, a little upset because me and Elderline had a really good exchange, and then and he was kind of giving me his explanation of things, and then I was going into some stuff, and then Shiva popped in, and then of course we had to start talking about and then Goon was like on about like, well, is God omnipresent? And he was doing that whole little setup that I've seen a lot of atheists do, and so, and then it kind of derailed because I had a feeling that Bill wanted to come up here and address, or at least ask me a question about something, or
Well,
and that didn't happen.
I
oh,
thought.
was he in the back and people just didn't bring him up, or?
No. I think it was he came up, but I think it's because by the time he got into the chat, the conversation had gotten switched because we were talking about is God omnipresent, and I was trying to explain, because Goon was off about like God knows what it's like to be an ant, and I'm like, okay, I don't think.
Well, I thought he was being. I might have been mistaken. I thought he might have actually been serious with this question.
No, he probably
he
was.
he might have been serious, but you have to understand, me, myself, and I, that I have dealt with that. There are certain like cues when you hear certain things. That's like it's like some of the stuff that like Freddie will say. Like when you hear those things, a lot of times, 7 times out of 10, it's because they're trying to set you into a logical trap. And JS knows what I'm talking about. They try to set you into a logical trap.
Yeah.
And then so then it was okay, it was fine, and then he was starting to like talk about how like the only way he could explain it is like this idea of God, how God would become God, and then I said, well, then he would not become God, then he would not be God, and then like and
Oh,
then
it
like
just goes in a
yeah.
circle from there.
And then of course Shiva got in, and then it just which I love Shiva, don't get me wrong, but sometimes
Well, the
he
problem
can get-
is if Kat was there and you guys all had her muted and you were just talking and she was not muted on my end, probably all of the stream heard was just Kat going on and on and on.
probably yeah. And then of course were you awake for the whole point where Raz was talking about Freemasonry?
I
And
heard
she was
him and
like,
Kat arguing about that.
"Oh, they were going back and forth, weren't they? Me, myself, and I. I mean, they were going back and forth. Back.
I don't even know what the fuck that whole 2-star thing was.
My
The
dad
East Star, the East Star.
My dad used to go to a Mason's lodge, and he had a ring with the Mason symbol on it. And he had like coins.
Yeah.
But he just went because I know a
It
lot of
was still
guys
irrelevant.
who just go like it's like a men's club. It's
Right.
like,
It's a
Yeah.
fraternity.
Yeah.
It's literally in the name, right? I mean, the Fraternal Order of Masons. So it's like
Yeah.
it's
you
and
go
that's
down
what
to the
that's what
lodge and
Raz
you
was.
just hang out with the boys and
You know, and that's why he was saying like, yeah, there are a lot of different religions that are accepted, but one of the reasons, and we were trying to explain this to Mel too, because Mel got in here and was then trying to like, this is so weird. Mel was trying to accuse the Freemasons of being premillennial. I'm like, I think you don't understand what that means. And then Mel looked it up and goes, "You're right, Mosman. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't mean to." So, but,
It turned
I was
into
gonna-
a shit show, and you have Goon moderating. So
yeah. And then all the chat saw was the chair. And just like this bivvy of just different people going at the same time, and like I said, a lot of us just muted her and muted Kat, and because Kat was talking about how she was Freemason and she was trying to like dox.
she says she's like
Raz.
a star sister or whatever it is.
Yeah, that she's part of the East Star. Yeah.
Yeah.
Eastern Star.
that thing.
Cat?
I don't know about any of
Which
that
is-
stuff.
Which is all the Eastern Star is it's a group of women who are like married, and so like they have their own different type of kind of like it's a connected, but it's like a separate thing, and they have different titles like if you have like the title of Esther or the title, you know, they have different character names. There's different names for people like in the books of the Bible that represent to them what different ideas of women are, kind of thing. But yeah. and then Kat docs herself. She goes, "My grandfather, David so and so." I'm just like, yeah.
I don't know. She knows what she was talking. I was trying to be a good noodle and just keep my trap shut. So
Well, sometimes that's the best thing to do, right?
But the Mason like principles or whatever their like their mission statement or whatever, when you read it, it seems like good stuff. It's all like if I'm able to help my brother, I'll help my brother or something like that. Or
Right.
If I'm able to help another person, I help another person. I strive to
Well,
work hard.
and that's a big thing for them, and that's what we were trying to explain, because Mel was like, "Well, they're a religious organization," and the reason why Mel was trying to say they're a religious organization is because one of their prerequisites is that you have to subscribe to a higher power. They're not going to say who, because they're not a religious order,
Right.
but you have to. And the idea is that if you believe in a higher power, usually you will be guided by a higher principle, which is why they have like the compass and the thing as a symbol, because it's the idea of guiding your measuring yourself against something that's a standard or solid, and it's all about how men measure them, you know. So so there's a lot of wackadoodle things that have been said about the Freemasons. Now that doesn't mean that there isn't some weird occult aspects
high level,
in this.
like the high level
And
elite
and-
dudes.
and their symbolism, right? I mean, and like if you don't know what I'm talking about, just watch Billy Idol's white wedding music video, and you will see essentially what they do in an initiation, because it's all about death and resurrection.
Yeah,
and when you
their
look,
symbol is kind of like the Trinity, and
well, and then also the idea that so they take symbols of Christianity to reinterpret them in a different way. And what they'll do is so for example, when they become fully initiated, that's when they become white, right? And they put on a white thing, and then of course that's why the video, and then you listen to the words, and it's a time to start again, and that's really what it is with them, is that there's the ritualism of you starting again, and that's why when Joseph Smith took from some of those Freemasonry rites, he in a weird way, he obviously
Didn't
took him to a
Billy Idol
different
write
degree.
that? Sorry.
Billy Idol wrote that song, yeah, but he didn't do the video. I'm saying that, but when you look at the lyrics and how whoever made the video definitely is winking about some of the ritual of resurrection in the Freemasonry.
Oh, okay.
So because it's all about starting
Thank you.
again, and she goes
Sorry,
to
I
her
didn't get what you're
death.
putting down. Yeah, that does
So
correlate.
because
Okay, sorry, I didn't get what you're
Freemasons
putting
will
down.
they will do a symbolic death. They'll fake it's like you go through the stage of death, and then you get resurrected to being a new person that has these new standards. And yeah.
Okay.
So,
know
but anyway, but Joseph Smith borrowed some of those things and put them into the Mormon rituals in the temple. So,
Yeah.
like especially the cutting of the belly, that comes from a ritual of the Masons and all that stuff. So yeah, but it's important that people know that that not all Freemasons are the same. Not all orders of it are the same, and there are people who are basically like evil occultist Illuminati BS people who like the order and society of the Freemasons because they like the ideas of Gnosticism, and that's why they're obsessed with like the Knights Templar and all that. But that's not everybody that's involved in Freemasonry. But like my church has made a stand. The doctrinal, and what we say is we don't want you to be a part of any fraternal order in where religious symbolism is used to confer something that we know is not what it should be, or there's something that might water it down. So that's why
Yeah,
you can't be a Freemason and be a Lutheran.
Oh,
Even like NA and AA do that. You have to have a higher power because you can't do it on your
the whole
own.
idea-
You need
First, you got to admit that you're
principle.
powerless first.
Yeah,
That's
well, and
the
that's the
first thing.
thing is that when you're trying to improve yourself, if you think you're the highest authority, or you think you have, then you can't be improved, right?
Right. What's the
There's
point?
there's no objective standard for you to, and that's kind of the
There is
idea.
some
There's
truth to it. I agree.
there's an
I was
objective
in
standard.
NA
Yeah.
for like 2.5 years.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I always will add that practice doesn't make perfect, but perfect practice will make you better.
I don't think that's how the expression goes, but close.
No, I changed the expression. There's no such thing as becoming perfect. You can always improve. So, perfect practice makes you
Don't tell
better.
certain people
There's no
that,
such
'cause-
thing as practice makes you perfect.
Don't
No,
tell
but
certain
there's
people
a-
that, because some people
Well, I'm
believe
perfect, Marshall.
because some people believe you can become perfect on this earth, and that's
Well, that's fine.
that's how they mutilate that verse in Matthew where it says, "Be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect."
It's in
well,
a bunch
we
of verses.
should always strive to be that way because even though it's unobtainable, we should always strive to be.
If we can't be
like,
perfect, then Jesus was a mean trickster because he
No,
told us to be
no.
perfect as our Father is perfect.
That's not what he
Wait,
said.
what?
It's in the New Testament. It's in the Old Testament. It's all throughout there. Be perfect. I believe we can be perfect.
Yeah, you can be the perfect form of
It
yourself.
just depends on
but
depends on what people
I
mean
don't
by
know where it comes
perfect.
from.
All
Yeah.
right, I've got the fight up.
Whoa, what's it doing? Because people will say, "Oh, what's that mean? You never sinned?" And it's like, well, what do you mean by sin? And maybe I was perfectly designed to. At some point, I'm gonna sin. Maybe that's part of being perfect is that you have sinned.
I'm not gonna say anything. That's not what I believe.
Well, that's fine.
No, you notice how I'm trying to be good about this, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just adding based off of like.
Yeah, no. I'm
base-
talking about me, and because I try to like say, hey, look, I try not to make it like
Well, perfect means
shame.
righteous, and Jesus makes us righteous.
Oh,
But see,
yeah,
I
that's
believe
kinda what you mean by
it's by
perfect.
faith in Him that the Father sees the righteousness imputed upon us by Christ through faith in Him. That's what I believe.
Yeah, so
Wait,
that would
No, but that's not what you're saying.
be perfect.
wouldn't that be an Orthodox?
That is what I'm saying. That means you're
No,
perfect.
no.
Yeah.
That's not what I was saying, but what I was saying was based off of.
I'm perfect.
Shit.
I'm a perfect sinner.
If we say that we have no sin, but see, that's the problem is that you can't say that you're a perfect sinner because
This crazy
the whole
Viking
idea,
dude.
the whole idea of sin is that you miss the mark, right? The whole idea of sin is that you're just not able. So it's not that you're an evil
I
person,
hope
but
Rob
it's that you
Zimmerman thinks so.
you can't do it perfectly. You can't even if you have a desire to want to follow God, you can't do it perfectly. You can't do it outside of Him. You can't do it outside of His out of grace, and so therefore the question comes: all right, so how does this work? Does God's grace extend itself and allows us to cooperate in making us perfect? Well, that's what a lot of Christians, especially like Orthodox and some Catholics will espouse, and even some cultists such as Mormons will say the same thing. But a lot of historical Protestant classical reformationals churches will say it's not that it's by faith in Christ that we are, and so that we are counted as righteous. So our righteousness is not in us being perfect. It's our faith in Jesus who was perfect for our stead. Because if we could be perfect, then there was no reason for Jesus to die for us.
Yeah, it's a context sensitive.
Yeah,
I
but
see what you're saying.
I'm saying that by having faith in Jesus, He makes us perfect.
That's what I'm saying, and I'm that's why I'm
Yeah.
acknowledging that there are other Christians who believe what you believe there, right? That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. It comes down to those two different ideas. Is that
I was just
Jesus makes us able to be perfect as long as we are obedient to Him, and those who say, look, in our sinful nature, in the flesh, we cannot be perfect. Therefore, what we strive for is to live in the spirit, not in the flesh, and to live in the spirit, even though we, as Paul says, I do things I don't want to do. So, there's still sinning even after being given the grace and the wisdom of the Holy Spirit to know about what is good and not good in the eyes of God. Then so we get back to the same thing, which is why I always say Christians can all get around most of them can get around things like who Jesus is and what He did for us. And a lot of Christians can say, oh yeah, I believe Jesus saved me or saves me, but the idea of what salvation means is completely different based on those different contexts.
Well, yeah, it's like yeah.
So
Did
to
you hear,
me, salvation is through faith in Christ, by His work, by His will, and it's not my doing, it's His doing. And therefore, as Paul says, there's a new creation in Christ, and that new creation is of the spirit of a new spirit, and that spirit in my flesh, my old Adam, are going to constantly on this side of heaven be in conflict with one another. This is why we are given things to help us with that, which is like fasting, prayer. When Jesus admonishes us to remember to forgive others, right? The whole idea is He doesn't want us thinking like JS that we're perfect and that we're the best of the best, and pride is not something that, because pride usually is the thing
I'm not prideful. Red door
you
woman.
kind of come off as
Most men,
prideful when you say perfect.
No, I'm the most humble person ever.
So how can you be humble and say you're perfect?
Because I'm not perfect of
well, if you're
myself.
using either as a noun or
I I didn't make my. Hello, I am indigenous and a tribal member.
And
Being perfect generally refers to completeness, maturity, and striving for God's likeness, rather than an unattainable state of sinlessness. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is perfect doesn't mean without sin.
Who said that?
I don't know. Somebody in the chat, Red Door Woman. I've never seen him in the chat before, but welcome. What was I just gonna say? Oh, did you hear me and Easy's debate about can you be saved in the last moment of your life?
Yeah, if you hit the
No,
like button.
I didn't hear that. No, I didn't.
He won 51% to 48%. He won, but I think I won, of course, but
I mean, the God honesty, I think you gave more arguments and context, but you lost the vote though.
So here's the thing that in Hebrews it says, "For by a single offering he was perfected for all those who are being sanctified." So to me, that's a pretty obvious statement of saying that the perfection is something that comes through Christ, that has to be attainable through Christ. And if we could be on this side of earth perfected. Now, so here's the question. Do you believe in your nature? And this comes down to what it comes down to, which is does the old Adam, does our flesh, our old flesh, our old Adam go away just because we've accepted or believe, or however you want to phrase it, Jesus?
Well,
does the old Adam go away? Because we're born again.
Well,
that's
quit using the word perfect and use perfection.
So you think you don't have the old Adam with you anymore, right?
I still have fleshy habits and physical things that I fell into.
Okay, is that the old Adam?
See, that's I don't use this term old Adam and new Adam. I would just say, like,
I know
it's demons in
I don't
you,
understand it.
like.
Well, but see that this is the whole point then, because this then affirms your viewpoint, which is how powerless. It's really a weird thing, because in one end you're talking about being perfect, and then the other end you're talking about how you have no free will and how it's demons,
Well,
and you're either the progeny of the devil or the progeny of God, and
Yep.
Is the silent assassin fucking him up?
It's very difficult to understand.
If you're the elect, if you're of God, you're perfect.
Well, perfection or perfect would be like the quality of something, right? So like the perfect quality, or like pure perfection being like you're just like I don't know, you're free from like the flaws, and like I don't know. You have like
No,
zero.
I'm saying the flaws are part of the perfection.
That's not biblical. That's not even what the Catholics or Orthodox would say.
I don't care what the Catholics and Orthodox say.
So that's so this is where you're just imposing.
Oh, he just got. Is he knocked out?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I'm making up my own thing. This isn't a doctrine. This is just my
a Jesus embodiment.
Right. Yeah, but that's the difference between you and I. I'm always trying to comport myself to the Word of God. So
yeah,
I know that's
I didn't know
I can give you just as many verses that say that you should be perfect, and that if you're in Christ and you continue to sin, then you're a liar, or all kinds of verses.
Okay. So you don't so if you're with Christ and you sin, do you believe you can sin while you're with Christ?
Yeah.
No, I'm asking JS this.
I'm thinking.
Sorry, sir.
Okay.
I don't think you can.
So you're not. So you're with Christ, right?
Yeah.
Would you? Okay. So you don't sin at all right now, right? But you don't even believe in sin, so maybe that's not even the right question.
Well,
right?
I don't believe in me determining what sin is. So I do things that the world would say is sinning, and that we typically call sinning.
the world.
But then that's when I go
So-
to Paul saying what I do, I don't want to do, and I don't do what I do. And it's only sin if I judge it as sin. Once I start calling it sin and I'm pretending that I'm God and I get to decide what sin is.
So do
and
you
what sin
believe?
isn't.
Do you believe death came through Adam?
Came through Adam.
Mm-hmm.
Adam was the cause of death, but I think God made death.
So for as by a man came death, by a man that come also the resurrection of the dead. For as in Adam all die, so also in Christ shall all be made
Live.
alive.
Yeah.
But each his own order. Christ the firstfruits then at his coming to those who belong to Christ, then comes to the end when he delivers the kingdom of God to the Father after destroying every rule and every authority and power. Oh yeah, that goes against the idea of absolute authority. For he must reign until he has put all his enemies under his feet. The last enemy to be destroyed is death. For God has put all things in subjection under his feet. But when it says all things are put in subjection, it is plain that he is accepted who put all things in subjection under him. When all things are subjected to him, then the Son himself will also be subjected to him. But who puts all things in subjection under him, that the God may be in all in all? Otherwise, what do people mean by being baptized on behalf of the dead? If the dead are not raised at all, why are people baptized on their behalf? Why are we in danger in every hour? I protest, brothers, by my pride in you, which I have in Christ Jesus our Lord. There's your pride. I die every day.
I don't have pride.
What if I
You keep saying that.
What do I gain if I, humanly speaking, I fought with beasts at Ephesus? If the dead are not raised, let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. Do not be deceived. Bad company ruins good morals. Wake up from your drunken stupor, as is right, and do not go on sinning, for some have no knowledge of God. So obviously, sinning is something that God doesn't want us to do.
Mm-hmm.
So how can it be in his perfect plan for us to sin if he does not like sin?
But I don't sin.
Okay.
You don't sin. You only sin.
Yeah, I
the
do. I'm a
sin-
sinner
The sin is judging yourself as a sinner. You're calling yourself a sinner.
because I acknowledge that
God's
by
not
nature
calling
I
you a
have sinned.
sinner.
Yes, he has.
You have sinned.
No, I'm still a sinner.
You sinning right now?
Well, there's always a state of being in sin, which causes you to have the ability to still sin. So yeah, when I don't do things perfectly as God wants me to do it, if I don't love my neighbors perfectly, if I give into anger, if I give into greed,
What does
if
that
I give into
mean?
all this, that means that my
I don't
nature
know.
is default sinful and
Well,
imperfect.
you're judging yourself wrong.
No, I'm not. I'm going by what the standard of the Bible.
Nah.
Why do you
So
sound
basically,
orthodox, but you're not? I'm so
you
confused.
you don't really want to acknowledge
Whosoever
them, but-
abideth in him sinneth not. Whosoever sinneth has not seen him, neither known him.
Who said? What verse is
That's
that from?
John 3:6. 1 John 3:6.
Wow, it's interesting because I'm about to go to First John, because he says something that really contradicts what you say.
I know there. We're gonna have a lot of stuff that contradicts.
Yeah,
So,
And most,
but if we walk in the light,
but how can you
this
say
is the message we have heard from him and proclaim that God is light and to him there is no darkness at all. If we say we have fellowship with him, we walk in darkness, we lie and do not practice the truth.
you're
But if we
just
walk in the light,
pessimistic and I'm
as
optimistic?
he is in the light, we have fellowship with one another, and the blood of Jesus, his son, cleanses us all from sin. If we say
Exactly.
we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the
Yes.
truth is not in us.
And then
But
there's
if we
another
confess
verse.
our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive our sins and cleanse us from all unrighteousness. If we say we have not sinned, we make him a liar, and
Yes,
his word is not in
sinned.
us.
That's past tense. We all have
But-
sinned and
But
fallen short
before
of the glory
that,
of God.
he's saying if we say we have no sin, that's present sense. And if after they have
Right.
have
So in one
received
verse it says
faith.
present tense, in one verse it says past tense, and in other verses
Because
it says past tense. It
Do
says
you understand why that does that, JS?
those who have sinned.
Do you understand the syntax?
You're made righteous. It says you're made righteous. You're just pessimistic.
If we have No, if we have no sin, we deceive ourselves. So is
Why
that
would
pessimistic?
what's the point of being a Christian if you can't be made perfect when we're
I'm made
commanded
perfect
it
not
from
by
God in the Old Testament?
I'm not
and
made perfect by myself. I'm made perfect by faith in Jesus Christ. That's what perfects me, and it's not in my flesh. It's by
multiple
my
times in the Old
trusting in
Testament,
His Spirit. So,
God commands us to be perfect.
so here we
Jesus
go.
commands us
You've
to be
just shown
perfect.
yourself to be a liar according to the Bible, JS.
No, I'm not.
If we say
I
we
have
have not,
sinned.
if we have no sin,
I have sinned.
If we say we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. If we confess our sins, that's not saying if we do this or if we did it in the past. It's saying if we don't do it
But
now.
how can I still have the sin if I'm made righteous?
Because there's still there's okay. Let me go.
You know, you can keep Bible thumping. I can Bible thump right back. It's like there's plenty of verses that says that we're made perfect, we're made righteous, we're commanded to be perfect
by faith. Yes, by faith. Yes,
Christ takes all our sin away. So
yes, by faith in Him. Yes.
Yeah. So all it comes down to is you and I looking at it different ways. You're looking at it from a pessimistic stance that we can never be perfect, and I'm looking at it and saying through Christ we can and we should be perfect. And I think that's a better way to
no,
that's a better way to look at it.
You know what they say about itching ears,
sounds
right?
like he's coming from orthodoxy, though. Mosman.
No,
from the Eastern Orthodoxy.
They would disagree.
Or Orthodox, or a little Orthodoxy.
You sound like you're coming from like Greek Orthodox.
No,
me?
I don't. What I'm saying,
Which
they
one?
would not agree
Mosman.
with. Oh, Mosman?
No, I'm not. I don't sound like an Orthodox. Trust me. I sound exactly what I like. Okay.
Yeah,
so
I don't know what Lutheran is, but I just
brothers, if anyone is caught in any transgression, you who are spiritual should restore him in the spirit of gentleness. Keep watch on yourself, lest you be tempted. Bear one another's burden, so as to fulfill the law of Christ. For if anyone thinks he is something when he is nothing, he deceives himself. But let each other test his own work, and then his reason to boast will be on himself alone, and not in his neighbor. For each will have to bear his own load. Let the one who is taught
you
the
keep
word.
reading the whole. I know. I've read.
I understand because I believe in context.
You're not gonna. Okay, and I can give you verses too. So all we're just doing is going back and forth.
So what it comes down to is I believe Paul when he says that we have both we have our old Adam and the new creation in Christ in us, and those two natures are at war and will be at war until two things happen: either
you can't serve two masters.
Okay, no, I know. That's why it's a conflict. That's why you need faith. That's why you need the Word of God. That's why you need sacraments, right? So that you can withstand the pressure of the world and of Satan. Because if you don't, then you are susceptible to basically creating your own interior human logic, which will make you go away from God. It will make you go away from God, and it will put your trust in yourself and not in God. And so he talks about how there's the new creation in Christ, and then there is the old Adam. And so therefore, the idea is this. This is why Paul says, I do what I don't want to do, because he's acknowledging there's always going to be a part of ourselves until death, until the Adam actually physically dies, because our physical form, our flesh, still contains the old Adam, because we were born into iniquity, as it says, and into my own mother's womb was I born into iniquity and sin. So we are born with sin. So if you don't believe in sin, and if you don't believe there's no such thing as sin, if you don't believe that humans are, if you don't believe humans are born,
you're like a professional straw manner.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not saying this is about you. I'm
actually
spreading this to multiple different people. I'm not just talking about you.
Oh,
I'm not just talking. I'm not really talking about you. I'm just talking in general. Like if people say these different things, then because I'm being emphatic about the fact that there are two natures. There's one in Christ, and so therefore the things of the Spirit are the things that put us nearer to Christ, and the things of the flesh drive us away. Because sin divides us from God. And so what are those things? Pride, greed, ego, all those things. And so humility, love, kindness, gentleness, those are the things of the Spirit. Those are the things of Christ. And so that's why he wants us to remember these things. And so when we say, well, I have no sin, if we continue to say we have no sin, then, because you have to remember, there were people in that time, especially, and there's still people now, who don't believe they're sinners, that don't believe that they believe they are perfect. They believe they are completely 100%.
I don't think I'm perfect. I think I'm being made perfect.
Okay, that's a different story. But what I'm saying is, I'm talking about
Josh
people
is perfect, Josh.
I'm saying people who think they are perfect in themselves, people who say they don't need God, right? These kinds of people.
Yeah, that's bad. No, nobody's saying
yeah.
Or
that.
need improvement.
Well, actually, here's the problem, though. These things get convoluted.
Well,
Go
that's
ahead.
fine.
I just wanted to throw a little curveball, just real quick segue. What about if you have to, like, let's say you're going to college and, like, it's woke as hell and you have to eat some crow, even though it's against your beliefs? How does that
What do you mean by
work
eat
out?
crow? What do you mean by eat crow?
By, like, you have to, like, bite the bullet even though you don't believe in the things, but it's part of your, like, college course that you have to
Well, you mean
do,
if you
like,
want to
the
graduate,
woke
you're going to have to bite the bullet, right?
Right,
If you want
but
to get a good grade, you're going to have to bite the bullet, right?
yeah, but
Okay.
But what about, like, would that make you, 'cause since, like, all the stuff in that class would be against, what's righteous and holy?
So what's your point again?
My point is a question to you. How do you reconcile having to do something like that? And
Well, here's the thing.
what would the book or, like, the church
You don't have
heads
to
tell
do
you
that,
to?
first of all. And
Yeah, you don't have to do that. I didn't do that,
You don't
but I also
have
didn't
to,
graduate. But no,
right, but
here's the thing,
how
though.
would you reconcile that?
what do you mean? I don't even get what.
Hold on, let me get to his point here. The thing of it is this: human beings often, in our frailty, will want to say things to get along, right? You know that. And so the thing of it is that you're never going to be 100% able to always do the right thing when you should. That's what sin makes you do. That's why miss the mark. So the thing of it is the Bible tells us that, hey, maybe in the moment you're not realizing that you're making a mistake, but then after thought you realize, hey, I made a mistake there. I should have done something else. And you can, and usually I would argue that you should go to a brother. You should go to a brother in Christ, so they can.
A close friend of mine has to do these courses in school that they don't necessarily agree with, but they're already so far along, and
right. But that goes back to kind of like render unto Caesar what is Caesar. So if you're going to go to a college that's liberal and you're going to want to graduate and get their degree, then you're going to have to kind of play by that. And as long as he is not, but as long as he is not himself engaging in the acts of sin, as long as he is himself not advocating for things which God warns against, there really isn't an issue there.
Okay, so
now he might have a dissonance issue. He might have a dissonance on the problem, or maybe he might feel himself to be hypocritical or whatever, and that's his own pickadoo or whatever. But the thing of it is that people do that on an often thing.
I'll be right back. I'm not going to sleep, I promise.
Okay.
So he would not be unrighteous just by eating the crow and doing what he has to do to pass the class.
Well, sometimes that is. That's what it means. Sometimes is to, and so here's the thing. So the Bible talks about
sacrifice his beliefs just
no. That's not necessarily what he's. You may think that. Maybe he thinks that, but that's not necessarily what he's doing. Okay, so the thing of it is this. So sometimes we're in situations where we can't always do what we want, and the reason why we accept,
or what you think you know it's right,
and we can't always. Sometimes we don't have the luxury of being able. I've always been a person that's always had that luxury of being able to stand by his convictions, but that's because I also have a family that supports me, which helps. but the thing of it is that in that moment, sometimes you have to pick your battles. Now the question is, why are you doing it? Now, if you're in a situation where you're constantly doing that, like you have a friend comes over and he says, "Well, I believe Jesus really wasn't God." "Oh, yeah, no, man, what you mean? Yeah." And you constantly are kind of just glad handing him or placating him because you're afraid or you don't want to offend him, then
I do
that's a
that.
sign of a deeper issue, right? But
Yeah.
having to kind of just like deal with some BS that you know is BS, and
Yeah,
having
that's how
having
it's
to
called.
having to do it like that's kind of just you acknowledging that's, and I don't think that has anything to do with spirit, unless there's an issue that where you're constantly finding yourself sacrificing truth for whatever you're
Yeah.
looking for, then that would be a bigger issue. But I don't think I think if anything,
But
it's just kind of the nature of the beast when you go to college. You're gonna have to accept that you're gonna have to
that there's
hear
gonna be
and
some
dish out some
female
bullshit.
woke teachers and just
Yeah.
like, yeah, that's so basically eating the crow or biting the bullet on that would still be not looked as, even though it's against
So
your
this is
if
what I
even
wish.
if it's against the reality of
Yeah.
what's right now.
And see, this is what I wish JS would know is so there's Colossians 3, and it says, "If then you've been raised with Christ, seek the things that are above." Those are the spiritual things, the things not of flesh. Where Christ is, seated at the right hand of God. That's where the kingdom of heaven is, right? To seek after the kingdom of heaven is to seek after Christ. Set your minds on things that are above and not things that are on earth. That's why if you're focused on what's on earth or of earthly things, you're not focused on heaven. You're not. This is the nature. This is the distinction of these two natures. For when you have died and your life is hidden with Christ in God, when Christ, who is your life, appears, then you will also appear with him in glory. Therefore, put to death what is earthly in you: sexual immorality, impurity, passion, evil desire, covetousness, which is idolatry, which means our human nature, our flesh, which always is acting and desiring, even if we don't
As an
act on it,
obstacle.
it's always a thing we have to deal with. And so it's easier when you're doing the gifts and the benefits of spiritual discipline, which is prayer, a good prayer life, fasting, word, being solid in the word, those kinds of things. But on the account of these things, wrath of God is coming. In these who too once walked when you were living in them, but now you must put them away, all away: anger, with wrath, malice, slander, obscene talk. Now, am I guilty of obscene talk? Well, you better believe it. Okay. Do I still have anger? Yeah, I do. Those things just don't magically go away because you believe in Jesus, right? So
Yeah.
how do you remove those things from you? How do you deal with it? Now, people like JS will say, well, the fact that you're doing that means that you're your daddy Satan's little boy, which I don't believe,
I
because
think this would say you're doing what you have to get where you need to be.
right. But to me, what I'd say is that this is just evidence of the conflict of what Paul says is, I do the things I don't want to do and the things I know I shouldn't do. And so this is what it means. So yes.
And what's he say? He says, "Therefore, it is not I that sin, but sin in me."
Right. Exactly. Because he's giving you the source of it, which is his sinful nature, not just him.
But that no,
right? Not
but
just
to
him and his
me,
choices.
that seems like it's saying like sin is like an evil spirit. It's not us sinning; it's sin that's in us.
But we are, but we sin because of the fall, and yeah, there is obviously Satan had influence over us falling into sin,
right? So that to me, somebody like David is perfect, but David sinned.
Okay, that's
yeah. Well,
a
striving
contradiction.
for
I'm sorry.
perfection would
It's not a
still be
contradiction.
kind of.
I'm saying that part
It
of
is.
being perfect is sinning, and that Jesus,
That does not make any
even
sense
though
in
we
any
sinned,
way.
it does make sense if you.
So now put on the new self, which is being renewed to the knowledge after the image of its creator. There is no Greek, no Jew, nor circumcised or uncircumcision, barbarian, Scythian, slave, free, but Christ is in all in all. Then put on then as Christ's chosen ones, holy and beloved,
But you're
compassions,
finding.
heart, kindness, humility, meekness, and patience, bearing one another. If one has a complaint against another, forgiving one another as the Lord has forgiven you. so that you must forgive. Above all, put on these things which binds everything together in perfect harmony, and let the peace of Christ rule in your hearts. So there you go. That is what that is.
That's embracing.
So you have the flesh that is always desires to do this because it's either being influenced by its own nature, its own imperfect nature, or it's being influenced by the world or Satan. It's a combination of the three. And so therefore, in order to
What shall we
not
say then?
give
Shall
into-
we go on sinning so that grace may increase? By no means.
Do you know why he said
we
that?
are those who
Did he
have
say-
died to sin. How can we live in it any longer?
Yes.
Or
that's
don't
the-
you know
that's
that
the,
all of us who were baptized into Christ were baptized into his death? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Yeah. I know you don't want to talk about that part.
No, it's
Uh,
not showing me the whole chapter, and I have to keep skipping one verse at a time. I don't know how I get to how do you get to the whole chapter? Anyway, I'm not going to read the whole chapter.
Okay.
Well, you don't have. I mean, I could just go from.
I've read it.
I know it's just.
I've read the whole New Testament, before. So
So if we go before, because again, understanding that this isn't just planet something. So he's talking in the previous chapter. He says, therefore, just as sin came into the world through one man, that is Adam, death through sin, so death spread to all men because all sinned, and sin was in the world before the law was given. But sin is not counted where there is no law, yet death reigned from Adam to Moses, even over those whose
but
sinning
once
was
you're
not
born
like
again of the
transgression
Spirit,
Adam,
Jesus makes
like
you
those
righteous.
who were not
You're talking
this is
about
the-
you're talking about while people are dying, while they're in their sin and they're in death, they're dying.
No,
When you're born again, you
no.
live.
Oh my gosh. Oh my. So you don't think you're gonna die?
I've already died.
No. You're not gonna have a physical death.
Oh, I'm gonna drop my body, but I've already physically died, and I've already.
Well, wait. Oh, that's not possible because you're talking to us right now.
Yes, we are given eternal life. My body
Okay,
will drop,
no.
but I won't die. I've already
Okay,
died.
so you don't believe in a physical death, is what you're telling me.
If
Wait, do you
I've
believe
said
in
my body will drop,
do you
so
believe-
yes, that's a physical
So what you're
death.
saying, but you're saying that so you don't
Wait,
have
do
to
you
say
guys
that I'll have
believe in
physical death.
But I don't
cremation?
care about my
You
body.
do understand. We do understand. You do understand there is a
I
difference
don't
between
care about
spiritual
my
death and
body.
physical
My
death.
body doesn't
Wait, do you-
matter.
So
Well,
cremation.
But if it's perfect though, right? So why wouldn't it be
Cremation.
perfect? Why
What
wouldn't
are
it
you
matter?
talking about cremation for, Marshall? What does that have to do with anything?
So yet death reigned from Adam to
wait.
Moses, even over those whose sinning was not like the transgression of Adam, which is where all the Orthodox get that misunderstood. Who are a type one who has to come. But the free gift is not like the trespass, for if many died through one man's trespass, much more have the grace of God and the free gift of grace of that one man, Jesus Christ, abandoned for many. And that free gift is not like the result of that one man's sin for the judgment following one trespass that brought into condemnation, but the free gift following many trespasses brought justification. For if because of man's one trespass death reigned, though the one man, much more will those who receive the abundance of grace and the free gift of righteousness reign in life through the one man, Jesus Christ. Therefore, as one trespasses led to condemnation for men, so they act and they lead to justification in the life
John,
of
you're
all
just
men.
reading.
I understand
whole
this. You
long
have to
passages.
understand this.
I do understand it, and I don't think I think you're
now the
everything
law
you're
came
reading.
into it,
And
now
I
the
agree.
law. Now the law came into the increase in the trespass, but
I
sin
just don't see it the way you
has
see it.
increased in grace. So he's talking about
Why
grace.
did I
because
bring up
he's-
You're
why
not.
is
You're
he
not going
saying
to
this?
convince me to. You're not going to convince me to believe that Christ doesn't have the power to make anybody righteous. You're not going to convince me to believe that, and I think it's.
That's not what I don't believe. What are you talking about?
Well, it seems like what I'm saying is that through Christ, we can be perfect, and that's.
We are made. We
and
are
then
made
you're saying
perfect
no,
through Jesus.
we could never
You're
be.
talking
No,
about death.
No, we're made perfect. We're made
Why would-
perfect
why
not
would-
because
why
we
would you spread
we are
that
not
message?
physically made perfect, JS. It's through his
Physically? What do you mean
perfection.
physically? You just said physically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
What are you
there's
talking
the
about
old
physically?
Adam. The old Adam. The flesh.
And who's talking about physically?
I am, because that's
But
the
I'm
thing
not.
you're missing out on this. I
No.
know that's because you're missing that point.
I don't care
Brother,
about
you're
the
missing the point.
physical. I don't care about the physical.
I know,
I am
I
not my
know.
body.
Okay, so
Right.
you should
But
care about anything
so
that's physical. Then you should
cremation.
care about government
Oh
and
my
politics and
God,
all
what
that,
are you
right?
talking about cremation for, Marshall? What does that have to do? Go ahead, tell us.
Because what you do with your body
I
after
don't cremate myself, Marshall.
right.
So,
But
so
isn't that
what Marshall's trying to say is because that sounds like you're about to say or could say something very base, Marshall. So go ahead.
He's not-
I think I'm out of line. I think I'm out of
but
line.
I
so
don't
I'll
know
just
where
leave
you're
it
going
here.
with this cremation.
Because if
thing.
you were gonna say that people who get cremated are acting in a way which does not
yeah, we probably
Does
shouldn't get
does
cremated.
not present the truth of the resurrection, I would agree with you on that.
But
Which
that
is why I don't believe Christians should be cremated, because
but I agree.
there
but,
is a physical resurrection.
yeah, I did a thing about this cremation thing a long time ago, and I don't know. But anyway,
I was curious. Yeah,
So-
had
so-
the same
but
view.
unless
So
you
here's
write
the
down in
thing-
your will, I want to be cremated. Usually, it's not like my dad was cremated.
Right, but wouldn't that
he,
be a sin?
He didn't request to be cremated. They're just like, this is the most practical
I don't
thing
think
to
it's
do.
I don't think it's a sin. I'm against it, but I don't think it's a sin, Marshall, and I'll tell you why. Because what it comes down to is because sin is a disobedient thing, and there's nothing within the Bible that tells us that cremation is a sin, right? Because God doesn't. But we would say that anybody that advocates for cremation obviously is in poor understanding of the physical resurrection that is guaranteed, and they are giving a poor witness to their relatives and to anybody that would come to the funeral for them to just be cremated like a pagan. And yes, mostly pagans were into creation or into cremation. And to be honest with you, if you want to go further, when the Hebrews started doing the animal sacrifices, which started all the way back with Abel, that for us to cremate ourselves like an animal offering, what that does is saying that we don't believe Jesus Christ was the final lamb and atonement for all man.
Chat, I got fly strips. I used the money somebody sent, and I got some fly strips.
Oh, good. Those are usually pretty effective.
I can't wait until he walks into one of them.
I got like 10 dead fly strips in my or 10 dead flies on the fly strips.
Flies on one of your strips. Yeah.
Yeah, and they stopped coming around. Like they don't hang out in there anymore.
Yeah.
Like they.
I wonder why.
Yeah, when they fly into the bathroom, they see like this death site. Imagine.
Isn't it crazy how smart these creatures are?
It's the same reason why, like, now the property we're on right now, there's a lot of mice because we're near a field, and field mice are just all over the place. Oh, I have a cat.
Don't do that.
I have a cat, and you know what? I think we've only had 2 issues of mice in the entire time we've been here, and I swear, Marshall, it's like they have a meeting and they're like, "Dude, let's not go to that house. That's where that cat's at."
Same with the flies.
That guy has God's cat is a homicidal maniac.
Ooh.
He's my little hunter, though.
I kind of take the cat thing back because they are kind of they're definitely an invasive species, and
well, cats are misunderstood animals a lot of time, but
no such thing as a bad pet, only a bad.
But I'll tell you what. Ever since I saw the cat's eye as a kid, I was always like, "Oh, dude, man, gotta have a cat." You ever see that movie, JS?
Cat's eye. Is that a Stephen King book?
It's based on a Stephen King book, yeah.
I don't think.
And it's got like a little. It's like you know who Drew Barrymore is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's a little girl in that, and so this troll's like trying to like suck her essence out, and the cat keeps on like thwarting all of his plans.
Yeah, I think I read it. I don't think I ever saw the movie.
Oh yeah, the movie was.
They're making
the movie was.
They're making a show out of The Institute.
Really?
Which is one of his newer books that I just read.
I haven't read that one. Is that good?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's
yeah. I have to say, I don't know if you've done this. Have you ever listened to any of his audiobooks?
No.
Oh, because I think that Will Patton, the actor, does a really good job with reading Stephen King books. I think he's a good narrator in general, but I think he just like the way he narrates Doctor Sleep is just brilliant. It's just he understands King's like idiosyncrasies with the character of Danny. You know, it's like, well, Danny, what are you gonna do? You gotta let her. You just gotta use her up and take
Now
her
I'm
money
reading
and
Billy Summers, which is about an assassin basically doing his last job. But I'm like,
So basically, it's like a rehashing of the movie Assassins.
I haven't seen that, but
You've not seen Assassins? Oh my gosh!
I don't think so.
I will. I'm not engaged in little chit chat.
But he's like,
It has Sylvester Stallone and
he's
and
an assassin
Antonio
that only
Banderas.
kills bad people, and
Right? Yeah.
he's doing his last job, and then they kind of screw him out of his pay. I'm only on page 200, but he's mentioned Trump like 20 times. Like
King has.
Yeah, like
He's obsessed. He's obsessed with
yeah,
him.
he's got TDS, and you see it in his writing now, and it sucks because it's like there's no reason that needed to be put in there, but it'll just be a shot at Trump every like 5 pages. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's annoying, but the Institute
it
was
is annoying.
a good book. I guess the show they aged the kids up. So like in the book, it's a bunch of 8 to 12-year-olds, but in the movie, it's like 13 to 18-year-olds.
Okay, gotcha.
Because they said it was too disturbing
to
put on screen, like what they're doing to kids in this place.
Yeah.
Because it's kids that have special abilities that get taken to an institute.
Right. It's kind of like
Firestarter.
I don't know if it's related. It's like Firestarter, right? Yes,
Yeah.
it's related to Firestarter.
I think it's supposed, because Stephen King's books are all in like a universe. He's got like his own King universe. And I think it now in the Institute, there's no pyrotechnics or pyrokinesis.
Pyrokinesis. Yeah.
Yeah, there's none of that in the book, but it feels like the same place that she gets taken to, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was pretty good.
By the way, I was not expecting it to be as good as it was, but the new Jurassic World movie was actually surprisingly good.
Yeah, it looks like in the previews, Chris Pratt gets eaten by a dinosaur.
Chris Pratt's not in it.
He's not in it at all. He doesn't he doesn't die in the beginning. I thought he was.
God.
I don't know. Maybe I missed part of the first part of the movie, but but I didn't see him because it's it's all new characters. Like Scarlett Johansson is in it, and I thought they did a good job with her. Although you know what pisses me off about Jurassic Park is, when the first movie came out, it was like 65 million years, and now it's like 160 million years, and I'm like, how the fuck do you gain 100 million years just in the process of 30 years?
Oh yeah.
She might as well be building the pyramids.
Somebody, who is it? Kent Hovind or something said that, and I always use it if I'm doing like an evolution or a dinosaur debate. Basically, in the 60s, the world was 11 million years old, and now the world is 160 billion years old. So that means that each year the world ages like 11 million years or something.
Right, that they're supposed to be the rational ones, JS.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And so I was having this back and forth, and Bill was like, he was like, dude, you're giving it to him, because I guess I was doing a good job of debating Shiva and Goon on this, but I was like, because she was like, well, I have
Goon was asking a question, and you were being attacked by like Mel, Shiva, and
yeah, that's fine. But Bill's like, or not Mel, but she was like, I believe that that it's like more possible to believe in an infinite universe than a infinite being. And I'm like, why? He's like, because I can observe the universe. And I said, but can you observe that the universe is infinite? Well, no, that doesn't matter. Like, yeah, it does, because like, It's like, so your whole reasoning for believing that the universe is infinite, or that you're more prone to that, is because that is something that you predisposed to. So this idea of so that's why I say Christians are not the only ones, or creationists are not the only ones that engage in predispositional
presupposition.
I've known
logical.
I've known Goon long enough now, and he actually wanted a good answer to that question.
Right.
And everybody thought he was just trolling. And
But Bill gave him a good answer, and I thought that was good because again, but that's hard with Goon because Goon, there's times when you don't know when he's but usually he'll laugh like pretty quickly afterwards when but it's not always, but yeah.
If he's trolling,
but I was owning Shiva on that. I was like, well, you can't observe, and I was like, and then I was doing what he was doing. Wait, and I was doing like what Mel did, and I was just like spurging over him, and I said, and furthermore, you guys are the ones that believe in this idea that there's a black hole, even though you can't, because he's like, I believe in observational science, and I'm like, okay, then why is black holes scientific to you? Because you can't observe them. The whole idea of you being able to observe them, you'd be sucked into it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can theorize on them.
Could hear what Bricky was saying too. Damn it.
Yeah, I know. I pissed him off because his mic was really bad and it was bleeding, and so I couldn't hear him. So I had to put him on mute, and because he was also talking a lot, I was just reading the conversation, and he's like, I'm pissed at Mosman. I'm like, okay.
He's basically.
Oh shit! Prado's been losing this whole fight, but he's winning round 3 so far. About to get the bite.
I don't.
About to take his.
Is it about to get to round 4, or how long do you think it's gonna last?
There's only 3 rounds in these fights.
By the way, did you see the UFC movie that's coming out with The Rock?
Yeah, it looks good.
Oh,
I couldn't even recognize him until they said his name. I was like, holy crap, that was him?
They used prosthetics to make his face look different.
Yeah.
I think
that actually looks like a really good movie, though. It does look like a really good movie.
Yeah.
I saw it when I went and saw the F1 movie in IMAX.
Oh, nice.
Apparently, Christopher Nolan's movie, The Odyssey, which is coming out next year.
It's going to be filmed in IMAX, yeah.
It's already sold $70 million worth of IMAX tickets, and it's not even coming out for a year.
Yeah.
I'm pretty hyped for that. I'd like to see that in IMAX.
I'm gonna actually have to go to either Denver or Salt Lake. So maybe I'll come to Salt Lake and we can go see it together, huh?
I guess that would probably be the IMAX at the Gallivan. They got one there. The Clark
choreography to me.
Clark
I know they've got a couple IMAXs up in there's a Harkins IMAX up in what is it? Thinking of Northern Salt Lake.
And I'm going to the Mudvayne concert on October 7th.
Oh wow, that'll be fun.
It's Mudvayne, Static X, and some other band I never heard of. And I never really listened to Static X, so I went and listened to some of their music, and I was like, eh.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I don't think it's your thing. Yeah.
It's you're always gonna, whenever you go to a band, you always are gonna hear a band that's opening with them or that's playing with them that are like the salad that you're like, okay, I want my fucking steak already.
Yeah.
Although I can say I've been to concerts where I've actually seen pretty decent opening acts. Like Beck was an opening act for U2, and Beck was he was great live. Leighton, I think it's by Leighton is what I'm thinking about. Leighton.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
I was going to say, Static X want to be an opening.
We're not Leighton, but not Leighton, but hold on.
What, they don't have an IMAX in Denver?
Yes, sir.
They do, but so basically what it comes down to is I prefer Salt Lake to Denver in a lot of places, a lot of times, but they do have them in Denver, but yeah. But it's the same distance for me to Salt Lake as it is to Denver. So
I hope that it's like the next Troy, this Odyssey movie.
I hope it's better than Troy.
Yeah.
Because except for the few moments of Troy that I thought were done really well, there were some really cringy parts of it I didn't like.
People are already
But-
complaining. They're like, well, that's not the proper headwear for the Roman soldiers and stuff.
Do they not
Right.
understand that this is not they're not Romans?
I don't know, but I just seen a bunch of people were
Like-
complaining
like-
because they
like-
released some set photos, and people are like, well,
Uh-huh.
that's not accurate.
Okay,
Of
well,
course.
it comes from a time when that was before, like, so like Odysseus is a character that is supposedly comes from a time. He's both in Greek and Roman mythology, but he's predominantly a Greek.
I always thought it was like Nordic stuff where they got like
No.
ideas for the movie from.
No,
No,
the
no,
Odyssey
Diff was
is
talking about.
It's Greek
The
mythology.
Odyssey?
it's Homer.
Yeah.
It's,
Oh, okay.
It's Homer, yeah. But a lot of that takes place like with places like what used to be known as the Mesopotamian, but right before the Mesopotamian age, obviously the Trojans, which were probably, we know the Trojans were probably most likely an early grouping of Romans, but it's like we still don't have any like real historical evidence of the Trojans that even existed.
yeah,
So
Yeah.
it's like Spartans and Athens and Troy and
right,
that
but
time period.
but even before that, because it's at the time when early on between what we call because technically Alexander wasn't part of the Greek Empire, right? You know that.
Yeah.
There's a period. He's what you call and I've got a Macedonian. So he was a Macedonian, which is an early preset of the Greeks.
Okay.
So this time that is in the Odyssey is kind of supposed to be between the Macedonian age of the empire and then when they became Greeks, because when they became Greeks is when they started going by the city states and that. But yeah, so Trojans like are kind of like
Well,
yeah, it's
Well, like
there's a lot of it is mythology, but a lot
Scotland
of
would
it,
be. That's what I mean. It's a lot of the tales and like
because you got to remember that what Homer is
mythical
talking.
stories.
So Rome, because Homer is long before, like Homer existed about 300 years before, almost 400 years before the Peloponnesian War, right? Like before the things
So-
that created,
Like
the
1300 BC or so.
no, it's actually close. It's 8. You got to remember it goes backwards, so it's 8th century BC. Or for our friends that are politically correct,
That's what I was thinking.
BCE,
1300 BC.
BCE, before Common Era.
Sure.
What made it
Okay,
Common
well,
Era?
between the 13 and 1200.
Mel, you have
BC.
yourself muted. I don't have you muted, just so you know.
Because I'm seeing what people are saying at first.
Yeah, hi Mel, how are you?
Hi.
We're
They're all a bunch
talking.
of nerds.
I know. But I do look. It does look like a good movie, and I'm excited to because like I said, I just hope that it can live up to its expectations, because what I've always wanted is either done. I don't know. It's hard to do it in a movie, but like a mini series where you bring both the Odyssey and the Iliad, because the Iliad is before the Odyssey, right? So the Iliad is what explains why Odysseus was away from home to begin with, right? Because he was fighting in the Trojan War.
Yeah.
He was yeah. So, and by the way,
And didn't it take like 20 plus years or something
what's that?
to get? You're talking about like.
Yeah, like
finding
he's
his
gone
way
from home for a long
I've
time
read
to the point where Penelope's court, the men in Penelope's court are like trying to
Yeah.
like, hey baby, your man's dead,
Oh,
see?
trying to
It's
move
one
up on
Yes.
it.
of our viewers.
What's that, Mel?
Oh shit! Sorry, I hot mics.
Welcome to the club.
But that wasn't related to anyone we know.
I read them when
Oh,
I was
okay.
young. I can't even really remember it. Well, I remember the old claymation, not claymation, but remember the old Odyssey movie where they like
Yeah.
the skeletons are like claymation.
Well, they're stop motion is what you're talking about.
Yeah. And they're like
Yeah.
like the skeletons.
Okay, wait. Stop motion or claymation is stop motion.
Yeah.
Yes, but they didn't. Claymation is a type.
I
of
don't
slow
think they were
motion,
made out of clay. I think they were
right.
models
Yeah.
that.
So
Have you ever
Yeah.
seen Moral? By the way, have you ever seen Moral Oral? You might like it, Mosman. I don't
Robot
know.
chicken.
what's it called?
I think I've heard of it.
Moral Oral. It's okay. So, it's like Oral is like the super religious, like super enthusiastic kid to the point where he almost takes it too. Well, he does take it too far, like every episode.
Moral
It's really
oral.
funny. Yeah, I'll post a link to it.
Okay, thanks, Mel.
Yeah, I think I've seen it. Is it from a
but
kid's
so-
book? Is it based on a kid's story?
No,
Kids-
no. It's an Adult Swim thing. It's an adult comedy.
It's
But it's
something you
claymation.
could
Yeah,
skip
I've
before
seen
the
it.
shows you wanted to watch.
Pretty sure I've
The
seen
cool
it.
part is it's all claymation, and it's like really good claymation too.
Yeah, because I remember some of the old school claymation when I was a kid. Like, do you remember they had the
Yeah, I've
the
seen
Christmas
this.
the Christmas special where they had like the California raisins, and then they had a waffle and they were like doing puns on Christmas carols. So it's like, here we go, a waffling, and they're like making waffles. I thought that was so
It's
funny.
a pretty kind of like a sacrilegious show though. It's pretty like
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
It's pretty fucked up
it's
show.
making fun of religion,
right.
but so does in a way, but not
The
like, in
Christmas
its
special,
entirety.
he thinks his brother is the returned Messiah.
Oh yeah, it's so good. Oh my
I'll
god.
be back, guys. Give me just a
And
minute.
the lore, there's actually like deep lore in this whole series. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I've seen
But my favorite part of it is actually that it's claymation and that it's so consistent.
Yeah, but that old Odyssey movie is so funny. The Cyclops and the Medusa and the skeletons. It looks so goofy, but it's still a good movie. What are you doing, Echo? Are we
I
on?
have an echo on my headphones.
No, my dog's name is Echo.
Oh,
Yo.
Yo.
someone needs to name. I'm gonna name. If I get a dog, I'm gonna name it Foxtrot.
Oh, and then it'd be Echo and
Someone can name their
Foxtrot.
and then someone can name their dog Golf, and then Hotel, India, Juliet, Kilo.
His name
I just
is
want to show that I want to show that I know that.
His
trying to show my
EKKO, like short. It's some League of Legends character.
Oh, it's not like
So
the
the joke is that you
Echo.
can't spell. That's cool.
No, it's a
No, I can't
it's a
spell.
League of Legends character named Echo.
Just kidding.
He's a gecko, but they call him Echo.
I'm just kidding.
And now my dog's like keeps hearing his name. He's like, "What? What do you want?"
We're gonna go for a walk?
No. Who's looking at me like that? What do you want? Good boy. He's a good old dog. What's up, Goon?
Driving right now.
Is this
That's
the
why I'm not
Vittoria
talking
fight?
much, but
Oh, the Vittoria fight's starting. This should have been on the main card, and they should have been at the press conference. These guys got bad
the
blood.
card's knocking.
Yeah, everything's been almost. Well, the last fight wasn't a finish; it was a decision. But most of them have been finishes. But right now, Marvin Vittoria and Brendan Allen are fighting, and they got in a fight at a casino. They hate each other. All the street fights with
Did
UFC
you
fighters
do
are
it?
always underwhelming.
Sadly.
I was gonna ask if Stamey and Marshall ever even went to bed last night. Have y'all just been in the Discord call?
Stamy got online. I slept all day, unlike you normal people.
Yeah, because last night I passed out and I woke up and it was like 3 o'clock and there was still like a bunch of people in the Discord call talking about. I think they were playing a game or something. I was like, what the fuck? And I left.
Yeah, they're probably playing
Yeah,
Ark.
they were playing 7 Days to. They were no. Everyone's been playing 7 Days to Die now.
Oh, I got that. I just downloaded Civilization 6. It's free right now. It's the platinum edition for free. It's like $80, but it's free. I've been wanting I don't know what those are called, but I've been wanting one of those strategy games. I don't think I downloaded it yet, though. I downloaded it, but I didn't install it. Well, maybe I did. I guess I did. What the heck? Oh, shoot. I accidentally started the game. I didn't mean to do that.
Brendan Allen has the reach, but
Human advancement knows no boundaries.
Marvin guy has the
But this has
record.
not been without its price.
Oh yeah, see, what is that? I just bookmarked it too. Oh, Muslim's gone now. Damn it.
Okay, I don't want to play this right now. I still have to. Shoot, I closed my Google window.
Well, I know you're still here though, JS. The perfection from from the philosophy of Grandmaster Lee.
Grandmaster Lee.
Yeah. So basically,
Who the hell is Grandmaster Lee?
the continuous process of self-improvement and honest self-expression. It's about stripping away unnecessary elements, embracing adaptation, and finding truth in one's actions. Bruce Lee, that's Grandmaster Lee, he believed that striving for perfection as a fixed state could be detrimental, hindering growth and preventing genuine expression. So it's like perfection as an obstacle. This covers that, and like the truth over
What?
achieve.
They're doing
Well, just
shoeies.
based off the perfect. Okay, shoeies. We're not in Australia. Have you had a shoey? They're nasty.
No, I would.
Find the truth in one's actions and to express oneself authentically.
Man, I don't want to
Being
hear
able
from
to.
Bruce Lee about philosophy. Just fight.
He's not a fighter. He's a theologist. He wrote martial artist. Okay.
That's a fighter.
Well,
He's not a fighter. He's a martial artist.
I guess I used the wrong word because martial artist today means that you're just a.
All right, let's go, boys. We're not even on the main card yet. Nice head kick. from Alan. Exchanging high kicks. Big old kicks. I went to sleep last night. You were live. I got up and been at work for 10 hours and you're still streaming. No, I was gone for a while. Well,
Alan's gonna win that.
like 7 hours. I think I ended at like 11 and I started again at 5:30. Nice takedown. Come on, Vittori. Uh-oh. The ground and pound. He's taking the back. Taking the bite. The ground and pound is strong in this one. He's going to take the neck. He's got the neck. He's not under the chin, though. He lost it.
Oh, man.
Now he's going for like a twister or something. Nope, got the neck again.
Is it Vittoria's on top?
No, Vittoria's on the bottom, and Vittoria's got a bust open nose, too.
Damn.
He's trying to get to his feet. He's slowly getting
Well,
up.
based off of reach, the people you're talking. Yeah, no, Victoria's on bottom getting his.
He's standing up, though. He's got his back taken. And he got taken down again. Yeah, Alan's just controlling him. He's got his back the whole time. Oh, he's going for...
there's like an inch difference in reach, too.
So he's going for an ankle lock or something now. Yep, he's got the ankle. Nope, lost it. Now Vittori's on top.
Oh, shit.
Were you just staring at me, Echo? What are you doing?
What was Mel in here yapping about?
Nothing really. Just asked if we had seen a show called Moral Oral.
Oh, I've seen Moral Oral.
Yeah.
They should have asked me.
I
Of
looked
course,
up,
you guys haven't seen it. It's like an atheist show.
I have seen it.
Oh,
I just had to look at a picture of it to remember it, but I knew it sounded familiar. But yeah, it used to be on Adult Swim.
yeah. The whole thing's
Yeah,
about how
that's
like
just-
stringent tradition leads to like wrong morals being learned.
All I know is you'd have to sit through it to watch something good that would come on after it.
Yeah, Robot Chicken. You want to be my footrest, Echo?
See, a lot of people they like Moral Oral as it goes on. I actually like the beginning of Moral Oral, and I dislike the show the longer it goes.
You're a good footrest, Echo. You're like an ottoman. Yeah, Vittoria's face is all split open. This is still round one? This has felt like a long round. It's so hot in here. That's why you're panting, huh, Echo? Because it's hot. You heard of a game called Tainted Grail Kings of Avalon? It's pretty decent. Negative. Flying knee. 9 seconds on the clock. Vittori came back a little at the end, but I think he lost that round. Where's Daddy Jub? He was in the chat. I know he's not going to join during the main event. I'm on the last two bosses of Black Myth Wukong. And they're very difficult.
Yeah, but Moral Oral's all right. You gotta watch Xavier the Renegade Angel.
I know. I've watched it.
Oh yeah, you are the guy. Yeah, you're one of... Dude, there's like only like 2 or 3 people I've ever met that have heard of that show.
Yeah, I saw it one night when we were buying weed from our pot dealer when I was younger. We went to his house. He's like, "You guys ever smoked and watched this show?" And we're like, "No." And he's like, "Let's smoke and watch this show." And we watched it. And it was crazy.
Yeah, in my experience, I don't know how many people... Most people who watched it probably did. But in my experience, like only 20 people ever watch the show because you never see anyone talking about it.
Yeah. It flew under the radar when it was on Adult Swim. It was only on Adult Swim for a
That's
little
one
while.
of my favorite shows. It's just, it's so ugly. It looks like a PS2 game.
What's wrong with that?
I don't know. Nothing's wrong with it. I think it's supposed to look a little weird like that. Ugh.
Yeah, no, it's definitely meant to like look like off. But I just think Adult Swim, I think, always probably had like more children on it than we're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And I feel like shows like that just completely scared all the kids off. I remember when I was a kid, that show would come on and I'd be like, I don't know what's happening at all. And I would be sitting there literally like, am I watching a video game? Like, what's happening? There's so many great jokes from that show. One of the best episodes is when he joins a Vato gang and he becomes a Vato.
Sounds racist.
Also, the episode where his dad is he believes in scientism. So he's like trying to push science on his son like it's a religion, but his son just wants to believe in God. And he's like a handicapped kid, and like he somehow explode like the dad. He accidentally gets his dad killed, or he gets killed, and they explodes crazy. That's the episode where it starts. He's in a wheelchair, and Xavier comes walking up on him, and the wheelchair kid's just hanging out with his friends. And he's like, "You guys need to stop picking on this useless, handicapped, worthless, disabled child."
And weren't they like not even picking on him?
Yeah, they're just all hanging. They're literally his friends.
Yeah.
They keep defending him, and then he's like, "Shut up! I won't listen to you, you handicapped, disabled hater. You need to realize that the handy useless are not worth bullying." There's like a on-running joke where he goes to like different towns, and at least once in that town, someone goes, "We don't take kindly to your part here," and then like 6 to 3 people beat the shit out of him at once. Like every episode. It's just a weird show, though. There's no plot. There's no story. There's no like through line.
Very similar to a Skyrim or Morrowind game. It does kind of look like Morrowind, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that old type of graphics.
Oh no, he's talking about this other game. These guys are just
No, I
swanging,
just
standing and swanging. He just wagged his finger at him. He said, uh-uh.
The final episode of that show is crazy. It's a fan-created episode where people sent in their own parodies of Xavier the Renegade Angel, and the whole episode is Xavier's like in this weird mindscape inside of his brain where there's 12 alternative doors, and each door he goes through is entering him into another fan parody. One of them's like an Indian guy dressed up as Xavier. And he's like got paint all over him and shit. And he's like looking up at a tree and he's like, I have to get the baby out of the tree so my snake can eat it.
I wonder who wrote that.
The one of the doors, it just opens up and it's not even a parody of Xavier the Renegade Angel. It's a real life video of a kid feeding his dog ketchup and saying that the dog needs to keep eating the ketchup up until it dies.
Fuck. Yeah, I've never seen that on an Adult Swim, but did I?
That's like, I have a clip full of like a fucking playlist full of memes, and that clip alone is just in that with the kid feeding his dog ketchup, and he's like, eat up the ketchup, good boy, eat up all that ketchup, eat it all up until you die.
It was on Adult Swim like 20 years ago.
That sounds like Mr. Pickles.
That's why when I was a kid, it was so hard. Whenever I found it again, I was like, I had such vague memories of it that I couldn't remember anything, but I was like, I know I've seen this.
Yeah, usually when I bring it up to people, they never heard of it.
First episode I ever saw was the one where he has inside of his head is like a world where he's the god of, and there's a sign language gorilla who's like getting really good at sign language and is convincing all of the world to become Christian at the same time, to believe in God, and then they summon Xavier.
Wait, was
It's
this
a
on?
crazy it was on
What?
Adult Swim.
Yeah, but what time? Like after like Space Ghost?
It was like
Ghost
3 in the
Ghost?
morning.
Yeah,
It was
like
like, yeah,
3
it was like
a.m.
3 in the morning.
Like 3
It
a.m.
was
once
meant to
a
be a
week.
show. Yeah, it was supposed to be a show for you to fall asleep and then you wake up and you're like,
You
what
think
the
you're
fuck
in a
is on my
dream.
screen?
That's exactly what it was. Yep. You fall asleep, you wake up, and you think you're dreaming. That's why
That was
everybody
before.
who saw it probably thinks it wasn't real. So they never.
Yeah, I love the way the guy talks too. The way he talks is so crazy. He's like, what doth is thy meaning of life? The one where he's talking to this girl. He's like, I'm sorry, I can't marry you. And this girl hates him. And he's like, it's the end of the episode. He's like, I must move because I'm already married. Married to a woman by the name of Miss Rambling On. And I'm keep rambling on.
They've been swinging it out for 3
Yeah.
rounds. This is a pretty crazy fight.
Yeah, there actually is like a joked about plot. The first episode of the show introduces the idea that Xavier is supposed to be searching for the man that killed his parents in an fuck, I can't say the word right now. In an arson. And when he tells the story, though, he talks about how he has a bunch of untended to lit candles all around his house while he's doing seances. And it's heavily implied that he had his own house burnt down and he's the reason his parents are dead. So he's on like a forever soul quest searching for the man that's himself.
Yeah, I probably skipped that like Squidbillies or a lot of few in between. There's like the Tim Allen show. There was Metalocalypse. I'm trying to think of what was on it like 3 in the morning. That's Home Improvement.
Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-now.
That looks pretty good, Jess.
Don't patronize
Yeah,
me.
bro, it's
Of
sad what
course it was
happened to a lot
good.
of those channels now. A lot of those channels have been like bought out and shit. Like Cartoon Network, it's like not the same anymore. Like Adult Swim has kind of been like meshed into Cartoon Network, and they don't like produce like almost anything anymore.
They're doing all sorts of like nods and talking to.
Did some like
Come on, Vittori. You gotta drop him. You're gonna lose this fight to points. You got heart, my boy, but you gotta drop him. You got a minute left.
Don't-
Takedown.
Victoria's gonna lose.
Yeah.
oh fuck, there's a takedown in the last minute.
Victoria's back up. Oh. I think Vittoria's gonna lose.
You think?
I think so. Unless something crazy happens in the next 45 seconds.
Crazy
Sounds like he
was there.
scrambled himself away though. Like it seems like he had a lot of chances he could have got knocked out and he got out of it.
Well, there is like an inch difference in reach, but they're like both 135 pounds. Or sorry, 185.
Yeah, I'm just listening through the call, so I can't watch the fights till tomorrow.
Oh,
Where are you gonna find him tomorrow?
Oh, I go on like YouTube Shorts, and then you find like Indian channels that post the shorts, and then they just like tank it. They'll just post the whole fight on their channel, and they just have a shit ton of channels. That's what I think a lot of them do. And if the shit just gets ripped down, they just like switch channels.
Huh.
It's like a whole. I get like so I watch Days of Our Lives. I think I've talked to you about this before, and if I don't have access to Peacock at the time, I literally just get it from Indians on YouTube who like rip it off Peacock.
Jesus Christ.
These are the days of our lives. These are the days. You watch Days
Indians
of Our
are like
Lives?
they just. Yeah, dude, it's fire.
What the hell?
Like sand in the hourglass.
Oh my
These are the days of our lives.
That's crazy. My mom used to watch Guiding
I know
Light.
like everyone. I not only watch it, I know like everyone's names.
Wow. That's wild.
I bet you this Misso likes it. That's why he's watching it.
What are you, a middle-aged woman?
No, what happened was I was on Peacock, right? And I'm scrolling through like suggested shows. Next thing I know, it shows like exactly the shitty set, and it's a live action show, and it's on season 59.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck is this?
And you can just
So I click
start
on
watching it at season 59, and within a couple episodes.
Yeah, I started watching on that episode to see what it was, and then I was like, it's like as bad as every stereotypical soap opera is joked about being, and it's to the point where like honestly, I enjoy watching it a lot of the time because it's just funny. It's like it's a lot of the times it's brainless and it's funny.
Yeah. There'll always just randomly be like a new plot point added in.
Yeah, and it's like it's always hinting at the idea of like some finality, but nothing ever can happen that's too like
Yeah,
that nothing can shake up the dynamics too much. Like maybe you can cut off one or two characters, but you're never gonna like kill off half the cast.
Yeah. I gotta go to the bathroom and get some. I'm gonna go get some wake up juice, some pre-workout or something. I'll be right back. Story lost.
But yeah, you ever, Marshall, you ever seen the Futurama episodes wherever they're like parodying soap operas with the robot soap opera?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's like literally what Days of Our Lives is like. Like in that show,
I
they've
just
been
need
to
to know.
hell.
So I just need to know what came on like either before or after it, so I could actually put
Well, I watched it on Peacock.
the pieces together. That's how I put it together in my head. I would have to know what came on either before or after it.
But yeah, no, they've done like everything.
How
It's
long?
insane. There was like they've
Yeah,
they've
but
done
like you
Alien
were saying
drama.
I've seen everything on Adult Swim, like before and at like when Adult Swim became a thing.
Oh yeah, I mean a lot of
Yeah, like
that's what.
first it was Toonami, then Adult Swim.
Have you seen like all the shit that they've like how they're basically kind of destroying the Adult Swim brand right now? And they're trying to like move it all into just being Cartoon Network. Because like Cartoon Network did like an
I would hope.
evaluation on their business because they got bought out. But I think it was Warner Brothers. But after that, they did an evaluation and they realized that a high majority of Cartoon Network viewers, not just Adult Swim, a high viewership of Cartoon Network in general is 25 or older.
Really?
So they realized that they should probably just stop marketing to children.
I thought Cartoon Network got destroyed by but that's
Well, the thing
shitty
is
news.
kids don't care about watching like Cartoon Network anymore. They're watching like Skibbity Toilet on their phone.
The coolest thing about Cartoon Network was probably Toonami.
And listen, that shit's just as stupid as some of the dumb shit I watched when I was a kid. But there is like normal television is like dying for children.
Oh yeah, too many commercials.
But like the problem is like YouTube's not like really filling it up. Like there's these like people that are like kind of being like YouTuber Wiggles basically, like the Wiggles, but as like
Can't believe
YouTubers.
who would even take that over.
But yeah, there's just like there's not a bunch of shows on YouTube. It's hard to run a successful show on YouTube, like an actual syndicated television show. So I am kind of scared that like TV as we know it might be just completely dying.
I mean, last time I tried to watch TV, like I was pissed that it wasn't DVR'd. I was trying to check out that. Anyways, yeah, no, yeah. Talk about like fucking 3 or 4 minutes of just ads. Good luck trying to keep like today's, especially with stuff like you're saying like YouTube, locked to the screen.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if the show's doing well, they're like on these streaming services too. That's like a big thing. Is like even if normal television is still doing well, it's because they're on streaming services.
And
Cable
also
is like
anime.
so fun.
Yeah, and anime is not really good anymore to me. Degenerates kind of made people think that weirdo shit was popular, so.
Yeah, most animes are just like I don't know, bro. It's all shiny and they like draw all the characters to like try to be cute. And all the women in anime now sound like fucking annoying, like
It's not
Navi. They
even
sound like
that.
Navi from
Hey,
Ocarina of
hey,
Time.
hey,
Hey,
listen.
hey, listen.
Man, lobby. Fuck.
You watch
I
any modern
fucking.
anime because like they'll have like three women in it and they all sound like they're trying to murder my ears with a fucking blade.
It's hard to try to find a. Hey, cheers. Oh, I don't have any. Can you get
A couple books. What do you mean?
send share $1?
I'm driving, motherfucker. I'm making dollars. I'm doing delivery right now. Can't be sending no dollars. I gotta make my own dollars.
I'll re-up next month. At the end of this month, I guess. Yeah, man.
We got one more fight before the main card.
Yeah, there's only like specific animes that I even like watch at all anymore.
Yeah, I wanna. Yeah, it's ruined.
It's pretty much just Dragon Ball and Baki.
This is crazy. I keep seeing whoever's running the streams like desktop. They're like clicking around. I can see their whole.
Baki's fire.
And me?
You ever watched Baki, JS?
No.
I know that you're not an anime guy and you're more of just a Dragon Ball fan. You would probably fuck with Baki. Baki's like nothing but fights. It's a crazy anime too. They're like doing wild shit.
Yeah, I like some other animes, but everybody says Hunter x Hunter is really good.
Yeah, but that's more like if you're afraid of seeing something that might make you cringe, there's a higher chance of that happening with Hunter x Hunter than there will be for Baki. I promise you that.
Yeah, I don't like the cringe stuff in anime.
Hunter x Hunter is one of those animes where it's like it's about the friends that you make along the way and being strong and helping each other to overcome.
Yeah. So there's a
Baki
little
is
of that in
about-
Dragon Ball, but they
Go ahead, go ahead.
they do it a little less corny. Like Goku will
Yeah,
always
yeah,
make
and
friends, and he's
Baki-
like, nobody hurts my friends. That sort of thing.
Baki is like
my brother.
this child named Baki is training to become the world's strongest person because his dad is currently the world's strongest man. Well, not man, strongest being, because he's had sex and fornicated with every single strong animal across the world to prove his alphaness. Dude, Baki is crazy. It gets like fucking almost demented because his dad's like a demon. He's like so muscular, he has the face of a demon like etched into his back. And then Baki has demon brain. This is like newer Baki too. But now he has demon brain. And this isn't even like a spoiler because this makes 0 sense. He has demon brain now. And I think he's finally able to take on his dad. But the whole anime is about how he needs to fight his dad. Because his dad's going to kill him if he doesn't get strong enough to fight him.
Whoever's running this stream screwed up the audio. Fix it. Not my
But,
stream,
like-
but the fight stream.
Yeah, Baki, like, it's crazy. One of the first fights, so, like, they do, like, a bunch of normal fights in the beginning. And then, like, the 4th or 5th fight into the series, which isn't that long in, next thing you know, Baki's, like, in the woods fighting a Yeti, kicking it in the nuts to get away.
I don't know, the Kenshin tournament is a little better than Baki, though.
What? What was the anime you
Kenshin
said?
tournament?
I've never seen that.
I like Yu Yu Hakusho. Short and sweet. Pretty good. What is this guy doing? This is not the fight. What did he do? What did he just do? He just
Like in Baki, there's this dude that he can like take his thumb and his index finger. He can rip a perfect imprint out of a stack of cards, like a playing deck. of the imprint of his finger. And his whole technique in the show is that he just be like grabbing people by their thighs and shit and just ripping chunks out of them.
What?
There's this dude called Cord Cutter. Cord Cutter, he like rips the nerves out of your like body and then severs them. So there's multiple characters that have like gone blind and shit, or don't have access to one of their eyes because of Cord Cutter. Also, a lot of the Baki characters just straight up actually get disabled. People get their hands cut off, their legs cut off, they lose their abilities to breathe normally, and then the show just keeps going and they keep fighting.
And they just keep the disability for the whole rest of the show?
Sometimes. There's this doctor who can do some like pretty magical work because he's also a fighter. But he does some pretty crazy shit. But yeah, no, there's characters that have like gotten their hands cut off and shit. One of the best fights is this guy called Dopo. I can't remember Dopo's last name right now, but he's like one of like the top aura farmers in it. And in the prison arc, he gets his hand cut off, and the prisoner's thinking that like he got a one up on him, and then it goes into like his head, and he starts thinking he's like thinking about all the times he's broken his hands training in martial arts, and he goes on this huge monologue about how like he broke his hands so many times that he's grown to hate them, and he's often wished that his damn hands were just gone so he could punch with full power. So then he starts beating the shit out of this dude with his nub.
I had a friend named Adam with a stub hand, and like he had like the little thumb sticking out the side. He could punch the hell. It hurt to get hit by him.
Like Kenshin tournament's more
I thought it was probably like
JSSC.
straight bone.
Yeah.
In the prison arc, the prison arc on Netflix is crazy. There's this fight they have on a roller coaster, and there's a point where they like grapple and fall off the roller coaster, but still both somehow survive. But they're like fucked. I think the one character gets like permanently fucking injured from it.
I'm doing a YouTube show called Creepcast. They read Reddit posts, scary stories, creepypasta. Yeah, I've seen Meat Canyon and Windy Goons shows. I've played a bunch of Windy Goons. Windy Goon's a Christian. I don't know why he's with Papa Meat. That dude's a degenerate, but Windy Goon's based.
Wait, what's your problem with Papa Meat?
I like his cartoons. He's just a liberal degenerate guy. He did a thing with his mom, and they were talking about God, and they're like, yeah, all these religious Christian people, and they're just like,
Oh, so it's funny. I thought you were getting Papa Gut and Papa Meat like mixed up.
No, Meat Canyon.
Yeah, I've just never seen him do anything like religious or political. That's why I was like, is he thinking about Papa Gut?
I can't remember what happened, but him and his mom talked about a current event, and it got into religion and politics. And yeah, he usually doesn't talk about that stuff or do anything like that. But that one that he did, and him and his mom were talking about it, they were just like dogging on Christians. And I can't remember what the event that they were commentating on was. What, Ben? What would you say? Your what? Oh, I'm in top chat. He must have said something weird. Oh, he said you're gay. Yeah. That didn't show up in my top chat. It only shows up in live chat. YouTube censored you, Ben. And also, you're gay.
Ben got censored.
If I took a shot for every time he said the word Baki, I'd be dead. That's true.
I feel like, did I say Baki a lot?
I think you said it a lot in like the last 10 minutes, but no, I'm not gonna play Ram Ranch. Jeez Louise. This guy always trying to listen to Ram Ranch. Get in the Discord, Ben. Ben, if there were 1,000 dicks on the wall, how many would you choke on?
That was a dumb question.
If there were 1,000 dicks on the wall, how many would you choke on, Marshall?
Depends on how much you're paying me.
Damn. You're supposed to say none.
Well,
Oh
of
my
course,
God.
none.
He said 999.
Oh,
You're supposed to say none, and then I say that's because you're a professional.
wait, when
If there were 1,000 dicks on the wall, how many would you choke on? And then you say none, and I say that's because you're a professional.
oh,
Marshall, I'm gonna go take a shower.
oh, okay. Hey, you might need these.
Why is she informing you that
dumbass.
she's gonna go take a shower?
Good question. Don't forget that.
Did you just call me dumbass?
What? No, I called you a question, dumb. But also grab toilet paper. You got our toilet
I don't
paper
need
out there.
to.
Oh, I'll bring
Wait.
some out there.
What do you need toilet paper in the shower for?
What? Because we're in need of toilet paper in the shower room.
Ah. Make that last guy feel really bad about himself? Damn, you're crazy, Ben.
No, but doing Kinjin's way cooler than Baki.
You already said that, and he said he didn't know what it was.
What?
You already said that, and he said he didn't know what it was.
There's your sign.
There's your sign. Is this round 2? Yes. This dude's throwing some crazy kicks. Everything's been clean fights so far. No stop. Oh, he's down. Oh, he's back up. And he's about to go down again. He's down again. Oh, he just got kicked in the face. Oh, he just got kicked in the head. Oh, he's getting pieced up. Phillips is in trouble. Oh, Phillips managed to take the back after that scramble. Good defense. I thought it was over there for a second. Oh, now he's not on. He doesn't have his back anymore. Now he's on the bottom. He's about to get ground and pounded. Watch the up kick. Serious ground and pound. Oliveira just did some damage there. Don't let him recover. Nightbot is a cheater. Ben, get in the Discord.
Nightbot's a cheater. Let's see. Yeah, Bill. Who the fuck's fighting right now? It's a welterweight.
Dude, I knew somebody when my Joyner Lucas album listen video, I knew somebody would comment and be like, "Oh, why don't you like the song Mama?" I think you're wrong. It's a great song. Somebody was in the comment section like, I totally disagree with you on Mama. It was needed for the album for a change of pace and an important message. But you're
I
entitled to
disagree with your opinion.
Yeah,
So
right. You're entitled to your opinion, though. I was like, so well, then shut up. And I
what you
even
talking about,
said,
Willis?
I said I understand why he would put a song like this on the album because you got to change it up, and he wants to, dedicate it to his mom. So I get it. It's just not my flavor. It's not my. I don't like this song.
Yeah, if he's dedicating to his mom, he better be
Mama, mama, my mama, mama. I love you, mama.
fuck you, mom. Why weren't you there? Sorry, different take.
Yeah, the hell was that? That was a
Oh,
crazy
sorry.
spinning back kick, but you missed. Where's Ben? BDB. I told Daddy Jub to get in the Discord before the main fights start. Why is Nightbot a cheater?
They probably you'd be getting that on the leaderboard.
Oh, yeah, Nightbot's number 1 on the leaderboards. I know, that is messed up, huh? Because I think it's based off of time spent in the chat, and Nightbot is always going to be the number 1 most time spent in the chat.
Until a cat showed up and started dropping, or not cat, but Exo Cat and something. I don't even know if I can say that name, but until they started dropping awesome
Super chats? I don't.
yeah.
What did
Yeah,
they
then
get
Exo
extra
Cat. Yeah, then Exo Cat and something about balls.
lady balls?
After nearly 200 years of
After 200 years of mitigation, Reuters News has been your number 1 source of news.
Who?
Reuters?
My phone, it's like default set to Reuters News, so every time I get into it, it just starts playing Reuters News, and they say that every single time.
I'm so sorry.
Damn.
All right, round. Who is that?
I don't know. That was like a different language.
Why aren't you
Tell him,
watching Andrew debate on Modern Day Debate? Because we're watching UFC 318.
Tell him, mashallah, brother. It came through your mic, Marshall.
Oh, my.
Round 3.
What? He just did it. Exposed.
Evan?
Marshall's got some Arabians over at his house right now.
Yeah, no.
Can't even deny it.
What the heck happened? Why did the stream go down?
Your stream went down.
No, the fight stream went down.
Oh, word.
You're the one in the Slurpee shop, okay?
Thank you. Come again.
Don't forget, yes, you forgot to buy your drink. Hey, buddy, let me help you. I get you the special today.
Holloway is definitely winning this fight, unless he gets knocked out here in the last 3 minutes. What the? Quit yelling, woman. Ugh.
John, the only thing you'd win in is not getting sunburnt.
You could beat me in hand-to-hand combat. I don't know. I'd have to see you. Have to size you up.
Hello?
Who's saying that?
Hello?
Who's saying that?
Our buddy John.
Hello?
Hello? What is this
Not
thing?
you, man.
Hello?
Hi, it's
Hello?
me.
Stevie! Did you finish your paper?
My paper? If I was
That's a
writing a
no.
paper on the back of my eyelids, then yeah.
Maybe in dick-to-hand combat? What the fuck?
What'd you say?
Somebody said I could beat you in hand-to-hand combat, and Matthew said maybe in dick-to-hand combat.
Oh, hold on.
Oh
John
my.
Castle is just somebody.
What are you sharing there, goon? Are you
Oh, is
sharing
it
some
fucking my phone's just
are you sharing corn on
fucking
the
up.
stream, dude? What the fuck? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. He's not sharing corn.
Yeah, it was.
Well, it was
It was
corn. It
some
was
Hey,
straight
yeah, I
it
was
was
gonna
fucking.
say if
corn
you had
kid.
corn, share it.
It was
Like
corn kid.
on the cob.
It was some.
It was corn
It
kid.
was some straight. It was some straight ebony shit though, so it was all
It's
black.
corn. It's a big. What are you guys seen that kid? The little kid who loves corn.
Oh,
He's
not
obsessed
like
with it. He loves the grease on the corn. It's like a whole thing on YouTube. I think there's a
Sounds
song about it
familiar.
even.
Oh, that's a fucking spider. Fuck you. Die.
But Jess, have you heard of the recent allegations about you?
About me?
Yeah.
Uh-uh.
They
What?
found your application sheet to sign up for the 1,000 guy gangbang with Bonnie Blue, bro.
What? Wait, what?
What the fuck?
How are you gonna answer for this?
I love that Josh was looking so intently, like listening to that. All for that.
I fully deny any allegations.
He denies the allegations. We're here
Well,
at the
apparently
people's
he got
court.
denied. He got denied. The application was denied because he kept reapplying with the same name.
Oh, dude, what? Josh.
What?
Marshall's so confused.
This is fake news.
He said, what?
Fake news.
Well, yeah, I haven't heard of this. Sorry, I just had to smash a fucking, and excuse my language, a freaking, yeah, arachnid bastard.
Dude, I had only heard the name for the longest time. I'd seen her face recently. That Bonnie Blue bitch looks like a witch. She's like not even attractive.
I know. It's a lie. It's a hoax fabricated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans will just go along with it. MMA,
It's just
I'm
usually
gonna
if
rip my
there's like
bong and get caught up.
if there's a porn girl who's like really popular and mainstream people are talking about her, it's usually because they like look attractive in some way. But like when I saw her, I was like, dude, this bitch looks like the Wicked Witch of the West if she had blonde hair.
What does the Wicked Witch of the West look like?
Is
I mean, in the original, not the new one.
Like the Banjo and Kazooie witches?
Yeah, dude, she got moles all over her face and shit. Her like face, her jaw's like weirdly angled.
I'm coming for you, goon.
No, dude, I'm too old, bro. She only goes for freshly 18.
Freshly
How do
18.
you know?
Well, I think she's
She likes,
hinted that she likes them younger too.
she likes them young stallions.
What?
Dude, I wish I was in school now. All these teachers getting with
No,
these
you
young,
do not.
Oh my
boys.
gosh. Dude.
You'd be taking quizzes on gender from. Never mind.
Yeah, except it would only work as if you were transgender or bisexual, lesbian, or gay. That's only what would happen now. They don't
I'd
go
wait.
for us cis men.
I'd be in
Us cisgenders.
I'd be in sex ed and be like, Miss Miller, can I stay after class so we can practice some of this sex ed stuff?
They don't have sex ed until you go to college. Psychology.
No, they have sex
Yeah, no
ed.
kidding. No kidding, Marshall. They don't do it until... That's actually funny as fuck, Marshall. That was actually... Dude, you should have seen the shit I was reading earlier. I was like, why am I reading about this? This is a What am I,
No,
this sex ed?
no, you shouldn't have.
Oh, this is insane. I know, Marshall was laughing at it.
It's
I
more
learned
like a
about
cope
this
laugh
when I was
than a
14.
haha.
Yeah, it was like a... Yes, exactly.
What the fuck? Excuse my... But... I'm so sorry.
Well, what happened? I was gone for a sec.
What is this dude playing the fucking trumpet here, boy? He's hitting the old Riz.
Damn, you suck at playing the trumpet, Marshall. Destroyed.
He's playing the skin flute.
That fight was so fucking badass.
What fight? The last
He knocked out fucking Justin Gaethje.
Max Holloway?
Max Holloway. Yeah.
What are they showing the
It's
highlight?
showing
Yeah.
this. It's showing the highlight right now.
Yeah. That's why they asked Poirier at the press conference. They're like, in the last 10 seconds of the fight, Max points at the ground. What do you do? And he's like, I'm going to go out there and he's going to point at the ground and I'm going to act like I'm going to stand and swing with him and then double leg takedown.
Oh.
I'm not going to swing with him in the last 10 seconds of the fight and get knocked out. That's a horrible idea. Daddy Jump said, as long as Max or Poirier don't
I don't know,
lose.
bro. Dustin Poirier put the fucking work on the last fight I watched him too. Who did he beat last time?
I can't remember.
I'm trying to remember that shit. I used to know how to play the trumpet with, out the edge of my mouth. That's like a trick that you can do.
Oh, that's why you were talking about the trumpet. Can you stop?
Yeah.
God.
Well, you a trumpet hater, bro? You don't even fuck with Louis Armstrong?
Yes, I have whistled with a blade of grass.
Oh, shit.
I can do it without a blade of grass. I can do.
I can't whistle for shit, bro.
Dude's voice is so generic that's singing right now, though. I will say. They went from that badass trumpet to this generic ass voice. They always find like the shittiest, like most. They're like, let's compliment this with a really basic American sounding voice.
I used to be able to play Mary Had a Little
Put a
Lamb.
little more
with my-
soul in the voice, brother.
Look what we did.
Available in
Look what we
Spanish.
started. Available in Spanish. Fuck
Yeah.
Spanish.
Hola, hola. Joe Rogan in Spanish.
I can't believe
I
Joe
mean, that
Rogan's
was-
not commentating this.
You guys ever play Christmas tree tag?
No.
No.
What?
Christmas
You guys
tree
do with the
keg.
Christmas tree.
Light it on fire in the backyard.
Come on. Yeah.
Neighborhood Christmas tree bonfire.
Yeah, neighborhood Christmas tree tag, but never mind. People are too stupid for that nowadays.
There he is. So as long as Max or Dustin don't lose, you're happy.
Okay.
Dude, if it's a draw,
It's rigged.
every dollar I have to charity. Draw.
Every dollar you have for charity, you said?
If it's a draw.
Is
And
that
that's a lie.
Jack Magadalena or whatever, the red-haired dude that's commentating with them?
No, they kind of look alike though. That's Paul Felder. He would have, I think, fought for a BMF belt if he was in the sport when it was in the sport. His fight with Dan Hooker is a hood classic.
So if Max loses and Poirier retires, the BMF belt is an interim?
No, because there's no such thing as undisputed. I guess it just is in nobody's hands until they schedule another fight.
Huh. Max has got to win.
Oh no, bro. Dustin Poirier is a fucking bad man. He's a fucking bad man, dude.
I can't
So
believe
is Max.
I agree with you, but I think that if there is anyone, it's Dustin Poirier who could stand toe to toe again with him.
He's already beat him twice.
Okay.
you discounted the fact that
Arguing if he's a good fighter or not.
he looks in better shape than when he fought Islam Makhachev, and you're like, yeah, big deal. That's a huge deal.
Nah, man. Max has got to win this. He's gonna keep fighting. He's more hungry. Dustin.
Yeah, but how do you discount? Look at his abs there. No homo, but like legitimately, the guy looks
Dustin's?
better than when he fought Islam. That's crazy.
talking
But
about
to your
Dustin?
point, to your point, their last fight was at 155, but Max wasn't a 155er. He just had like 10 pounds of fat that he wouldn't normally have. Now he's a legit 155er, and he's huge for the record.
And
Max
that's
Holloway
what
is
Dustin
huge.
said.
Max is
Dustin
not
was like,
small.
that boy's big.
He always
bigger
has
than
been
Dustin.
big though. Like even at 145, him and Daniel Cormier are friends, and like when he wasn't in fight camp, he'd be next to Daniel Cormier, and it's like, yeah, he's, they're not the same size, but like Max is huge. He has to walk around like 190. Because he looks thin, but he's not. He's actually pretty
145,
thick.
165.
That last fight pissed me off. It's not fair.
What about reach? Will that be like?
The last fight? I didn't even know who those guys were,
Really?
but Are you talking about the Vittoria fight?
You have like amnesia, dude, because you've watched these people fight
72
several times.
inches of reach over 6'9".
I don't remember all
Like
their
Jimmy
names.
Crute, you're like Jimmy Crute looks like Theo Von. I know for a fact you've watched him like 3 times in the past 8 months.
Yeah, and every time I'm probably like, he looks like Theo Von. They said he had to leave the sport because he had an addiction to MMA. That don't make no damn sense.
That's dumb. That's dumb. That's just them trying to create stories to.
That's what they said. They said he just came off of retirement. He retired because he had an unhealthy addiction to the sport.
If the sport is how you make your living, that seems like the most healthy addiction you could have.
That's what I'm saying. How do you?
It's like this neurosurgeon just can't get enough brain surgery. I mean, even before he goes to bed, he's practicing. It's like, yeah, sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, if you want to be the best, you probably should. But so, what makes it? What makes it an unhealthy addiction to the sport? Like,
I would assume if it takes you away from your family, but I don't. That guy, I'm pretty sure, doesn't have kids.
That's why he's just not.
He might have like a girlfriend, but the girlfriend takes the back burner until you get
that gumbo looks so good. Dude, I want to make some gumbo. I want to make a homemade pizza. I was looking at groceries the other day. And I was like, damn, look at Max's girl.
Burn it.
Max's girl walking around damn half naked. Tell her to button that shirt up, Max.
Scratch my paint. Can you turn yourself up?
Oh, how about his poor son, dude? Because that's not his kid's mother. That's the kid's stepmom. Imagine that's your stepmom.
She looks angry.
I'm going to be in direct competition with Max Holloway if that's my stepmom. Tell you that.
Sorry, Dad. See you in 10 years, bro.
Yeah, we about to make a episode of Pornhub.
What?
No, I would straight up. I would Tanya Harding his legs, dude.
Marshall said, "What?
What?
I've already seen enough
You said
degeneracy.
Yeah, he heard the term "mom, dad," and porn in the same sentence, and he was like, "What the fuck's happening right now?"
The stepmom trope.
That's standard issue. That's literally every single one these
200
days.
years.
No, they have to be step. They're both step somehow.
Oh my god.
Your stepmom and your stepdad.
I guess if you're adopted, then they would both be step parents.
I guess, yeah, that would
But still doesn't make it okay.
Nobody said it's okay. Who said it was okay?
God, I mean, how stupid is this guy? He has a tattoo on his neck that says "Focus."
I know that is a gay tattoo.
My take on tattoos is most of them are retarded, and 95% of them are not unique by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, did you see the meme of the Japanese guy? There's a woman like holding up her Japanese tattoo, and then there's a Japanese guy who took a red Sharpie and he wrote water on his arm. And he's like, this is what it looks like to Japanese people when you have a Japanese tattoo. It's like if you just wrote water on your arm.
Yeah, but that's people have English words tattooed on, like this guy's "Focus" on his neck. Post Malone has "Always Tired" under his eyelids.
That's weird.
I just think tattoos are so overrated, especially now, because they used to be like cool and fringe and edgy and like this guy served some time in the can. Now it's like, oh, do you want skim milk with your latte? And they have
it's like the fucking mainstream fucking thing to do now, bro.
Yeah, there's
I cringe half the time I want to go get a tattoo anymore. Like I only have 3.
Like a crescent moon with a face falling into a sun with a face with wind chimes beneath it.
I used to want tattoos, but they've become like not cool. They're no longer cool.
It's a cleaver, not a hatchet, by the way.
I used to want a whole bunch of tattoos. Like I had it all drawn out.
Bro.
I was like every tattoo on my body, I had them all figured out.
I want Ouroboros.
Yeah, I'm getting to the point where like unless you get like your family tatted on you, then I don't.
That's just such a big gamble because
don't like respect it anymore.
A bad portrait tattoo is like a nightmare.
Yeah.
I get that too, but I can respect a tattoo where someone's trying to like commemorate like either a lost family member or like a newborn child. I fuck with like whenever dads get their children's footprints or handprints put on their backs.
I don't. I'm
That's a
too
dope
cynical.
tattoo.
Isn't that guy fighting with
cynical.
the that dude with the lip with the kiss
Cynical
on his
about
chin
what?
that you said is a
You
is a
find out the
gangster?
kid's not yours.
The
No,
gangbanger
I
guy,
just feel
he's
like a lot
fighting
of people
tonight.
use that as like a badge of honor.
The gangbanger guy is fighting tonight, right?
Yeah, you have to earn that.
Oh yeah, I could get no. I'm just saying like your idea where I agree with you. A lot of people that get tattoos, they just want some image that they like. At least that's something that's actually sentimental.
Who's gonna
No, I
win
just
this
mean
fight,
people who
Zell?
want.
Gangbanger fighting tonight. Scratch my paint.
That's what I said 3 times. Nobody responded.
Yeah, Daniel Rodriguez is fighting. Yeah, he's fighting Kevin Holland. It's gonna be incredible.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good fight.
This idiot Kevin Holland. I never know when he's fighting. It's just every pay-per-view. It's like, oh, Kevin Holland. Who knew?
Well, and
I'm
he's
sure
at
next
the
month they'll be like, oh, Kevin Holland fights next month.
he's always fighting, and when he's at the press conference, he doesn't say anything. But did you see him at the press conference? He's like,
He's gonna lose.
he said, everybody was kung fu fighting, as they say, so we're gonna be kung fu fighting.
He
and he
Kevin
like
Holland is
he like
literally
grins
what
like
he should be.
like he just dropped a really good one-liner. He like grins like, yeah, I said that. As they say, everybody was kung fu fighting, so we're gonna be kung fu fighting. What the hell does that mean, Kevin Holland? What are you talking about?
Sorry, Chris
That
Farley.
interaction with Rampage Jackson like sucked all the aura out of him. He's like still recovering, being able to aura farm since then.
Oh, and I did see that clip of Rampage and his son, and he's like, "We trying to get some pussy, son."
What?
Yeah, and his son, the one where his son's like, "I want to get pussy when I want it, Dad, not when you're trying to force it on me and shit."
And he's like, "We're men, we need pussy," and they're like in a fancy restaurant, and I'm like, "Could you imagine?" You're sitting at the next table over, and this black guy and his son are like, "We need pussy, son. Let's get some pussy."
So as an example to you, Jess, that is like how Baki and his dad talk to each other.
That's crazy. Dude,
A
I love
huge part of
Baki.
Baki is that they're trying to get him to like fuck girls because they're trying to convince him that he can be a more powerful fighter if he fucks mad women.
Baki rules, bro.
Yeah, but
I
he
love Baki.
realized that he could be as powerful being with the one woman he loved. And he did.
No, I agree with that too. I like that. I like that outcome. But I just think that like that show
that's
has
every
that like
movie
crazy
ever.
energy.
They don't show you a decade around the line where you're ready to commit murder due to an argument about dishes.
Dude, I hate that parents being best friends with their kids.
They never show that part of it. Never.
That's realistic as fuck, Mr. Scratch my paint.
I was watching a true crime thing the other day about these teenage kids that hit a guy on a bike with their car, and the guy died. And so each kid gets brought into the interrogation room, and the one kid is with his mom, and he's like 17 years old, and
Oh my God, where's your shame?
she's like, okay, and as they're taking him away, she's like, can I just hug him and love on him, please? And then she's like hugging him and saying, best friends, remember, best friends, my best friend, you're my best friend, you're gonna be all right, just remember what
That's
you
a
learned last
problem.
time. She said, remember what you learned last time you were in there, and stay strong or something. I'm like, dude, your kid's 16.
He probably learned he needs to fight back because he's a punk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he had
Dude,
only
you
done
can't have your
juvie.
parents at the police station. You can't. Once you're involved with police, you have to be an adult now. You have to handle
Yeah,
that.
the only reason your
yourself.
parents are there is to beat the shit out of you while there's no cameras or like cops there to watch.
I like that tattoo he has of the cross around his neck. It's like he has a, it's like
Yeah,
he
but
has
it's
a
not
rosary.
unique though, is the thing.
Right. I
Yeah.
used to want to get that, like a rosary wrapped around my arm, and then the cross is in my hand. So it's like I'm holding the cross in my hand. So when I open my hand,
That'd be dumb.
You got the wind tunnel like fucking.
no, it would look cool. Like it would go around.
No, I
and
know,
then it
but
would come
anything
around.
on your palm, I think, rubs off in like 18
Yeah,
months or
you'd
something.
have to get it. You'd have to get it redone constantly.
Right, that's like over the course of your lifetime, that's like a $20,000 tattoo with all the redos.
Yeah, I want to get the Subway tattoo, bro. That gives you the lifelong Subway.
I don't think they do that anymore.
No.
I know that, but if
Well-
we're picking like what tattoo we would want the most, that would be the kind I would want the most.
I guess they
I
could
want
never stop
Ouroboros
doing it.
around my
Even fresh.
beehole.
You just
Because
know.
how are they going
I
to know
want
when you
Ouroboros
got the
around my
tattoo?
beehole.
You could say you got the tattoo when they were doing that thing. But I think they give you a
I
card.
think you get the tattoo and then they give you a card. Yeah.
Right. So if you don't
I
have
don't
the
even
card.
care if it's why the fuck, dude. Oh my god.
Oh, look at his wife. What's up, girl? I would not let my woman wear that.
That might not be his wife.
Oh, that was just some random lady cheering.
Yeah, like it might be it also, but sometimes they do just show hot chicks.
Yeah, I would get like a whole sleeve of fast food establishments if it meant I could just eat at all of them for free from now on.
Alright, we're also gonna call you freaking.
I wouldn't. That would be if I had the ability to get free fast food from any joint at a moment's notice. That wouldn't be healthy.
You'd be
for
like
me.
the Cool Whip box Chevy. You ever seen like
I
in the
I
hood?
would still try to. I cook more than I ever eat out, anyways. But
You
when
ever
I
seen
do
in
eat
the
out,
hood they
I would
got
love to be able to eat whatever the fuck I want.
That's probably what she said.
They got box
Bro, literally,
Chevys.
price
Hey,
is what stops me from eating fast food now.
Alright.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like the only reason I don't ever have it, like in general, because like I have fast food like once a week now. It's like and it's not even really fast food. I'm just restaurant shit. I've been cooking a lot lately.
Have you ever seen
It's
the
so much
Cool Whip
cheaper.
box Chevy or the M&M's Chevy or the? Does anybody know what I'm talking about in the hood where like a company will sponsor your car to get wrapped or a paint job on your car? So like these guys in the hood will have like the Chevy on the
I've never heard of
22-inch
those.
rims, and then they'd have like an M&M paint job or like a Cool Whip paint job, or they're basically like a billboard driving around, but they get a sick paint job for free. What just happened? What did he throw?
They don't get a lifetime supply though.
What was that? What?
Kevin.
He just threw
Bro,
something
lifetime
out of
supply
the
of
ring.
Coolidge, bro. You could become a fucking drug empire.
What was that, Joey?
What?
He like grabbed something off of the other guy and threw it out of the ring. It was like, it looked like he took his glove off, but it wasn't his glove. That was weird. I don't know what that was. I think Zellhuber's going to win this one.
Why is the sky blue?
Look how
Not gonna lie,
lanky.
I've never heard the name Zellhuber before.
I think it's Daniel Zellhuber. I've seen him fight before. He's lanky. Look how long his legs are. His legs are to the other dude's belly button.
Oh, Zellhuber's fighting?
Yeah.
He's pretty good. He lost the last fight I watched him in, but I liked him. I thought he was pretty good.
Yeah, I think he's got this one. It's
I
been
feel
a
like
slow fight so far.
Michael Johnson's fighting.
Michael Johnson, that's the most generic
Is that
black
his name?
guy name.
That's his name, right?
Probably.
Michael Johnson.
If he's black and his last name's Johnson, his name's probably Michael Johnson. Oh.
Johnson.
He said Johnson.
Yeah, there's a certain height where like you don't want to be that tall if you're not wide enough, because you just look like a Tim Burton character.
What?
Like a lot of NBA players have that. Like if you're not like ripped while being that tall, they look kind of like elder.
like Ben Diesel.
Rip
Like
roided
Ben
and
Diesel.
rare.
Ripped, roided, and rare, is that what you said?
Yeah.
No. I just said unless they're ripped.
Oh, Vin Diesel, he's got like this like little baby face, little tiny head, and this.
Baby face,
Oh,
I don't think Vin
tiny
Diesel's as
head.
tall as I'm saying, but yeah, if you were built like that, it wouldn't be like being that tall wouldn't
His
suck.
head
But a
just
lot of the
doesn't.
people that are like
His
7 feet
head just doesn't
tall,
fit his
they got
body.
like
Okay.
really long Adam's apples and shit, bro. It just looks like really awkward.
Oh, like those trans?
Is this the new
No,
debate
dude,
con?
imagine trying to like hit doggy on a girl while you're like lanky like that and like over 7 feet tall. I'm
Is this the
imagining
new
these people are
debate
like,
con advertisement? Is this August 3rd in Ohio? Seek and
Oh,
share. Oh no, it's the Seek and Share Truth Conference.
like I feel like it's too tall. Like it gets to a point where you're just like it wouldn't be
did you
enjoyable.
just see Zellhuber smile at him when he hit him
Oh,
with that three-piece
Speakeasy's
body
watching.
shot?
I see Speakeasy in the modern day debate chat.
So there's a 7.3.5, 7.7 reach difference
How
of
tall are
6.
you, JS?
What?
6 foot even.
Is he?
Would you
Daniel?
wanna be any taller, or would you be fine just?
I'm fine with where I'm at. I wouldn't mind being like 2 inches taller.
Would it be like a limit past that point? Like where would your limit be where you'd be like, fuck no, I don't want to be taller than that?
I wouldn't want to be over 6'3".
Word. So then you get what I'm saying. Then.
Like 6 is
Super
good, but
Saiyan.
there's still some guys. There's still too
Yeah,
many
but
guys that are taller than me. But I feel like if
Batista
I was
and like
6'3", the only guys that would be taller than me would be like weirdos.
yeah, there's like outliers. Like let's like Batista from the WWE. He was supposed to be the strongest WWE guy. I mean, not strongest, tallest at that time. He was like 6'7". He can be like 2-3 inches than a tall
What do you
guy.
mean? The Big
He was
Show,
normal.
the Great Khali, they were like 7 foot. Wasn't Bigfoot like 7'7" or Big Show?
Are we talking
Might
like
have not even been
NBA?
Batista. I forgot what that guy's name is, but he looked like he used to do shit with Rey Mysterio because their whole thing was Rey Mysterio was one of the shortest guys and he was one of the tallest.
Great Khali was the tallest. He was
I
like
thought Kane and
he was like
Undertaker
That
were.
might have been
7'11".
who I'm thinking about then.
No,
But
the Great Khali was taller than Kane and Undertaker.
Yeah.
He was in the movie The Longest Yard. He was the big ass dude in The Longest Yard. And he like didn't speak English. He was kind of retarded. The Great Khali. He would just go, "Hey, he didn't say anything."
I still say Daniel should have the fight, but if it goes to the ground.
Andrew's position ends in blind obedience.
what?
Standing up reach makes a big difference, but scratch my paint.
I don't know why there's no audio coming out of my laptop.
No audio?
Oh, he's probably listening to
Yeah,
the
for the
fight.
fights. I have it on the phone though.
I'm about to go check the thread and find a better place that doesn't suck. Let's see. Huh?
Uh-oh. 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 Yeah, but he's not doing anything with it. He got a knockdown, but... Yep, he didn't do anything. Back to his feet. So Huber's back
Please.
to his feet. He got knocked down. Lucky shot. It ain't over yet. Oh, okay, maybe it is.
There we go.
This could be over before the end of this round. Oh, nice knee. Is back fisting legal?
Back fist? Spinning back fist?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it is. Of course it is.
I think it's just depending on where you hit.
Because he just missed
Yeah,
him and
when
then he
you
went.
actually do that.
Zellhuber's not getting scared. He got knocked down, but he's still going at him. What if God was one of us? Whoa, this person's so degenerate. They said just a PDF file on a bus. What a degenerate.
Then get him.
I don't need a fucking charger. Stop.
Up to the state.
Yeah,
Massive
oh, no, you
that's
don't.
up to the state, not to the church. Who gets locked up, Mark? Yeah, you heard what I just said. It's up to the state to lock people up, not the church. Agree or
It's
disagree?
just a coincidence that they never press charges against these Orthodox
Oh, no,
priests.
no,
Oh, wait, you're saying that the Orthodox Church runs the states that they're in?
No, I'm saying that they have an undue amount of influence over the state.
Right, so powerful people who are engaged in PDF file activity try to cover up their track. That's crazy, Mark. It's almost like that's exactly what I've been saying over and over and over.
Well, do you support releasing the Epstein files?
Yes.
Yeah, I do too. That's another point of agreement. Whoever is involved in that, it should be
agree.
revealed,
Sorry.
prosecuted, shut down. Absolutely.
This one. Here we go. This next one from Hall Long Nate says, under secular humanism, is there anything that is universally unacceptable besides religion, Mark?
Is there any? I don't think religion is universally
Yeah,
unacceptable. I don't. Where'd you get that
noticing
from?
the Latino. Stop.
See, that's why I don't support the Epstein files coming out. When Mark Reed and Andrew Wilson both agreed that they should be released, something tells me they should not be released.
Oh, is that where I'm hearing that?
When
It's
the,
like,
when the left and the right are in agreement on something, that's the wide road that leads to destruction.
Wait, what happened?
Is that what I mean?
They just asked Andrew, and they agree that the Epstein files should be released, both of them.
Who?
Andrew
Oh,
Wilson
Andrew debated.
and Mark Reed, yeah.
What happened?
It's always a bald British dude. It's always some atheist bald British dude.
They agree that the Epstein files should be released.
That they should be?
Yeah. Are you listening? You're not like listening to the Discord audio, you're listening to YouTube audio?
Me?
Yeah.
That was me. Feedback.
Oh.
That was mine. Sorry.
Because I heard.
Yeah, I'm just talking. Really, I haven't been listening to your stream audio, but I have it running.
Oh, I just heard it playing in the background, and then you answered.
You're the one who didn't hit the like button.
Oh yeah, I do need to hit the like button.
Round 3. 4 minutes left in round 3. Damn it. Wait.
Yeah, we need to send Josh a care package. Take care, Echo. I have it all locked.
What?
Yeah.
Wait.
Damn it. Come on, streams, they keep glitching out. Come on, Zellhuber. You need a head kick. Just kick him in the head, dude. There you go.
Okay.
Toe, just tickle his chin. What?
In the head.
He wasn't talking to you, fucker.
Kick her in the head, Marshall.
Okay. Got him. Got him.
Got him. Got her.
Yeah, this guy thinks that Josh got a swift kick to the head.
This person said Jesus is the Father in their chat on Modern Day Debate. See, this is crazy. Parker Debates, is that the Parker?
He didn't show you Echo in a bit.
Why does that sound familiar? Parker Debates?
That's Parker from Dean and Parker, but I don't think his channel name is Parker Debates. There's somebody in the Modern Day Debate chat named Parker Debates.
Dude, I can't remember what Dean looks like at all.
Gay.
Yeah, bro. Listen, yeah, so I've been wondering about that. I've been seeing that Parker Debates guy, but Parker Debates is a different channel than actual Parker.
Right. That's yeah.
His
I think
channel
so
is
too.
like, it's like Parker something.
Yeah.
Like if you type
Wait,
in
is
Parker
Dean
Debates,
the one from the anxiety?
Parker gives
Yeah,
you
the
the
anxiety pen.
Clip? The
Yeah.
anxiety pen. Okay, yeah, okay. He's the doxing one too, right?
Yeah, he's the one that wanted to dox the guy to CPS.
I knew it was one of them, but because their names are tied together, it's hard for me to distinguish them from each other.
And Parker is probably super excited if Dean gets canceled. He's next on deck.
Yep.
They'll eat
Unless
each
he
other.
grifts over to the right side.
Yeah, because anytime I've even seen any clips of this Dean kid, I've never seen him with this Parker guy.
They do.
I don't. Maybe that is what he does most of the time, but I've never seen him with him.
Yeah, usually Parker's like the secondary character, like chair 2, producer, moderator type guy. But and I think Parker's maybe researching stuff and sending it to Dean while Dean's debating. And that's why Andrew kind of debated him once, and they told him to put on a blindfold, so he was debating with a blindfold.
Dude, I will say I'm not sure if I'm a fan of the like grifting tactics they employ now.
Who?
He's over here calling his chat a bunch of losers and telling them to give him money.
Who, Andrew?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then they give him money.
He's always done that.
Part about Andrew.
And
I guess I just didn't realize how often he did it.
Well, like I'm kind of an asshole to my chat sometimes, and people are like,
Gonna eat it.
well, that's not how you get subscribers, by being an asshole to your chat. And I'm like, no, most of the big channels, they usually are assholes to the chat, or they just cut out the chat completely. Like once you get to a certain size, you can't read
Yeah,
chat
no
anymore.
shit, dude. It's the internet. Everybody's an asshole.
Yeah.
Careful.
Just dude, imagine the delinquency it takes to comment negatively on someone's comment or content. That's insane.
Yeah. You came and you watched a video you didn't like, and then you took the time just to say how much you didn't like
Right.
it. Like,
That's insane.
go find something
That's
you
crazy.
like. What the hell?
It's the same person who didn't like the meal they went out to eat and post it on Yelp. Like, oh my gosh, just don't come back, retard. Although JS does catch me trolling a lot in the MMA online chats.
Yeah. It's so funny
But I'm
when
not
I
being
go
negative.
to a video and there's
What's
like
that?
4,000 people watching the stream, and I go in there and I see Daddy Jub in the comment section, and he's just like talking shit to everybody in the chat.
I love that, dude. Because the second someone takes me seriously, I got them.
All right, who won? Whose hand's getting raised? It was a close
It
fight.
better be Michael Johnson.
I think Michael
or I'm
Johnson.
whiting.
Michael.
Well, he had a knockdown.
Oh, it had to be.
Look, they're both like, no, I got it. No, I got it. No, I got it.
Well, Zoe Huber's retarded. You were moving backwards the entire time and got dropped.
No, even after he got dropped,
Against-
he was still moving towards him.
Michael Johnson was a 7-1 underdog.
Really?
Just punked that boy out, dude. I'm glad when these legends show these young kids what's up. Because Michael Johnson doesn't get near enough respect. He is a legend.
Well, he had reach, so that's the only reason.
Name a legendary guy in Michael Johnson's weight class he didn't fight. I'll wait, dude.
I don't know. I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
Khabib fought him. Gaethje fought him. Poirier fought him, knocked him out. Michael Johnson. Michael motherfucker Johnson.
What's Michael Johnson's weight class? That'd be it.
Hi. Nice job.
What are they talking about now? They're doing questions from the audience.
Honest about your own beliefs.
Yeah,
You're
can men
absolutely
be women? Can men be women?
prevaricating,
Q-ball?
dishonest.
Can
correct.
men be women?
Okay, we're gonna jump to the next one. Funny Farm says, I'd ask Mark a question, but he just mischaracterize and falsely equivocate in the name of philosophizing. Mark, I'll give you a chance to respond to that.
I love when James asks questions from
sorry,
the
I
audience
missed
and
it.
he does these
Sorry about
faces.
that. You're-
He's like, Mark says, blah, 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 blah. He does a face like that. All right, Battleborn. Now we're moving on to the main card, right? That was the no, wait, no, we're already on the main card. That was the first fight on the main card. Oh my god, with the stupid heart thing. Stop doing the stupid heart thing. That guy on VK was doing the heart last night. I was like, what the that's so gay.
Wait, what?
Somebody who was that? And if you're in my chat, sorry, but come on, don't be throwing up gang signs. Don't be doing the damn heart. There's a video of a little girl and she's throwing like the half heart fingers, and it's basically a pitchfork thrown down. And this guy's like, whoa, why is that little girl throwing up gang signs? She's gonna get shot in the hood, but it's like half of a heart.
Oh, Jesus.
Because it's like this. And you put it together and you get a heart. But basically, you're throwing a pitchfork down, which is a That's a gang. That's don't do that in Chicago, little girl. You're gonna get
Yeah, we used to
popped.
do that all the time, where we used to drop the rakes, and then we'd be like, "We EBK, motherfucker, we EBK." And then we would
What?
have dudes from Chicago messaging us, and they were like, "You can't rep that low, bro." And then we would be like, "What are you gonna do? Drive down here in your car?" And then we would. We were wild in high school. Me and my friends used to like troll Chicago drill rappers on their Instagram. It was like,
It's all fun and games until someone gets shot in the face. It's like Christmas tree tag.
Christmas tree tag?
All fun and games until someone takes.
What
their
is
tree to the
Christmas
face.
tree tag? You said Christmas tree keg earlier. Now you're saying Christmas tree tag.
Tag. I meant tag. I said tag. I thought
Christmas
I
tree
said tag.
tag. What is that?
It's like hide and go seek tag with. You do that again.
That doesn't make
we used to, dude. Also, we would message the Chicago drill rappers that were trying to do like money doubling schemes, and we would act like we were like mad down, and then waste a bunch of their time.
Yeah.
Just is it like it's in the words, Jess?
God, there's so many degenerate atheists in modern day debates chat.
I bet you they never played Christmas tree tag.
I'd never played Christmas tree tag.
Atheists.
Yeah.
Who's talking about who?
Just I'm looking at the modern day debate chat while they're debating. I'm not listening to it. I'm just watching it.
Nearly 200 years of medieval.
Oh, I didn't even know you were looking at modern day debate. I thought you were just watching
even
the
watching
UFC fight. That's why I was like,
I was watching it a little bit too.
I'm just it's playing on my screen and I'm just looking at the chat. I can't hear what they're saying.
They were arguing about whether or not Andrew was using ad homs. That's what they were arguing about on the debate, at least.
So it just turned into a meta debate.
You know, Mark Reed's just fucking getting butthurt.
That's Andrew's very good at just pissing people off.
That's the point. Like, if people don't realize that, it's such simple bait. He just baits them. They take it every time, dude. And they're like, "Oh, he's such a bad debater." I'm like, "No, you guys are just stupid. You like literally don't know nothing about his debate tactics."
A really good debater.
He sets you up, you take the bait, you get butt hurt, and then it leaves him available to then make fun of you and also destroy
When was
your
the last
argument.
time he was even on modern day debate?
Right now.
Before
really?
this, like a couple months. I mean, he's been on modern day debate a lot lately.
Yeah.
Ever since they had a falling out, and then they kind of rebuilt the bridge, and then
I know he's versus Mark Reed or whatever that Mark guy, but I didn't know that was a modern day debate thing.
Crucible went to DebateCon, and then basically Crucible kind of took over Modern Day Debate's channel for a couple months.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
it was like every debate was Rachel or Jim Bob or Andrew. Jay Dyer says he won't go on Modern Day Debate, but I think he has before.
Why?
He
It
doesn't.
seems like a good platform.
He doesn't like the mods in the chat. There's like a Transformer mod. Like it's.
Oh.
I think I don't know. I don't
Jay
know
Dyer
why.
won't because they're too stupid for him to even waste his
Like
time.
that
is
one
what he
moderator,
said.
that trans moderator they have is, oh my god, it's I can't watch it. It's like, well,
Unbearable.
hey, guy, yeah, it's
you know what's the real fight? What's the real money fight?
Insufferable. Would be the word.
The real money fight.
That's a good word. Yep.
Not the UFC Venom jacket.
Look at that girl in the crowd.
What are you guys talking about? Mel would be a fire moderator.
Look at Scratch, guys.
I already know what he's gonna say. He's gonna mock like, what kind of loser would fucking buy the fight kit and actually wear it unironically? That's not what I'm doing.
My dad used to unironically wear a ref uniform during NFL games when the Cowboys played. He had flags.
What are you doing,
and
Echo?
everything.
Well, your dad sounds fucking gay, dude. My dad was cool as fuck, so I don't do shit like that. That wasn't called for. I'm kidding.
Oh, yeah. You're probably not wrong, to be honest.
Well,
Cowboys
you don't want your
was
dad to
pretty
be
good.
too cool, because then you get into that Rampage Jackson type stuff.
Yeah. Then you're best friends with your
Rampage
parents.
What's wrong with that?
Parents, what's wrong with that?
Dude, if your dad's too cool, now you're in a cool competition
You're not
with your
supposed
dad.
to
I
be
know one of these
friends with
guys.
your kid.
Yeah, my buddy has a cool, or not my buddy actually. He's a guy who like kind of wants to be my buddy, and people I know are buddies with him, but I always never liked him. And his dad will like hang out at the bar with him and like the group of people that are half his age. You fucking weirdo.
That's so fucking weird.
It's so weird.
That
bro.
is pretty
And
weird.
he thinks his dad's cool. He's like jacked and good looking. It's like, yeah, you're hanging out with 22-year-olds, bro. Go watch sports
Yeah, and
and grab
he's-
your balls like a 40-year-old should be.
He's probably trying to use you to get to girls your age, which, you know, I don't have a big problem with that.
I do.
Yeah.
I have a huge problem with that.
You
That's
have a problem
creepy
with
as fuck.
age gapping?
That's a weird.
What
Yeah,
do you mean?
absolutely.
If I wanna start a family, I need a girl who's like 21, not 33.
That wants to
Yeah,
sleep
that's
with
creepy.
your dad.
That's a
not you.
weird-
That's
that's
not
weird.
creepy.
Yeah, it's creepy when she wants
No,
to
it's
sleep with your
100%
dad, not
creepy
you.
This
to
is
look at
crazy.
the world to bend it to your will.
No.
Like, I need a family,
No,
so
you-
I will use this 21-year-old person as a breeder. That's fucking weird,
You've
dude.
fallen into
How about
this
just find someone you
modern-
love and be in a relationship, or don't?
You've fallen into this modern beta male idea that age gaps are weird when they're totally normal throughout all of history.
No, you're right. Primitive ideas are sick. Where you force a 9-year-old to marry a 6-year-old in exchange, or a 60-year-old in
Nobody's
exchange for
talking about
goats.
9-year-olds
You're right.
and 6-year-olds.
We were not talking about fucking underage
No, well,
people.
no,
We're
you're
talking
saying
about
my
consenting
modern
adults,
ideas
my
are
guy.
dumb. I'm hitting
Holy
you back
fuck,
with.
move
I'm
the
talking
goalposts
What
on
is
that
your
one.
counterpoint that primitive
And straw
ideas are
man all at
better?
the same time.
I'm saying that men are in the prime of their life and the most successful when they're like 30, 35, and women are in the prime
So
of
they
their
should go
life when
after
they're
the
like 20,
18-year-olds because
25.
they're fertile.
Yes, if I want to start a family, I can't do.
Listen,
What do you look? I'm
I-
37.
That's what we're talking
No,
about.
no,
Your
no, you
parents.
listen. If I'm
talking
37
about
and
your
I want to
parents.
start a family, when I'm finally stable and ready to start a family, and I'm 35, 36,
You're the
what
only
am I
one
gonna
that's been
do?
dark arts with
I'm gonna
some
find
weird
a
age
33-year-old
things going
woman
on.
who's had her freaking ovaries blown out for her whole life.
I know that you have some questionable ideas about age and fornication, dude. That's been established on the show.
No, I don't have questionable.
When you say the story where you're like 22 and the girl's 18, that's creepy. I hate to break it to you. That's very weird.
22 and 18 is creepy.
Yeah, if a girl is still high school age and you're young college age, that's creepy.
That is not
Because
creepy.
there's no way that a high school and a college student should be relatable.
That's
if you
crazy.
can drive and drink
It's also
alcohol,
red flags if you're like supporting your dad for getting with like a fucking 20-year-old.
What did you just say? Did you just
Back
drop
to the
a?
main point.
Did you just drop a F-bomb?
Supporting your dad with a 22-year-old, or it doesn't.
Supporting your dad with a? What are you talking? All I'm saying is, if
Oh.
I don't want a 35-year-old woman who's had her ovaries blown out. I'd rather have a 25-year-old woman who's young and healthy and ready to have a family.
Agree.
I love this idea of what people want. It's like, okay, you don't get what you want. Most people don't. You get what you can get for the most part. So
All
that's what
throughout
I'll
time,
take.
men
I'll
have
take a
got-
lady who's willing.
All throughout
Don't you see
time,
red
all
flag
throughout
if your
history, men
father
have
was
got with
getting
girls
with
who were younger than them. Like it's common.
Oh, go pull a 25-year-old.
And
dude. I'll be
today-
very impressed to see it.
Well, if I do, you're gonna be like, "That's weird," and I'll be like, "You're crazy."
Absolutely, but I, you know, the
She's
way
just with you to fuck
you
you
talk like
over.
you're some like, you know, what are you fighting the ladies off, dude? It's hard to pull one.
I could if I
Gotta trick
wanted to.
Jess is smart. He
That's
knows
cool.
that they don't need to be speaking English.
I could get a dang lady. Hey, you know, on the Facebook,
fuck?
on the Facebook dating
Yeah,
app,
they gotta be able to cook and barely speak English, right?
Marco just comes out of nowhere with the craziest shit.
I know. On the Facebook dating app, there was this woman, and she's like, here's my list of what I need in a guy. He needs to be tall enough to reach the thing. He needs to be not have hands softer than mine. Values and blah, 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 blah. And then at the very end, it's like, and no Trumpsters. And so we matched, and I messaged her, and I was like, I meet all of your criteria, but it would never work because I'm a Trumpster. Good luck finding a leftist without soft hands, like a beta male. Like, what you want is basically a Trump supporter, but then you say no Trumpers.
No, there's a lot of pretty apolitical guys that check all those boxes.
That's what she said. She's like, well, it's not about left or right. I just don't. She said
it's not.
She said
anybody in their right mind.
my dad's way.
No, but she
the
said
people
if you
that are
support
well-adjusted
Trump,
are
then
in the
you
middle,
can't have
dude.
morals. You don't have
well-adjusted
morals.
people are in the middle.
You don't
my
have
old man
morals if
has
you
been
support Trump.
brainwashed by CNN.
Oh my God, Marshall.
And
I was a habitual fence sitter for most of my life, and then I stepped over to the right side.
I know, and
You
then
what I mean?
now you're so radical, you have a derogatory term for people who aren't on one side or the other. That's crazy. You fell right into their device.
When did I say that? When did I ever use a
really
derogatory term?
He's
What I
talking
always
about
said was I moved to the right side.
He's talking about fence sitter.
Yeah, that's derogatory.
I mean,
it's not derogatory.
For myself.
You wouldn't be mad at that if you're a guy that's in the middle and they're like, "Oh, you're a chronic fence sitter."
Yeah, I
like,
no, I
I'm just the
wouldn't,
guy who
because
thinks
sometimes
for
you have to make a
myself.
fucking decision in life, and it requires sacrifice. You can't
Yeah,
fucking
and
sit
sometimes
in the middle and go, "Oh, I don't fucking know. I just kind of want people to do whatever they want to make them happy." It's like, bro, you can't just do that, because sometimes that shit starts to affect your life. You have to make a decision and step forward and do something. You can't just sit back and fucking let the world roll around while you just sit there.
A decision.
He'll figure out this age
country
gap thing
policy
when he
to
gets
a decision.
When he hits 35, he'll figure out.
When did
this
I ever
age gap
fucking
thing.
talk about policies in our country? Like, this is what I'm talking. What when did I mention a policy? I'm talking about my individual life. When did I talk about country policy? Tell me. Quote me right now. Go.
Because we're talking about fence sitting and left and right, and you're saying if you let things go because it makes people happy, it's going to affect your life. You're not talking about policies and politics there? What are you talking about? If people like chocolate or vanilla ice cream, you fucking retard.
Okay, now I'm a retard.
Am I wrong?
No.
What were we? What
Okay,
you were talking about? Ice cream flavors?
because I decide to align myself with an ideology that's on the right more. That doesn't necessarily
have anything to do with policy.
Okay, but when did I mention directly a policy?
No, but you reduced it to
you can't. So you call me a fucking retard, but you can't tell me when I was talking directly about a policy. Right. But I'm a retard.
You are, because you clearly aren't following what I'm saying one iota.
Okay.
I thought he left. My bad. I thought you just dipped out.
Yeah, no, I didn't fucking leave.
Okay, I know, dude. You're strong and brave. You can fucking withstand an internet argument.
Christ,
Come on, Dan. Dan's
He muted himself, dude. What the hell?
Dan's getting pit.
I didn't fucking mute myself. Oh my fucking god, bro.
You didn't? You just did again. See, he is retarded. He muted himself a second ago and said, "I didn't fucking mute myself."
Okay, bro.
Wait, am I not crushing you with every point?
Bro.
Yeah, you've been defeated, dude. Thank you. I'm the champ.
Yeah, okay.
That's a tight guillotine.
I mean, you could rebuke me
He's
if
about
you
to
think
tap.
you are better with words.
Don't punch
Brother,
him in
I
the
already
balls.
did, and you
He's
never
punching
fucking
him in the
mentioned a
balls.
single time I mentioned a fucking policy, period, and then you start
The
calling me a
beauty of
retard.
this, dude, is it's broadcasted, dude. And I already know what chat's saying. I'm not even looking at it. I know what side they're on.
Chat.
Oh my god, bro.
Chat don't even know what side they're on.
It's fine.
You know, this
You
did
know
start,
you won, dude.
did
In your
start
heart of
with
hearts, you won.
father.
Chat said
You're
when
being
Jub
the
gets
father.
pubes, maybe his opinion on the age gap will change. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's still young.
Here, I'm not denying it, dude. The hottest chicks on earth are like 16, 17.
See, now that's
you just can't go there.
That's you saying. I'm not saying 16 and 17. I'm saying 20.
I am. I'm saying those are the hottest chicks on the planet.
I'm
but I
saying
wouldn't touch
21, 22, 23. If I'm 37 and I pull a 25-year-old, that's awesome.
Yeah, but say what you mean, dude. 25, they've already been through like bad experiences and shit. You got to get that fresh off the lot. 16.
No, I do not say.
That thing's gonna be worth.
You gotta check your Carfax
not what
first
I
off.
mean.
Yeah,
That
you
is
you
not
need
what I
that thing
mean.
to drop like 10K in value
I
when you
wouldn't
drive a
even-
quarter mile off.
I wouldn't even want a
Yeah,
19-year-old.
no, right when you drive it off the lot.
I wouldn't even want a 19-year-old, but I'm thinking if I'm 37 and she's like 22, you know, I'm with it.
What are you gonna do? Be like, okay, well, I guess you can play on your tablet for a little bit.
No, she's gonna make babies. What are you talking about?
I was talking about your after conversation.
An after conversation? I'm sleeping. Do you think I'm trying to cuddle? I ain't trying to cuddle. Just trying to wham bam.
Or have a conversation.
Trying to wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. Make a baby. We got business to do.
It did start with your parent being or father being your best friend, though.
No, I said your parents
That's just
shouldn't be your
whack,
best
dude.
friends.
Yeah, they shouldn't.
You're just mad because you're like 28 and you should be getting the
Also,
20,
though, to be
23,
clear,
24-year-olds,
a
but they
parent
want the
best friend isn't the
35-year-olds.
worst.
Probably true.
What'd you say?
Scratch my paint?
Come on, Dan. Get on voice. Let's have a battle of witty retorts.
I mean, all I would add is my father
I just like
is
my
my hero.
chances, dude. If it's a competition, who can we get? One guy has to get the other people to laugh at the other guy. I think I'm gonna win that. I think on voice I can make Matthew look foolish, dude.
Matthew?
Matthew?
Matthew. Oh. Oh, Matthew.
I got this inflated ego inside me, dude.
Must be hereditable.
I gotta fucking stab it with a damn needle.
Oh no.
It's no good.
What do you think song he's gonna come
Yeah.
out to? I bet you it's Drop the World.
Yeah,
You know
no,
what
I
would be
think that's
good?
already been stated. That's the first song we ever walked out to, so it'd be like poetic.
Really? He wasn't fighting before that song was out?
No, which I was kind of shocked. He might mean like his first professional fight, you know, or maybe it's like his first UFC fight. I'm not sure. But I was thinking what you were. It does seem the timeline doesn't seem to add up.
Do you think Wayne's gonna be rapping it?
I mean, he's walking out with him, so I think he'll be at least lip syncing it. I would assume. I hope he's not just rap. I hope he's fully performing, like shirt off, sweaty Wayne. You know,
Dude,
jumping
MMA Guru called him Little Breezy. MMA Guru doesn't know nothing about rap. He's like, it's dumb that Lil Wayne's gonna be putting the belt on the winner. Little Breezy.
Yeah, don't expect British people to know what cool shit is.
That's true.
They take our cool shit, make it worse, and then they're like, "We're better than you all, though, bruv."
But they were too dumb. I like them dumb. Matthew? When you get a smart woman, it's just arguing because they argue regardless. But I don't
Smart woman.
I don't want a girl that I actually like have to constantly debate with.
Nah, yeah, you don't want one that's like thinks for themselves for
Yeah,
sure.
I want a dumb
That's
one.
the whole problem with women is
I
that
already
like,
made that joke about speaking English.
Yeah.
they have their own wills, which is like, come on, man.
Preferably
You
like
can't just let your boy call the shots.
a mute, a dumb mute, you know?
Right.
Well, Jeff,
And
I made that joke as long they don't have to speak English as long as they can cook and
I
clean.
wouldn't mind like
That was
wheelchair
the
bound,
joke
but
I
still
made.
upper body work so she could cook for me and kind of move around. But then if she gets lippy, you just put her in a closet facing the wall, and it's like you stuck. And you think about what you
Damn.
said. That's my ideal love scenario.
I just don't see how you guys think it's detrimental for your father figure to be your best friend.
Because
you need to have a disciplinarian on some level.
Yeah.
I
Well,
often
yeah,
think
that
my
can be a
dad
part of that too.
was too friendly to me. Like I think there's a few times where
Yeah.
like more of an ass whooping should have occurred.
Every time the
Not that I'm
parents are
like an
best friends with the
incredibly flawed
kids, that
person,
kid
but
ends up in prison.
Oh, okay. And you're best friends with your father?
No.
I wouldn't say not to the extent I've seen it, but he was, he was a pretty friendly guy. Like he was cool. I got along with him, fucking kicked it and shit, talk shit.
Yeah, but you weren't best
I got
friends.
more ass whoopings.
Yeah, I'm respectful to people and stuff like that. I'm saying I'm not a nightmare child,
Have you
but I
ever been
think even
picked
I
up by
could
your
use more of that.
throat and smacked in your face or punched in your nose?
No, I've been thrown. One time he like threw me though, and that shit was so alarming to see what like grown man strength could do at will. Just literally launched me like 10 feet.
I tried to fight him once and I threw like 2 punches and he just moved out of the way and then he bear hugged me and I couldn't do anything.
I saw, dude, the hitch with 4-wheelers wouldn't lift up. There's 4 4-wheelers on this giant trailer and it wouldn't like crank
Said
up. And I
your
saw his
dad did
fucker
that?
lift it. He
Yeah.
lifted the hitch of the trailer and like put it on the thing. I was like, holy shit, this guy's a unit. I've never seen him exercise since I've been
So you still had
conceived.
respect. You still have respect for the man.
He used to go to the gym
Yeah,
all the
definitely.
time.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But he was always, fat guy.
Yeah, he always had a belly, but he was strong.
Yeah, no, he had power fat. You could tell the difference between a flimsy fat and a power fat. But until you see that power, it doesn't occur to you.
Yeah, you don't have that respect.
I mean, when you're a little kid, you think you just squeeze someone hard enough, you're like, I will kill them.
I mean, they're probably in this world, they can take you out, so sad.
Jub is funny because fat kids got to evolve the funny. Yeah, he was the fat kid, so he had to be funny.
Right, I had to develop a sense of humor, dude.
Yep.
Wait, Scratch My Paint sounds skinnier than you, Jazz.
He is now.
I am now. I used to be. For all my formative years, I was the fat kid.
Ah.
Not all.
You
not
used to
until like
not be.
Now he's like a twig.
till I was like 13, 14.
Okay, so okay. What is this?
Yeah, now I'm like a bag of bones.
Bag of bones.
Max is getting
So,
gloved up.
What's his name? Dan Ige got dropped in that second round. Who do y'all think won the first? I wasn't paying as much attention as I should have.
Pitbull. I think he's winning.
Okay, so that would mean Ige needs a finish.
Yeah, Pitbull's winning this fight. Uh-oh.
Oh, shit. What a fight this is, bro. This shit's back and forth. Do you see that knee yet?
Yeah, but I didn't even really catch
Someone's bleeding like crazy. Dan Ige's got blood all over his back.
He came in for a takedown and he got kneed, but...
Like, shit, dude. Did you hear it? It's like... Slapped
Here's the replay.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. From that side, it's way better.
He caught more thigh to the face. Like, if that would have been straight knee, that could have been the finish, but he caught some thigh in there.
If you're bleeding enough, probably over.
It's from his nose, I think, is bleeding. So you can still see at least, but you might have some breathing problems. He's probably swallowing a lot of that blood.
Who's next? Main card. Kevin Holland and Dan Rodriguez is next. We got 3 good fights coming up. Dude, Paul Costa was so twacked out at the conference, like super geeked.
What?
Ooh, nut kick. Kick to the nuts. Come on, Dan.
Dan Igue's a dog, bro. He's kind of like Kevin Holland. He fights so often. Yeah, Dan Igue's hitting him now. Oh. Oh. I don't, bro. How they get kneed in the body and keep going is insane to me. Oh. Stop it. Dan Igue's tough to take down.
My niece is playing a
Oh, I'm
show
so
at the
nervous,
Hard Rock in
man.
Daytona. About what?
I mean, this is a big deal for me, man. What the fuck?
About Poirier losing?
No, just This is the last time I'm gonna have these jitters like Poirier's about to fight, bro. My boy putting it on the line, and it's gonna be violent. He's gonna get hurt. He gets hurt every time, but is he gonna fucking weather the storm and put a motherfucker down, dude? That's the question. But I'll never get to ask these questions again. You know, it's just tough.
About who?
I will
I was
say
on
though,
a
I'm
run.
very
He's come off.
happy because at least he's not gonna be like a Tony Ferguson path.
Where he just
Oh,
starts.
Dustin?
Yeah, at least like if
Where he
he
just starts
wins or loses,
losing.
it's like one loss into retirement. He's not getting, aging out.
Yeah. Well, that's what he said. He said he didn't want to let the sport eat him up. He wanted to leave UFC and not UFC leave him.
Yeah, because he could probably go longer, but he's probably going to be batting closer to 50-50 the longer he's going.
Right. And luckily, he got a nice chunk of cash for the Connor fights. And he parlayed that to the hot sauce business, so he's crushing it. And he's having a son, so I know he's fired up about that. I mean, he's surrounded by all these ladies, about to have a little boy on the way, dude. Come on now.
I'll
Teach him how
always
to
be
throw a
my
left
boy's
hook.
best friend, even if I gotta whoop him. That's so gay, Matthew. You're not your son's best friend. Stop it.
Yeah, because you tell your best friend everything. You don't want your son to keep secrets from you?
You're his dad.
Yeah. My old man, respected hero. Fucking, he even gets the Mother's Day cards because mother was never really in my life.
You give
Never.
your
was
dad
one for-
Mother's Day cards?
Sometimes, yeah, just as a joke.
That's
Not so
pretty
much
sweet.
since my mother is in my life a little bit more, but No, so many
It's
good
okay. I
trust
had a
within
traumatic
each.
upbringing too, Marshall. I get your humor.
I think
Yeah, there's a
everybody
little
on
humor.
the planet
There's
did.
a little humor there, but there is truth. I would almost love to. That's one thing I probably could debate, that your father can be your best friend and your father, and you can
Yeah,
respect them.
he can.
Not just from personal experience.
I didn't think that my dad could be my mother.
I'm not
but
saying he
I
can.
understood
I'm
No,
the
saying
yeah.
he
premise of it.
shouldn't.
Okay, yeah, there's that part. Thank you for that fucking statement.
I just call my dad gay a lot and like accuse him of sucking men,
You gotta
touching their
have
butts and
kids.
stuff.
No, I don't.
Your dad never kicked your
I
ass.
don't gotta have kids to know that parents shouldn't be their kid's best friend. I don't have to have
I mean, he
kids
never
to
whooped
know
my
that.
ass like where there's visible damage, but he made the point clear that like, immense
I mean,
pain
one of
could
your
be
best
inflicted.
friends.
There was a healthy fear though.
That's an
If I
appeal to
fucked up and
authority.
my
That's
mom was
like
giving me guff, I'd be like, "Don't tell dad. Don't tell
That's
dad."
like saying you can't talk about abortion unless you have a womb. It's a weak appeal to authority.
Yeah.
I can say it's obvious you should not lock your kids in a closet and beat them within an inch of their life every day. And then you'd be like, well, that's what I do. You got to have kids to know. It's like, no.
Well, but it depends. It's like, what kind of kid do you want?
I have kids and I know that you shouldn't be best friends with your kid.
Right. Yeah. So see, Matthew,
Well, no, and that implies that like
I know
having a kid is some.
I know a lot of
Like,
people
it
who
teaches
have
you
kids
something.
and they 100% agree parents are not supposed to be their kid's best friend. There has to be
No, but in having a
My
kid
mother
isn't
didn't get out of jail until I was like 14, 15, so.
having a kid isn't always an enlightening experience. There's a lot of idiots that have kids and just proceed to be idiots.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it should be a profound thing that changes your whole perspective, but sometimes it ain't.
Drickus Duplessis fighting tonight?
No, that's next month, and I'm so excited. Him versus Chimaev is so interesting.
Yeah, that'll be a good one.
Because I think Chimaev kills everybody in the first round.
Oh.
But like Drickus Duplessis, I don't think can be killed. So it's an unstoppable
I hate
object
Chimaev,
versus whatever.
Dude. Dreykus better beat Chimaev. I can't stand
It's going to be
a
tough.
crazy fight.
Can't stand
He
these
just has to make it out of that
Dagestanian.
first
What's
round.
the reach? What's the reach
daggies,
difference?
dude.
I think Dreykus has got it. Fucking
The reach is probably dead
dual
even.
nostril Duplessis
Hey,
is
Goon,
unstoppable.
what's the
Dual
reach
national
difference?
Duplessis. Oh
I would
my
wager the
God.
reach is about even. Like it's probably
That's
within
so
an inch
funny,
or two.
dude.
Ever since he got that nose surgery, dude, he's
The
on the
implication
top
of
of the
doing
game.
what is right for them implies you are a friend. No, it doesn't. You can do right for somebody and not be friends with them. I could do right for my
Did you-
enemy. Not saying
Joe,
your
have
kid
you
is
heard
your
about
enemy,
the
but
Duplessis
that's
nose
not.
surgery?
Yeah, that was a big narrative early on in his
surgery
UFC
is
run.
a big tell.
Yeah, I don't think it's a narrative. I think he proved it to be true. He hasn't lost since the fucking surgery.
Well, but he didn't
No one
lose
could
up
punch him
until
in the
it.
nose.
That's
He
not
did. He never lost up until that point, and the thing was, he always looked so tired, but he still looks tired as fuck.
Kazmat's
Like,
best friend is the Kadirovs. They'll kill him if he doesn't win.
you could swear he's gassing out. You
Oh
look
my
at him, and he
God.
looks like he has no clue how to fight, technically speaking. But he wins, and he does it in devastating fashion. It's crazy.
Dude, even though the meme was dead, I've kept dual nostril
You can't
Duplessis
understand,
going
dude.
since
You don't love the
since
ones
it
you
happened.
leave on your sock. What does that even mean?
What?
What'd you say?
I don't know. It sounds like some gay feminist would
It's
say.
not like jerking. Yeah, it sounds like something from your quiz there.
I don't know
Sammy.
quite what this guy's saying, but it sounds like he's mogging the fuck out of Josh right now. Josh is
I'm just
getting
reading this
absolutely
random chat.
No, he's saying basically if you don't have kids, you're not allowed to talk about it. But we already have a guy that does have kids who said the same thing I'm saying. So that point is moot. And then he says, you don't love the ones you leave on your sock. Like what are you thinking about me jerking off? That's gay.
What the fuck? Also, yeah, you don't know what love is, so good luck
That's
with
like
that,
when
definition.
that's like when you're in a debate with somebody about abortion and they're like, you kill a bunch of kids every time you jerk off. It's like, what are you talking about? What?
Good one.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah. I'm glad most of those people leave it.
I
in
don't
their
do
sock
that.
and
The
That's
don't
single
gross.
cell life form that leaves my balls is not the same.
Yeah, conception's a little different, huh?
I also don't need kids to have common sense. Like, I hate that.
Alexa Grasso is so pretty.
She is.
Korean zombie.
Korean zombies out
insane.
there.
He's insane, bro.
He's at the store.
Listen, I'm telling you. I agree with you. I think Max Holloway is definitely dangerous tonight, but I think this is going to be an insanely good fight. Dustin Poirier is in the best shape I've seen him in a long time.
I hope so.
I think it's going to be a really good fight. Dude, Justin Gaethje looked like shit whenever they fought.
That's good.
He was not well. He got his nose broke like off rip.
Van. Who's doing?
Holland versus Rodriguez. Who you got, Jub? Holland's been getting beat every time, huh?
Oh, yeah.
He's become a jobber. He's become like the guy that just fights every month just to lose.
Who, Kevin Holland?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I don't know this other guy, but I imagine Kevin Holland's just going to lose the fight.
This other guy's on a come up. He's
Look at Goon pacing.
Daniel
Goon's a
Rodriguez.
pacer. Oh, now he's up.
And
It's
he's a
his turn.
he's a former gang
He's at 7-Eleven.
Like I was watching all this stuff. I forgot my old place.
Goon. Was that me and you talking about Pirate Software's game earlier?
Yeah.
They just his game leaked. The full game.
Fucking blame fucking. Blame the Eldon. Blame Eldon for buying one copy so they could leak more.
Who's Eldon?
Oh yeah, I forgot he bought that freaking Elder Line.
Elder Line, sorry, Eldon. Oh.
He bought that freaking game earlier. He bought the
Oh, is it Kevin Holland?
Champion
next?
of Breakfast. Is that what it was called?
Yeah, I'm not
One
gonna.
of the Pirate Software's games. Oh,
Kevin
man.
Holland.
Oh, it's Kevin Holland next, dude.
And Daniel. Wait.
That was
What?
random.
Daniel Rodriguez. This is going to be a pure stand-up fight.
What you sipping
Chat
on there,
is
brother?
Chat is undefeated against Gunnar. Chat is losing.
Yeah, Chat
Chair
is
always
about-
wins.
Chat always loses.
Chat is never victorious nor defeat.
Chat
You know what I
always
mean? 'Cause
loses around on this channel. Chat always loses.
I think Chat
I
is
know.
both.
Yesterday when you were sleeping, chat fucking got you good though.
Oh
Chat
yeah,
is
when
not
you mean
victory or
when I'm
defeat.
not
Chat
there?
is the battlefield.
When I'm not there, chat won. Yeah, okay.
Bro, I just said some profound shit, JS. I said Chat is nor victorious or what is it? What's the opposite of victorious? Defeated?
Sure.
Yeah, Chat is nor victorious or defeated, dude. It is the
Triumphant?
battlefield. Yeah, that would be better. No, because triumphant is the same as victorious.
Well, it's
But it
only
is a
when
good word.
chairs.
Oh yeah.
It's only when chairs say.
Chat is
Can I just say I love Kevin Holland because he's one of the only fighters on the planet who understands the business. It matters nothing whether he wins or loses. He just fights every 3 months. He stays on his feet and keeps coming forward with punches, so it's exciting to watch. And he's one of the highest paid guys without a championship. Take notes, UFC fighters.
Sean O'Malley gets
I'm gonna
the
let you
business
get
too.
by with it. I know you know I'm a Kevin Holloway shitter. I hate him, but he did prove himself in his last fight. So
No, that's the problem. He has nothing to prove.
yeah, he proved
He's not trying
that
to prove nothing.
he was on like
He's
a
trying to
near
get paid.
five. He was on like a near 5-fight loss streak. He
his
needed to
whole
prove something.
His whole upper left arm tat is a blackout. He definitely had some gang insignia in there.
Dude, the Angels tattoo on his face is a gang tattoo.
Yeah, I'm okay with him being
I
a
mean,
journeyman.
that'd be
Like,
a
you can't be
club.
a journeyman and not win any matches. Like, you have to win sometimes, at least.
Yeah, but Goon, you're only taking the negative side of the spiel. You also have to consider he's always exciting and he's active. You know what I'm saying? You're never gonna long for a Kevin Holland fight because there's one in 8 weeks. I guarantee it. You know,
There's always a Kevin. It seems like every card he's
and
on
it's
it.
exciting. It's not, you know, name a boring Kevin Holland fight. You kind of can.
That's what I'm saying. Now for me, he's getting the pass if he can keep this momentum going where he's like at least getting 50-50. Because like I get it, he's trying to do journeyman. So I'm like, if he can get like around 50-50 from now on. But like I thought, what pissed me off the most last time was the losing streak he was on, and then him jumping back in early to fight again. And I was like, dude, you're actually just trying to like get on the largest losing streak possible. I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, well, part of that losing streak was Hamzat Chimaev when he was supposed to fight, I think, Li Jingliang on like 8 days' notice. So, like, hey, you want to fight the scariest motherfucker out right now? He's like, yeah, dude, let's do it.
Dude, that fight was brutal too. That was
Dude, Hamzat was on Kevin Holland literally like a big cat, bro.
He
He got his
consumed
neck
him.
and
Like,
just followed his. Yeah.
Kevin looked like he was just like, God, please just don't let me get hurt too much during this.
No, and Hamzat was an animal, bro. I'm telling. Look, if you watch it again, just how he's tuned in on that neck and just latches on and holds it throughout every position. He's rolling around. Just it looks like some type of like leopard or some shit. It's crazy. It's so scary.
Matthew, you're not allowed to do UFC commentary because you've never been a UFC fighter.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but I would agree that Hamzat Chimaev made it look like Kevin Holland had never been a UFC fighter in that fight. It was fucking brutal.
JS is being facetious, but I actually agree. I can't stand these sports journalists who talk about the baddest dudes on the planet like with disdain and shit. It's like, come on, man.
No, I disagree. I think you can observe things and you can have common sense and you can commentate on things even if you've never done it. I can say murder's bad and I've never murdered
No,
anybody.
I think you can, but I don't think you should be like on the TV networks and like on the broadcast itself. Like you could run your YouTube channel, or whatever, but I'm just personally not. Like MMA Guru, I don't like that shit.
I mean,
Dude, they
JS would be a
keep
good
showing this
guru for
fine ass girl in the audience. Who is this?
I get what you're saying. His shit could not work in the mainstream, but one thing I do think they need to bring to the mainstream is like just because these people are badasses does not mean like people like John Jones should get infinite passes.
Who's this
But
lady in the
MMA
pink
Guru
that they keep
literally
showing?
made fun of Cheeto Vera's like
Booba.
special needs daughter.
Is that
who has,
Shakira?
like,
Exactly.
deformities.
Yeah, no, that's
He's the
what I was
lowest
saying. There's
rung of
no
human
way
being
that he
there
would,
is.
he would
That
belong
shit's not
on
cool.
mainstream media.
I'm all for
Wait.
making fun of the disabled as soon as they're an adult. Once a disabled person is an adult, then you can make fun of them if they're not mentally disabled.
Hey, who's the lady in the pink
You
they keep
make fun of
showing,
me.
Joey?
Who's what?
They keep showing this.
Oh, I
I
don't know
showed
who the
Ring
girl
Girl.
in pink is. I have no clue who that is.
They keep showing her.
Yeah, that's the second time. I'm not sure.
It looked like
be a
Shakira.
Ring
Is that
Girl.
Shakira?
Rodriguez has got
Shakira.
this, dude.
You know what it might be, JS? It
Look at that
could.
body
This is
shot.
like a crazy theory,
Oh,
but it could
look,
be a
here it goes.
camera that's just sat there, and they keep
Damien, what's the
mistakenly
reason?
going to it as a crowd cam. You know what I'm saying? Like, could just be an error because I don't
I think
recognize
it's a
her.
Ring
Or
Girl.
she's just set up in the audience to be a hot girl in the audience.
No, this is just a baddie in pink, like sitting in the arena
Who,
somewhere.
who was it? She had a pink outfit on?
She's got
Yeah, with the titties out.
pink with the titties
I don't
out.
think she's a celebrity. She's no
I'll
one
have
I
to pay
recognize.
attention. I wasn't even looking.
And
I've
if it's a
just been watching
celebrity,
the
they'll
fights.
put a text. If she's like someone relevant, they'll have text. It'll say, you know, Tate McRae or whatever.
Yeah, they're not showing her
Sounds
name,
real.
so it's just some random girl.
Lily Phillips.
Who?
It's Lily Phillips.
Oh no, it's not Lily Phillips. This lady's hot and she's ethnic. She's spicy.
It's not one of them ones that just holds up the signs, like the ring.
Lily's out here
around.
making white women look bad.
Who is?
Totally retarded
talking
comparison.
about
That's a
my-
Josh L. No, it's not a Josh L. It's a Josh W.
Who's making white women look bad?
It's a Josh W. You don't get to say I can't talk about parenting and children because I don't have kids, but then you get to comment on a UFC fight, and you're not a UFC fighter.
You have nephews
I got
or
nephews.
nieces?
Dude, I helped raise Ben and Joey.
Yeah. You ever watch them? Yeah, there you go. Basically like having kids.
My little brothers, I was the babysitter. I had to freaking
JS is raging because he can't have a kid right now.
I'd be a great dad.
He's like, damn it, stop touching on this sore subject.
I think you'd be a great dad
Because
too,
I
JS.
I think I've never got
I
tested.
actually, honestly, I think you'd be a great dad.
Mr. Matt has told me I shouldn't say this because it's too personal to say on YouTube, but I've said it a million times before. I think I might be infertile.
Mr. Matt.
I've never got tested, but
Hey, I thought that for a long
when's the
time,
last
and
time you
then I
tried?
had a daughter out
well,
of nowhere. I was like,
it's-
oh, I guess I'm not.
it's been like 6 or 7 years since I tried, but I went through a lot of ladies.
There you go.
And I never, wrapped it up. I was against that. And
Same.
a lot of the ladies that I was with for long periods of time, having consistent sex with them, unprotected, the next guy they were with, they were like pregnant. So,
Doesn't mean you're infertile.
I know it doesn't mean that, but it
I mean,
seems
it's too much Mountain Dew.
it's possible too, and other drugs, but
Yeah. That's probably what it was for me.
not.
As soon as I was clean, it happened.
Yep.
Oh, good.
Your sperm go from like
good.
crippled, like weird swimmers, like
Yeah, to like
spasm.
fucking like little muscular dudes that came out like an army man. They were like,
You still have teeth, though, man.
Yeah.
like, we'll make you a daughter or a son, dad, and then flew on in there.
Don't say it. You speak it to truth, dude. Well, yeah, but I don't know. Maybe, yeah, you're kind of right. Yeah, but it is what it is. I'm king
I killed my
incel.
first kid.
I don't know if that's inherently true, but
I'm an incel. Don't give up, retard. I gotta practice. Practice makes perfect.
Yes, it does. But actually, no, because
I did all the
practice.
practice. If God,
You disappointed Jubb so much with that, he muted himself from hearing this.
if God wills it, the
He
next
was like, I'm an incel, and he was like, I can't hear my brother say this.
if God wills it, the next woman I'm with will be the last woman I'm with, and she'll be popping out babies. And
Be
if God
careful what you wish
doesn't
for.
will it, I'm totally content with being alone. I'm totally fine with that. Okay, sometimes you get lonely and you have cravings as a man, but it ain't that bad.
I mean, yeah.
I got time to do activities. I don't got to worry about taking care of nobody else. Doesn't mean I wouldn't like to.
I mean, you have little slaves running around that you can.
I know, man. I'd like to have a little army of workers.
Fucking no shit.
I'll have a whole staff. I'll have a camera person, a dang editor.
Fucking landscaper, fucking garbage.
My whole staff will be my children. Best friend. How about best employer? Don't worry about it. I don't worry about it. I'm not worried about it. That's why I say it. That's why I say it nonchalantly, because I'm not worried about it. And then other people are like, "Oh man, you shouldn't be saying that. Why are you saying that?" And I'm like, "Because I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, it's not part of your life yet.
Feelings are gay. I don't have feelings. I'm a sociopath." Ooh, he's got his eye split. Under Kevin Holland's eye is split open.
Stamey already said that.
Oh, I missed it. That was a nice little quick slip hook there. Ooh, Kevin Holland got some shots too though. He's not his eyes cut, but he's laughing. He's fine.
Oh, I'm sure he's trying to cope laugh it off.
No, he's chilling. He's not even tired. I'm so tired of people saying cope about everything now. I swear, Andrew starts saying something and then everybody Spurg, cope.
I don't know what Spurg is, but I do cope laugh. So yes, but I think I don't even really.
Sometimes.
Anyways, I'm not gonna argue that most of the time. I'll argue that. But if you get some
Dude.
bad shit happen,
Oh shit.
can't tell me you
Oh
don't
shit.
cope left.
Oh shit. Come on, Kevin. Get up. Come on, Kevin. No. No.
You already know he lost that fight.
Yeah, he's losing right now. It's not looking good. Ref's not gonna stop it. Oh shit. The stream just cut out on my face.
Knock on wood, Jay.
No, they stood him up. Why'd he stand him up? What happened?
Wait, what?
They separated and he stood him up. Something happened. Why are you shooting?
Got like 10 seconds till the round's over.
I mean, Kevin's still putting in the work. I think he's lost both rounds so far. Well, there's still 3 minutes in the second round. Oh, he's down again. Second knockdown in round 2. Oh, no. He's defending decently, I guess, but you can't.
It's a TKO. You can't see what the fuck. This is right there.
You should start an energy drink called Cope. Gamer Subs is gay. We need a new kind of drink. Don't ever employ family either. That's bad news. Oh, you can be their best friend, but they can't be your employer. That makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
Employee. What you talking about? It's fine to be your kid's best friend, but it's not fine to have your kid work for you.
I disagree with that.
I'm pro nepotism.
I agree with the you can be your best friend and be their slave too.
I
as long
think
as they beat you right.
I think building generational wealth for your family is a good thing.
Yeah, they told me just put some rocks in your pocket so you could use the dolly to crack back a old fridge.
What the fuck are you talking about, Marshall?
Oh, sorry.
Pretty good takedown right there.
You must be.
My bad, JS. That was out of context as fuck.
You're either ahead or behind me. Oh, there, that takedown. Yeah, that was a good takedown. I don't know. It's not going to be enough to win this round, though, unless he...
That little shooting takedown that he did?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, shit. What the hell?
Hold
Kevin
on.
Holland.
Hold on. Don't spoil it. You're ahead of me like 30 seconds.
Oh, how far ahead am I? Where are you at? What number?
A minute 04, a minute 2, a minute 1 in the second round.
Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, I'll stop talking.
Oh, he's got a nice... no, they're back on their feet. $45 seconds left.
Yeah, go ahead and spoil it, Jay. It spoils everything.
I didn't spoil nothing.
I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
Wow, dude. Oh.
Uh-oh. He's got a guillotine. He's got a tight guillotine. Kevin's out.
Yeah, that was sick.
$10 seconds. All right, we're going to round 3. Oh, look at that knee. That knee in the last 3 seconds
I know.
is nice.
And then he sticks him one more time.
Round 3.
Kevin Holland's never been knocked down.
He just got knocked down twice.
I know. That's why that makes me very nervous. I didn't know
see
he had
any of that
never
stuff. I only
been
caught
knocked
the
down.
tail end of this.
He was as wobbly as you get without the fight getting stopped. He got dropped like 2-3
Drops him
times.
again.
But bro, that's scary because once that chin is checked once, it can happen again. That's concerning for your boy.
That's what they're saying about Max too.
Well, it's a fact. I mean, at least time has shown it to be true.
Something
Beer
about they say
sponsor
like
of
the
UFC.
your chin connects to like the nerves in your brain. That this means knockout. Once you get knocked out once, it like
Oh, I doubt that's the case.
your
I don't
chin
think
and
that's
brain have made some connection that now whenever you get hit on that button, you go
no.
out.
I wouldn't think that's it
That's
because
what
I
they
don't think
say. I
that's
don't
what it
know. I
is.
don't know that it's true.
Like, I don't think your chin tells your brain to shut off. I think it's your brain telling your brain to shut off.
But the
It's
way
kind of like a
I've heard them
fail-safe.
talk about it, they say your chin and brain make a connection. I don't know what that means, and it's probably just MMA guys making up some bullshit. But
Oh, you weaken the body, the head will fall.
damn it, Marshall! Damn it, Marshall! What the fuck?
No, JS, there's truth.
I know it's true, but it's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, your chin, your brain, your body.
I think that there's like a nerve in your jaw that connects to your brain,
your
and if you
brain.
hit it, it'll send a signal like knock you out.
Yeah, but some people seem to not have that connection. Like they can just take shots and not get knocked out. But then once you do get knocked out, it's like now that connection has been made and you keep getting knocked out every time you get hit.
Yeah.
Yes, you did Tai Chi and stuff, right?
Yep. Speaking of, that guy contacted me on Facebook because I posted about the debate me and Mosman were
Kevin
having.
Hall.
And he the guy that used to run the Tai Chi thing responded, and he's like, "This is interesting. I'm glad to see you're doing good and you found your way and blah blah blah." And I was like, I said, oh, hold on.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Hold up.
I shouldn't show my hair. I should just show him in person.
Punching him in the ass?
Bro, what a fight this has been. Wait, and what is it? Come on. Well, I was telling Goon, this guy's never fucking boring.
Oh
Pay him the big
shit.
bucks.
Oh god. Yo. This is
He wants
crazy.
that north.
After bleeding.
They both.
Oh!
I mean, they're both feeling this one tomorrow. Oh
crazy.
shit! He's hurt again, yo. This is just a classic scrap, bro. Come on.
Oh!
This is a great fight, bro. This will be fight of the year contender. Holy shit! Holland on the check hook.
He gets a trip. No shot, dude. That's insane.
Oh my gosh! And now the uppercuts in the clinch for Holland. This is crazy.
They're so gassed.
I'm surprised they kept the fight going after.
I don't know when they're gonna stop it.
Oh my gosh,
These flying
bro.
knees. He keeps on jumping the knee into it.
This is. Oh my god!
The takedown. Rodriguez just got a
Bro,
takedown,
this
but
is
now Holland's
crazy.
got the bat.
Bro! Oh my god!
Hold on, I'm at 205. I'm behind you guys.
You're ahead of me, bro. This fight.
These guys are going crazy, bro. My
This
shit
is
just
why.
froze. God
He's
dang.
got
This
the
is
neck.
why you watch the sport, man.
He's got the
This
neck.
is
He's got his
literally
back.
why.
He's got the neck. He's under the chin.
He's got a lot of submission wins.
Wait. No. He's out. I'm ahead of you.
Yeah, you are. You are.
I think we're about the same now.
Oh, watch your
136.
arms, D-Rod. Bro, what?
Uh-oh.
This is
Uh-oh.
this reminds me of Yuri Prohaska and Glover Teixeira.
Don't grab the fence.
It reminds me like BJ Penn versus.
They're both gassed.
Yo, this is crazy, bro. What? How many seconds do you at?
I'm at 117, 116.
Oh, dude, it's about to. It gets exciting in a second. Surprisingly.
D-Rod grabbed
they
the
are
fence,
gassed.
but I swear that wasn't a fence grab to get up. That was a fence grab out of like pure exhaustion in his arms. He's like, let me just let my arm not hold gravity for a second.
Yeah, I think that was.
I mean, this is crazy, man.
Can you fence
That'd
grab
be
with your
nuts, hold on.
toes? Like
To
Kevin,
be this tired and
No.
they're still doing this much.
Well, that's.
Holy
You're not supposed
shit.
to.
Oh, dude, what? They are both so hurt. Oh my god.
Oh, that's a tight choke. That's a tight choke.
This shit is crazy.
28
We got
seconds
fight
in
of
the
the night
third
thus
round.
far. 100. Oh yeah, that's a big fulcrum.
I don't know
right
how
there.
they're gonna call this. I feel like it goes to Rodriguez.
Yeah, it has to go to Rodriguez, I think. Because this is just the third round where it's so back and forth.
Rodriguez
Second
is a
round was all
beast.
Rodriguez is just
Rodriguez.
sitting on top of him, hitting him now with 10 seconds left.
He's a monster.
That's what I'm saying, though, bro. Like, Kevin Holland might lose on the scorecards, but this isn't a loss for him. This gets him more in the UFC's good graces, more in the fans' good graces.
That third
more
round,
people
Kevin Holland.
watching.
I think Kevin Holland won the third round, but I think Rodriguez.
I disagree.
He might have.
I disagree because you have to lend something extra to the last guy that was losing. Who was most recently in the losing position? That's Kevin Holland. He was the last guy to get hurt, the last guy on his back. I don't know, man. And either way, I'm not mad at the decision, but I do think you have to give it to who's winning at the end.
Well, Holland got dropped. I think they both got dropped twice. No, I think Kevin Holland got dropped 3
Kevin
times.
Holland got dropped like 5-6 times.
Boom.
And
Boom.
D-Rod, I mean, he didn't get dropped, but there was a
He
few
did
times
get
in that
dropped.
third round where
They
he
just
got
showed
hit
him
and
getting-
got stiff.
No, he got dropped.
No, I know I didn't mean to say
Yeah.
he didn't get dropped. I was gonna say he didn't get dropped like 5-6 times, but he got starched on his feet. Like a couple times he gets hit and you see him go stiff, and
Yeah.
only the fence is keeping him standing.
Yeah, he got dropped twice in the third round.
Yeah.
And stiffed a couple times, but again, the fence is the only thing that kept gravity from getting his ass. Dude, that's what it's all about.
But
That's
then
like
somehow Rodriguez gets this tripping takedown, and then gets on top
Holy
and hits him with
shit.
ground and pound, bro.
It was-
Shockingly.
bro, that was crazy.
It wasn't
That was
damage,
crazy.
but I mean, more damage than the attempted submissions.
Beard should be illegal in MMA because it's cushioning. I know these Dagestanian guys don't even have chins.
Kimbo Slice had a weak chin.
Well,
Kimbo Slice was a interesting character. Quite a guy.
I think they hold up Rodriguez's hand right here.
Shout
think
out
so,
to
too.
Daniel Rodriguez not
Yep.
going to Turkey and getting the hair replacement. He just straight up got the tattoo, baby. And it's not a hair tattoo. It's like cool shit on his head.
You think somebody has a hair tattoo? Like hair tattooed on their head? Like
Yeah. Mike,
That
Chris
could be-
Tyone, the literal UFC ref, Chris Tyone, 100% has a hair tattoo.
what? What? Is that a thing?
Hair tattooed on
I
your
know they
head.
got
D-Rod.
I know they got
Sounds like
eyebrow
anything.
tattoos. Women like get like eyebrow tattoos. Oh, it's so weird. So weird to me. I don't know what's wrong with ladies nowadays with the nose rings and the dude. I saw this girl with a nose ring. She had like the bridge of her nose.
Like,
She had like a
that's
chain. She had a chain going across the bridge of her nose. It was so weird.
Oh yeah, I've seen that before.
Well, she was a cute girl. Then you got all these damn cranial accessories.
Cranial accessories.
Yeah, I tend to think don't do anything hard to reverse to your body, you know?
What did Mitch Hedberg say? He's like, one time I knew this guy. He had a hat and a nose ring and some glasses. And I said, dang,
Yeah.
you got a lot of cranial accessories.
Yeah, I always find that's like people that are like that, that's just like a ploy to be interesting.
Yeah.
It's like I'll just look like a
Like that was
lunatic
a
so people think I'm
distraction.
interesting. There's always the alternative option, which is just be interesting. But
Yeah.
that's a difficult.
Dude, Kamaru
That's a
Usman's
difficult
girlfriend is
endeavor.
bust. Oh, that's Michaela Harrison. That's Kayla Harrison. Never mind. I was about to say,
Are you retarded?
Kamaru Usman's
Kamaru
girlfriend
Usman has
looks
a hot wife, bro.
well, he's sitting next to Kayla Harrison, and I was like, well,
How can you see Kamaru Usman and think he has a dog wife, bro? That's so disrespectful.
He's
Well-
probably a homo.
A black guy with a large
Yeah,
white
I can
woman, I
believe
would
that.
not think that would be unexpected, but
I was kidding. Jesus Christ.
Kayla Harrison looking like a man.
Well, no, but he is very well groomed and like well dressed and shit. So I always think that's.
Oh, Paulo Costa?
Let's see if
No,
he's tweaked
Kamar Usman.
out.
Paulo Costa could be gay too, though.
If you have paparazzi following me around,
I don't know
I'm
if
going
he's gay,
grocery
but he's
shopping, I'm wearing
definitely
PJs.
using drugs.
Kamar Usman is not getting followed.
Oh,
by
and this kid? I like this kid, Roman Kopylov.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like Paulo Costa better, and he's only
He's
won.
decent.
I think his last win was 2019. No bullshit. I have no clue how Paulo Costa is still in the company. He misses weight constantly. He's pulling out of fights constantly. Barely wins. He's lost. I think he's won one of his last 6 fights.
How do you be a fucking athlete champion and party? Oh hey, you might actually know. Scratch my paint. Who is like the Bones Jones, like boxer guy? From
I don't know. Bones Jones boxer. I only know boxers if they're like one of the like top 7 guys right now.
like way back in the day, like old school.
Oh no, I wouldn't know that. I don't think Julio Jones maybe, just because that's a name that comes to mind. But I don't even know if that's a boxer. Could be a football player.
Yeah, I just know he had like a special like move or whatever the fuck. It's just damn. All I know I could give you for intel would be like the Bones Jones.
John Bones
He would have been up
Jones.
there. I don't think it's
John
Yeah,
Hill
keep
Bone
going.
Your Ass Jones.
Yeah, no, it's not the UFC fighter we know today.
Mathematically, there's like at least 10 gay UFC fighters, but there's none of them are open, which pisses me off. If you like men, just say that. You know how much more intimidating that is if you're about to fight a gay dude and everybody knows he's a gay dude?
Yeah.
That just added at least like 10 points of manhood that you're going to lose if you lose a fight, which I will say is unjustified because a gay man is just a grown-ass man like the rest of us. The fucker can probably whoop your ass sometimes.
But no, it's scary because he could. Then that tells you, damn, he could like hold me down and take my ass.
Right. If these cameras and referees weren't here, we know how this would end up potentially.
That's why I think we should punish rapists by like putting them in a cell with John Jones for a couple hours.
I think you should punish people of violent crimes with whatever the act of violence they did to the victim it was.
Right, eye for an
Yeah,
eye.
hell
That's what
no.
I'm saying.
John Jones is the reason why you gotta own a gun. He's like, what would
Unless
you do if I
it's to
tried
a
to rape
kid.
you?
If it's
Motherfucker,
to a
you would
kid, then we
die.
get creative. If you did some shit to a kid, we get real creative with the punishment.
I think death
Not a
penalty.
kid, bro. If he's talking about he's gonna take my booty hole, I'm gonna get creative if he's trying to take my booty hole. Hell.
Death penalty should be throwing people out of an
I
airplane.
would say that, but I can't punish John Jones.
I think we should
can I
throw
do to
people
him?
out of an airplane for the death penalty, so they have
That's
the
what I'm
whole
saying.
way
That's
down
what
to
I'm
think
saying.
about
That's
what
what I'm
they've
trying
done.
to say. John Jones is the reason that guns exist. It's because men like us would not physically be able to do anything to stop John Jones. We would have to shoot him.
Yeah.
Oh, 100. No, dude, jujitsu is why I like guns. Because it's like, oh, dude, I'm a black belt. It's like, okay, bitch, I have the Second Amendment. If I choose to practice that, I can now beat your ass.
Yeah,
I don't
wrist
like how
control,
people
pull out your
constantly
gun.
online are just like,
Did he?
well,
Roman
I just shoot him.
Kopylov
I
just did
shoot
the
him.
heart.
I just shoot him.
Roman just did the
But whenever
fucking
you're
heart.
talking about John Jones being
I
like, what are you
swear.
gonna do if I try to take your butt?
Whenever I
It's like
see
I'd start stabbing or shooting you. What the fuck?
If I see a grown man do the damn heart sign, it pisses me off.
Yeah, I agree.
He just threw Roman Costa just threw up the heart.
Yeah, but I think he doesn't speak the language, so he's just probably trying to be relatable somehow
I don't
to the
care if
American
you do
audience.
this. If you do that, that's gay. And I just did it.
Okay, go call him gay. Go call Roman Kopylov gay.
I'll call him gay from my chair.
A chair might not be able to take that
And
for you.
if he is gay, what's wrong with that?
I don't care if you are gay. Don't do that stupid heart.
He probably has way less conflict in his relationships because he's talking to someone who's a relatable human being that can articulate thought meaningfully.
He doesn't have less conflict in his relationships than me because I don't have any relationships. So I have zero conflict in my
99
relationships.
problems.
No, I know. I'm just saying, gay people, there's a lot of natural advantages built into that.
King, don't do that, King. Stop it. King's doing it in chat now. Oh my god.
Oh, shit.
Get out of here,
Well,
chat.
I just want to know why JS was putting up a heart sign the second I woke up and turned on the stream.
I'm anti-heart.
I don't know,
It was
bro.
really gay.
He does
It
that
was really
shit,
gay.
and now, yeah, he's like a hypocrite.
What did he do?
He really flamboyantly put up a heart.
I was
just a heart
demonstrating the gayness of the heart sign. I
You
guess
giving hearts?
yeah,
Yes.
you're kind of right because you wouldn't be like sucking dick is gay. Let me show you what I mean. Yes, the heart is gay. I'll never do it again, chat.
Dude, you also put your legs behind your head on camera.
You
got to stop telling other grown men what they should be doing on camera and not. I mean, really.
I'm flexible.
Congrats. That's cool to show to
What's up,
people
Elder?
at a party where there's not the presence of cameras. That's why I hate technology, because you used to be able to let loose in public, but now everything's a goddamn viral moment.
Yep.
How's your champions at breakfast going, Elder?
I mean, I barely escaped that. Let
It's
me tell
even
you
here.
something.
Yeah, I played it for like 10 minutes and got bored.
My brother moved to Missouri, and he started looking at my like social media accounts, and he was like, "Why the fuck are you dropping the rakes and like a shit ton of your online posts?" And I was like, you know what that is?" And he was like, "Are you a retard?" And I was like, "Oh fuck."
What do you mean? You mean the forks?
That's like a
Yeah,
gang
it's called
sign.
dropping the rakes. It's not just a gang sign. To do that downwards, you're saying you want to kill gang members.
Right.
Like you're saying you want to kill that gang.
But when you say rakes, I would call it the forks. You're talking about the folk sign, the pitchfork, throwing it down, right?
Yeah, it's EB. It's
I don't personally
fucking
want to
whatever
kill
I
gang
forgot what
members.
EB stands for, but it's the EB gang, and then the term is called EBK. When you drop the rakes, it's EBK.
I don't know what you mean by
EB
dropping the
killers.
rakes. I would say that would be GDK.
Oh, it's GD. That's it. Yeah, it's GD. That's what it is.
Gangster disciples.
Gangster disciples. It's folk.
Yeah, I was getting it mixed up. The fucking.
Yeah.
I didn't do this shit since I was a teenager, and like I said, we were trolling like Chicago drill rappers.
Or gay dudes, depending what.
Goddamn.
Folk is a big gang in Chicago. It's folk versus Latin Kings, and so if you put the folks down, that's saying GDK. Yeah.
It's a male club that does nothing but
Gangster
destructive.
disciple killers.
My brother moved near me, and he knew what like all of it meant. He was like, bro, he was scolding the fuck out of me for like an hour about
Yeah,
it.
I used to do all that stuff. I used to stack and yeah, but I was a white boy from the suburbs who did some time and thought I was gangster.
He was like, what are you gonna do if one of them confronts you? And I'm like, bro, they're in Chicago. I don't think they're gonna drive like 6 hours to confront me.
Yeah, probably not. Add to favorites, add to collections. How do I make a desktop icon for this game? Is Civilization 6 any good? I got Civilization 6. It's free on Epic Games.
No, it's a strategy game. That's fucking zero fun at all.
Never played Civilization.
Those are fun. I like a Sim City or like a Age of Empires.
You know what I like to do when I play video games to wind down? Use my brain.
I think my brother's friend plays it a lot. He said he always tries to get me to download Civilization.
Yeah,
He's like, bro, you gotta play Civ.
It's free right now. Civ 6, not Civ 7, but I think I've heard Civ 6 is better than Civ 7.
I heard Call of Duty is better than all that bullshit.
Civ 7 is a fucking dumpster fire.
That's what I heard. That's why I didn't. But I wanted one of these type of games, and it's free right now. So,
Or like Farm is a sick ass game. What's the farming game on
Civ
Facebook?
7's bad.
Yeah, Civ 7's bad.
Oh man, that sucks. I want to buy it so bad.
I've heard a lot of bad things because I was looking into buying it too, but
This is what happened. This is what happened with it. There's this game called Humankind, I think, that came out, and like maybe half of their audience bought the game and they had a panic attack and just copied a bunch of shit from that
Roman
game.
copy log does not look 34. Dude looks 14.
Uh-huh.
So they fucked their own game for no reason.
Dang.
You got Rocket League, James?
Yeah, I've had Rocket League, yeah. But I just found something out today. I was looking more through the records as far as my family stuff, and I might actually be Jewish.
Oh my god.
Partially.
Go ahead and boot this fucker.
Because my grandfather was apparently
I'm kidding,
Jewish according to the records, so.
And what does that mean to you?
Well, it explained why I lean more towards Jewish ideas. It would probably explain that.
You think so? Because your great grandpa was Jewish. You think? So you think like religious beliefs are genetic?
Do you want to loan me money now?
Oh well, genetics is one of them funny things, JS. I mean,
Yeah, it's one of those funny things that isn't real.
well, you think a lot of things aren't real, but
I don't know.
That's nor here nor now.
Because I'm not of this world. So I don't talk like people who are of this world.
Well, I mean, and who's to say it's genetical?
I'm an alien.
Who's to say just because I'm Jew, like maybe God's calling me back
to being a Jew? I don't know.
Well, the thing is,
but you believe in Jesus. But you believe in
he
Jesus.
Doesn't believe you're a Jew because he doesn't believe your ancestors are related to you by some code that's in your every part of you.
No, I believe they're related to him, but I believe that my parents could both be Satan worshipers. That doesn't mean I have to be a Satan worshiper.
Yeah, that's just nature versus nurture. But you say you don't believe in genetics, and that's just a code that's in your fibers.
Yes, I don't believe there's any code that's in your fibers that say you should be Jewish or Christian or atheist or any of that.
So that would mean the relation to your parents is meaningless, correct? Other than what is founded
well, no,
as
there
you
will
go
be
through life experience.
There
with
will
them?
be traits that will be passed down from your parents, like your eye
How?
color
that's
and your
genetics.
hair color.
You can't do that. That's genetics.
I know. Yeah,
How do you suggest that happens?
I believe that there's genetics, James. What I'm saying is when people start tying things
5
like
seconds ago, you said you
addiction,
didn't believe in genetics.
addiction,
they're
I'm
fake.
confused.
addiction or their faith. Oh my God, you guys got to learn how to.
So you don't think that people are more prone to
So
being
genetics
addicted to
aren't fake,
something
you're
that's
saying? Because you
Yes,
100%
I
said they
know
were fake
genetics.
before.
I know genetics are real. When I say things, I say it in an extreme way to get a reaction out of people, and then I explain it deeper. Yes, genetics are real, but your genetics don't inform whether you're an addict or gay or what religion
So
you're
you
in.
just believe more in nurture than nature from a psychology perspective.
Behaviors.
Well, you got a problem. He doesn't believe in psychology.
Yeah, I don't believe in psychology either. I believe in
I
spiritual.
know, but you could at least recognize the idea of like traits that are inherently passed down versus like experiences will give you your traits.
Traits like your eye color and your hair color. Yes.
No, but there's also a debate in respect to what you're talking about. Is it nature and nurture for like addiction?
My
behavioral problems.
My political and my religious views and my worldview come from our dad. They don't come from my father. My father is an atheist Democrat. We're totally opposite worldviews. My biological father we're nothing alike. I'm just like our dad because he
Right.
because he raised me. So that's nurture. It's not. Now there are some
Yeah, I'm
weird.
just saying, why don't you just say that instead of the whole
That's what I'm saying. I'm
genetics
just
ain't
saying it
real
in my own way. Don't tell
workaround?
police me. I'm gonna say how I want to say it.
Yeah, I'm there's a more efficient way to convey a thought. That's all I'm getting at.
Nah.
You'd be a libtard if you were raised by your real father.
The way I convey it is the most efficient because it gets a response and it leads to discussion. If I just said what I said, then we wouldn't have a conversation. We'd all just be like, "Oh, that makes sense." But when
Even if frustration is the response that you warrant,
yeah, if I say it
To
in a
what
way,
end?
if I say it in a way that triggers people, it's better for the
to
content.
what end?
For content.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a good pursuit.
Yeah,
That sounds narcissistic, maybe, right? I mean,
oh my god,
Not narcissistic.
I
It's
hate
just
when
a weird incentive. I think.
I hate when
I
a
was
man says
joking. I was joking.
narcissistic. I can't
joking.
stand it.
That really triggered you. I was joking. Jeez Louise.
It triggers
No,
me
I
when
will say
guys
this
talk
to
like
counterpoint.
feminists.
James,
I
you
don't
could have
know.
really, James, you missed the fact you could have pointed out that
content.
JS
Why
was
is
speaking the
narcissism
truth.
bad? I don't
They
like that
trigger you for
narcissism has such a
content.
negative
I
connotation.
got content out of you.
Because usually
I think
when
I'm a narcissist,
yeah,
and I don't think that's a bad
JS
thing.
believes in real journalism, though.
No, I
Because
agree.
I care about other people, but I'm mostly focused on myself.
I think
which I think is
narcissism
normal.
is usually accomplished, powerful, respectable
I
men
really
who
trigger them.
who are confident in what they do. They get called narcissists. So if you're good
I
at
don't
something
think that's
and you're
true.
confident in
I
it,
think you can Google
dude,
a
Jeffrey.
person who has an excessive interest in or admiration of themselves. So you could be a loser and be narcissistic.
Well, yeah, that's what I said the other day. I was like, there are homeless, crazy people who think they're king of the world, but that's delusions of
Yeah,
grandeur. That's delusions of grandeur.
I
If
don't
I'm
think
the if
I don't
I'm
think
the best,
narcissism's bad.
let's say I'm the best Rocket League player in the world, and I'm like, nobody's beating me at Rocket League. I'm the best. That's not narcissist.
That'd be a lie.
Or I guess
Well, that's quantifiable.
that would be called narcissistic, but it's a stupid
No, it wouldn't,
word.
because that's quantifiable. You
No.
would literally be the best. Like you have the most wins over the other top competitors.
Okay, so
Yeah, you are, you
so
aren't.
when Trump, who is rich and powerful and successful and a president, goes out and says, I got this, I'm the greatest at this, I'm a very smart guy, blah blah blah, and they call him narcissist, that's bullshit.
Trump, you don't think Donald Trump is a narcissist?
No, because I think he's just I think
Good
he's
Lord, bro.
he's
What the fuck are you smoking?
this is the problem.
Oh my.
You're using like
Everything he does gets the best superlative you could give a thing. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be the best.
great, but why do we have to call
I
that
made a
narcissist
garden.
instead of just normal?
Because I think
If you were him, you'd be talking the same way.
some level of humility or roots in reality are normal as well. Again, I'm a
Yeah, if
self-proclaimed
I got
narcissist.
rich, failed, and got rich again, I'd be saying the same
They
shit he
control
did too.
people with words. They make up these words like narcissist so that they can besmirch great men and bring
No,
down.
I think I am one, but well, why does him being a narcissist and being great mutually exclude? He can be a great person who's a narcissist.
Because narcissist is usually used pejoratively.
And I'm saying this whole time I don't like that it has a negative connotation. I think it's pretty normal that you look at yourself as like the main fucking man.
But it's a
You should.
it's a psychoanalysis. So it's like saying that person has depression. It's like, no, that person's just sad. When you call things be not as it were, it's meant to control people with words. So now narcissist becomes an insult.
I don't mind the use of that term. I just hate that we treat those things as taboo when I think most of that shit's regular human emotion until it's not. But those, like, you can tell that in 10 seconds. So you could tell if someone has a real problem is what I'm getting at. I agree with what you're saying.
JS, why don't you talk about like the Bible, like King Saul, I think it was. I think you were on this a while back.
Saul?
I think it's Saul. Yeah, King Saul and
What about him?
Judas.
And
Like
Judas?
his hair. Yeah, I think I have notes on this.
I don't
His
know what you're talking
display
about.
of the narcissist here.
King Saul
let's see
was
if I
like
can-
King Saul was like 500 years before Judas. Judas is the guy that
Yeah, King Saul, Judas, and Herod display
Herod?
narcissistic traits like pride, a lack of empathy,
See, I would never say
and
something
a
like that.
desire for power and
I would never say that.
admiration, which are construed sinful.
Yeah, I would
Sorry,
just
I'm reading like notes on.
Yeah, I'd say they're real
I can't read my
jerks.
own handwriting.
Saul and Herod and
Yeah,
Judas, they were real jerks.
Yeah, I'd say they
Well,
are
that's the only
self-centered and
time.
hard-hearted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only time.
But I
you
wouldn't say
hear-
I wouldn't call them narcissist. I just wouldn't use that word. Like, I don't know.
I don't know. That word's kind of tainted for me just because how fucking often women use it. It's kind of gay.
That's why I don't like it. It's a feminist word for
Self-centered.
to bring down men.
Oh,
Bring down the patriarchy. Oh, he's a narcissist.
man, I really got this. Got y'all triggered.
Yeah.
James, are you for real becoming a Jew now? That's weird, man.
And when guys say triggered, it's weird too.
When guys say triggered, it's
Who said
weird.
triggered?
James is becoming a Jewish feminist.
What?
Oh my
No,
gosh.
he's not.
Oh,
Wait,
Kopylov just got rocked. He might be going down. He's hurt.
what did I miss?
Oh, y'all watching the fight.
He's still on his feet though. He's
Fight
still.
night.
Oh, Costa's putting it on him, dude. He's wobbly. He's wobbly. Costa sees it. He's going for the take. Not taking him down. This fight's about to end.
Ooh, there's a legendary.
Kopylov is wobbly.
And he even gave notes. He
Ooh.
said, avoid getting drawn into the manipulation.
Oh, well, I'm going to psychoanalyze King Saul from 1,000 years ago. He was a narcissist with
Hey, fuck you. This is your notes from this is my journal from your notes.
You're taking notes on me? Know what I'm saying?
No.
I never
So
called
you're criticizing your own self, Jay.
I never called King
How's
Saul
that?
a narcissist.
All right.
I don't even use that word unless other people bring it up.
Which one, top A or top B? Whatever the fuck.
Oh
that
my
means.
God, clusters. That's what that dude was saying the other night. Well, you're a cluster B or cluster A, and I was like, oh my God, this is psychological gobbledygook.
Oh my gosh.
I was just trying to make it biblically relevant.
Man, I really got y'all going.
You've been pissing me off lately, James. We need to.
Yeah, how dare you not vote for the chair?
How dare I piss Jay off?
We need to get this guy in check.
Well, you better play some chess.
The horrible
And who
day.
cares if your grandpa was Jewish? It's matrilineal now. It goes through the mother.
Wait, your grandpa was Jewish, James?
Yeah, apparently. What I've seen, one of my grandpas was Jewish.
I'm sure all
I
of
have
us.
one too. Doesn't mean that I'm going to be a Jew.
Right. I'm sure if we did everybody
Okay.
here's family tree, we all got a Jewish person. I probably got a Jewish person and a black person and a Asian person somewhere in my family tree.
I knew my
This
wife
whole
as
racial purity
Browning
thing
in
is
her
based
last
on
name.
what Jews have decided after Christ.
No, well, even in the Old Testament, they were talking about.
It was on the father.
It was on the father until the book of Ruth, and then after the book of Ruth, it's like feminism started making its way into Israel, and they started going off the mother and the daughter and the sister. Because it's weird when you read the Old Testament, it's always the father and the sons, but then once you get to the book of Ruth and then 1 Samuel and 2 Samuel and 1 Kings, 2 Kings, it starts mentioning the mother, and it's like it changed.
That's some hillbilly shit. No, you even said it in my notes. Okay, never mind. I respect that.
I used to read like a lot of books on the Crusades and shit, and one of the things I remember about when they talk about the Jews and why they went matrilineal is that they were just absolutely obliterated, whatever was left, by the Muslims and the Catholics. And the ones that were left were the women that the Muslims took back home and the Catholics took back home.
Yeah, well, we never hear the story.
Yeah, that makes sense,
Wait, I don't
actually.
think I could
So they
say
killed,
this.
like, all the men were killed, basically, and all the women were left, and then it was the only way to... That makes sense. Huh.
That's why a lot of the Jews that are in Israel right now are European.
Well... But they were about, not like, it wasn't race mixing, but it was tribe mixing.
I never hear why there was a reason behind why they were trying to get the other guy.
What does that mean?
Extinct. I don't know how to word that. TOS.
And I think my grandfather was actually a practicing Jew too. Like,
practicing Jew too?
Yeah, I think he was probably practicing.
Jew.
There was a synagogue. There was a synagogue near where he died at.
And you think
James, but they never
served that area.
So you think those genes were passed down, so you need to follow that faith because of your genes, because of your DNA?
I'm not saying it's because of my genes. I'm just saying that would explain why maybe I have more of a tendency to go towards that and lean more towards that. I think he was Orthodox too. That might explain why I'm more leaning towards Orthodoxy.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
How do I say this? Like, is there a reason why they were trying to get the other guy out?
I can't believe this made it to round 3. I thought Kopylov was done in round 2, but they're still going. My computer,
I can't say that.
The phone is not skipping, but the computer keeps skipping.
Yeah, I have it keeps buffering.
Yeah.
I got another here, hold on.
I usually keep it going on. I have a laptop and I have a phone and I have it going from 2 different streams. So when one's buffering, the other one's not. The problem is the times are off. So this one's on 1:40 and this one's on 2 minutes. But then also if
I can't find it.
If I miss it on my phone and I hear they go, oh, on my phone, I can look at my laptop and see it when it happens.
Yeah, I can't find a way to say that for YouTube.
Kopylov's getting some good shots off in this 3rd round.
If you're, you should seek therapy if you think you're a narcissist.
No.
Why?
I won't do either of those things.
I don't know,
That
everyone.
one's not working.
I can't think of anything.
I'm way too awesome and incredible and perfect to ever think of myself as a narcissist.
What?
That's
like an oxymoron.
Yeah, that's so.
Oh, you're joking. You fucker.
That should actually be a sound clip. You should use JS. The way James just said that's narcissistic.
Narcissist.
So everybody says he's narcissistic.
Wasn't that like a crappy album that Korn released? Like
That's like the other day
Narcissistic
when I was like,
Cannibal?
I'm far more smarter and well spoken and attractive and
Smarter.
handsome and persuasive and also humble. And somebody's like, how can you say humble after saying all like that's the joke, dumbass? Like,
Wasn't that? No, it wasn't Mosman.
that was that Chris guy, that Hebrew Israelite guy.
Oh yeah, in your chat.
So James, you know, I have a grandma and a grandpa who were Jews, or a great grandma and great grandpa, and they moved to America and immediately became Christians. So I don't think it has anything. I don't think your genetics have anything to do with your desire to.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll
I mean, my
agree.
wife's
There's
related
genetics
to
as far as
browning.
like your hair color and your eye color and stuff like that. That's gonna come from your parents. I get that, but
Yeah, I
Yeah,
tend
but
to lean
again, I said
nurture
I
too.
think he was a practicing Jew though.
that,
I tend
why does
to
that
lean
make a
nurture
difference?
too.
Yeah, but you said they converted to Christianity though.
Yeah, when they got to America.
So they wasn't very practicing Jews.
Yeah, when they got here and they converted to Christians.
Wait, so
They
James, we
converted to
should
Catholicism,
get,
actually.
I mean, you'll end up
James,
being
we
a
should get,
practicing Jew for like 6 months, and then you'll be practicing whatever's next.
well, he at
Actually,
least used the
out of
book.
all of them, I practice more Judaism than I have
It's
anything.
like the Bruce Lee of religion.
You don't. You eat just because you eat Hebrew national hot dogs. I mean, I'm sure you wear clothes of different fabrics. You don't do. You're not doing sacrifices like you
Well,
sacrificing
it's hard to do
goats.
sacrifices without a temple. I mean, you want to do
I mean,
sacrifices.
if he's eating food blessed by a rabbinic priest, I mean, that's technically him eating sacrificial food.
He eats Hebrew national hot dogs. Do you go outside on the Sabbath? Do you keep the Sabbath holy, James?
Well, that depends on what day is actually the Sabbath, because you have to figure out the calendar.
Whichever day you want to pick.
No, it's not whatever day you want to pick. There's a
Well,
day.
for the Jews, it would be Saturday. So what do you do on Saturday? Do you stay inside your house? Do you turn off your cell phone? Do you not go on social media? You don't go on the internet? And then when you fail to do those things, do you do sacrifices to because if you said, yeah, sometimes I try, but sometimes I don't hold to it. Okay, that's fine. But now how do you repent for that? You got to do some sacrifices. You can't keep the Jewish law. We live by the spirit, not the letter of the law. And that's what Jesus talked about. That's why Jesus says there's no more Jew and there's no more Gentile.
But you do realize that the actual law in itself was spiritual, right? You don't see the spiritual element that was already in the law?
Yeah, I think you're just doing, this is just like a cope. It's like you're trying to get the best of both worlds. You're trying to say a messianic Jew, that's an oxymoron.
You act like God changed. He just changed his mind one day.
I
and
don't
just
act
woke
like
up
that.
saying, well, that's what you're saying, like by acting
No.
like the spiritual aspect of the law wasn't already there. You're saying that it wasn't there, it was just a whole new thing that
Yeah, I'm
came out of
saying
nowhere.
Yeah, I'm saying you're picking two sides that can't work together. They contradict each
Why
other.
not? Well, Jesus was a Jew, was he not? Was he a Gentile?
But there is no more.
James, you're not Jesus.
Yeah, I'm not
I'm
gonna.
supposed to
What's
be
the separation?
Christ-like if I believe in Jesus.
I'm not gonna make
What's
that
the separation between Jews and Christians?
a belief in the
I
Messiah.
know the difference in the modern day interpretation of what a Jew is. I mean, they kind of just take rabbinics on their word.
Yeah, I don't know, James. I don't know. I think that you're trying to hold to the Old Testament law and stuff. I think that's kind of based, but the whole Messianic Jew thing to me is dumb. It's like an oxymoron.
How is that?
Because they're both the same thing.
Or they're
A
opposites.
Messianic
Like
Jew is just a Christian.
a Jew, a modern day Jew is going to tell you that Christ is not the Messiah. So if you say Christ is the Messiah, you're going against modern day Judaism. So you can't be both. You're a Christian. I mean, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but it's crazy.
I mean, I think people just forget that the entire Christian religion was founded on Jews as well. It's not a religion that's separate from Judaism. It is just it's
right.
Just the separations of two different contracts.
Yeah, I think and that's what I'm trying to say is like James is kind of saying something based that he wants to stick to the hold on, Marshall. He wants to stick to like the Old Testament law and stuff. And that's cool. I respect it. But you're not a Jew, you're a Christian. No? Maybe? What was that movie?
It's not a humanist either.
He's a Justin, bro. A Jew Christian.
A Justin?
Or he's a Jew.
So Christ wasn't a Jew.
Yeah, he was, and all the apostles were.
Christ was a Jew, but Christ wasn't a Christian because Christian means follower of Christ, and he wasn't a follower of himself. So that's why he wouldn't be a Christian.
You do realize the idea of taking on that, originally they weren't called Christians, right? Like
Christian just means follower of Christ.
Christian was given to them as an insult. They took it on as
the disciples and the apostles were Christians. They were followers of Christ. They were Christians.
But it was
just because the
title
name
was given to them as an insult.
No, just because that name wasn't made up yet.
That's a Catholic argument.
You're doing a word concept fallacy right now, James.
Word concept fallacy?
Yes, just because the name Christian wasn't made up yet. If the name Christian means followers of Christ, that means that the disciples and the apostles were followers of Christ. Therefore, they were Christians, even if the word wasn't around yet.
Yeah, if it means follower of Christ too, that would also mean Moses as well.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it originally meant followers of Christ, because from what I've heard, it meant like something about little Christ.
Little Christ, follower of Christ, or
But it probably had an even different meaning because it was an insult. It was meant to be an insult because the Romans gave it to him as an insult.
The Hellenists and the Hellenist Jews, yeah.
Gave it to them as an insult, yeah. So it probably had an actually different meaning. They just decided to take it on and then change its meaning.
Regardless, when we say Christian, what we mean is, yes, little Christ or follower of Christ. So I'm a follower of Christ, so I'm a Christian. If you're a follower of Christ, you're a Christian. Even if you believe
I'm a follower of Messiah, not Christ.
Christ and Messiah mean the same thing.
Israel is, what do you think that Israel is the
Christ
Messiah?
Literally means the Messiah.
Yeah, but the idea of the Messiah is different than the idea of Christ, though, really, because when people hear
Christ as in the chosen one. Yes, a bunch of people had different Christs.
They think of the.
We're talking about
the
Jesus.
You hear Christ, people think of the mainstream Christian idea who Christ is, but when
We're
you hear
talking
Messiah,
about no, we're talking about Jesus Christ. It doesn't matter what different people think of what.
Why should we take anyone but the Christian definition of who the Christ is?
Yeah. Even if
why not just take what the Bible says?
that's fine.
Yeah, once you do, you'll find out that Jesus was the Messiah and the Christ and God.
But the Bible doesn't have the word
He's not
Christian.
God, but
I don't think the
Yes,
Bible
he
has
is.
the word
I'm not
Christian
gonna-
in it.
Well, I think maybe because that's an English word.
Because how can the Godhead dwell bodily within God?
I think at this point, James, you just need to come join the correct side and just stop believing altogether.
Well, yeah, there's what's one of the various aspects. I think would be I don't know, various aspects of existence or existence, right? Highlighting
Hey, my one,
basically,
Marshall.
yeah. So highlighting like the various aspects of existence and like would be like the pursuit of personal growth, James. Like self-knowledge and like the approach to
Is it time?
Yeah.
baby.
Come on, dude. Hurry up, bro.
Is this the main event?
No, this is a man. Oh, yeah, it is.
That's James Brown. Here goes Wheezy. That's Poirier's walkout music. He's walking out to James Brown with
Yeah.
Wayne. Where's Wayne at?
He's got
Wayne's not
Wheezy
there.
with him.
There he is. Wheezy
There
is
he
there.
is.
Let's go. Wheezy F baby. Look how far behind him Wayne is, though.
Wheezy got the little beer gut going right now, dude.
Can't be broken. After all the rain clouds, I was chosen. When all of the lights they get low, and all of the curtains they close, you cannot break down. Whoa, can't be broken. Break down. G code. They can't break the G code. We bros. We know. I ain't scared to break them, breakable. I'm about to take a butter, I'm back, I'm back, the table down my favorite dope. In 1982, I gave the dude a beta boop. It's not Drop the World.
Mm-hmm.
And all of the lights they get low, and all of the curtains they close.
I want to figure that button out.
Whoa,
Dude, I used to
can't
hate
be
Dustin
broken.
Poirier. He grew on me every time.
I can mute y'all from hearing y'all, but I can't seem to figure out how to mute my mic with that button.
Alright.
I'll work on my new control.
Oh, it's weird. It's like you have to do it from like the yeah, like the bottom bar.
No. I'm trying to work with my new controller, trying to figure out. I'm a brand new controller. I got a brand new controller. I bought a what do you call it?
Dude, this
Like an
chat is
elite?
insane that I'm
I bought
watching.
I'll get down in a minute. Hold on. A scuff controller. There we go.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Why is that? Actually works great because I'm actually hearing y'all through the scuff controller and
Dude
talking
is
about this.
shredded for this fight.
Just don't drop it, James.
Just don't drop it. Oh, is that one it break?
Who's fighting? Is it finally the
Jeez, I gotta
main
get out of
card?
the road.
Main card, baby.
Get out of the road.
Fuck.
Holloway, Poirier, let's go.
Are you watching this
Did
game right now?
Yeah, I'm watching it.
what
JS,
Lil
you got
Wayne
Discord
do?
on screen?
No.
Bro, you think you could pull up a AI depiction, Stamey, of the fight currently for me? You think you could?
Take that. Oh, ski.
It's possible for me to do it.
Take this.
Yes, very.
Lil Wayne
Thank
got his
you.
new lady.
Oh, is he doing it? Okay, cool.
Lil Wayne got his new lady.
And literally bringing a paper.
Someone's planting a bomb. Really? Jeez. They're planting a
You
bomb
heard Lil
over
Wayne just like broke up with his fiance with like no warning, no shit like that. Apparently, just like put her
Yeah,
stuff
bro.
outside. I was like, see ya.
He
Yo.
said years ago he's not getting married.
Dude, this chat is going insane on this thing.
Well, I had the same thought, but how baller is that?
Oh yeah,
dude?
the
Stuff's
chat.
true.
The chat on the
Dude,
on the place
they
is
saying the
always
craziest
crazy.
shit.
Yeah. I think
Oh,
most
you
of
mean
them
on
are
the Russian
bots.
stream?
Yeah, it's
How many of them are white?
Dude, it's straight swastika city up there.
Yeah,
on them
It's
things, bro.
crazy, dude.
yeah, it gets crazy on those chats. Don't worry about the live
The
chat.
Russian. I love how the Russians are like, listen, the Ukrainians are
even block
Nazi.
it.
You go into a Russian
You
chat,
can.
they're just all spamming swastikas.
Bro, it's crazy.
Oh, they wouldn't be Russian.
You definitely have to turn off the sound effects because it'll give you an alert like every time somebody chats. So it's like doom 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 doom.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, for
Bring,
sure.
bring, 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 bring. You're like, what's going on right now?
You're like, man, I wonder what important input chat has to say. You look at the chat and it's just like pale.
Oh. Yeah.
And then there's always one idiot who's like trying to be earnestly talking about the fight.
He's like,
Like,
jail
wow,
Skipler.
Dustin's doing great with his jab in round 2.
Yeah, it's like, bro, you know these are all bots. Who are you talking to?
I know. Yeah, there's the one real guy in the chat actually arguing with all the fucking bots.
Probably scratch my paint.
All right, I hate to go against Poirier, but I think Max has got this one. He's got to get a victory out of the trilogy.
No, he doesn't. You lose nothing if you lose to Dustin Poirier, my brother.
You have to end the trilogy on a win. He shouldn't even be getting a trilogy chance. Dude, his girl is scary looking and hot.
I think if they both fight, I mean, I don't know if they fought since the last time I watched either of them, but if they fight as good as they did the last time I watched them, it's going to be a fucking bloodbath, dude. It's going to last forever.
Dude, Poirier's on a downward.
Sure be violent.
Poirier's on a downward hill. Holloway's on an upward hill. Like,
according to what? Holloway got
According to
knocked out in
me.
his last one. Poirier got submitted with like 10 seconds left against the pound-for-pound #1 fighter in the world. What are you talking about?
he got knocked out by Poirier.
Always
How
go
about all
down.
the fights
Always
before
go
that?
down round 2. Round 2.
How
Holloway
about before that? He got
Holloway's not going
beat
down round
beat
2.
Gaethje, but then before that, he lost to Volkanovski in a very dominant fashion. Very dominant fashion, my brother.
No.
Yeah, I haven't watched any
And
fights
that's
really in the
why he
last year.
moved up
Last
to
time I
fight Gaethje. is because he lost to the champion 3 times. He's like, shit, I got to go get a golden ticket to get that belt again. Let me go fight Gaethje at 155. If I win that, they got to give me the shot. And they give him the shot against Ilya. He gets chinned out cold. Meanwhile, Dustin Poirier's putting a beating on Islam Makhachev. He's all black and blue in the press conference. You have amnesia when you watch fights, my brother.
I agree with Stamey. This is all pussy
Look,
shit
Holloway's
compared to
wearing
back
the
in
same
day.
shorts he wore when he
And
knocked out
I
Gaethje.
don't disagree. I think Holloway has a great shot to win this fight, but I'm not picking against Dustin. And all I'm saying is, everybody's gonna get hurt in this one, and that's what is painful because I love them
Well,
both.
that's what we want. No, that's
Nobody wins in a fight.
Where's my
No,
phone?
you know what I want, bro? I want one of those classic clips where they both throw at the exact same time on opposite sides and chin
both
each other
go
at the same
down?
time.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
That would be a great.
Bro, imagine how much of a disappointment if it would be the bell rings and then they
Damn,
run over
those
there and one of them accidentally just dings the other one right away into the
shorts are
fight.
$130.
No, that would be
happen.
amazing.
Retirement fight.
It'll be a short and disappointing fight. You watch. It'll be short and disappointing.
Bro, look at
You
the
watch.
shape Dustin's
Hey,
in.
you can make Stamey. You can make your thing full screen so that.
All right, I gotta mute though for this fight. I gotta really lock in.
You just gotta. Yeah, it takes a couple times. There you go.
Yeah, I have an ad blocker on my computer, so usually it's pretty good, but this website sometimes still.
Yeah, that's why I use a separate laptop.
Bro, I don't like this new Poirier
that's
look,
why.
though.
That's why I don't go
JS,
to this on my computer.
Are you showing the Discord on your stream?
No.
Okay, bet. I'm gonna show the fight or attempt to.
You know somebody already is.
Okay, never mind. I gotta deafen though, so I gotta lock in, dude. God, oh man, if either of them lose, I'm gonna fucking cry.
That one of them's gonna lose.
No, it could be a draw, dude. I'm holding out hope we get a draw or consecutive.
Do I need
KO.
to turn my sound off?
Your sound's fine.
I'm just trying to make sure people. You can kind of hear my phone through the. Turn it down a little bit. Expert commentary. This is expert commentary.
You're like easily playing like the audio.
Me and Daddy Job
Where it's,
are
like, easy to
expert.
hear.
We've been doing fight commentary on fight nights for like 3 years. We're experts.
Okay, I heard that.
The OG of that shit
I'm pretty
is
sure
this
you can
black
shoot a
dude.
video and like Family Guy can be on it in the background and Family Guy can't
There was
sue
this black
you.
kid.
for being like-
There's this black dude way back in the day, the OG of this shit, that would go on Twitch for the UFC game and hold a controller and act like he's playing the game with the fight playing.
But he'd be
this shit
playing
was
he'd play
classic,
the
bro.
pay-per-view fights on his screen, but he'd title
And when
the
a fighter
game
got
and he'd
knocked
hold a
out, he'd act
controller.
mad like his player got knocked out. Shit was so funny.
Yeah, so basically, it'd be like me
That's
doing
so
this,
funny.
and I'm like,
He lasted like a month and got pretty popular before they shut his ass down.
that is legendary. Daddy Jub has all the knowledge on the fighters and the fights and stuff, but I'm the guy with the hot takes.
Yeah, he's
Dude,
coming
Bruce
with some
Buffer's
wild
getting
ass
old,
takes.
man.
And the thing with fights is, we're about 50-50 right, because that's just how it plays.
Yeah. Yeah, usually when me and Freddie are betting, he'll just take the other guy from who I bet, and it's usually like half. It's usually.
Yeah, it's usually, yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, Dustin, I've never seen him in shape like this.
He's looking
I
good.
know. At the weigh-ins, he was.
I probably sound
frickin'
borderline
ripped.
gay, but
it
bro,
sounds a little gay, but
he looks as shredded as ever right now.
No, he's like when I watched him, I don't remember what it was, but he was looking
literally
shredded.
looks
He
like
knocked
he's
that.
about
He
to
knocked
steal
whoever
his
the hell
car
out.
as
dude,
fast
he's
as
got
he
like a
doing it.
10. He's got a 10-pack.
How sick would it be if he just like shot up a sick ass stack of steroids
You can
because you're
count
retiring
8, but
anyway?
there's 2 more down under the pant line.
Right, he's got some
He did his
fucking.
last fight anyways.
He's
Yeah,
got some
right. It's like, what, are you
HGH
gonna
and fucking
suspend me?
TRT ready to go.
Yeah,
Fuck
this
that, dude. He
motherfucker's
went
on
all the way. He's
roids,
got
bro.
gamma in him. He's got like the shit the Hulk's got in him right now.
That'd be so funny, dog. He's like, yeah, I'm about to retire. You think I'm gonna go in and get Max Holloway clean? Fuck that.
Didn't he
You
say
saw
in
what
an
he did, bro.
interview
What he
he's
did
gonna
to
get all
Gaethje is very
roided?
scary, though. I mean, he shut Gaethje's ass down, bro.
Max did.
I mean, he dominated him.
Max did.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well,
dude, he's the best boxer in the fucking UFC.
Dustin Poirier also has KO'd
His odds
Gaethje,
actually
but
increased.
more recently he got KO'd by Gaethje.
Max is the favorite.
Yeah, he was only at 120 odds
Yeah,
before the
ever so
fight. Now he's
slightly,
at
though.
negative 140.
I hate the intent, the fucking like
Some guy
waiting for
put
this shit.
$300 on a
I like
draw.
whenever they're doing this shit. I'm just like constantly like antsing for the fight. I'm like, bro, they get started.
Bro, does he have a cyst on his rib from getting punched in the ribs all the time?
I don't know, but
He
That's
does look.
insane.
I don't know. There's a thing you can get to with your bottom ribs where they become like kind of just like poke out.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Dustin Poirier's kind of do that, but it looked like he
that's what
just
I
had
get
like an
when I do
actual
crunches.
cyst.
I get like it pops out under my rib.
My ribs,
All right, here
fucking,
we
when I
go.
work out my core like that, they like come inward. They like shrink in. They don't poke out more like that.
I'm gonna chime in real quick. Max Holloway.
But considering
Max
that they
Holloway
fight,
is fucking huge.
Yeah,
Max Holloway is huge right
no,
now,
Max
bro.
Holloway is huge, dude. When he looked like this for the BMF title against Justin Gaethje too, I was like, bro, he's fucking jacked. Why is he so big?
Yeah,
He's
I
not a
might
big
just be
framed
remembering
guy.
his last fight, but this dude looks way bigger than I feel like I've ever seen him. I'm scared.
They're just feeling each
Oh,
other
this
out.
is gonna be so good, dude.
Max has thrown two kicks and three punches. Poirier's thrown nothing yet.
What are you at?
I have 4 different screens open showing it, so I'm
classic Poirier overhand.
409, 430, whatever you're on.
Oh yeah, we're at 4:30 on mine.
The one I'm watching on my phone is the earliest, and then if something crazy happens, I can look at the other screens.
Switch your stance right in the middle. I freaking hate DC, dude.
John Tone Police in chat. John and Matthew are fighting in the chat, keeping the algorithm going. Matthew got the #1 spot. Let's go. Took it from Nightbot.
Hey.
Uh-oh. Poirier rushed in.
It sucks. I'm in the ghoulie.
Oh! Wait! I need to calm down. Sorry, guys. Oh!
Yeah, wait.
Okay. He's up.
Oh shit. Okay, thank God. What happened? Now we're at 302.
Poirier got knocked the fuck down like twice.
Dang it, we jumped to 302 out of nowhere.
Wait, we just missed it? God damn it.
I know. Now it's working.
Yeah, I'm watching the UFC fight.
Yeah, between 345 and 302, Poirier was on the ground. He got up pretty quick though, and he's back up. He's doing good now. But it was like I think that might count as 2 knockdowns, but maybe just
I
one.
kind of fuck with Poirier's shorts. I ain't gonna lie, dude. I like those.
Oh, God, that spinning back kick Max does is crazy. Caught him right in the gut, but he's not even affected. It seems like, dude, Max is dominating round 1.
Yes.
Max is gonna win for sure.
Poirier hasn't really done anything in this.
I think he's just kind of filling him out. He's a 5-round fight. He doesn't need to go too crazy.
I think he's ready to retire. That's what I've been saying.
I don't know.
Max is hungry.
Well, based off the stats, I think
Max can't have 3 L's against this guy.
That was a sneaky little upper jab. You see that little up jab he did?
Ooh, Poirier just caught him though.
That was
just a quick jab, but still, it was clean.
He's Catholic, you say?
What? Calf kick? We're watching UFC, James.
Catholic.
I thought you said Catholic.
I hope it shows that in the replay after this round, dude. Max threw a sneaky little uppercut, like just a little quick one. You couldn't even really tell he did it.
Poirier's kind of piecing him up here in the last minute. He's picking his shots. He's feeling him out.
I think we'll see Poirier kind of pick it up halfway through the second round to maybe kind of put some pressure.
Ooh, that was a nice 3-piece, but Dustin defended well. 30 seconds left.
Good jab from Poirier.
They're gonna let it go.
Pretty good.
But I think they both
That's
don't
not
want.
a
They
good
both
jab
don't
from
want the fight to
Poirier.
end too early. They know they're putting on a show. This is the BMF belt. 10 seconds.
Who the fuck wouldn't have wanted to?
Max did like a little what's that called? Caraduera or whatever, where they do like dancing.
Capoeira.
Capoeira.
That's like
Capoeira.
yeah, but no, it's like a. Wouldn't that be Jamaican?
That's kind of what he did at
Dance.
the end. He put his hands on the ground. And he did like a spinning kick, but it was right at the bell. He kind of knew it wasn't going to hit.
I would hope not. Like it seriously hurt somebody.
Oh, that dude. There's a dude that did a front flip onto a guy's head and knocked him out.
Well, that's.
I think we're going to see him use this jab more this round.
I mean,
Dustin Poirier.
Yeah,
it's called fighting.
He caught him clean with some quick little jabs towards the end there.
Yeah, I think he just wanted
Here's
to
the
see
replay of the knockdown. And then he gets up and he kind of knocked him down again while he was getting up.
That's all right. Here we go. Good first round for Holloway.
Definitely Holloway.
But if they don't get hurt, that's
what?
That's in a fight.
Why did it end?
You have to keep switching streams. It's just the way it goes. Allegedly. Who was that? Elderline? Or no, Elderline's been here. Oh, that was King.
There you go. Ha. Just does everything in combination. He's a sweet guy with the hands, I tell you.
They're taking their time around two, but Max keeps pushing him back.
Yeah, it seemed like Holloway came out heavy in the first round because he wanted to kind of push the pace. Poirier just wanted to feel it out, and I mean, I know Max Holloway is going to be pushing the pace the entire fight. That's just how he fights. He likes to be in control of the pace. I hate streaming.
Yeah, right, bud.
There we go. The site lasts.
Oh, now you're on the same time as me.
Yeah.
Nothing happened in that 30-second chunk.
Yeah.
Some good body shots.
Little headshot. A couple headshots.
Smoke some cinnamon.
So James, I have a question for you. How do you deal with Isaiah 9?
What about Isaiah 9?
Oh my God.
For us, a child is born. To us, a son is given. And governance shall be on his shoulder. And he will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God.
Just because he's called Mighty God doesn't mean he's
Mighty Yahweh.
Oh shit! Did he toe trip him?
Uh-oh. Poirier got
Did he step on his toe?
Does that?
No,
is
he's
that
getting. Oh
necessarily
no!
hell
Oh
that
no!
was
Oh
God
no!
himself? I mean, Moses was called God until Pharaoh. So
Shut
he's God
up!
too.
Shut
Well, he
up!
was Elohim.
No.
After this.
No!
Yes.
No!
No! What
Oh,
did you
no.
do?
Max Holloway is
no.
gonna win this.
It cut out. I'm still watching.
I'm still watching. He said.
Poirier's defending well. He's not. It's not over yet. He's covering up. He's defending.
They were like, "Oh, he stepped on his toe." After he's just telling me, "Oh yeah, you can just
It looked like he did when he went in for the punch. He like got tripped up. It's all right. Come on, Poirier.
A minute 45, and he's on the bottom. He's just gotta hold him. You just gotta hold him.
Good trip, dude.
Yes.
Get him over. Get him over.
Poirier could out wrestle Max. Come on, man. You got to.
I know he can.
He's
He's just
on the bottom and
He's
he's
a little hurt
tired.
right
Yeah,
now.
he just got rocked in the face 20 times.
Hold it off, man. 1 minute. Come on,
He's just trying to
Poirier.
recover, and then he can wrestle him.
Oh, good little combo. Good little combo.
Watch the up kick, Max.
There you go.
Dude, I want Max to win, but I also want Poirier to win. I don't know who I want
It's
to
just
win.
too good of a fight. You can't even pick a favorite, really.
To win.
I like Poirier. I like him to
win.
win, but
based off the stats, Max should win this.
When
but that's
people
just
ask me who's your favorite fighter, I
analysis.
say Holloway. When they say what's your favorite knockout, I say Holloway and Gaethje. Like, so.
good shot in the body.
I do like Poirier, and I like the hometown boy in Louisiana walking out with Wayne, dude. How can I hate?
Oh,
he's moving in more. Yeah, there
Let's
we go,
go.
dude. I told you he needs to
Hit
get
that,
on the
hit
inside
that.
pocket.
Let's
he
go,
needs
baby.
to get in the inside pocket.
So you're ahead of
Holy shit.
That video's ahead of me now. He got a takedown at the end there. Oh, he's on top. Look at the ground and pound. Look at
Big
the
elbows, baby. 1 second. Oh my god.
Oh
Yo,
my
Matt was
god.
I saw him step in. I was like, he's about to hit him,
Damn.
dude, and he's plucked right into that hook. I'm sorry, I'm yelling. I'm sorry, loud as fuck.
No, I missed it.
No,
now
so
I'm
I
seeing it
think
on this.
we
Yeah, he
all
dropped him.
screamed when that happened.
Dude,
This is the
Yo.
BMF fight.
let's go, dude.
Dustin didn't know if the ground was over. It's so loud in there. What the-
Look, watch. He gets rocked bad.
If we get another Kevin Holland, Daniel Rodriguez, where they just keep going like as
Dude,
close as you can go to unconscious. Oh shit! This
Was I
is
not right that
Max
he needed
is
to
so
move
good.
on the
See, that was
inside
it right
pocket,
there.
bro? The second he
Max
started
is
fighting on
tired.
the
You see
inside,
Max
he
walking-
fucking
Missed that
knocked him.
uppercut.
Max walking back
Grabs
to the
the gear.
corner. He's tired. He's
He got
hurt.
pissed, bro. Max got some steam out of his ears, kept knocking his ass down. He said, "Hold up, this
I
Hawaiian
told you, bro.
motherfucker ain't
Dustin
gonna."
Poirier.
Yeah, because he kept
And he
backing up
kinda
when
quit the
Max
back
was pushing him,
leg.
but I
Look at
feel
the
like he could
replay.
like
Look at the replay.
Why did he
right
jump
before-
Gilly?
scrapping
He
in these
keeps jumping
interactions. He's
Gilly.
getting.
He keeps
There's
jumping
a-
guillotine. This fucking guy. He's never gotten a guillotine ever.
I know. I've never. Yeah, he always tries for it. He can't
What's the
get it
final
locked
When
in.
play?
they're
It's time
hurt,
for him to try one
it's like
last
keep
time.
punching
You
him.
might as well
He
try
has-
rubber guard and then choke
He
him
has
out
the
from
fifth
rubber
most
guard.
knockouts ever, but instead of continuing to punch, he jumps guillotine every time. This fucking
Well, he
guy. I
went.
love
Did
it.
you see? He swung that uppercut and missed him when he was on the ground by like a fucking inch, dude.
Dude, the crowd is
Come
freaking
on.
out right now. The crowd is on their feet. It's
Yeah, that
round
was so
3,
small. All he
baby.
did was he stepped in. When he was usually stepping back, he stepped in and he threw a hook and just it completely caught him off guard.
Come
St. Pierre would end this fight.
GSP.
That's what I was saying. He needs to channel his innermost GSP here because Holloway does worse when he's getting like on the inside pocket.
Just keep that keep that good head movement going. Yeah. Oh, we gotta be careful with that, Bo. That's how he got Gaethje, was that inside like fucking little shot, dude.
They definitely respect each other. They
definitely do,
he's
bro.
standing his ground more now. He's
I
trying
knew
to
that's
catch
like I
up.
said, dude. Dustin Poirier was gonna heat it up a little bit in the second round because he didn't want Max Holloway to think he could just walk through the 5 rounds carrying everything. He's got to give him some pressure. Look, he's got the pant legs rolled all the way up now.
I know. Did you see that? He's got the damn tan
Why
lines.
do pants?
He got the tan lines.
He's like,
showing.
fuck these pants, dude.
He said,
No.
Well, even though he's so much smaller, the momentum's changed. He has Holloway on the back foot.
Now it's fucked.
You might have to try server 2.
Yeah. Sure. Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, it just started going right when you clicked it.
It's okay.
Server 2 ain't doing
Come on,
nothing.
fuck.
There you go. 313. Oh, you're right on time with what my phone's showing. Oh, all 3 of my things are synced right now.
Let's go.
Oh, there goes the phone. Phone just dropped. Stuff's going to be dropping like crazy in this fight.
Wow, dude, he's landing. He's landing well.
Nice shot by Poirier.
Kick. Not a whole lot going on in this third round so far. Okay.
I think they both kind of spent themselves last round trying to finish each other.
Yeah.
That's what she
Oh,
said.
nice little two-piece there.
Like I said, dude, these are both championship level fighters, bro. They know it's 5 rounds. First round, Max wanted to win. Poirier's going in second round. This is just going to be kind of a catch their breath round.
Yeah, this is like in Dragon Ball Z Budokai when you're charging up the energy bars.
Right. They're trying to come in for round 4.
Oh, you know, if they make it to the end of the last round, there's going to be a swang and bang at the last 30 seconds. Oh, nice.
Oh, look at that
piece
flurry.
up. Ooh. Max is getting in the zone. You got to shut that down.
Yeah,
Dustin.
you saw his eyes. You saw his eyes, dude.
Yeah.
He had the crazy eyes going.
He's about to go Ultra Instinct. You better tighten up.
Dude. Tighten up. That spinning kick right there is so deadly from him, dude.
That one looked weak, though.
That little spinning rib kick.
That's the third he's still.
That's like Anderson Silva fucking break your foot.
I think you're gonna say that Anderson still would break your leg. I was like, bro, too soon.
I still
Yeah, I should knock on. I'll knock on wood. I'll knock on wood.
I still feel like Max is 1 and 2. Poirier did some good things in round 2, but right now Max is up 2 rounds, and this round I think he's up this round too. Not a lot happened this round, but
I could maybe even judge this as a mix. They're both landing pretty flush.
yeah, nah, I think Max has all 3 rounds so far.
Yeah, he did get a little finger poke there, just a little bit.
Poke him in the eyes when the ref's not looking.
Max definitely has this
Miscalculation
third
there.
round. Max definitely has the first round. The second round, Poirier came out on top. It was, you know,
We got a little banter with the boys.
Yeah, you see him? They're fucking. He said 1, 2, 3, 4. They're counting
And
their
then
their
Max
strikes.
said 1, and then they're bantering a little bit.
Yeah, dude, this is a good fight for sure. This is the first UFC
When
event
it
I've
comes to
watched in
physical
probably the
damage, it
whole
looks
like,
like
last 8,
fucking
9
Holloway.
months.
This is a good one to have watched.
We do this almost every Saturday. We do the fight night where we watch.
Yeah, I
the
definitely got to
fights.
come back and do this again.
Bro, next week the fights
Last
are
week we
incredible,
didn't,
but they start super early.
If there's no fights or if
Yeah,
it's like
Jesus,
a bad
fuck.
fight, I'll usually schedule my debates and stuff for a Saturday when there's like not a good.
Oh yeah,
fight
that's a
card.
good point. I posted, last week was probably like a UFC Apex or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, or the fight nights or the sometimes it's a good card, but like I missed Derek Lewis because I was debating John. But
oh yeah,
I always
Come on, Poirier.
always here for the pay-per-views.
Hope he
Unless
got
it,
the
unless
numbing
it's in
cream on
Abu
his
Dhabi
eyebrow.
and the fight start. Well, no, we watch those too, but that'll usually be on a. Sometimes the fights will start at like 9 a.m. So I'll just stay up all night Friday streaming and then watch the fights the next day. Then it's like a 20-hour stream. That happened a couple weeks ago.
Oh shit.
Yeah, my phone dropped too. My computer's still going. This is round 4.
I just couldn't really hear you guys.
It feels like it's like flying by.
Yeah.
I do. That's how it is on a good fight like this. You're like, damn, it's already over. Fuck. But then you got those 5-rounders that are slow and
drag
boring. You're
on,
like, God
and it's like,
dang, just
damn.
like, get this over with.
I mean, worst case scenario, Max has round 1 and round 3.
Yeah, that's what the guy just said in the Twitter comment. He said 1 went to Holloway, 2 went to Poirier, and the third one, it was kind of equal. It was kind of, but Holloway might have got it.
I'd say 1 and 3 went to Holloway, and 2 maybe went to Poirier.
Yeah, I think 2. I think 2 is definitely Poirier.
Max was on top for like Max took him down and was on top for like a minute, and then he just ended on top. He had so it was.
I don't know if they'd be looking at like the damage he did in round 2.
Who controlled the octagon?
Ooh. That was a good shot from Poirier. Uh-oh. Dustin's dominating this round so far.
He's kind of getting a little more aggressive. He just doesn't want to be too aggressive or he's going to get rocked. For sure.
Oh, Max.
Oh.
God, they're going back and forth.
Poirier's picking up the pace now.
Yeah, Max has been on the defense this whole round. I mean, he's throwing little like that, like little setups, but he's backing up. God, Poirier's trying to knock him out with every shot.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was. See, Max is still boxing. Max is still fighting and getting points, but Poirier's in the mode where he's trying to knock him out.
I can't state how much I respect the fact that Holloway looks bigger than ever, and he's still keeping Holloway on the back foot.
I mean,
this is a weird fight.
Poirier looks more muscular than Max.
Yeah. Little uppercut.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying he just looks larger. He's like,
Yeah.
You can see his head peeking up over his head.
He's definitely taller.
Look how big Max Holloway's traps are for his body size, dude. No, you fuck.
Yeah, I wonder if he was planning on lulling into it, or if in the first round he was nervous if he was going to be able to get this like level of like control, and he's now more just like comfortable.
Back to server 1.
Because when this shit was starting, you guys were all saying it. You guys were like, "Dude, look at Holloway. He's fucking huge coming up."
Come on now.
John Castle is not Jalen. And Jalen hasn't been here in a while. Every now and then he'll just stop in and say hi, but he doesn't hang out like he used to, Matt.
Ooh.
Okay.
That's great.
It's always right in the most important part.
When it buffers out, yeah.
Yeah, when it starts acting crazy like this.
That was a nice back and forth, though. He hit him with the 1-2, then he slipped the third.
That's why I like how my laptop hasn't buffered out, and it's on one that's like way delayed. And so when these ones that are on point buffer out, I can go to this while I fix it.
That's right. Here, what's
The only reason I would say that there's where Holloway could be winning all 3 rounds is because he's mixing in a lot more kicks, and all of his kicks are successfully landing.
I don't know. I think this goes to decision. Max is winning so far. Poirier needs a knockout this round, but I think they're both gonna.
Yeah, I would agree. Like I said, he's mixing up a better slate of combinations.
This is round 5, and they know this is for the BMF belt. The last 30 seconds, they're both gonna get crazy. But But Poirier might be like smart enough to be like, let's not do that and let me just wrestle him. So hopefully that might happen. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope.
Yeah, I am a little bit. It's wild to me that Poirier's only shot one takedown attempt so far.
Maybe he'll try and pick it up in this round. Or maybe he knows it's the BMF and people don't want to watch a ground battle on BMF fights, dude. They really don't. It's just for people that want to see people just throw hands.
Based.
I mean, truthfully, that's truthfully why they did this. For the people, all the fans that were like,
too many fucking people. You know, like
these are just two dudes that like boxing and
after
MMA.
round one.
I love the grappling. I know most people don't like it though.
I love Muay Thai, like clinch and shit. Yeah, but I definitely see what they're saying. There's some people that just constantly shoot takedowns and get awarded points for like more volume.
No. They said Poirier's team's calling for more volume. So it's round 5. They're about to go to work, boys.
Come on, throw Poirier.
It's for a belt, Daddy Jub. You got to beat the champion to be the champion. If it goes to points, Max is winning this.
Yeah, if it goes to points, Max wins.
Oh, big shots.
Now, I will say, I agree with that. I don't think the scorecard's going to be crazy, though. I think Poirier's actually kept a lot of these rounds fairly close.
Yeah, but he's not winning right now.
Yeah. I would agree, but I think if he could have like secured a takedown attempt in each of these rounds, he would have been on top.
I think Max is showing more damage, but
yeah, Max looks more fucked up, but Poirier almost never looks fucked up.
Yeah, Max kind of always looks fucked up.
You already know Max is gonna win this.
3 minutes to get it together. Poirier. And the thing is look at Max. Max would normally have been going in a little bit more right now, but he knows if he goes too open, he's gonna get knocked the fuck out by Dustin Poirier. Because on Gaethje, he was just teeing off right now, pretty much still the whole time. He was fighting him, beating him up the whole time.
Yeah, they've been talking to each other the whole fight.
Come on, Dustin. Last 2.5 minutes of your career. Come on, man.
That's why he's not just going to let the hands go. DC just said, I would like to see Poirier letting his hands go more. No, he's about to retire. He just ate a body
He does
kick.
have more. He does have more reach.
He just ate a body kick and said, okay. Max is landing 2 of every 1 that Poirier lands. I agree. Volume. That's why they said more volume, Dustin.
Yeah, this round he didn't even throw for like the first 30 seconds.
I don't know. The French guy's gonna lose.
28-14, 44-25, 32-24, 42-27, 16-11. Those are.
Oh fuck! He got poked.
Matthew, stop it! Nice body kick.
No. I could see the anger in his eyes. He's like, "Did I really just get poked in the eye in the last 2 minutes of my final match?"
Well, dude, it's happened to him twice this fight. Max Holloway does that quite a bit. He gets a little handsy in the face.
Yeah.
All right, maybe Poirier will let the hands go now.
Yeah, he kind of was mad. He's like, I need you to get away from me, ref, so I can throw some hands, bro.
Come on. 1 minute left. Here's where it gets crazy if it gets crazy.
Yeah, here we go. They're going to. They're sizing each other up. There's a big shot. He's going to try and counter him, dude.
Yeah.
No! You fucker.
No.
They're all cutting out.
Bro, they need to set their front foot and refuse to back up.
They haven't done it yet with 20 seconds on the clock.
20 seconds.
20 seconds. They haven't pointed to the middle yet. I don't think Max is pointing to the middle in this fight.
He doesn't want to get knocked the fuck out.
No. 10 seconds left. Oh. He pointed. They're doing it. They're doing it. They're doing it. They're doing it. Oh, Max is fucking him up for 10 seconds, dude. Ah, they did do it. Max won that fight, and yeah. They did
I
it.
think he gassed out in the 5th round. I feel like Poirier started like getting diminishing results.
That was.
Who do you think would win on the actual street?
He did though. With 12 seconds on
Look how
the clock,
stressed his mom is,
Max
dude.
Max said, "Hold on."
She's like, "Shit."
Hold on. 10 seconds left. Stand right here. And they stood and they swung it out, and Poirier withstood it. But still,
Yeah, I think if he had a little more gas, Poirier might have countered him in that
dude,
last
Max
exchange,
landed
but he
like
was just too tired.
Max landed like 12 shots in that last 10-second stand. It was like
He'd have stepped back. Yeah, but I see one guy's face who looks like it requires a hospital visit. One
Max-
guy's face looked like he's had Sunday dinner.
Yeah, Max's face is fucked up. You're right.
Oh shit! Here we go again.
I want to see that last 10
Wait,
seconds
what?
again because Max
He
went.
did
It was like a super move.
Nah,
in
Dustin
Street
backed
Fighter.
up and he clinched. I can't, you
Yeah,
know, how you
he
gonna
did. He
clinch,
hit like
bro?
the 6 feet.
He got
This
scared.
the last 10 of the career? You gonna clinch?
He got scared, man.
He did kind of tap in like the final 5 seconds.
Wouldn't
He's
you
like,
be
okay,
scared? Did you see how fucking fast he threw them
He hit him with like a
punches?
flurry of body shots.
It was like a Street
Bro, he-
Fighter video game, like a finishing move.
It's
He went,
literally like incomprehensible to me to throw punches that fast. It's fucking hard.
Yeah,
too.
why
It's
did he
crazy.
throw like the greatest combo? He
1,
threw
2,
the whole
3,
fight
4,
in the
5,
last to like 10.
7, 8, 9,
10
10,
I think
11, 12, 13, 14.
Because that shit requires,
15.
I bet, crazy energy. Like you can't do that long.
I just counted in the replay. He threw 15 significant strikes in the last 10 seconds. He pointed to the floor and he hit him 15 times, like in 10 seconds. That's crazy.
It's all right. I think Poirier
You're
got
not
a
good
look
at counting
in there.
strikes, brother.
Well, give or take, but I was just counting and I saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
He
9,
threw
10.
15. He probably landed 9.
No, he threw. Well, are you counting what he was doing once the clinch started? Because I'm not counting that.
No, I'm just counting if he hits you in your elbows. That's not what he was trying to hit.
Well,
So it doesn't count.
I'm saying he threw his hands 15 times. Okay.
Yeah, and he hit about 9 of them.
He hit all of them. It just wasn't to a. If all you're
To his
doing
target.
is
If you
He's
didn't
hitting
hit your
hard enough
target,
to
you
make
didn't
Poirier
hit.
if all you're
clutch.
doing is doing this and you're getting hit, you got hit.
Yeah, if
15
you're
times.
doing that, not wearing gloves, you're breaking your hand.
Dustin basically clinched up and did this, and then
Ew, bro. What's that lump in Holloway's abdomen, bro? What the fuck?
I told
see
you that. He's got a cyst
That's
in his
a
abs,
hernia.
bro.
still BMF champion. Max
I don't know how
Holloway.
I
I
didn't
mean,
see that
we
right
have Diamond versus what are those shitty ass nicknames? Diamond versus fucking.
Max.
I hate that Dustin didn't win his
Max.
retirement fight, but I also knew he wasn't gonna win his retirement fight. And Wheezy put the
Lil Wayne's got a he doesn't know how to do it. He don't got arms long enough to reach around the guy's waist.
Wheezy put the belt on Max Holloway. Damn.
Wheezy.
Wheezy
Oh,
F.
John.
Wheezy F baby, and
That's
the
so
F
gay.
is, the F is for Dustin Poirier. Almost got knocked the F out.
Hello there.
Hello, mate.
What could have been if only Poirier didn't go for a guillotine and try to confirm more hammer fist? But the world will never know.
I bet you on the street that the Dustin guy would win on the street. No gloves.
What a class act.
I'm not
He
hearing
just
the
said,
speech.
"Let me fuck Ilya up,"
Yeah, I'm not hearing the speech.
and give the mic over. What a guy.
Did they do? I didn't. I can't hear the damn speech. I'm hearing Dustin's, but I
How
didn't hear
about him?
Max's. Max called out Ilya to Poirier. Everything's buffering. I'm not hearing it.
All right, being real though, after that,
Oh yeah,
I still
he
don't think
just said
Max is
Taporia.
defeating
Come
Alien
on, let's
Taporia.
fucking go. Bro, Max, I don't think you can beat Taporia right now. Like,
Yeah,
nah.
that's what I'm saying. I feel like if he runs Taporia again, he's losing again.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna win, buddy. I don't think anybody's beating Taporia right now. Like, he's
That
gonna.
was the most brutal Max Holloway knockout ever.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah.
I think the fight would end in like round 1 or 2.
Aw, the cat.
Yeah.
I feel loved by the fans.
James, whenever these fights are done,
Where's
I'm
Trump
gonna
at?
hold your feet to the fire on Isaiah 9.
Uh-oh, what's going on? What did he say about Isaiah 9?
Well, well, look, we'll have
Trump
to do that
at?
some other time, Everline, because I gotta go to bed. I gotta get a nap.
Ah, he's running.
Well, then I have one.
I'm not
question.
running. I done
Run,
engaged
James,
in a little bit on
run!
Isaiah
Run,
9.
James,
Well, I
run!
have one question. Then. Who is the everlasting Father?
Who's the everlasting Father? The Father.
Yeah, I agree.
Who do you think is?
James, you're supposed to say your mama.
I mean, you just kind of owned yourself with Isaiah 9, though.
No.
Yup.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
How did I do that? Can't he get the title of everlasting Father?
No such thing.
Like an intermediary
It's
between.
clearly referring to God the Father without him
Father?
being also the God the Father.
There's no such thing as an everlasting father.
If it's got, how do Orthodox and stuff? They say same among equals or something like that. How do with the Trinity, then is Christ not submit to the Father? Does the Son not submit to the Father? You can't say the Son doesn't submit to the Father, because I know the Son submits to the Father. So Christ is below God, or is below the Father. They're both God, but Christ is below the Father.
Well, if you want to
No?
debate the monarchical Trinitarian idea, I'm not going to be able to do that because I don't know enough about it to be able to.
This is why
accurately portray
Eusebius
what
is
all
not
of
considered
that
a church
entails.
father, is because he believed in a hierarchy, and I believe in a hierarchy, and I don't see how we.
Oh wait, no, you just did Isaiah 9:6.
Yeah, but I'm gonna go ahead and go though. Y'all have a good one.
Okay, well, I don't even want to get into this, but James, I was only doing it because James was here, and I thought. But anyway,
I gotta get a nap, man. I gotta watch family today. Plus, we're having a cookout too later.
Well, I'm just saying this. Like right now, it would have been the easiest time to debate me on this because this is just an argument that I'm coming up with right now, currently. So later on, it's going to be more difficult.
Yep.
To debate me on this target.
Sucks for you, James.
Well, that's okay. That's okay, man. Go take care of your family. That's more important.
Yeah, you got to take care of your family, James. So take care, buddy.
Yeah, y'all have a great one.
See you, man.
So this is all I'm going to say. That we worship one God in Trinity and the Trinity in unity, neither blending their persons nor dividing their essence. For the person of the Father is a distinct person, and the person of the Son is another, and that of the Holy Spirit still another. But the divinity of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit is one, their glory equal, their majesty co-eternal. What quality the Father has, the Son has, and the Holy Spirit has. The Father is uncreated, the Son is uncreated, the Holy Spirit is uncreated. The Father is unmeasurable, the Son is unmeasurable.
You go
the
into
Holy...
these things where you just start reading the whole Bible, John.
Well, I'm not reading the Bible.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought you were reading, but is the
I was reading. But
is the Father the head of the Son?
He is
Eternal existence.
What do you mean by the head of the Son?
1 Corinthians, I forget the verse, but
No, I was just gonna summarize.
for
I
the
think
Father
it'd be
is
eternal existence.
for God is the head of Christ, Christ is the head of man, man is the head of woman. The order of God. It's not. I paraphrased and I kind of mixed it up, but it says it's 1 Corinthians.
They were talking about like Isaiah.
You're talking about You were talking about 1 Corinthians 11:3.
Yeah, for the head of Christ is God, and the head of man is Christ, and the head of the woman is man, or something like that. That shows a hierarchy of God, Christ, man, woman. And then
Elderland brought up the divine
it doesn't
nature
say
or some
children,
bullshit.
but some people add children under that, and I kind of would agree. But God, Christ, man, woman.
Huh?
Okay, so what you just read, I don't know what you're reading from, because what mine tells me is this. Now I command you, because you remember me in everything, maintain the traditions even as I delivered to them. But I want you to understand that the head of every man is Christ. The head of wife is the head of a wife is her husband, and the head of Christ is God. Every man who prays
That's
on
what I said.
prophecies with his head. Okay,
I
so
said
here's
I
the
was
thing that
paraphrasing, but I basically said
okay.
God, Christ, man, woman, and that's what you
Wait,
just read.
Elderline, did you not bring up Isaac?
The head of every man is Christ, and the head of every woman is man, and the head of Christ is God. So it's God, Christ, man, woman.
So yeah, so here's the thing that's often what becomes
So if Christ is
understand.
God, then
Yes.
how is the Father the head of the Son? And it's not just that verse. Christ submits to his Father repeatedly. Not my will, your will be done. In the garden, Father, forgive them, for they have sinned.
But do you also know there's one distinction about who Jesus Christ is at the time when he's saying these things?
Yeah,
The Son.
okay, so basically the argument is that why he's on earth, he's taking a lower, because it says he makes himself to be less than the angels. So while Christ is in his physical form, at that time he's less than God.
He's not less divine. He's not less divine, but he because God the Father is the one that the one distinction that we know about God the Father that is different than the Holy Spirit and Jesus the Son is that God the Father.
But I would say even when Christ is not in physical form, when they're in heaven, Christ sits at the right hand of God. So I believe I die and when I go to heaven, I'm going to see
Right. Well, there's a reason why we say the Father, the Son, and the Holy
to
Spirit,
his right, and I don't think I'm going to see the Holy Spirit to his left.
Okay, so this is the reason why we say the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So, and the reason why we give it a triangle. So so God the Father is the head of the Trinity. There's no denying that.
I have a big problem with the triangle.
I understand, but what I'm trying to say here, there's a reason why
Triangle
it's
is
used,
symbolically used throughout history. Every pagan religion and every the Masons, they all have triangles. They all have these trinities. And I don't like that.
Okay, fine. What I'm saying though is that the symbol equals their co-existence, their co-glory, and the fact that they are equal but being of different substances, right? So there's but they're all one substance. So there's the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. So they and their distinction and differences is in what they are doing and the purpose they have. We don't fully understand why God functions this way, but we understand that we are told that this is how God functions this way because he's makes it obvious in Scripture. He makes it obvious through the councils which have been,
he makes it obvious.
I think, justifiable.
I feel like I don't want to say I feel like, but I'm trying to not be.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. You want just to say, hey,
to me it seems like when I read it, it seems like he makes it clear that it's him and his Son from the beginning, and that his Spirit can go out into anybody. So I see a Father and a Son, and I see the Father's Spirit that is in the Son. So he's one with his Father, just like I'm one with my Father. And then, but the Spirit goes out into all of his followers, but we're not all part of the Trinity. So that his Spirit is not, and this is where it loses me, is when we get into hypostasis and saying that the Holy Spirit is another person. And these are two persons with one ontology. I'm okay with that. Yes, the Father and the Son have one essence. We share an essence. I share an essence with my Father, on earth. But I'm one in my Father to.
So what was Jesus's function and vocation on earth?
If I say stoneworker, what do you mean his vocation? His job?
No. So what is a vocation? A vocation can be an occupation, but a vocation
his purpose
means a calling. Yes.
His theo is his
calling on earth. What was was to do what? Was to do the will of the Father, right?
Yes, to be the Son of God on earth, to die for the sins.
So in order
be the
for
final
him,
sacrifice, the ultimate sacrifice.
For him to be that sacrifice, he had to submit to the judgment and wrath of his Father, even though he did not deserve it. And he, being with the Father, he understood that for this purpose, he had to submit to the Father's will. And that's why in his human form, he struggles. He says,
but I would say he would submit to his Father's will before he was in human form, even when he was in heaven with God before the creation of man.
But then that just goes to show that that's a belief that he has always been in that role. Now I'm saying
he's always been the son of his Father. He's always been the Son of God.
We believe
the Alpha.
We call him that. We call him the Father and the Son.
When people will say this proves the Trinity, they'll bring up the Alpha and the Omega. They'll talk about in Revelation where Jesus says, "I am the Alpha and the Omega," and God says He is the Alpha and the Omega. I agree that they are both of the same essence of God, of the Father, and Jesus is the Alpha and the Omega, just like His Father is the Alpha and the Omega. But the Son is not the Father. The Son submits to the Father. So there's really
but so then what do you take then of John 10 when he says, "I and the Father are one"?
That's what I'm saying. I agree with that. Yes, I am my Father. I am my Father are one. If you keep reading in John 10, he says, "Just like you should be one with your Father, I am one with I and my Father are one." Did you not read the scriptures where it says you are God's? You should be one with your Father, just as I am one with my Father. But we're not part of the Trinity. John 10 is what I point to disprove the Trinity. And then other people will point to John 10 to prove the Trinity. And so, and then the argument becomes, then people say, well, you just got to go to the church fathers and ask them. But I don't agree with them. And then it becomes
then you don't have faith.
So yeah, you can say that we are all one as humans in a nature.
No, but what you're telling me is, even if I don't agree with them, I should just okay. So you're saying I should submit to them, but it doesn't say God, Christ, church fathers, then men, then women. It says God, Christ, man, woman, child. I'm a man, and I go to Christ. I don't go to the church fathers. So if I disagree with what the church fathers are saying, like,
right, well, that
okay. So if
and this is why I'm not
reason why the Jews
authoritarian, John. I'm not some crazy authoritarian because I disagree.
Well,
with
you
authority.
are when it comes to political, civic,
but I disagree with authority all the time.
Then you are just a walking contradiction.
Holy shit, dude! I just saw the first knockdown, and it's complete, bro.
Let me ask you this question:
clean.
why do you think the Jews wanted to stone him? Then, do you think it's because he was promoting pantheism?
So this is this is an argument I used to use, and then somebody gave me a rebuttal that kind of made sense to me, and so I don't lean on this as much. But I used to say, I believe Jesus was innocently crucified. He was innocent. He was crucified.
Why did they want to stone him?
They crucified him for claiming to be God.
Okay, so do you think he's a liar?
No, I don't think he ever claimed to be God. So he was innocent of what they were accusing him of. But a good rebuttal for this is they say, no, they crucified him for blasphemy because they thought he was claiming to be God, but he was God. So he's not committing blasphemy if he says I'm God. But that's the rebuttal, and that makes sense to me. But I still don't see Jesus claiming to be God.
So do you think that
I never see God talking about a triune nature,
do you
and I
think
never
that-
see
do you-
Jesus
do you-
talking about it. I see some
Well,
disciples. You can kind of get it out of some things that John,
Okay.
or
Okay.
some of the
So,
disciples
so
said.
here's the thing. Here's the reason I'm asking you this, and this is why contextual understanding of the scripture is important. Because when you look at the scripture, do you think that the Pharisees were idiots?
No.
Okay, so if they believe he's claiming to be God,
They're probably the highest IQ people in there.
Okay, if he's claiming to be God, or if they are thinking that that's what he's saying, and they're people who are pretty intelligent when it comes to the scriptures and pretty well known, then it's pretty obvious that what they are saying, what they're realizing is that he's claiming to be God.
But this is my Jesus was the dummy that walked up in the temples and made the rabbis look like idiots because he knew the scripture better.
He was
than
a dummy?
Jesus. Okay. What I mean is he was the uneducated. He was the guy that grew up in the freaking desert with his dad, working the fields. He got kicked out of temples for arguing with the pastors.
He didn't work in fields. Do you not know what his vocation was?
Oh my gosh,
He was a
John.
carpenter.
He was a tectone. He was probably a stone worker. You want to go Bible thumping with this? Most of his parables relate to stoneworking. He's the cornerstone. He makes references to pottery all the time. He's called a tectone, and there was a rock quarry nearby to where he lived.
Farmer.
So it's probably more likely he was working with rocks than wood. But anyway, that's irrelevant. What I'm saying is Jesus was not an educated guy. He wasn't super educated, but he knew the scriptures better than the people who lived in the church and got educated.
Why?
in the
And why do you
church.
think he knew it? Why do you think
Hey,
he
hold
knew
on a
it?
sec.
Because it was written on his heart because he's
scripture.
the Son of God.
I mean, you're trying to also apply something like education to someone by nature who would know everything.
I know. I'm saying,
Bro, slaves
but
weren't
you can't. But
educated.
you can't appeal to that. But then at the same time, say that he was just a man and he was in a manly form. So
he's like a man.
Yes,
but this is where the
he
church
could
has
have
always
flown with his arms if he wanted, but he's not going to do
Okay,
that. That
so
wouldn't
this
be
is
in
where
his
the church
nature.
has historically always made this claim, and it's why it's important to understand the two distinct natures of Christ, which is he is true man and true God.
Did they not kick him out because they said, "Isn't this Jesus of Nazarene, whose mother and father is this?" Like this guy, basically the Pharisees and the people in the church, the rabbis, the leaders of the church kicked him out because they're like, "This is just some dumb guy." What and he's he's arguing with them, and he knows the scriptures better than they do.
Now there were some moments where he called them out, but you got to remember that
But he was
there wasn't like
he was not a trained and educated.
No, but he doesn't have to be because he is Jesus. He knows he is the Word made flesh.
I'm
So
sorry,
the Word
but
made
wasn't
flesh.
this a verbal practice before it was scripture
The
at
word,
that
the word,
time?
the word was made flesh, and so if the Word was made flesh, then flesh that was made flesh, the Word that was made flesh would know the Word, because Christ is the Word. He would know the Word. So that's why he knows it, and that's why.
But I believe we
Go ahead.
as followers of Christ, we have the Word written on our hearts too. Like you could be.
Oh, so you think you're just like Jesus then?
I'm a follower. My goal is to be just like Jesus.
So you think that it's written on Jesus' heart, not because he's the incarnate Word of God?
I think Jesus was probably illiterate and he couldn't even read, and he just knew.
So you completely disavow what John 1:1 says.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God.
And the Word was made flesh.
Flesh. Yeah, I believe that.
That's Jesus, right? Do you believe that?
Yes.
Okay, so then it wasn't something that's just written on his heart. And you and I, yeah, we're created by God.
I mean the scriptures.
But we're
Jesus,
not
the
Word
scriptures.
made flesh.
Jesus knew the scriptures better than the Pharisees knew the scriptures.
Because he was the Word.
Yes.
Where we're not the Word though. So it's not an issue of it being on their hearts, or because you're saying, well, we can do the same thing.
Well, no, we can
that Jesus did because we can write it in our hearts.
We can study. We can study to show ourselves approved, and we can rightly discern the scriptures.
Okay, but that's different than what you were just saying.
Well,
because what you were saying is
yes,
that
I know I'm not
we
Jesus.
could be like
I wasn't
Jesus
born
because
with all
it's
that
written
in
on
me.
our hearts.
I wasn't born with all that in me, but it's like it's not crazy to think that people know right and wrong and they know.
I'm not saying it's crazy.
Yes.
I know history.
Not me. I'm not talking about me.
I don't think
I'm just saying.
I don't think you're crazy.
But so when you
I
question,
think you're using some words that are that you're trying to use to explain something that's an understandable, difficult thing sometimes to understand. But I'm trying to understand why you're using certain words, because when it comes to speaking of certain things of the nature of Christ or the nature of God, we have to be very exact and certain, and we have to be careful that we're not just trying to fall into some type of logic trap of our own making, but actually we are submitting ourselves to
everything I say comes from me trying to not fall into logic traps. So
I understand that. That's why
all this stuff is stuff that there were times
Yeah.
when I was trying to deconstruct, and I'm going through the Bible and I'm trying to find every contradiction.
Are you trying to deconstruct the Bible now?
No, because what I found when I was doing that is that I could logically make sense of everything that seemed like a contradiction. And it actually made me stronger.
Deconstructionism is not a good thing for Christians.
I know.
Yeah.
And I
good. All right.
Yeah, this is like maybe a rebellious time in my life, and I'm like, oh, this isn't real. And let me.
So you're talking about.
So I go through the Bible and I try to break everything down and I try to find all the flaws, but it made me stronger because I found ways to reason this out. But some of the ways that I found to reason it out and make sense of it, Christians call me a heretic for.
Well, you keep talking about scripture when like there's no original first scripture unless
What are you
you
talking
could read
about,
like
Marshall? No original.
I'm talking about like the Hebrew, the
Marshall.
Aramaic, the Greek, the Old Testament,
Marshall,
like
I
the
gotta
Hebrew
go pee.
Bible.
Say a whole bunch of nothing.
I'm not gonna say fuck you, Josh. No, I wanted to add. You guys keep talking about scripture. Oh, going to the book, going to the scripture, going to the book, and based off the scripture. Okay, so when was the first original? Like, what was this? Like the 4th century?
Okay, so what are you trying to say here? What are you trying to say?
What I was trying to say is like most people that argue based off of just the book or the scripture. When was the first original Bible written? First off, second off, well, I'm not trying to help you either, Mr. Mosman.
I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say, because it sounds like what
okay.
It sounds like what you're trying to say is that we don't have original source material for the text, which is not true. Which is actually factually not true.
Okay.
We do.
Well, well, you want to keep talking about the original, the scripture.
Yeah, we can talk about the original scripture. What do you want to talk about?
Never
Where
mind,
it's sourced, or how it was canonized? What is exactly that you're trying to say?
How do I word my words? Someone that can help.
Because if you're gonna get on here and say that the Bible was written like fucking 700-800 years after Jesus, you're fucking wrong. I'm sorry, you're wrong.
No, I was just trying to say like.
Okay,
No, to me,
I'm not just.
I'm
not just talking about the Old Testament. I'm not just talking about the Old
read
Testament.
my mind. Someone help explain what I was trying to say, please.
I think that Marshall's just having a hard time articulating himself. I think he's just trying to get an idea of like. It seemed like in relation to what you guys were talking about, which were you guys talking about?
No. Sammy, don't do that. Do not white knight for Marshall. Marshall, you put yourself in this predicament, bro. You get yourself out. Come on now.
Okay, what I was trying to explain. Thank you, Sammy, for trying. I don't have age. Like I said, you guys won't always be here when I need people. Basically, what I was trying to say is like you wanna like go back to like the original scriptures.
So
like,
are you asking like
all I was challenging? No. All I was challenging was like there's what's like. How do I work?
Because all I had left was pants, and I was like, I guess I'll just wait for him to get back, and then I'll do the rest.
Is he
What?
talking to us, or I don't know what's going on there?
Goon?
I'd say there's a run on. Oh, it's glitch. Danny's been gone for nearly 40 minutes.
I gotta mute him
Where'd
because I
he
think he's
go?
talking to somebody else. All right.
Yeah, I
So
muted him too.
Maybe he just doesn't know those
Marshall, I'm trying to
neighborhoods.
understand what you're asking, or what you're trying to, because I'm
What
trying
I
to.
was trying to put down, what I was trying to overlay. Well, you'd have to go back like 30 minutes into your, or well, maybe
there ain't no
like 10
backlash.
minutes.
Okay. Well, here, so we're not going to do that. So here's the thing. So are
I
you
would go back
asking?
like 10. No, sorry, 10 minutes into your Genesis. Like I don't know. It's a common. Anyway, it's not important. I can't articulate it properly, so
Okay. All right. Then I'll.
Don't worry about it. Just
Just dismiss it. He's probably playing a video game at the same time he's trying to do this.
Like,
Yeah, that's fine.
just-
That's fine. I'll be honest with you.
Hey, Goon, just tell them to figure out fucking without Google Maps, get a fucking atlas and find where the fuck you're going. Fucking idiot delivery drivers. No, but seriously though, like you guys want to talk about original scripture?
Okay.
Drive through that road.
Are you wanting to talk about the scholastic way in which it
all I
was
wanted to add-
discovered? Do
all
you
I
want to
wanted
talk
to
about
add-
the language? Are you
No,
wanting to
all
talk
I
about the
wanted to add, I was
denudation?
just trying to talk shit on people just going straight off of scripture, and some wise person once told me
You want to just go straight off
isn't
scripture?
order.
You got a problem with people?
No, I
who go
don't.
straight off
Hey,
scripture?
Goon, you're picking on me a little bit. I don't know how to articulate this, or
No, you kinda started
are
this
you
story.
an Eastern Orthodox or a Roman Catholic? Are you trying to like make a
no,
diss on
I'm not
people who
trying to make
believe in sola
anything. I'm not
scriptura?
trying
Or
to make any diss or any of that. No, I just wanted to throw
Okay.
out a little thought, and I don't know how to word that properly.
Okay.
And it's just based off of the idea of scripture itself.
So
But
are you
it's not
asking like how
important,
can
and
someone
JS
trust
is
the
back,
scripture?
so why don't?
Are you asking how
No.
someone can trust scripture? Are
No,
you
you
asking?
won't be able to understand, and I won't be able to word it to you properly. So
Okay, all right. Well,
I
all right.
just disavow what I said. JS is back, and yeah.
Not mute myself. Is that why I was muted?
Yes, Goon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was falling asleep listening to you guys, and then my manager woke me up, and I forgot.
I'm just one
wasn't
of those
mute.
people on the panel verse that in the panel world of YouTube that you don't want to get into a conversation about biblical scholarship,
Well, no.
biblical canonization, and languages and all that because
Yeah,
again,
okay. Yeah. The
I'm
funny
going to
part is,
give you. What's
I
that?
don't think Marshall, bless your heart, bro. I don't think Marshall really had anything important to say. Maybe he had a question to bring up, but usually he's really good at non sequiturs. He wasn't personally attacking you.
Oh,
or
I'm
nothing
just
like
saying,
that.
if people want to,
No.
they're gonna
He's not
have to.
arguing.
I'm gonna push back on that,
I
and then I'll
wasn't
ask questions.
attacking or arguing anything.
Yeah. I'll push
was
back, and
only
that's
adding
one of the
to
few things I'll actually push
I
back
was
on
only
is the Bible.
well, I just want of course, because scripture and like
Marshall's the king of non sequiturs.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Well, I do know my history a little bit. Not necessarily, but that has not much to do with the Bible. I just wanted to say like that would be. I don't know when we first Dead Sea Scrolls basically isn't that the oldest scripture we have, Muslim?
That's one of them, but it's not the oldest. I mean, if you're talking about the source material, we've got
Gotta
stuff
be
that's way
Aramaic.
older than that. Well, the
Marshall,
Aramaic.
Like what?
Marshall, if you remember, I asked a while back on a panel everybody what their favorite Bible scripture was. If they could
I
just,
couldn't tell you my favorite Bible
And you
scripture.
gave us
No,
like
my
you gave us like a quote
hold
from
on. My whole
Plato.
point, Marshall, was that you took a
All I
book
wanted
of
to add,
philosophy.
well,
your
yeah, I
favorite
went from
scripture.
something
You
I
gave
would
us a
know,
quote.
something I could speak on. Hey, King, what's your favorite scripture off the top of your head? You have like 30 seconds.
Yeah. Psalm 13, bro. I already said this.
Ah, fuck. Well, you still remember, and that's the exact same thing you said last time. Alright.
Right, because it doesn't change. Why would that change, bro?
GG. Alright, you win. God damn it. Same thing you said last time. Either way, no, I just wanted to add, like, you guys talk about scriptures and stuff. Wasn't the word of God, wasn't, I don't know. anyways, I'd have to go back a bit in the stream to actually
Right,
be
right.
able to
So,
Oral
so
tradition. You talk
But
about oral tradition.
there are some oral
Yes,
traditions,
yes.
obviously,
Yeah,
that date back to some early areas. But
and
when
eventually
we're
they
talking
wrote it
about the
down.
oldest, but when we talk about the oldest source materials, so the Dead Sea Scrolls, which were mostly
well, no,
dealing
it
with
was
the
based off of
with the Aramaic Old
me.
Testament, that wasn't as
They're the oldest manuscripts we have of a lot of books of the Bible.
yeah, and they weren't, and it wasn't like the complete canonization. It wasn't the complete Old Testament in it. So
There's
that's why
there's chunks of books where the whole book is missing. So you got to go to other,
That's why a lot of people will cite the Codex Sinaiticus, which dates about 200 years after that. And that is actually one of the oldest, if not the oldest, when we mean like full Old Testament scripture, we're talking about where they're preserved in the oldest form, in the sense. So like that, where they've been put together as close as possible to what we now know as the Old Testament. So, and that's what's his name? That stupid asshole, the Billy guy, whatever, the guy that thinks he's aliens.
Billy Mays or
whatever.
or
No,
Billy,
not Billy Mays.
Billy Mays
That's the
is
guy that does the
ShamWow.
the ShamWow. Yeah.
Billy
But he was
Mays.
like, he was trying to
R.I.P.
say
R.I.P.
he was confusing the Codex Sinaiticus with the Book of Moses, which
that
is
black
just,
guy. You're talking about the black guy.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Billy.
What?
So, and it's an understandable thing because, like, to some degree, he's wrong, obviously, but the Codex Sinaiticus was found in Egypt, and so that's why, like, he made some of the wrong aspersions that he has. So,
Yeah.
So when we look at those texts, so now we're talking about, okay, so let's talk about the New Testament. Well, we do know that we actually have source material dated in the 1st century. Is it completely editorialized? No, right? But usually we know that by at least the 2nd century AD, that most of the scriptures that were written by that point. Now, whether they were put into put into the canonization that we now call the New Testament, that's a different issue and a different question. Obviously, depending on what language source material you're using for the text would determine whether or not you had that or not. But this idea that the New Testament was written 800 or 900 years after Jesus is just I'm sorry.
Well,
it's
yeah,
wrong.
no, it was sorry, but there's like BC. There's
No, we timed
the Old Testament that's 430 years something after BC. Then or sorry, before Christ or something. Then you wanted to talk about the New Testament, which I believe was almost 400.
Yeah, the Bible is not one book; it's a collection of books. It's
that's why it's called the Bible, the bibliography.
Yeah, it's a.
It literally means a collection of books.
It means library. Yeah, it's
library. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where the word bibliography comes from. Is the Bible comes out from that word. So
that's what it pisses me off when people are like, "Oh, you get everything from a book."
I didn't.
Or they're like,
no. Well, it comes
you
from
don't
the
have
community.
you don't have any historical sources of this. Well, I'm like, well, it talks about it in
Yeah,
6
you
books
do.
of the Bible, and they're like, well, that's just one book. No, that's 6 different books from different times, from different people, who all said the same thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, no, JS, what I was trying to add would be more relevant, like maybe 20 some odd minutes ago, and also it had to do with basing stuff coming from the scriptures, and most men wanted to talk about the Trinity, and so I wanted to bring up the like I don't know, like the timeline of orthodoxy compared to what you're mentioning, which was like I believe about around that time you were talking about you're referencing the you're referencing like the old script. Anyways, let me
Marshall.
Today, Junior.
I can't.
I
know
just want
exactly.
to explain something.
Marshall, what the actual fuck, dude?
Yeah, Marshall, I just want to explain something to you real quick. You asked a question of why we accept the scriptures when we are talking about the scriptures. You are asking a question that has nothing to do
Yes,
with
I
the
wasn't
topic
even
that was being
trying to
discussed.
ask
And
a
I'm not trying to
question.
attack you. I'm not trying to attack you or anything like that.
Okay.
But what I'm saying
No,
is,
Elder, I love you.
you're talking to people who have already kind of justified the scriptures to themselves.
No,
So I
that's
understand
fine.
you
Elder
want to.
Line,
I want you to. I know you want to understand from our point of view how we justify those scriptures.
but no, it wasn't even about
But
understanding or a question. To be completely honest, it was to back something JS was saying on the Trinity, and this. Let me just let me think about this and articulate it correctly, and I'll find the stamp in the stream where I was holding my input on that. It was more for Mosman, and it had to do with JS's rebuttal, which wasn't half bad, which at the same time it was still shit on his pushback to the Trinity, which was where you guys were at. I'll let you guys go
How are
back
you
to
gonna
it.
judge if my rebuttal? You don't even know what you're talking about, Marshall. What the fuck?
Marshall.
And
I don't know how
I'm
to.
gonna
I
say
don't know
this,
how to take it
and I'm
out of my
gonna say
mind
this
and
from.
put it out of my mouth.
He's like his
He's gonna say
rebuttal
it's
wasn't
from love.
half bad,
I
but
don't
it
need
was
to
still
hear Elder.
shit. What are you talking about? He's just
That
trying to.
doesn't make
What
JS
I'm
feel
gonna say.
better.
He's just trying to piss me
No,
off
no,
now.
no.
But what I'm gonna
Actually,
say is, this is gonna
no. I
sound kind of
It was
harsh to
to
you,
talk.
Marshall. But I
I
want
don't.
to tell you this.
Well, hey,
Do
tell me
not
in a minute.
Your
take
big
the
brother's trying to help
position.
you out here. Listen to your big brother here.
Do not
Well,
take
no,
the
Elder.
position of the Orthodox Church if you do not fully comprehend and understand the position of the Orthodox Church, because when
No,
you
I was
do,
gonna.
it reflects
I
badly
wouldn't.
on the
It
church
looks bad.
itself.
Yeah, when
Yeah,
somebody
I
comes at
wasn't.
me
No,
with
I
some
was
Orthodox
again.
stuff and I can tell they don't know their stuff.
Jess, it was actually on your it was on your argument against the Trinity is where I was trying to, but I had to wait a bit to.
Right, and
I'm not
so
trying to
Either way,
argue. I'm not trying to
go back.
argue
You
against the
guys were
Trinity.
talking
I'm
about
just
the
trying to
Trinity.
say I don't.
No,
These are problems I have, and the things that I don't
with the
see.
Trinity.
And I guess you could say I don't understand it. Maybe I don't understand it, but no matter how
You actually
people,
had a good
no matter how I
but
hear Jay
JS and I
Dyer
were
or
going back
John,
on it because we're trying to explain
Yeah,
what the
go
other
back
one
to that.
thinks and feels, right? Like that's what we were
Yes.
doing.
this is all
We were
James.
talking
I just
about
wanted to add to that for
This is all
JS,
James's
and
fault.
yeah, it's all James' fault.
I interjected
Yeah,
Because
James,
he
why do you
denies
run away?
he denies
James
he
has
denies the
something to say.
Messiah reference in Isaiah, huh?
Yeah, he just straight up said that Jesus is not God. Was
No,
looking
I've
for
actually
a way to argue for it.
I actually got a note file in my phone that is arguments for the Trinity. So I've been looking through and I've been trying to find all the best arguments for the Trinity, because I did a video when I first started on YouTube, or not a video, but a segment on my show, and it was the Trinity is not biblical. And I went hardcore against saying the Trinity is not real, it's not biblical, it's not in the Bible. And then, I've kind of backed off of that, and I'm like, okay, maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe I just got into, maybe Satan was tricking me and I fell into some wrong ideas. So let's take a step back and let's really try to figure this out.
And I respect that about you. I respect that
Let
about
me
you.
get you back on track. You're
But
talking
so
about
now
Matthews.
I'm looking at all the verses, the best verses to explain the Trinity. And I think I'm finding a lot in the Old Testament, things like Isaiah and stuff that proves it
And
to
Genesis.
me more.
Genesis.
When someone throws out I and my Father are one, John 10, that's not compelling to me. Like, to me, that doesn't mean anything. I and my Father are one. So
Right, but see, just because that's your viewing of it does not mean that's not. And this goes back to what does it mean when he says that whoever sees me sees the Father, I and the Father are one. Now you would never say whoever sees me sees my Father. Now you can say, oh, you might see a resemblance to my Father.
Yes, that's
but
exactly
you would
what I would say.
But you would never
We
say
say all the time, oh, he looks just like his dad. You see the image of the Father in the Son.
This is another way of thinking about it, though, right? We as humans are all one by nature. We all share the same nature of humanity.
Yes.
So when Jesus claims that him and the Father are one,
I'm not
they are
of the
one by
same
nature.
nature of a son of Satan.
They're one by the
But we
nature
are
of
one.
the God.
I believe
Yeah.
I believe we're all either children of God or children of Satan. What do you mean, John? It's true.
No, it's so, this is when you lose me, because this is when you're divorcing free will, choice, sin, all of those things in a.
It's biblical.
To say that you're either the son of Satan or the son of Christ
To
or
say
God,
that
whatever. I don't think that. I don't think that's how
God
it works.
predestinated his elect before the formation of the earth.
Meaning he chose us, right?
Yes, and we don't, and this is repeated in a bunch of different verses.
So therefore he says, you didn't choose me, I chose you, right?
Yes, we don't choose God. God chooses us.
So how does what does then John 3:16 mean when it says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son? Does that mean only Calvinists and people who adhere to this idea? Does this mean only people that he predestined as being in the book?
It means there are certain people who are predestinated to believe in Christ and follow him. There are other people who, because...
So then others are then predestined not to, which means, therefore, God predestines them to damnation.
If Jesus died
and that
for
makes
everyone...
Jesus a liar. That makes Jesus a liar. That makes
if
the
Jesus
Bible a
died
liar.
for everyone and half of the people are in hell, that means Jesus failed for half of those people.
No, it doesn't. Nope.
I believe
because
Jesus
if he died for the world, and the world will, as he says, will reject me for who I am, just like the ones who should have known, the Pharisees, rejected him first, then that's a rejection of who God is. It's because they don't have faith.
One of my favorite verses is when Jesus is talking to and I think it might be John 10 or maybe it's like John 13, but it's somewhere in John, and he's like, the things I'm saying you would understand, but you don't understand because you're children of Satan. That's why you don't.
So you're saying I'm a child of Satan?
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying Jesus said that, implying that there are children of Satan who are never going to understand what he's saying. They're never
Peter
going
was
to
a
know
child
Christ.
of Satan too, right?
Why?
Because he said, "Get behind me, Satan." He said that to Peter. You know, the rock of the church, right?
At that time, that wasn't Peter talking. That was Satan talking.
Oh, that was Satan talking. Okay.
He's joining.
So
through
Satan
Peter.
was talking through Peter. Does that mean he was a child of Satan then? Because if you in your worldview, a child of God would not let Satan talk through him.
A child of God could be affected by Satan while they're on this earth. Their body could. Their body and their mouth could. So that wasn't Peter. That wasn't Peter talking. That was Satan talking through Peter. And that's why Jesus didn't say, "Get behind me, Peter, Satan." He said, "Get behind me, Satan."
Right. But
so
it's
Satan
based
was
on
talking through Peter.
Okay.
Just like when David laid down with Bathsheba, that was Satan acting through Peter, or evil, or the world, whatever you want to call it. But those are evil spirits that came into it. It's not David doing it, because David is a man after God's own heart.
But here's the thing: if God predestined to save you, why would He allow evil spirits to enter you?
I don't know. Because that God decides that, not me. But do you?
Well,
do
isn't
you
that
agree?
part of being perfect though?
Do you believe David was a man after God's own heart?
There were times when he was, yes. He was also a sinner.
Well, there's and when
he
he's
clearly
sinning,
sinned.
So when he's sinning, is he no longer David? Because David is a man after God's own heart.
Yes, but he still was a sinner.
No, he wasn't sinning. It was evil sinning in him.
Oh, so you don't believe people actually sin then?
I'm quoting Paul.
If you say there is no sin, I'm going to quote Paul back right at you. If we say there is no sin, then you are a liar. The truth is not in you. If sin is just a effective demonic possession, and if that is the case, then what it would stand to reason is that since we have no choice whatsoever in anything that we do or say towards.
So what's a way we could explain that? If we say that there are no demons that can come into us, we're a liar.
That's not what I'm saying.
And
That's
the
not what
truth
I'm
is,
saying.
no, I'm trying to make sense of that. So,
well, that's because you're trying to hold on to a view.
No, what you're calling out to me is a contradiction between Paul's words. Paul says one thing and then he says another thing, and those two things seem to contradict. So how do we logic through?
Well, what's the other verse you were? What was it? Give me the text that you were referring to. If that with Paul,
when Paul says, whatever verse it is, when he says, "I do what I want to do, and what I want to do, I don't do. Therefore, it's not me that sins, but sin within me."
Okay,
and then you say, and then you bring up a verse. If we say that we have no sin, then the truth is not in us. So what does sin mean in this context? Sin has to be something outside of ourselves that comes into us. Sometimes I do the things
you don't believe that
we're
we're born into sin, then, right? Which is good. I mean, if you don't believe that, then you should stay in the Orthodox Church.
No, we're born into the world, and influences and spirits and demons and evil all around us, and that can enter into us. Yes.
But
that enters into our bodies
what I was
and our
saying to
actions.
you earlier, though, today when I said, "But now we are released from the law, having died to what held us captive, so that we serve in a new way of the Spirit and not the old way." So here's the thing: does that mean that the old way and the old man in us goes away?
We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities and wickedness in high places.
Right. So we wrestle against sin and Satan.
Sin is the world and Satan that enters into us, and
we are affected by sin, right? We do it because we.
But that's not our soul. That's not us.
So what you're saying then is that we're helpless victims, and then therefore, if the sin's not our fault, then Jesus dying on the cross, what was the purpose of that?
And this is what it all comes back to, an issue of people will say what I'm saying leads to no accountability, but you're an anarchist. So, and now you're arguing for accountability. So what?
That's not what I'm saying.
We are held accountable. We're held accountable for the things that our bodies do. Our bodies.
But how can you be held accountable when you're not to blame?
If I rage out and go out and murder somebody tomorrow, I could still be a son of God, but I'm still going to be held accountable to the world for what my body did.
But you're not a son of God by your own logic, because why would a child of God do that? A child of God wouldn't do that.
A child of God doesn't do that. The evil of the world does that through them.
So again,
David,
you don't have any metric of responsibility in what you do.
Exactly, and that's what I was just saying. I just said that's what it comes from.
So what you're saying then
spiritually,
is
I don't.
That
spiritually, God's
so
not
so here's the
for
thing
that.
then why
if I'm a child of God like David, and I'm of God's heart like David, and I sleep with a woman and who's married and make a baby with her, I'm still a child after God's own heart, even though my body did this thing that's horrible. And guess what? My body is going to be held accountable for that. I'm going to have to run or hide or fight or be put in prison for the next 10 years. If my body does something evil on this world, then my body will be held accountable on this world. But God, if I'm a child of God, he knew that that was going to happen, and I'm not held accountable for that.
Okay.
God doesn't. He doesn't judge. He judges our heart. He doesn't judge the things we do.
Oh, I know he judges our heart because it's a wicked thing.
And then this goes. So then it ends up being works-based faith. And I know you don't agree with works-based faith.
No, it doesn't. It has nothing to do with it. It has to do with the nature of sin and the nature of humanity and why we needed Jesus to begin with. Because he has to do something that we can't do. If we can't do something, it has to be because there is something that divides us from God. What is that division of God? It is sin.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Yes. Sure. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Sin.
So.
And what is sin? I'd say sin is the world. Sin is Satan. Sin is evil.
Okay. You can be influenced by the world and Satan to fall into sin, but sin is still what?
Evil.
Sin is still a act of which you do to disobey God.
Where do you get that? Seriously. Sin is
All right.
falling short. Sin is falling short of the glory of God.
Yes.
Which we all do. David did, who is a man after God's own heart.
Right.
All the great,
Which
all the
goes
greatest
to
men,
show,
except for
even
Jesus.
men,
Except for Jesus, all the men of the Bible do that. But they're still righteous men.
Yes. Why though?
And
why was David a man after God's own heart? Do you know why?
Because God chose him.
Okay, but why else? Is there anything that he's doing or saying?
I think he did and said what God knew he was going to do and say, and that he was a man after God's own heart because God chose him.
But how can he be a man after God's own heart if he's not responsible for his actions to begin with? If it's God working through him, then how can he be? He's just a robot that just accepted the command prompt.
Yeah, he was prophesied hundreds of years before he came, just like Jesus was prophesied 100 years before he came. Like,
so prophecy makes you a robot.
No, prophecy means we don't prove God wrong. It's all part of a plan.
Okay. So again, what in David, that David did that made him a man after God's heart?
I don't think it's the things he did.
Okay, so then does it?
He did what he did. He did what he did because
if he did nothing, if he did nothing, then
you're putting the.
What is the point of him perceiving those things? Then
you're putting the cart before the horse, and it doesn't matter what his perception is. His perception is irrelevant. But you're putting the cart before the horse. He didn't do things to become a man after God's own heart. He was a man after God's own heart. Therefore, he did things.
So you believe if you're good, you will do good things, right?
If you're chosen by God,
yeah.
If you're chosen by God to do great things on earth, then you'll do great things on earth.
Yes. So in that case, then if we are, is that another way of you saying that we are a slave to the righteousness of God?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
We're all slave. Yes.
So then we were a slave to what then?
Good.
No. What does Paul tell us? By one man we were a slave to sin. All by sin came in the world into death. The death came into the world.
Yeah, and then doesn't he go on to say, therefore we are no longer slaves to sin, but slaves to
because of what? Because of what?
Because of what? Because of
Christ?
Because of Christ's sacrifice?
But what? But yeah, okay. So and what is what? So what about that? Does that mean to someone? If so again, is it faith? I would argue it is. That those who have faith in Christ Jesus are then counted as righteous.
But what do you mean by faith? What do you mean by faith and belief?
Exactly what I mean by faith. Faith is
Do you mean knowing?
Faith is believing. Faith is ultimately trusting.
But Satan has faith and believes in Jesus.
Well, he knows he exists. But I'm not talking about belief in the entity. I'm talking about faith. I'd say trusting, ultimately trusting in God.
Knowing and walking.
Trusting God is ultimately what faith is.
Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. Well,
because he says I handle the little children for the kingdom of heaven is theirs. Why? Because children implicitly, unless there's some bad crap happening in their life, implicitly trust their parents.
Yeah, I would say faith is knowing and walking with God. You have faith in him.
That's another way of saying it. But here's the thing. It comes from the what? The belief. It comes from the faith. That's why Peter was said that he was the upon him that not literally Peter like the Romanists want to say, but upon him by his confession. That is what the church is built on, because the confession
I have
is
a problem
who Jesus Christ is.
I have a problem with the word belief because belief implies doubt. You have a doubt, so you believe in something.
So that would maybe in a worldly sense exist. I'm saying that faith is believing, because Jesus himself says that blessed are those who believe and don't see than those who see and believe. So
because like that's I heard somebody say this, and it's kind of a TikTok thing now, but belief. If you believe in something, you don't know it, or you wouldn't have to believe in it. I wouldn't have to believe in something if I know it to be true. So I don't like to
Right,
say
but the
I
whole
believe
idea
in
of
God. I
faith
say
is
I know
trusting in
God.
it. Okay, and here's the thing: where does that trust come from? It's the trust in knowing. And the best way of understanding this in the eyes of David is beautifully written when he writes Psalm 23. Though I
Yes,
walk in the
chat.
shadow of I walk in the valley of the shadow of death, I will feel no evil. So
Yes,
fear.
chat. I'm trying to dodge the Trinity.
So fear. So fear is obviously an enemy of faith. So you're right about you have to be careful of the people who doubt, because if they doubt, then they don't have faith. But
Right.
he also says, "You are my rod and my staff." He acknowledges when God is
Thou
giving
shalt
something to
comfort
him.
me. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death.
You make me lay down in green pastures, right? All these things. What David understands is that no matter what he says and
leadeth me
does,
beside the still waters.
it is still on God. It is still
Preparest a
God.
way before my enemies for thy name's sake.
So
what does that mean,
point
John? You prepare a way before my enemies? What does that mean?
It means he trusts
It means
implicitly
we breaking out the
in God.
sword and we go into war sometimes.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Because remember when Israel was like, all we want to do is walk through your land to get some water, and we won't take anything extra. We just need some water. And they said no, and God was like, destroy all of them.
Right. And how did he destroy him? How did he specifically destroy the city walls of Jericho?
It happened a couple times. Either they walked around with trumpets for 7 days.
Right. Yeah.
Sometimes he'd call down a pillar of fire. Sometimes it would be a plague, or sometimes he would send a war.
So basically,
sometimes he would send an army of people in to destroy them.
So basically, what he did is he used non-weapons.
No, he did. Sometimes weapons were definitely used. Many times.
I understand that, but what I'm saying
sometimes
is,
it was plague, sometimes it was a pillar of fire, sometimes it was a symbolic gesture of walking around the walls and playing trumpets.
When God uses his wrath,
but a lot of times,
when
God uses his wrath,
when God uses his wrath, he is free to use whatever means he does. But does that mean we as Christians are instructed to be in that way? No, it's not.
If he's calling for men with swords to go destroy their enemy,
who's he calling? Who's he calling to be bearing swords?
A lot of people throughout the Bible.
Okay, so give me one example of where he called his followers to take up weapons.
He calls Israel to take up weapons lots of times.
If that's the case, then you should be able to easily give me a verse in context to what you're referring to.
When he, you want me to pick? Hold okay.
Yeah, I do. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
David and the Amalekites be
yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of like the best one, but we could just go anywhere in Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges.
Just give me a verse where
Samuel,
he explicitly says, "Take up your weapons and go kill some people." Now he does tell them. He did tell the Israelites that they didn't finish the job. So obviously there was a time when God allowed them to do that. But I'm asking for you to give me explicit reason, because I'm telling you there are times, and more than not, when God uses his righteous wrath through other people and other means that are unholy to do that work versus his people. So for example, and this goes back to like the whole idea of Judah, right? When one of the things that he actually says in Isaiah.
How about when Phineas threw a spear through the man who was sleeping with the Amorite woman? He was sleeping
how about when David was David had a slingshot? What did God do? Which is a weapon that was not a conventional weapon of war.
To Phineas? God directly blessed Phineas and said, "You did my will. You did what I wanted," and he blessed him because he threw a spear through a man and a whore. Yeah. And God
So-
said
so-
based. God was like,
No.
you're my guy. In
So-
fact,
so
he
I-
says, you're the only one that did what I commanded. Everybody else, I could have killed all of them because at the time there was a plague going on. And I think like 14,000 people died from the plague in a day. And he says, you're the only, because of you.
Who's
I'm gonna
Phineas?
say-
Who's Phineas?
Phineas, man, he's a guy in the Bible that threw a spear through a dude. In
So that's all we know about him, right?
No, he's mentioned multiple times.
Okay,
we just
what's his greatest,
we
what's
just
his
talked
greatest
about him.
accomplishment?
The
What's
other
his
day. He's
greatest
mentioned in
accomplishment?
Chronicles.
What's his greatest accomplishment? Was that he killed a slut?
Throwing a spear through two people at the same time.
So that's his greatest accomplishment. So God called him for that.
That's
That's
the
fine.
accomplishment that he's known for in the Bible.
Okay, yeah. So that is his reward, if you will, for that action. But
He
what's
was blessed
David's
and he
reward?
was
What's rewards, Dave? What's David's reward for taking
David
unconventional
chopped off
weapon?
David killed Goliath and chopped off his head. and got blessed for it.
Taking an unconventional weapon of war, because a slingshot was not a weapon of war. It was used to
How
ward
about
off
Samson?
wolves.
How many thousands of people did Samson kill?
You're missing my point.
And he was great for it.
You're missing my point.
What's your
I'm
point?
asking you about how we understand how God's wrath works, because there was a time when he allowed for that.
You
There was a
said
time
God
when
doesn't
he-
ever call for men to use swords to execute
No, that's not what I
his
said.
wrath.
That's not what I said.
You
That's
said,
not what
give
I
me
said.
one example of a time when God calls somebody to use their sword to execute his
Yes,
wrath.
I asked you for that example. There's a reason
Well,
why
I'm
I
giving
did.
you a bunch of examples now.
I know.
Samson, David,
Thank you.
Phineas.
Thank you. Yeah. So my point and what I'm
and
trying
that's
to
just,
say.
there's a ton of them.
I know. So what you're missing my point, which is that there's very rarely a time when he asks his people after a certain time to pick up a weapon.
Even
So
in the
there
New
was
Testament,
there was a time
Peter
when he
2
allowed
sec-
that because he had wrath.
Second
But
Peter
when,
chapter 2,
when
Romans
Peter
13,
took a sword, when
Jesus
Peter took a
telling
sword,
the people to sell their garments and buy a sword. It happens in the New Testament multiple times too.
but when Peter takes the sword,
Revelation, we're all going to war.
Well, but that's after a different time, so that's a different thing. That's when the full judgment of God comes back. So yeah, that is a war. But that's not what the kingdom is about now, brother. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Because the kingdom is not of this earth, but we are on this earth. We're in the world.
And what is the purpose of the kingdom? What
While
are we?
we're in
What
the
is our
world-
job?
While we're in the world, we might have to,
No.
execute a little wrath.
No, that's not our job.
If
God
wants us to, it is our
Jesus
job.
is very explicit about us not carrying out wrath.
Yeah, and again, this is going to come down to you're going to pick verses that seem really nice, and I'm going to pick verses that seem
it has
really
nothing
mean.
to do with it has nothing to do with nice nurse picking verses or not. What it comes down to is understanding the fucking context.
For every verse you give, I can give a verse. Yes,
That doesn't mean
the context-
anything. That doesn't
the
mean
context-
anything.
the
So can
context
cultists. So
is-
can cultists. So can cultists.
The context is there's a time and a place for everything. There's a time
Yes,
to pick
there
up the
is.
sword,
There
and then
is.
there's a time to turn the other
There
cheek.
is, but why did he explicitly tell his followers, his apostles,
To
blessed
sell
are the
their garments
peacemakers.
and buy a sword?
Blessed are the peacemakers. You shall
Makers?
turn the other cheek.
Peacemakers. The
He says,
peacemakers.
no, blessed are the peacemakers.
Peacemakers.
Yeah, people who make peace are people who advocate for peace. You make peace by being peaceful. You can't make peace by war.
It doesn't
I'm
say
sorry.
blessed.
It
It doesn't say blessed are the peacekeepers. It doesn't say blessed are the peace observers. It says
No,
blessed are the peacemakers. How
The
do you make
peacema-
peace? How do you make peace when there's
By
a bunch of
being
people
peace.
eating
By
children?
being in peace.
You
By
know how you
being in
make
peace.
peace? You go cut all their heads off.
Okay, so that's not peace then, is it?
That is peacemaking.
No, it isn't.
It is.
No.
I think it would make the world very peaceful if we eliminated all of certain types of people. Like, damn.
Okay.
Hold on. If there's a tribe of people on our borders who want to eat all the kids, and they're trying to get into our lands, and they keep coming through and they keep eating our kids, making peace would be eliminate the threat. Sometimes that is the solution to make peace.
Okay.
Sometimes there's other ways to do it. And discernment would tell us,
God tells us just to go kill all the fucking illegal immigrants.
God tells us,
kill all the
God
brown
tells us to
scaled people.
discern.
Go kill anybody that's not part of the white nationalist Christian movement.
No, don't straw man me, King Straw Man. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we discern. Sometimes there's a way to do things diplomatically and use our words and deal with things the right way. But sometimes you got to fight.
But that
so there's
is
a
the
time
order
and a
of
place
the,
for
that,
everything.
that is the order of the kingdom of the earth, not the order of the kingdom of the church. That's what you're missing. That's what you're missing. The purpose. This is why Jesus tells us. This is why Jesus tells us
you're appealing to a hierarchy.
What is talking
about? The order of the king of the church, and then the order of the king of heaven. So you're going to a hierarchy, and I would appeal to that same hierarchy. And what if the orders of the?
I've never said I don't believe in the divine hierarchy.
You said that's the order of the king of the church, and not the order of the king of.
That's the order of the kingdom of the church. Yes, the kingdom of the church.
Okay, and the kingdom of the church is under the kingdom of God, which is under the kingdom, or that's the highest kingdom. But you know,
okay.
So there's a hierarchy.
Are you going to try to say that the kingdom of the church is under the kingdom of the state?
Sometimes the kingdom of God.
Never.
Sometimes the kingdom of God will tell the kingdom of the church to tell the kingdom of men to tell the men to. You got to eliminate a threat.
No. That's all you're adding on. You're adding that to it. It's not that. There's a reason why Jesus warns us not to try to take out the tares with the wheat. For one, it's not our job. It's not our job. That's why he tells us not to judge. Okay, don't judge others. So that's the part of the reason. Because when you do, what do? You go, oh, this person's a danger. Gotta kill them.
Wait.
In our church. We gotta. No, they're not part of us. And guess what?
He'll tell you.
We create gatekeeping. We create denominations. We create all of the havoc that happens when we ignore the word of God.
Okay, but why does the shepherd carry the staff?
Because he's the shepherd, not us. We're the dumb sheep.
Okay,
he doesn't give a locket launcher to the damn sheep to
sometimes it's to
whack the wolf. He doesn't
sometimes
tell the,
it's to whack the wolf in the head.
Yeah, sometimes it is. Yeah, but
sometimes.
not a physical wolf, not in the sense of country or national threat or illegal immigrants.
Physical wolf.
No.
It's a physical wolf, and we got a physical staff or a physical sword to deal with the wolf.
So you're gonna go take your sword and go kill a bunch of illegal immigrants? Is what you're telling me?
Not always, but there's a time to.
No. But you're saying at some point you will, though, or at some point you are given permission by God to do that, right?
At some point, yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, at some point, God appoints authorities to wield the sword of wrath against wrongdoers. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not the kingdom of the church. That's the kingdom of the world.
That's the kingdom of God working through men while they're on the earth.
Yes, but that's not what the kingdom of the church is about. That's what he's trying to tell us.
I don't know what you keep saying, the kingdom of the church. I don't know what that is.
Yes, there's two kingdoms. There's the church, and then there's the state. He allows all kinds of bull crap to happen with the state. He allows nations that are filled with a bunch of heathens to take over nations of godly people because they have fallen away from God.
The kingdom of the church in the Old Testament.
He's given the wrath. He's given them wrath.
No,
but now
you can't talk about the kingdom of the church. You're talking about a theocracy. And if we go to Israel, when they were under a theocracy, yes, they still wielded the sword against.
We're not talking about a theocracy. No.
You're talking about the kingdom of the church and the kingdom of the state, and
yes, I'm talking about the church versus the state. Yes,
all those authorities are granted by God.
And I'm not disputing that. He says as much, but does that mean that they are given the same vocation? Does it mean they're given the same function? No. Why? Because God understands why people need to be punished for crimes. He allows for that to occur and happen, and that's a different thing than
It's practical.
Than the mission of the gospel.
It's pragmatic.
And if you don't believe in the evangelical purpose of the gospel, then all you have is order, doing what's right, duty, law, all these things, right? It all becomes some type of, moralistic, high type of structure where it has nothing to do with us as individuals going to our brother and people in our community and showing them who Christ is.
JS, how do you feel about casting your pearls to swine? I really don't have any pearls to give, so I can't cast them to swine. So,
who said that?
Somebody in my chat. I don't know if he. And also, I think when me and Mosman argue, that's not Mosman. I don't know if he's implying.
I was completely gone, and then
nobody
I came
on this
back.
panel. Nobody on this panel or in this chat is swine, and I don't have any pearls to give. So,
when I turned on the screen when I came back, all I see is John gyrating and yelling about how we're gonna kill people with spears, and I was like, "Yo, what the fuck's happening?" I thought he was like actually yelling at you for a second. I was like, "What?" I left for like 20 minutes, and like now they're like screaming at each other.
I have a special ability to get under John's skin and get him to yell at me.
I realized that he was like
I see John on
parodying
other
you.
panels, and he always
Afterwards,
stays
I realized
calm.
he was parodying you, but when I turned it on, it was just funny because like I just like see John
That's
yelling.
right. You do have a special ability to trigger me. It's part of your charm.
But no, how do you feel about casting your pearls to swine? I don't know. I think we misunderstand that verse. I think because we're also told to go out into the world and spread the gospel to everybody. So, and trumpet it from the rooftops. So, I think casting pearls before swine means something different.
What it means is don't waste precious time or energy trying to convince a pig that it's something other than a pig.
Yeah, it'd be like, me and John debating stuff and arguing about stuff isn't the same as.
Yeah, because it's like brothers, like pouncing on each other. It's like it's like when you have a family member that roots for another team or whatever, but you still love the same sport, kind of thing.
A better example is if
that
I
would be
argue.
way more entertaining.
I think a good example of this is like I don't argue scripture, or I don't debate things with atheists.
Right. Well, I've spent like 8 hours straight arguing with Freddie, and like trying to convince Freddie about the Bible and stuff. And people were telling me then, they're like, "You're just casting pearls before swine right now, Josh." And I was like, "Yeah, maybe I am, but maybe somebody else will see it, and it'll be entertaining or interesting." Yeah,
I think there's some value in it when you're trying to form your own arguments. But I don't think that you should ever go into an argument with an atheist or somebody who actively just denies the entirety of Christianity.
Yeah.
And won't accept it no matter what.
Yeah.
I think it's a mistake to try to actively convince them of it, because there's no way to convince them of it.
But when I'm on YouTube, I'm not actually trying to convince them of anything. I'm just we're just kind of putting on a show for the audience, and maybe somebody will see this and they'll be like, "Oh, that guy made better arguments than the atheist." And then sometimes we're just having fun. I don't know, but.
Well, even when there's a debate between an atheist and a Christian, what do you see? How do you see people react to it? You see the atheist just go, "Oh man, he got so many fucking dunks on him, dude." We're not realizing they actually didn't. And then on the other side, you'll just see Christians say the same thing. Without
I'm not a shepherd. I'm not a shepherd. Hands of seas. I'm a sheep. I'm not the shepherd, but thank you for the sentiment. But my opinion is casting pearls before swine is probably a bad thing, but I don't understand really exactly what it means, because I do think we should debate atheists and stuff. But maybe in private, I'm not going to argue with, like, in my daily life, if I run into like a trans person or an atheist person, I don't start having these debates with them. I just, I
You just
don't
say,
know.
"Have a nice day," and go and move on with
And
your day.
move
doesn't
on.
want to get shot.
I do it on YouTube because it's for the, the audience, or somebody might see this, and then that's why we do debates on YouTube and stuff. But I'm not just like walking around debating people on the street. And
Yeah, I don't really debate people very much anymore. I just ask questions, and I try to hold them logically consistent.
Yeah,
Which
I've
is
thought about
basically a
that.
form of debate that's made very popular right now. Just my opinion. That's literally what Andrew Wilson does.
It's to
It's the
hold somebody
Socratic
to a
method.
coherent standard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you can ask a bunch of questions and then everything falls apart, but the problem is, if you're going to do that in a debate, then they got to be able to. That's why a cross-examination is.
But in a debate, what I would do if I was wanting to actively attack somebody, what I would do is I would hold them to that, and I would beat them over the head with it. But when I don't do that, when I'm having conversations with people, I just let them be logically inconsistent, and I pick it apart myself. And I'll try to point out a few things here and there with another question to see if they can have a good answer to why that contradiction is not
exists.
I'm looking for consistency. Yeah.
Like the predestination thing. What is the point of evil under predestination? I don't know if there is one.
It's so funny you're talking about that, Josh, because I just got this book about thought experiments, and the first one is the evil demon. The first thought experiment.
Well, that's why I think
demon?
it's
It
important
talks
that we
about
talk.
being under the influence of a
We don't
powerful,
talk about it
deceiving
as
demon.
predestination, but talk about, because when we talk about predestination, there's a locked in element to it where, like, especially with the Calvinists, where you see they get into what we would call in my community double predestination or double election. So the question is, let's talk about what really is the issue, which is election, which is how is one chosen, or how is one made righteous by God, because that's really what election is. And the whole point of that, I think, from a perspective of, and this is where, even though I don't adhere to free will like the way that you probably would, Elder Lion, I also don't adhere to the way that the opposite way that JS does either. I understand that there are actions that we can do, but I also believe that to put agency on man entirely for his salvation is to then belittle, denounce, and take away the glory of Jesus and his work. And that's my concern. That's always going to be my concern when I deal with this. So the idea of election is that, yes, he has chosen some of us. And yes, he did in Ephesians. Paul says that he chose us before the foundation of the world, that we should be holy and blameless before him. However, and then it does use the word predestined. He in love, he predestined us for adoption. So it's his will for us to be adopted. It's his will for us to be with him. However, it was also done by his will, which means that there's a certain degree of that has nothing to do with us. At the same time, man did act in open rebellion against God and went away from that plan. And God, even though man went away from that plan, still had another plan. He still had another way to bring us back. And so I don't understand it entirely. But to me, there's an understanding that I feel, which is because I don't think he wants us to be robots that just can't have any choice at all. Because if that's the case, then when we love, we're not loving for the right reasons. However, he does say that we are a slave to righteousness, which means that if we are loving and we are doing the things that are good and holy, it's not because of us, it's because of God in us. So
Yeah, and I
Well,
think
the idea of predestination, like I can understand it in certain circumstances, but to apply that to the whole of humanity, to say that you are all predestined to basically be thrown into a fire.
Yeah.
How is that a good time?
And then that makes him not a god of salvation. It makes him a god of damnation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's
he can,
why
he can be a god of both.
No, he can't.
He is a
no.
He is a god of wrath and a god of love.
That's a different thing. Wrath and damnation are two different things, JS.
God is the judge, jury, and executioner.
Now, you're right. We do deserve, all of us deserve eternal death and punishment for our sinful nature, for our sins. Yes, all of us deserve it. Not one man is good in his own nature.
I know I fucking deserve
you're
it.
gonna get into a problem with atheists where you say, what kind of all good God would allow some of his people to not see the truth? Why wouldn't for the non-resistant non-believer?
What God would send like some person to like
Shut up,
an
Marshall.
eternal...
I'm in the middle of a point.
Sorry, hot mic. Thank you. Sorry, Jess.
For the non-resistant non-believer, for the atheist who is looking for God and trying to see him, but just
Well, the
can't
atheist
see
isn't
him.
looking for God, right? So that's your first problem there.
The non-resistant. Well, a lot of atheists have come to God.
Well, okay, but when they come to God, are they still atheists?
200 years of
I'm
mitigation.
saying,
and I would say 90% of the atheists you meet out there are actually just agnostic or people with
the
Christian
non-resistant non-believer. The non-resistant non-believer.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
So this is a person who they're looking for God. They're open to it,
but they also are not held, or they're not convinced by some of the traditional.
Yeah, they're not convinced yet. So if that person were to die in that state of being unconvinced, but it's possible 5 years later they could have found God, but they died before that 5 years happens. Is God judging that person the same way we would judge that person? I would say no. God knew that.
Of course not, and that's not for us to judge. And in fact, those of us who believe to claim or to say that we are of Christ, there's a higher standard that's applied to us than somebody that is struggling through that, or somebody who maybe didn't get authentic Christianity, or maybe didn't get or had some person that abused them and whatever. So no, of course not. But again, the point I'm making is that and 2 Timothy really hits home at this, which is who saved us and who called us to a holy calling, not because of our works, but because of his own purpose and grace, which he gave us in Christ Jesus before the ages began. So he always was a gracious God. He was always a loving God. And he always gave us, and if you don't see his grace, I would say the Old Testament, there's a lot of death and hell and beheading people, but you also see
I think it's beautiful.
You see him giving the Jews lots of grace.
Yeah,
the Jews constantly.
but like what I'm saying is, okay, so if there's this,
there was one good argument.
Oh my God,
Bro,
Marshall!
wait, Marshall.
Okay, sorry, I can't just talk.
If there's an atheist, non-resistant, non-believer, and let's say it's 2025. Let's say in 5 years, this non-resistant non-believer is going to come to God in 2030. Then God already knows that that's going to happen, and that person is going to make it to 2030, and they're going to come to find God, and they're going to become a child of, they were always a child of God. They just didn't know it
Okay.
yet. And,
so here's the thing.
But hold on. If God knows that person is going to find God in 2030, there's no way that person dies in 2026. If there's a non-resistant non-believer in 2025, and in 2026 they die and they're still a non-resistant non-believer, God already knew that person was never going to find God, and that's why they died.
So he predestined them to hell and death and judgment because they didn't accept him in his time. Then,
Well, they were born into hell and death and judgment, and they were destined.
Well, all
to...
of us were. All of us were. All of us were. That's the point. That's all of us were.
We were born into the world, but we're not of the world.
Okay, but that's not what that verse is referencing.
It's almost like we're already in the family, and we're just put into the world to. It's like a boot camp. It's like training day.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know, man.
I mean, I agree with you to a certain extent, but I don't think that under the idea of deterministic predestination.
It won't let me in. It says link is expired.
Yeah, this guy's trying to join your Discord, bro. I didn't want to interrupt you guys, but yeah, he's been trying to join.
That link.
JS is scared that if he dies, there's like a holy war going on.
No,
and he's going to be transported.
I'll take care of it. Give me a second.
That's why you got the Jeremy in here.
If you can get that link should work, but if you can do it. Hands of Seeds.
You got the king of mods and the chairman of.
Once you join the Discord, you're gonna have to go into one of the unlocked voice chat rooms, and we'll have to pull you into this room because it's locked.
Wait, I'd like to go further into that. The idea that you think that this is like a boot camp.
Because there's some crazy people out there who want to try to do bullshit.
Hold on.
What do you think you're training for?
I'm gonna pee real quick. We're training for a holy battle between demons and the
holy battle.
I love how he talks about that holy battle on his way to pee.
With angels once we die, dude. I literally called it.
It sounds more like a Valhalla type thing than
Dude, there could be some credence to this. I had an acid trip once where I thought that when everyone dies, you get transmuted to like a demon angel holy war.
Weren't you calling my name? Someone was calling my name.
Yeah, Mosman. I've heard one argument. Someone say that what God would send you to like an eternal place of like the worst things you could ever, or like the worst place you could ever imagine eternally for. Just like a sin or something, I think was the argument.
Uh-huh.
I just wonder your thoughts on that. It's just like,
what
good? No. It's just like what God would send you to like an eternal place of like the worst thing you could ever imagine.
Send you there?
No,
But yeah, that's the thing. He's not sending you there. He's allowing you. Because that's the thing. Once you've encountered the grace of God and you'll know it, you'll know that you've encountered God. Then that's when your reaction, and the results of those reactions, which would be what we would call works or attitudes, would come into play. So, if you've embraced the grace of God and you see God and you say, "Guess what? I still don't want to believe in you, God." Then now does that mean he'll completely he'll be away with you? No, because he still intends people to be saved. That's the problem that the Calvinists always have is
that's the same
by asserting that God predestined some to hell and some to heaven. It's saying that he wanted he didn't want all to save all humans. It means then John 3:16 in that understanding is a lie. So there's this point where you get into. You either have to start arguing for limited atonement or you have to start arguing for universalism.
Hey, JS, real quick. Your link, when you create links on Discord, whenever you go to invite people, there's actually an option at the below that says edit link. Your server link may have expired.
Yeah.
No,
depending on how many days.
No, this one's non-expiring.
No,
I literally just tested it about 10 seconds ago.
It's
the one I posted is a valid non-expiring link,
and the one he posted is the same one the Nightbot posts. There's no expiration on that link, so
Jeremy's worked. Nightbot
I don't know. That's something on your end, Hand of Seeds.
I'm sorry, but JS and Jeremy they know Discord, so
no, I would. If you guys already did that, then ignore what I said.
Discord.
Just offering some help.
No, that link should work. I mean, it's worked for other people recently. So.
Yeah. Click on Jeremy's. Don't click on Nightbot's.
Somebody just used it less than an hour ago.
The one Jeremy just posted is the same one the Nightbot posts. You can look
Wait,
at
wait,
the
wait. So,
you can look
JS, what
at
do
the
you
link.
think this
The same
after
link.
death holy war?
Oh,
What is this after
no,
death
you know
holy
what?
war?
You know what I think it is? It's like when you turn 18, 19, 20 and your parents are like, "All right, you got to get out of my house. You got to experience life." And you kick
I mean,
them
it's
out.
fine. I can make him a new link. It's not a big deal, but the one I posted is
No.
non-expiring.
Yeah, you're
I
smart,
clicked it and it
Jeremy.
worked for me.
Maybe it's not a boot camp or a training camp, but it's a it's just like, hey, my children got to experience what this world is like. And then they go and they experience the world. And then I don't know, man. But they're
So again, what it comes back down to for me is, so there are verses that tell us clearly that there's election, right? I mean, you can't deny those verses.
Lots of them.
Lots of them, right? And even some of the things that that JS just said, he literally just quoted scripture. Like I was trying to think of the
a lot of the stuff I say is just quoting scripture.
but
paraphrase.
sometimes you paraphrase, and then sometimes you insert your JS logic into it, and then extrapolate something from it that I'm like, where is he getting that from? Like, I mean, like you're not the worst person that's ever done that. Like, I mean, I still scratch my head at people who in trying to deny the sacrament of baptism and that baptism saves, they'll say that, because they'll say, well, you could have a water baptism, doesn't mean you have a spirit baptism. I'm like, no, one baptism, one faith. And they go, no, you gotta, no, but there's a baptism of water, then there's a baptism of spirit. No, Jesus makes it clear. Well, unless one is born of water and spirit. Yeah, but that you got to do the water first, then you got to do the spirit. Well, then that kind of
we should be
defeats the whole
baptized
purpose.
of the spirit, not of the water.
So, and then they'll say things like, well, I said, well, then what does he mean by the water? And then they tell me the birth canal.
Yeah, that's.
Well,
I kid you not.
Did you and JS come back to predestination?
No, I don't want to do free will. We've done free will a million times.
Yeah, we've literally debated it.
Well, this is my problem with deterministic predestination, is it makes people incapable of doing anything but being sent to hell or heaven based on some abstract idea of.
Yeah, I think some people are incapable.
Random justice, but
I think all people. I think yeah.
Hold on, let him.
But this is what I'm trying to say is, but under the idea that you are predestined by the choices that you make and the way that you live your life, and the way that you use your faith to pursue God, I think that makes it make more sense. That's how the saints become what they are.
Yeah.
When I think of the most horrible people, the most people who did the most disgusting, horrible, evil crimes, when you're like killing and raping your children and stuff, I don't think at the last second they could have been like, you know what, I don't want to do this, and stopped. They couldn't have stopped.
I will say this.
But in that same concept of the choices that the saints made that made them predestined to go to heaven, I would agree that there are some people who are so evil that they are predestined to go to hell because of the choices that they make. But that does not mean that we understand with our perception where they are.
But were they
meant to be? And
were they predestined to go to hell before they made those choices?
Well, we do know this. So
you say no.
Paul tells us.
So you say, hold on. You say no. They weren't predestined to go to hell before they made those choices. So you think there's a possible world where they didn't make those choices and they could have gone to heaven because they didn't slaughter and grape their whole family?
So this is the thing. If they had chosen differently, then they would have not been predestined to go to hell. So this is where the conflict comes into play.
My conflict is, I think God knew they were going to do that before they were ever born.
Yeah, I think that he knew.
And I don't think there's any choice they could have made to stop that.
So is that why would you then agree with this then when Paul says this in Romans, JS? So then he has mercy on whomever he wills and harden whomever he wills.
Yes. Like so in Exodus, Pharaoh, at times Pharaoh is like, man, He wants to let Israel go because he's tired of seeing all this bad stuff happen. He wants to let them go, but God hardens his heart to make an example out
Yes.
of him.
Yeah.
He didn't have a choice.
So, and also, 2 Thessalonians tells us that he will send a great delusion.
Jacob and Esau. Jacob didn't have a choice about stealing his brother's birthright. God knew that was going to happen before it happened.
Right. So,
John, you missed
and
it.
I can go
missed
through
it.
every Bible story.
But you're
and
making
say,
a category
if this was
error
prophesied,
when you're saying stuff like that.
I know,
You're
we always
saying
go to the
perception
category
is
error.
the
Let's go.
same
Wait.
thing
Let's
as
go back to the heart. Let's go back to the heart one because there's actually something that John missed here.
Yeah.
So why would he
That's
need
actually
to
a pretty
harden
good
the Pharaoh's heart?
comment that was made.
Why would he
No.
need to harden the Pharaoh's heart if the Pharaoh was destined to always do what he was going to do? Why didn't he just naturally have a hardened heart?
Well, that's asserting destiny.
It could
Because
be
him hardening his heart is the idea that he's reacting to something. He notices the Pharaoh needs a hardened heart. But in your
The reality is
existence,
that
he should be
humankind
predestined to have a
was
hardened heart.
predestined to go to hell until
Yeah. And then I would
God
have to appeal to
chose to
like
save them.
this is from Moses's perspective of how he's writing the story, but
But here's the thing that I think is the important aspect on this, which is, so obviously, in 2 Thessalonians, he says he'll send a great delusion. And even people who claim to think they believe in God, everyone will assert whatever is this new thing as God, right? It'll be holier than anything else. They'll worship it above everything else that has ever been considered holy within the history of the world. And he says he'll send a great delusion. So that tells me that there will be coming a time when God will basically, if it's not already happening, which it could, you could argue from a millennial perspective that it already is, but
maybe the great delusion is free will.
Well, the idea of the hardness of heart, the hardness of heart is kind of like if you walk outside and you walk on a bunch of hard stones, eventually you develop callus on the bottom of your feet. So if you actively are resisting the will of God, what it does is it builds a callus around your heart, hardening it. That's the way I understand it.
Yeah, no, that's a pretty good way of looking at it. And that comes from someone who does not trust in God. He doesn't believe in, so that trust literally means he does not believe in God, and he's a liar. And that's why Jesus says, some will come and say, look what I did in your name, look what I did in your name, look what I've done. He says, I don't know you, go away. I never knew you. And what is that reference point? I think that reference point is that people who are of the faith or who are in the true church, a part of the true New Jerusalem, are people who understand that, first and foremost, that God is the source of all things. He's the source of all truth. He's the source of all grace and mercy. And as much as he could be wrathful towards us and completely show his displeasure to us, he doesn't. Does that mean that all people go to heaven? No, that would be the universalist claim. That's the opposite claim. So obviously not everybody goes to heaven. And I would even argue that even people who go to heaven from the metric of the Bible don't even get the same, if you want to call it the reverence or treatment, right, or perks, because obviously there is something that the Bible tells us about the martyrdom of someone, right? That's why if you look at Elijah is one of like 3 people in the entire history of the Bible and everything we know that never had a physical death. Not even Jesus himself could avoid that.
I think it's just 2. It's Enoch and Elijah. Is there a third?
No, there's a third.
Who's the third?
Well, who do you think it is?
Let me think. I know Enoch and Elijah. You're not going to say Jesus because you just said Jesus does have a physical death.
Right. So there's Enoch and Elijah. They're the ones that are described as taken up without the experience of death. But also mentioned is this little guy I love to use. called Melchizedek. And Genesis tells us.
I know about Melchizedek, but I don't.
Yeah,
I've heard the name.
So in Hebrews 7, it says he described him as without father, without mother, without genealogy, without having neither beginning nor days nor end of life. The suggestion was not that he was born and never died, though some interpretations suggest this refers to the role rather than his literal existence. So there is a kind of
he's not an angel.
No. And so this is why there's kind of like a caveat to that third person. But this is why whoever wrote the book of Hebrews, which I believe to be Paul, because of all the apostles,
I agree,
who truly understood the rabbinic law. And
I always thought it was known that Paul wrote Hebrews, but
it has been for a long time. But a lot of people fight against that. So, because of a lot of people that don't like Paul. So, but this idea of Jesus being a Melchizedek, which means what? And you were asleep for this when I was talking about this morning. And that's that. And Hebrews tells us that he did not come from the appointed priesthood. He didn't come from rabbinical law. He did not come from the authority. He was there. And so yeah. But anyways, that's technically the third person is Melchizedek. But again, there's a caveat because there's questions with certain biblical scholarship on whether or not he it's a symbol of something else or not. It's one of those
and there's a
unknowns,
lot of,
but
there's a lot of people that are raised from the dead in the Bible. That everybody always mentions Lazarus and Jesus, but there's
Jonah. I think Jonah actually physically died and went to Sheol. He talks about Sheol.
I don't know if I agree. I don't agree with you on that, but I think he was in the belly of a whale.
You don't think you'd die after being 3 days in a belly of a whale?
No, he lived.
Okay, so
he compares the belly of the whale.
Oh, does he compare it? Or does he actually
to Sheol? But
this is the thing.
It's a metaphor.
Well, that's
so he's physically in the belly of the whale, but he's using this as a metaphor for hell.
Well, you understand, like the ocean in general is considered a metaphor for hell in a lot of the scriptures.
Yeah, and the beasts of the deep, and yeah.
So in my distress, I called to the Lord.
So that's what I'm saying. Job is a metaphor, or Jonah is a metaphor for going
in the
to hell.
realm of the dead. I called for help. In the realm of the dead, I called for help, and you listened to my cry, and you hurled me into the depths. The depths, the ocean, the whale. But yet he died. So this is why you can't just, I'm not saying that it's explicitly saying one or the other. I'm just saying when he says from in the deep in the realm of the dead, I called from help. You listened to my cry. I said, I have been banished from your sight. And yet I will look again towards your holy temple. The engulfing waters threatened me. The deep surrounded me. The seaweed was wrapped around my head, which goes to show that that's probably how he died.
But you have to look at the style of the writing. It's poetic writing. So he also compares the ribcage of the inside of the whale like the bars of a cell. But it's not actually in a cell.
So he says, because he's talking about he's praying to Jonah, or Jonah's praying to the Lord.
He's talking about being in the whale, and he says its ribs were like, he says something like its ribs were like the bars of a cell, like a prison, like he's in a prison.
No.
So he's metaphorically saying he's in the belly of the
Lord,
whale.
my God, brought my life up from the pit. Oh, symbolically you did that to me. If he never died, then why would he say you brought my life up from the pit?
Yes, and what I'm showing you is that in other verses in that same context, in that same poetic writing style, he compares being in the belly of the whale like being in a prison.
When my wife was ebbing away.
So when he compares, when he
when
compares being in the belly of the whale to being in hell, and that's a metaphor. I'm saying that's a metaphor. When he compares being in the belly of the whale to being in a prison,
he goes to Sheol, which is hell.
Do you think he was actually in a prison?
He doesn't say that in that chapter, I believe.
He compares being in the belly.
Where? Give me the verse in the chapter.
Oh my gosh. Hold on.
Because I've never heard him say that. What I vowed, well, I will make. But you can tell from his language, my life was ebbing away. If you were trying to be poetic, you'd be like, I felt like my life was ebbing away. You would say, you listened to my cry, even though I felt like I was in the deep realm of the dead. No, he's saying I literally was in the deep of the realm of the dead. I called for your help. You hurled me into the depths. So obviously he's using very literal language when he says you hurled me into the depths, into the hearts of the seas, unless that's supposed to be completely understood as symbolic, right? So this is this idea. If you're going to then say, well, this verse is symbolic and this verse is not, and this verse is not.
No,
that's
I'm
a problem.
saying,
That's why
I'm
we have to
saying-
look at what he's.
I'm saying
the context
all
of what's
of
being said.
all of what's written about Jonah being in the belly of the whale is written in poetic writing.
Okay, so you're saying it's symbolic, correct?
I'm trying to find it. Hold on.
No.
It's
I'm trying to
ribs
understand.
reminding me of those cages of deceit. Where is that?
But I'm asking you.
He calls the ribs of the whale cages.
Where? What chapter? What verse?
That's what I'm trying to find. Hold on.
So do you understand? Do you believe that this is symbolic?
No, I believe he's actually in the belly of a whale, and I believe he draws metaphors and comparisons to that of being in hell, of being in
So was he
prison,
drawing a
of being
metaphor when he talked
slave.
about being hurled into the depths, into the very heart of the seas?
He was in the depths, in the heart of the seas.
Okay, so was that being literal?
It's metaphorical also to being thrown into the depths of hell. So he's physically in a whale in the depths, and he's metaphorically in hell.
All right. So, all right.
Just like he's physically in the belly of a whale, and he's metaphorically in a prison. He's not actually behind bars in a prison.
He's not saying that in this chapter.
It's poetic writing. The writing of Jonah.
Okay, the engulfing waters.
This is like
surrounded me.
John. The argument you're making is the same that a flat earther will make with Isaiah when it says the four pillars of the earth.
No.
You're making certain things literal and certain things.
No, I'm saying that the context of what is being said,
the context
is
of the whole
what
story,
will determine whether it's literal or not.
The context of the whole story is a guy got swallowed by a whale and he got spit up after 3 days. The metaphorical tie-ins to the rest of the Bible are it represents Jesus going into Sheol for 3 days.
All right. Okay. So but what about that being symbolic?
I'm saying it's a physical thing that happened that represents a thing it's a prophecy.
And where do you get this? Where do you get this understanding? Where do you see this being explicitly said?
Just knowing how to read.
So because you're assuming
just knowing how to read.
Right?
You wouldn't say that. You wouldn't say that Jonah was in prison for 3 days.
It's not in the chapter. It's not in the chapter I'm referencing. I'm in Jonah 2.
I'm talking
about
the whole.
I asked.
I'm talking about the whole book of Jonah.
Okay, so show me where it says the whales was like a rib cage.
I'm trying to find it. Hold on.
Because after the fact, maybe you could say he was using symbolic language to express what it was like. But when he's saying words from the depth of the realm of the dead, I called for help. You listened to my cry. You hurled me into the depths, into the very heart of the seas, and the currents swirled about me. This is very literal what he's saying. All your waves and breakers swept over me. I said I have been, and you can be fucking poetic and be literal.
No, waves and breakers is a physical thing that is also being poetic to a metaphor. The waves were really crashing over
He's
this
saying,
whale.
And the currents swirled about me, and all your waves.
Yes, because he's in a whale in the ocean.
I said, I have been banished from your sight, yet I will look again. Why would he look again?
So this is a
toward your holy
thing.
temple. The engulfing waters threaten me.
He's
the
physically in a whale in the ocean, and it's metaphorical.
So here's the thing. I'm looking at the text, and you're adding something that's not into the text.
I'm adding things that are in the text, and you just don't know those
What's
parts
your
of the text.
No,
I'm trying to find.
I don't know. So I don't know what I'm talking about. that what you're saying? You're saying I'm wrong here? Just own it. Just say you are.
Nope. I mean, you can go watch my breakdown of Jonah. I already watched your breakdown of Jonah, and I disagree with things in it. So now go watch my breakdown of Jonah, because I did this
My
years.
issue with this
I did this years ago.
Is it even physically possible for someone to be swallowed by a whale?
Yes, it's happened.
Yeah.
It's happened recently. A guy got swallowed by a whale and lived. So
he got stuck in his throat and spat right out.
Yeah, and well,
Yeah, it's not like a story of him camping in the woods.
So what
They
he's
don't camp
saying is
inside
it's
the
truly
whales.
symbolic, all of it. So the idea of whether the whale existed or not is a moot point.
Now the Lord had
But it is
prepared a
true that
great
people
fish to
have been-
swallow up Jonah, and Jonah was in the belly of the fish 3 days and 3 nights. Then Jonah
You guys ever
prayed
hear
to
about
the
that
Lord
scuba
out of
diver?
the fish's belly. Now, here's what you're going to need to do, John. Since you're saying that it's all literal, show me where it says Jonah died in that belly. Hold on, I'm going to find for you the verse that you requested from me, but I need you to find me the verse where it says Jonah died in the whale.
From the deep in the realm of the dead, I call from help. That sounds like he's dead, doesn't it?
If he died in the fucking whale, how would you tell the
What
story?
I'm saying is, I think that the whale.
If he tells the story,
I
it's
don't
because
know
he was brought back to life. That's the point.
Yeah, I think that the point of it
Goddamn, Muslim.
is if it's any sort of fish, it could be represented as the Leviathan, which would be hell. So what I'm saying
Leviathan
is,
the Leviathan was a physical beast that we see in Job. It was an actual thing in the oceans.
It's the dragon.
Yeah, but it's a physical thing that could swallow a man. The Leviathan is never called hell.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying directly that, but I'm saying
it's more like a protector of the depths.
Is an angel who swallows people up into the hell.
I wouldn't say that, because people get swallowed into the pit.
Well, there's different ways to, yeah.
There's times when God opens up the mouth of the earth and people fall into the fires.
No, they don't. They don't, because that isn't opened up yet. If you take a view of what Revelation tells
it's in the story of Phineas. That's the story. Is
they might have been swallowed by the earth, and they might have gone into a
opened up
fiery
the mouth of the earth, and the people fell into the pit, into the fiery pit. The earth opened up, and they fell in.
But the entire opening of that pit hasn't happened yet. That's the point.
Oh, Jonah's short. Hold on.
Yeah, it's a very short book.
I mean, I kind of
I'm gonna read with this. I'm gonna read with this because I believe this is also something that also verifies what I'm saying. This is from Matthew chapter 12. Then some of the scribes and Pharisees answered him, saying, "Teacher, we see to you a sign from you." But he answered, "An evil and adulterous generation seeks for a sign, but no sign will be given to except the sign of the prophet of Jonah. For just as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the great
Chapter 2,
fish,
verse 6.
So will the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth." Sheol! And with that,
Chapter 2, verse 6. I went down to the bottoms of the mountains. The earth with her bars was about me forever. Yet hast thou brought up my life from corruption, O Lord my God. So the bars, he's comparing the bars. It doesn't specifically say the rib cage of the whales, but this is why he was in the whale. The bars.
so you're wrong about what you're saying, and you're making you're taking another part of the verse and bringing it into this to justify your
the waters
position.
compass me
a lot of
about,
people do.
even to the soul. What I'm saying is this is poetic writing. It's poetry. He's writing poetry.
Okay.
And when he
So
says,
Jesus is being
when
poetic,
he says
right?
the
Jesus,
bars
so
were
Jesus
about
is being
me,
poetic when he
when
says
he
Jonah
says-
was for 3 days and 3 nights in the belly
when
of the
he
great
says
fish.
the bars
So
were
the Son of
about
Man
me,
will be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth.
what I'm saying is when he says the bars were about me, what he's doing is he's comparing this to being like in a cell. But he wasn't in a cell.
Does he say he was in a cell?
That's what he means.
Don't
by
take
the
that,
bars.
Mosin. No.
That's what he means by
No,
the
don't
bars.
take
The
that.
bars were about me, like he's locked up.
Don't accept it, Mosin.
I'm not pulling this out of my ass, John. I did a lot of research
Oh no,
for this.
I'm reading the Septuagint version of what Mosman is saying, and I'm actually leaning way more of what Mosman is saying now.
Yeah, no shocker there, but
well, that's because if you look at the Septuagint,
so you
is based
think
on
Jonah died and rose again 3 days later?
Yes, to foreshadow that what was going to happen with Jesus. Yes.
Then why isn't he the Messiah?
Because he was a prophet. And he didn't die for the sins of the man. That's why he's not the Messiah. But Jesus says, for just as Jonah was there 3 days and nights in the belly of the great fish, so will the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth.
Yes, just as Jonah was in the fish.
He understands that Jonah not just was in the fish, but that Jonah.
No, you just proved my point.
No.
Yes, you did.
Because
you said Jesus said, just as Jonah was in the fish for 3 days and 3 nights, I will be in the heart of the earth for 3 days.
And what would be the common thing there?
Which means Jonah being in the belly of the whale is
what would be the common thing?
3
What's
days,
the common denominator?
3 days and 3 nights.
Not just that. There's another thing.
That is
why would Jesus be in the heart of the earth?
Just as Jonah was in the belly of the whale for 3 days and 3 nights, I will be in the heart of the earth for 3 days and 3 nights. And this is the same way that Jonah draws a contrast between himself being in the belly of the whale for 3 days and 3 nights to Jesus going to Sheol for 3 days and 3 nights.
So
Jonah
you believe Jesus went to literally Sheol, right?
Jonah was not in Sheol for 3 days and 3 nights. Jonah was the metaphor for being in the whale, which draws the comparison to Sheol for 3 days and 3 nights.
So here's the thing.
Jonah did not go down to Sheol for 3 days and 3 nights and come up.
So here's what I'm going to ask you. Did Jesus go to Sheol?
Yeah.
What part of Sheol did he go to?
I don't know. The freaking...
Okay. But he was dead in the ground for 3 days, yes? Do you believe that?
His body.
Okay. All right. I'll grant you that.
In a tomb. I don't know if it was on the ground.
So he is drawing comparison to not only because he knows Jonah, he knows the scripture, and so he's not just saying just as Jonah was in the belly of the fish, meaning just like for 3 days. There's an that's pretty clear that he's also connecting the fact that he will be also in Sheol, which means that
it's connected to Jonah.
Like
Jonah is the prophecy
that Jonah was also in Sheol, because if Jonah was in Sheol, then why would he make that?
Why wouldn't Jesus say, just as Jonah was in Sheol for 3 days and 3 nights, I will go to Sheol for 3 days and 3 nights? That's not what he says.
Good point.
He says, I know it's a good point. He says, just as Jonah was in the belly of the whale for 3 days and 3 nights, I will be in Sheol for 3 days. The Jonah going into the belly of the whale is a metaphor for, it's a parable of Jesus going to Sheol. But Jonah didn't go to Sheol. Jonah was in the belly of a whale. Got him.
That's a good. That's a good point that you're making there. I'm not ever going to say I'll give you credit when you make a good point, and I will continue to harass the shit out of you when you do make bad points. But what I'm saying is that, to me, it's very clear that if he's speaking from Sheol, if he's claiming to be in the pit, that there's no point in saying that if he does not understand what that means.
I read it
unless he's trying to make a symbolic a gesture of what he thinks hell is, and if that's the idea. But here's the thing: like, every good Jew would have known that Sheol does exist.
Yeah, but what I read it
because
as
that's what they believe is the afterlife.
There's this guy. Here's a poem about a guy who got swallowed by a whale, and that God saved him from the whale. And then he tells the story, and he's like, man, it's like I was in hell for 3 days. And then Jesus goes to hell for 3 days. So it's a prophecy.
But he doesn't use language like I was like in hell for 3 days, though.
Well, it's very poetic language when he says it's like the
Okay, well, I'm
bars.
saying that he doesn't use that, so that's your argument for why you believe it to be poetic. I'm saying that language is not evident because he's not saying things like such as or is or this or that or like this. He's saying, I was there, I cried out, I did these things. I said these things and you heard my prayer. Why would that matter if he was still alive?
You think if it is a metaphor, it would be a good one, John?
And with that, I have only one last thing to say.
He's trying to find a
What's
soundboard.
that?
He's trying to find a
I'm trying to find
soundboard.
I'm trying to find my soundboard. And like, damn it. Oh, there it is. There it is.
Well, screw you guys. Do or do not know, sir.
Yeah, I don't know anything about this, but if I had to guess, if Sheol is like supposed to be like afterlife without God's salvation, existing within the belly of the beast would probably be a decent like metaphor for it.
Yeah, the big argument I heard him do, because I did a show where I like went through every verse of Jonah along like 2 or 3 years ago, and then he did one like it was probably less than a year ago. He did one, and I was listening to his, and I was like, wait, he thinks Jonah died and was in hell in the belly, and I totally disagreed with that. And I don't know, maybe that's I've never heard that before. I had never heard it till I heard him say it, and I disagree. I don't think Jonah died in the belly of the whale and actually went to hell. I think Jonah was in a whale for 3 days and he got spit up, and then he compared that was a parable or a prophecy of Jesus going down to Sheol for 3 days. And so that's why Jesus says, just like Jonah was in the belly of the whale for 3 days, I will go down to the heart of the earth for 3 days. Yeah, so that was I've been actually wanted to talk to him about that for a while, but I don't know. We'd have to get more deeper into it and go through it like verse by verse, because Jonah's only like 2 pages, so that's
Well, I feel like existing within the belly of the thing that's eating you, in my opinion, leaves like the feeling of like complete like hopelessness, like complete not hopeless, being damned. You're completely damned.
yeah. And
There's like no way out.
He's right. It doesn't say anything about the rib cage of the whale. I think that's something that I talked about. I kind of like, it was an idea I had, but it says the bars of the earth encompassed me. And what every theologian and every like scholar that I've read, what they're saying is basically Job is comparing it to being in prison. He's using poetic language to say he was in the belly of the whale and it was like he was imprisoned. There's bars around him. And then I said,
there's so many of those
it's like the rib
religious
cage of the whale.
animatics too. Yeah, you could have seen like an animatic where Jonah's like pressed against the rib cage, and you're like, holy fuck, it's like bars.
Yeah. And it said, well, and then yeah, that's probably what I did.
So if he was in the earth with the bars, it meant that he was in the earth and not just the belly of a fish.
Shut up. You can't just jump in and say something and then leave.
You ever heard of Earth Oven?
Regardless, there's no actual bars in the earth or in the fish. You know, it's a metaphor for being imprisoned. It's you're in captivity.
Well, I mean, the ocean is used as like a metaphor for hell a lot. Like in the, what was it called? Hold on, let me pull it up. And
the depths, and yeah, and Leviathan is the guardian
like
of the depths.
This kind of understanding it,
or the face over the darkness of the waters, like.
Yeah, and it also makes a lot of the verses like the demon-possessed man healed in Mark way more based, because, well, when the demons beg not to be cast back into the abyss, to let them go into the swine, he lets them go to the swine and then immediately makes them walk off straight into the abyss.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
It just to me, it seems like if Jonah died for 3 days in the belly of the whale and then got spit up, then what Jesus did is not as impressive. You know, it's like Jonah already did that to me. I don't think Jonah died in the belly of the whale. I don't think he was.
Well, I think it just means that God brought him back for a specific purpose. I don't know if that necessarily degrades what happens to Jesus. I think it shows specifically in that verse it's kind of explaining the beginning of the harrowing of hell.
Yeah, I guess, but I would need to see something in Jonah that says he was dead while he was down there. And John gave that one verse, and I guess I'll give him a point on that, but it's still a stretch. The Bible often talks about people being risen from the dead, but it never talks about Jonah being brought back from the dead. He just gets spit out of the mouth of the whale. Like a whale swallows him and then spits him out. And then he gets back to work. It's like, you didn't want to tell Nineveh, or you wanted to run away. Well, guess what? You're going to get swallowed by a whale and get spit right back up on that shore. Get to work, Jonah. Like, that's what God was saying. I don't think Jonah went down to Sheol.
Or it's more of a, like, if you don't want to do the task that I gave you, then I will no longer defend you.
Good morning, Christians.
Good morning, atheist.
I'm not a Christian.
I know. Jesus Christ.
Cheese and rice? Where?
I was just listening to the Bible fight between Josh and Elder Lion and John. And a question's just occurred to me, so maybe the theists can help clear this up for me. Mention is quite often made of typology in the Bible or foreshadowing. And my question is, like, why would God bother doing that?
Well, typology means foreshadowing.
So typology is when you have an event that takes place in the Old Testament, and then that's said to and it's not
it's a prophecy,
and it's not in and of itself a prophecy, but it's said to reference something that will happen later in the New Testament,
like Jonah
in the life of Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of wondering, like given that God is quite capable of giving his prophets actual prophecies, why would he bother engaging in this kind of foreshadowing in the Old Testament?
It wasn't engaging in it in the Old Testament. It's for the future generation. So it's like,
but why?
If I'm a prophet and I say tomorrow it's going to rain,
right?
At the time, it seems like I'm just saying some nonsense, crazy stuff, and nobody cares. But then when it rains, then 10 years from now, you read that every time it was going to rain, I told you it was going to rain. 10 years from now, you're like, yeah, that guy was telling the truth.
I'm not talking about prophecy. I'm talking about typology, and those are two different categories of event. So
no,
my
you're
understanding
just
is that
what I'm saying is prophecy.
That,
you're just calling typology.
No. Prophecies are when a prophet,
because an atheist will be like, "Oh, they're post hoc, they're post hoc trying to make things match the Old Testament."
Like so a prophecy is when a prophet makes a prediction about a future event. That's not what I'm talking about. My question is that given that God seems perfectly happy to actually communicate future events to prophets, why would he engage also in typology? Why would he cause events to happen?
I just told you So future generations can see it, to make an example of it. So future generations can watch the movie up until this point to better inform their decisions of what they do. It's practical.
It's practical. How is that practical?
It's practical if I see somebody who murdered somebody go to jail, even if they had no control over that murder and free will, no, all that blah, blah, blah doesn't exist. I see that, and to me, I say, well, murdering people is a bad idea. And this convinces society at large to not murder people. So if you convince society at large
that... Can you give me a biblical example?
A biblical example is Jonah. So Jonah got swallowed by a whale and went into its belly for 3 days and came out. And then that's a typology of what happens with Jesus, right? It's a thing that happened. It's not a prophecy. It wasn't given as a prophecy, but it's a thing that happened in the Old Testament that matches with the New Testament. So it was like,
yeah, but why?
So that
what's the point of
that future generations can look at that and say, "Yep, that's the Messiah."
So the messianic prophecies aren't enough. I mean, obviously they're not enough because he didn't fulfill any. But but shouldn't the messianic prophecies be enough?
He fulfilled all sorts of messianic prophecies. All of them.
All of them.
What do you mean? Why? Because he didn't come back as a rich ruler or something? He was a rich ruler.
Well, I mean, he wasn't a king, was he?
He was. He was the king.
Where was he the king of?
Everyone.
No, he's not. No.
No, he's the greatest king. You think? Sure. You think he wasn't a king? You think he wasn't a king because he didn't have a castle and he didn't have a robe and a crown? You think he wasn't a king?
And also because he wasn't.
I say he was the greatest king. I say he was the greatest king because he didn't have all that.
The king of where?
Everywhere, all the time.
No, you can't be king of everywhere all of the time.
Yeah, you can't. Well, he was. Well, he is.
So, like, I still don't understand. Like, given that God is happy to give actual prophecies of events that will happen, I sort of still don't see the point of.
I wouldn't make a distinction. I wouldn't make a distinction between typology and prophecy. I would say Jonah is a prophecy, even though a prophet didn't say, "Here's the prophecy from God." It's still a prophecy that came true. But you would call it a typology.
Yeah, I would call it, as you say, a kind of post hoc interpretation of the text.
And I would say it's something that happened that was pointing towards something that was going to happen. And then that thing that was going to happen did happen, which means it was a prophecy and it came true.
Well, I mean, you're really stretching the definition of the word prophecy.
I mean, I can't tell you if a prophecy is going to come true until it comes true. So if I said tomorrow it's going to rain and then it rains tomorrow and you say, well, that's just a typology, it could have rained and it could have not rained.
No, I mean, I understand the difference between typology and prophecy.
But if every time it's about to rain, if I tell you it's going to rain, and then retroactively you look back at that and you say, hey, every time he said it was going to rain, it rained, that seems like he's a prophet. But you could be like, but then somebody else is like, no, that's just typology. It was going to rain anyway, and he just happened to say it.
No, because like part of what makes a prophecy is somebody saying.
You're saying that it was going to happen anyway, and then they just happened to do it before it happened, so it's not actually a prophecy. It's just a coincidence?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not actually making.
Then you got to explain this typology thing more to me.
I suppose if I were to say something, it would be that I don't think typologies are like
they're coincidences.
Well, no, the fact that events that happened thousands of years ago are similar to events that happened thousands of years later don't necessarily seem to me to be particularly significant. Right? Like if
yeah,
like so it being it's like some event that happened with, like Jonah and the whale. The fact that it said that he was in the belly of the whale for 3 days, and Jesus is said to have died for 3 days, doesn't seem to me to kind of be particularly significant.
Well, Jesus said it before he died for 3 days. He said, just like Jonah went into the belly of the whale, I'm going to go into the belly of Sheol, and then he did it.
Right. If he hadn't have said that, would you still view the Jonah story as prefiguring something in Jesus' life?
If he hadn't have said that, then the story of Jonah wouldn't be in the Bible. So we would have never heard the story of Jonah. But since he said that,
My problem.
so this is where I get what you're saying, that it's ad hoc or it's post hoc, it's typology. But the fact that Jesus said that and then did it just like he said he would, and just like it ties back to that, shows that there was some sort of supernatural aspect to Jonah being in that whale. Like a guy could just get swallowed by a whale and get spit out 3 days later and survive. But the fact that it happened. Hold on, I'm hearing echo. But
John, you sound really tinny, like you're in a box, a little tin box.
That was probably me.
What makes it biblical and prophetic is because Jonah was on a mission for God when that happened. And so there was a purpose to that story before Jesus ever came. And then when Jesus came, he said, just like he did that, I'm going to do this. And then he did it.
There might have been a purpose to the
So
story.
when you say that it's a miracle, it's almost like it's the miracle is
was there
him
somebody
rising from the
talking,
dead.
John? Was there somebody talking, John? Was there?
Yes.
Yes, there was, wasn't there? That was very rude of you.
Wait.
So, do you think that the Jews might have think that there's a point to the Jonah story that doesn't involve Jesus?
Do the Jews think there's? What are we talking about? We're talking about Talmudic Jews. We're talking like Second Temple. Which Jews are we talking about here?
What's
Any
the point?
I think
like you saying that
I think the Jews in the Old Testament that were around in the time of Jonah were the Jews that Jesus was going down to save in Sheol, and so they would have believed that the Messiah would come and do the same thing that Jonah did, and then he comes and does the same thing that Jonah did. Not the same exact thing, John, but a similar thing. He goes down into the depths for 3 days. And so they would, now the modern day Talmudic and all the other stuff and blah, 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 we can get into all that. But no, they probably, I don't know what they're saying. They think he's swimming in excrement. So I don't know. I don't know about those guys.
What the fuck, dude? That's awesome.
I don't know what you're asking, Shiva.
I mean, my question is basically like, what's the point? Like, because there are
Everything's what's
prophecies,
the
right?
point? There is no point.
But there are but there are actual prophecies, like prophetic statements that have been communicated through a prophet by God, right?
There are also prophecies that are communicated just through stories of what happened. That's a prophecy. Like,
Well,
not
I think
not
you're really
all of the
stretching.
prophecies of the Old Testament are a prophet saying, "Hey, this is a prophecy." It's not how prophecy works. There's prophecies through stories.
No,
and
that is how
prophecies-
prophecy works. It's a foretelling. It's someone saying this is going to happen.
Yeah,
like a
Jonah.
fortune, right?
Jonah was a prophet because of what he went through.
Right, but what did he foretell?
He foretold Jesus coming and spending 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the whale.
Okay.
What do you mean?
I think you're equivocating on the meaning of the word prophecy here.
Yeah, I have to agree. And
son of a bitch, because you making me having to agree with Shiva, and I don't like it. But
So what is
not understanding because here, first of all, like Jonah was a prophet.
there
right?
are all sorts of
call him a
prophecies.
minor prophet, right?
No, there are all sorts of prophecies in the Old Testament that are not a prophet saying, "Hey, I'm a prophet. Here's a prophecy."
I'll go swim with the whales.
Okay, so what's a prophecy then? And don't say it's a story, because you're just feeding into what Shiva's saying about you confusing typology for prophecy.
A prophecy is something that foretells of something that's gonna happen.
Okay, that's usually what happens in prophecies. Yes. So, but what specifically is being disclosed?
But that doesn't have to be a prophet saying, "Here's what God told me is going to happen." Sometimes the prophecy could be through action, like when we see it's all throughout the Old Testament. Like whenever Israel falls, the whole story of Israel escaping slavery and rising. That's all a prophecy of Jesus.
Foretold about the fall of Israel, right?
But I'm
Jesus
saying
himself
the
actually
events
prophesied about the
that
fall
happen to Israel are a prophecy of the events that will happen to Jesus.
Right, and even Jesus himself it gives a prophecy of what's going to happen about 40 years after, when he's telling the women, "Don't cry for me, cry for Jerusalem."
Yeah, he compares himself to the nation of Israel in the Old Testament, and that's a all-encompassing prophecy of the Old Testament. That
So there are
it's
outcomes of prophecy.
It's not a
that are
prophet
outcomes of
saying, "Here's
events.
a prophecy." I'm saying sometimes stories happen in the Old Testament that are prophecies of Jesus without a prophet being there saying, "Here's what God told me." It's just an event that happened that prophesies, like it'd be like if I saw the wind blow a stick into a turtle, and then the next day, like a tree. I don't know what the hell I'm trying to say, but I'm trying, like, sometimes you see things and that is a prophecy of what's going to happen, but it doesn't have to be a prophet.
A turtle being stuck
I don't
by
know why. I don't know why I said it. I don't know where I was going with that, but I'm saying, like, you could like, if you saw a rock fall and it lands on a little toy car, and then later that day you're looking through the newspaper and a boulder fell off a mountain and landed on a car, you'd be like, "Oh damn, that was like a prophecy of what I was gonna see."
Only if you were mental.
I'm just making up a random idea, but what I'm saying is the things that they saw.
You can't look at past events. Look. Taking on that basis, I could say that every single war that ever happened is a prophecy about some other war, right?
Sure. No.
Why not?
No, that would be a precursor. So
wait. Why is it? What's the difference? You're making the argument that precursors can be a type of prophecy.
So let's add divinity to it. It has to be something from God. So if God shows me, if I'm walking and God causes me to see this rock fall in this Hot Wheels car.
Yeah, but God causes you to see everything.
And then I'm like, man, I think a rock is gonna fall into somebody's car today. And then later that day, a rock falls onto somebody's car. That was a prophecy.
Josh, on your view, everything is caused by God, is it not?
Yeah, so it's all a prophecy.
No, premonitions is predicted.
So therefore, World War I was a prophecy for the Vietnam War. Right?
No, because that's not a prediction. Sorry.
No, I know, Marshall.
That's a typology. Whatever, Shiva. What are you saying?
I'm saying the thing that I said when I joined the panel, which is, what's the point of typology? Like why would God do that?
It makes the story better. You gotta have some.
Here's the thing, though.
foreshadowing.
Even with those things that are stories, you have almost everything that is a prophecy is told by a prophet. Even Jesus is coming is foretold by Isaiah.
So you don't think God could prophesy just through actions on the earth?
Well, he speaks of those actions, but he gives specific, because part of being a prophet is that you're speaking the words of God, right? You're saying what God's trying to reveal through that prophecy, because if it's just about fortune telling, then it's not really a prophecy. Not in the Christian sense, not in the historical sense of the scriptural view.
Well,
Hold on,
then
give me a second.
okay, that's fine.
Oh,
There's
never mind.
there's some
You
prophet.
guys could try to make the astrology argument to him too.
There's some prophet who saw fit to write down the story of Jonah. And
Yeah,
since
because there must have been some kind of event, like I don't know,
do you know
maybe him dying in a whale and coming back to life.
And why are you assuming that any of the books of the Bible were written by prophets?
Would it be less? Wouldn't it be more miraculous if he stayed alive in the belly of the whale for 3 days, like Jesus stayed alive in Sheol for 3 days?
It
No,
depends on
because first of all, Jesus, we're talking about Jesus being dead. And
I think it's
where the
more
dead go.
miraculous if Jonah got swallowed and lived in the belly of the whale and fought off death for 3 days while he was in the belly of the whale.
It would be about how base Jonah is and how he didn't get.
Yeah.
You know,
I would say
that's
more
like
miraculous.
More likely.
That's more miraculous than he went in the belly and he died, and then they gave him mouth to mouth, and he resuscitated.
Because they survived the whale. Yeah.
Jesus, when he went down to Sheol, he was not dead; he was living.
Jesus didn't pay the wages of sin. Then
He conquered death.
He physically died.
Does that mean that he didn't pay the wages of sin?
He physically died, meaning he dropped his body.
So he was dead.
But no, there's a difference between a spiritual death and a physical death.
I'm not asking about physical. That's why I preface that, JS. Did he physically die?
Physically, yes, his body died.
He died.
His heart stopped beating.
And here's the thing, though.
You cut out, John. I don't know if you're speaking.
We didn't hear the thing.
Huh?
We didn't hear the thing.
All we heard you say was, "Here's the thing."
You didn't hear what thing?
You said, "Here's the thing," and then you cut out.
Oh, I said, "Here's the thing." I asked you earlier if you understand the two different parts of Sheol, because one part of it is the part where those who are dead, who have been judged and are awaiting judgment, will be at. And the idea that Jesus went down there to tell them that they're saved is a lie. Also, that's why we have to remember that where he went to in Sheol was Abraham's bosom, which was the place where the Jews believed those who were righteous in God died and waited for him. So,
yeah.
But my point, what I'm trying to say in all this is
so that's not a place anymore.
Yeah, it is.
No, Jesus conquered that. That's over. We don't gotta go wait.
So you don't believe you go to?
We don't gotta go wait for. We don't gotta go wait in purgatory for Jesus to come because Jesus already.
Who said that was purgatory?
Abraham's bosom, whatever you want to call it.
It's not purgatory.
Whatever you want to call it. Okay, the other half of Sheol, Abraham's bosom, whatever you want to call it.
That's where the dead. You don't believe.
We don't have to. What limbo? We don't have to go to limbo anymore because Jesus came. Right. Limbo or purgatory.
Oh my gosh!
Abraham's bosom was for the saints that died before Jesus came.
Damn, you mogged him so hard he rage quit. Indisputable Josh W.
I don't know if that's the case, but
He's trying to help you out of a word trap.
I would.
After you've won the Christian debate, NFL Super Bowl, where are you going now?
What?
I'm going to Disney World.
Hell yeah, brother.
Just kidding. Disney World's gay. I would go to Islands of Adventure.
Dude, I'm so happy you didn't leave me hanging. After I said it, I was like, bro, I hope at least someone knows the reference I'm making.
Yeah. All right, Shiva, what do you got? The typology is the door.
Are there any failed prophecies in the Bible?
No, because then they wouldn't be prophecies.
Right. So, what about Isaiah 52? Sorry, let me. Isaiah 52:1.
Is it talking about Babylon?
It's saying that the uncircumcised will not enter Jerusalem, but wasn't Jerusalem defiled by the Greeks and the Romans?
Without the Egyptians and the Babylonians first, but
we're making free Jerusalem.
But there was a law that you couldn't be part of them if you weren't circumcised. And Isaiah is making a prophecy or a metaphor towards.
Wait. Prophecies can be metaphors.
No.
Yeah. Sometimes you'll make they speak poetically. These are prophets. They're speaking poetically, and the circumcision and Jerusalem represent. Later, it becomes the baptism and heaven or Christ's kingdom. That's Jerusalem. So that's
What?
So that's why in the New Testament it talks about the circumcision is not physical; it's spiritual.
What's being
Bro, that's some cursed lore. That's some cursed lore right there.
It's not talking about getting your It's
So
the
what's
metaphor.
being circumcised?
The metaphor is the foreskin getting snipped off of the wiener is the same as the circumcision of the spirit from the world. You're getting you're getting cut off from the world.
Damn. It's like a pecker.
The world is the world is a penis, and we're all us Christians are just a bunch of snipped off foreskins.
What?
Well, that's pretty fucking cursed. Right there. I agree with that now.
I have to agree. That's what Satan told me.
What about you seen in the Old Testament yet, where the guy's like, bring me back 20,000 foreskins of my enemies, and the guy's like, okay, and he brings him back.
And he does.
He brings him back 40. He brings him back double. He brings him back 40,000 foreskins. He's like, you wanted this much? I got double.
I mean, that's some serial killer shit right there, isn't it? Talk about taking trophies from your victims. Jesus Christ.
I thought it was epic. I was like, damn, savage. Dude is based. King's like, bring me 10,000 foreskins of my enemies. Is like, I got you 20,000 here.
20.
And that was literal, but that was a metaphor and a prophecy.
Well, it can't be both. It can't be literal and a metaphor. Those two are mutually exclusive.
The prophecy is
It's wild, bro. I'd be like, bring me the money and the bullshit of my enemy. This dude wanted foreskin.
They got all that too, but they also got a bunch of foreskins.
Did he make like foreskin coats? Like what?
I think they made
What
like
was the end goal?
I think at some point they like dried them and used them as currency or something.
That's what I'm saying. You'd have to do something. What do? Just throw them all away afterwards? This is like if it is to believe to be. I understand foreskin isn't that large, but when you're talking about 20,000 foreskins, so we're talking about pounds upon pounds, probably hundreds of pounds of foreskin.
It's a big old bag of foreskins.
That guy had a kink
Fire and-
before kinks were a thing.
Just make a fire and offer them up to God, isn't it?
Yeah, that's probably what they did. Well, they
I
probably
don't think that'd be
They
a
probably
good
burnt
offering.
them. They probably didn't burn them in the tabernacle, but they burnt them on the hill somewhere and threw them in the Kidron River. That's what they did when they would burn their enemies and stuff. They wouldn't burn them it wasn't a sacrifice to God. They would burn them outside of the town by the river and throw their dust in the river.
Well, when their lives are sacrificed to God, though, I mean, in that passage, are those people harem?
Harem?
Yeah.
I'm not a Muslim.
Saved?
It's a
against,
bloody Hebrew
damned?
word, you mong.
What? Harem? Haram?
Shiva JS don't do words good like you and me.
I don't know these dang words. Harem?
Devoted.
A harem is when you got a bunch of wives.
No,
devoted. The Greek word would be
Oh.
Haram's like when you follow the tenements of Allah or some shit.
They didn't devote those foreskins to God.
But did they devote the people who the foreskins came from to God?
Maybe. Some of them.
At least once a night when Shiva's here, I have this problem where he says a word and I just can never confirm if it is a word that I know or not.
Which word are you having difficulty with, Goon?
So are you saying haram? Like in
No, I'm
like when
saying-
Muslims say like you're not following haram?
No, I'm saying harem.
Okay, so I was just weird. I didn't know if your accent was making you like say it in a way that just sounded weird to me.
Thank you,
So
Goon.
it has
I
a
also
different,
wanted the
meaning
clarification.
then. It has a different meaning then.
I mean, I'm
Yeah,
not entirely
devoted.
sure what the Arabic word haram actually means, but I think the words haram
He's
and
saying devoted
harem-
to God.
Yeah.
Yeah, because haram is just like following the like Allah's like rules. Like if you
Yeah,
if you
no,
don't
no, haram-
if you drink, if
No,
you drink,
haram
you're
is
not
what
being
is
haram.
outside.
If you don't drink, you are haram.
Yeah, haram is
Yeah,
a bad thing.
they don't use that word in Arabic. They would use faithful too, or like.
Yeah, and that's what I thought you were talking about. That's why everyone responded with what? He's not Arabic.
Yeah,
No,
I thought he
no,
was talking about
They're
haram
both
too.
Semitic languages, I think.
Okay, so all right. According to Bible Hub, it's actually spelled haram, but I have seen it spelled
It is spelled haram, like
harem. It means to completely destroy, to devote to destruction, exterminate, annihilate, to be destroyed, be devoted to destruction. This can refer to anything which is under the ban from common use. Some
Yeah.
things are set apart for use by priests. Other things are destroyed utterly as devoted
Yes,
to the
I
Lord.
believe God devoted some things to destruction.
Right, but the question I asked was, were the lives of the men from whom the foreskins were taken, the 10 or 20,000 foreskins, were they devoted to the Lord?
No, but their foreskins were. They didn't even necessarily have to die.
What's the passage?
You could take somebody's foreskin without killing them. We do it all the time.
What's the
what?
passage?
I'm just
terrible.
saying. You're saying just because it says their foreskins was taken doesn't mean that they were killed.
No, I'm not saying that they were, but I'd like to check it out. Do you know
Okay, so
off the top of your head
prophecies are
what
metaphors.
passage
I
is?
think this is a huge problem, JS.
I'm not saying all prophecies are metaphors. I'm saying there could be some prophecies in the Old Testament that don't have a prophet specifically saying this is a prophecy. And you proved my example when Jesus compares himself to Israel and the nation of Israel and what they went through. That is the whole story of the Old Testament
Because
and what
Jesus
happens
was a
with
prophet.
Israel.
Jace is obviously just trolling the troll, if I'm not mistaken.
No, shut the fuck up, Marshall. Shut up, dude. I'm not trolling. Jesus compares himself to Israel. What the nation in Israel in the Old Testament is a prophecy of Jesus. Everything Israel goes through is a prophecy. The whole Marshall, shut up, dude. Marshall,
yes, sir. I'll shut up.
Just to clarify,
hold on.
The men who lost their foreskins, Josh, they were killed.
Okay, all right. Well,
It's
anyway,
in 1 Samuel 18:27.
Mosman's not going to disagree. Mosman's not going to disagree with me on this. Do you believe that the whole Old Testament story from beginning to end of Israel is a prophecy of Jesus? No?
I believe
you sound like you're really far away.
Sorry, it's because I'm in the car.
Okay. But is Israel like a parallel to Jesus? You could call it a parallel. It's like a prophecy.
No, he's not. He is not Israel unless you were talking about the body of Christ. I mean, in that sense, yeah. But so Israel is the faithful believers, right? That's why when in Revelation there is symbolic language being used to describe the New Jerusalem, which is made up of the 144,000, which is the 12,000 times 12, or the 12 times 12, which comes down to the idea of those of the 12 tribes of Israel who believed in the promise of the Messiah, and those who believe and are in faith with Jesus as foretold by the apostles. That is the church. That is the new Israel. So
exactly.
Right.
And I would say the whole.
What your problem is here, though, JS, is you're using this word to describe this word, and then you're lessening something. If a prophecy is metaphoric, then it's not by its very nature a prophecy.
A metaphor could be used for prophecy. So
you can say, I believe.
No, you're tone policing. Just because you take it a certain way doesn't mean that's the way that I meant it.
What's even called Israel? It was called Judah or like Samaria or something, right?
It was called Israel. What are you talking about?
We're called Israel, Marshall.
Israel is Israel. Judah is a nation of Israel. They're separated.
It was a southern kingdom at one point, and that So but here's the point of what I'm trying to say. So
what I'm saying is these great events that happened in the history in the Old Testament is all of that is prophecy to what's gonna come. So
right, and you and I can agree on that. But here's where this is where I think you're losing like Shiva, because you are engaging in some form of typography. I lose Shiva. Okay, well, then I guess go on, continue allowing him to.
But I'm trying to explain it to him in the same way that I explain it to you. What I'm saying is you don't have to have a prophet giving prophecy. A prophecy could be a story that it could have a whole bunch of elements, and those things are all metaphorical parallels.
Which you think are all metaphors,
and that's a prophecy.
No, it's not. You could think it's foreshadowing, which is what a type.
It is. Right? Jonah going into the belly of the whale is a prophecy of Jesus going into Sheol.
No, it's not. It's not. It might foreshadow him. It's not a prophecy of.
That's Jesus, a prophecy.
No, it's not.
Okay, well then we're just semantic. What you're calling foreshadowing, I'm saying that's what prophecy is foreshadowing of what's going to happen.
Okay, but there are times where prophets actually say, "Look, one will come and he will have the nations," right?
Yeah.
So there are prophets.
Yeah, I'm not saying those aren't. I'm not saying those aren't a thing.
Prophecy, you have to have a prophet.
No, that's where we disagree. I'm saying those are valid prophecies from prophets. I agree with you. Those are prophecies given directly from the mouths of prophets. But I'm saying there are other prophecies that are giant sprawling stories of histories of people that are a metaphor of what's going to happen throughout all of time.
Which is called foreshadowing, which is not necessarily a prophecy.
to me
We
that's
believe
prophecy.
it's
Okay,
prophetic.
well, all
Hold
right,
on,
then that's where we
We,
disagree.
we,
I say to me that's prophecy.
we
What
can believe
Israel
that
went
it's
through, we
prophetic.
see through
You can believe that
all
it's prophetic.
all the things
Okay, that does not mean
that
though that it's
Israel
not a
goes
type
through
of
and that
typology.
Israel did is prophecy of what's going to come for every nation throughout all of civilization. It's cyclical and it keeps happening and it keeps happening, and we have prophecy of how this and of why and how this is going to keep happening. People disobey, and then guess what? We fall. And then they build up and then they fall. And then they build up and then they fall. And that story in the Old Testament is a prophecy of all of history without a prophet. The prophet is God.
The problem with your view, Josh, is that you are you're rendering the term prophecy semantically null, because like anything can be a prophecy. Then any event can be a prophecy.
If it's meant for a purpose and it comes true, yeah.
Well, no. Wait. That made no sense whatsoever. An event can't come true. An event just happens.
If there's a purpose to an event to foreshadow another greater event,
then how would we know that's the case?
It's God doing prophecy.
How would we know that's the case?
God doesn't need a man to say some words to do prophecy. God can give us
how
prophecy.
How would we know that's the case, Josh?
You would judge it by the fruits if it comes true.
Well, no, events can't come true.
Yes,
they just happen.
This goes back to the example that I gave earlier. If I see a rock rolling down the hill and it hits a Hot Wheel car, and I'm like, man, I hope nobody gets crushed by a rock today in their car. And then later I look at the news and a rock fell down a hill and crushed a car. That's not a coincidence.
Okay, but that's not a prophecy.
That might be
either,
a coincidence,
right?
but
It's not a prophecy either.
Yeah, what would be coming true there, Josh?
No,
what would be coming true there is not the event, but your thought, right? So you could make the argument that in that instance,
no, if I seen a rock fall down a hill and smash a car, and then I watch the news and a rock falls down a hill and smashes a car, the next day, if I walk outside, the first 6 numbers I see, I'm going to play those in the lottery. And I'm going to win.
Now you're engaging in the thing that Jesus warns us against.
I know. I'm not saying
that right now on the
You know?
Yes, I know. No. If God is giving
you must be a child of Satan, then you disobedient one.
The king of straw men. I'm not talking about being a fortune teller. I'm saying if God is showing you these things, maybe there's a reason.
Okay, yeah, but you're saying that the metric of prophecy is that you're foretelling something happens and it proves to be true. And here's the problem that you're failing to say, right? You're saying, well, if I said that, then it comes true. Well, guess what? Then you would be in a classical way, I guess, claiming to be a prophet, because that would be then someone saying this is going to happen, and then it happened, and that's how you know it happened.
Yeah, if
it requires by the very nature of your own logic, which you're
if I could predict that a rock was going to fall down and hit a car, and I could predict the lottery, I would call myself a prophet. You're right.
And
if God was giving me the ability to do that,
then you need a prophet for a prophecy. And this whole diatribe about it just has to be a story or whatever the fuck you mean by that, that doesn't make sense, dude. Respectfully, I love you, brother, but no, it doesn't make sense.
It does make sense. You already agreed to it, so you just called it something different. You said, "Well, that's just foreshadowing."
No, I am understanding.
That's just foreshadowing.
This is why it is.
I said, does the whole Old Testament and the story of Israel prophesy of what's going to happen to any nation that disobeys God for the rest of history? You say yes, but that's not a prophecy. Right? That's foreshadowing.
We believe it's a prophecy, and we believe it.
Well, then the prophet is whoever wrote the book,
right? Hold on. If it's foreshadowing something, and we say that's a foreshadowing, and we can believe that it's prophetic, that's fine. Still engaging in a topography, right? That's what Shiva's criticism is that you're going to the text and saying And that's and any atheist worth their salt will say, well, it's easy to say now in hindsight that this all comes about because
So how do you respond to this, John?
Huh?
How do you respond to his question?
To the question of whether or not prophecy
It's all post hoc. It's all none of that was prophecy. They just picked and chose the stories from the Old Testament that matched up with the story they wanted to tell.
He wasn't necessarily engaging in an overall idea. I think what he was doing was
I know where he's going with this because Alice O'Connor has done this many times. It's all ad hoc.
And he was taking a swipe at you. Because you and I were talking about the merit of the text, and you were engaging in topography.
But I don't.
Which I'm not saying there isn't any in there. I mean, the idea that
I think he's taking a swipe at you because
I say, hey, yeah, I don't think there's any typography or that it was all bad. I don't think that. I think that there is good. There is an aspect of it, but you're confusing prophecy with topography.
No, you're
in certain areas. Yes, you are.
You're not helping solve the issue that a lot of people think that the New Testament was written post hoc to match up to the Old Testament prophecies. So they'll say there's a lot of contradictory things in the New Testament between the different gospels.
They're going to say that.
Right.
But you don't engage with an idea of saying, well, yeah.
Well, you don't engage because you're a pacifist.
Hold on,
I'll engage.
Hold on. You're engaging, but you're engaging in wrong categorical errors. You're engaging in
everybody always wants to bring up category errors. They don't ever want to tell me how I got the category wrong, but it's always a category error.
I've literally explained it to you.
That might have been my fault.
You didn't do a good job of it.
Okay, so explain to me how perception and action are the same thing.
Can I?
Because I'd say that they're not. I'd say that perception is being able to perceive.
And then I say, okay, and then I say, can you act against God's perception? And you say no. Okay, well then shut up. It's the same category. It's the same category. God's knowledge. If God knows you're going to die tomorrow, if God knows you're going to die tomorrow,
him being able to perceive your decisions is the same thing as him acting.
If God knows you're going to die tomorrow,
what you're doing is you're perceiving. If you are saying because he perceives the choices that you make, that it means that he is actively making the choices for you.
He does this every time. And then when I say, if God knows you're going to die tomorrow, he has a perception that you're going to die tomorrow.
Right. And you just keep mindlessly using the same, you just keep mindlessly making the same category.
No, you keep not addressing my question. If God's perception is that you are going to die tomorrow, can your actions prove his perception wrong?
Yes.
Is him perceiving
he's not going to say yes, Mark. He's not going to say yes because he's not an idiot.
No, listen to me. When you perceive,
he's going to say no, which is going to prove my point.
When you perceive the action that led somebody up to that point where they are dead, does that mean that actively God made those choices?
I don't know what all you're saying right now. I just asked a simple question. Can your actions,
what you're asserting,
can your actions prove God's perception wrong?
What you're asserting is what I just said.
Can your actions prove God's perception wrong?
Can my actions prove? Can my actions?
Yes, God's perception, God's knowledge, and God's perception is that you're going to die tomorrow. Can your actions?
Hey, Josh, are you arguing that our actions are the same as God's perceptions?
I'm saying that it's not a category error.
That's what he is.
Saying makes perfect sense. What I'm saying makes perfect sense. And when you just throw out categories,
and I don't even believe this bullshit, Josh.
When you dodge the question, it proves. Yeah,
right,
I don't
Josh, answer my question, please. Answer like it's a simple yes or no question. Are you making the argument that our perception?
Why do I have to answer questions when my question hasn't been answered yet?
All right, listen, because it seems like you're making the argument that our actions are the same thing as God's perceptions.
This ain't a gangbang. I asked a question. I haven't had an answer yet. I want an answer
no,
to my
no,
question.
no,
and
they're
then we
not the
can-
same. Right now, I answered your question.
What's the same? You didn't answer my question, and I didn't even ask you a question. I asked Elderlion a question. I asked, can your actions prove God's perception wrong?
Can my actions prove God's perceptions? No, because he saw my actions.
So I'm not making a category
Does not mean
error.
that
I'm
he
not
is the
making a
one.
category
He is not
error.
mean. No, because you are actively saying
No,
that
I'm
because
not
he
making a
perceives
category
it,
error. Okay,
he is
now
the
what's
one
your
that is
question,
making the
Shiva?
action.
What's your question, Shiva?
Are you saying that our actions are the same thing as God's perceptions?
I'm saying our actions are determined by God's perceptions.
That's not what I asked you.
Okay, no. That's not what I'm saying.
Right.
Now let me tell you what I'm
So
saying. I just told you what
they're
I'm
two
saying.
different categories. God's perceptions and our actions are two distinct categories, yes?
No.
So they are the same thing.
That's what I'm trying to demonstrate is that our actions are based off of God's perception. If God perceives that I'm going to pick my arm up in 2 seconds, guess what? My arm's up. And now my camera's following it. Now I got to get my camera back on track. But if God perceives that I'm going to do that, there's nothing I can do to stop that. Therefore, my actions are based off of God's perceptions. Therefore, there's no fucking category error. Jeez Louise. I've been trying to explain that. I've said this a million times and y'all don't get it.
So just to clarify,
You keep saying category error, and then you can't show me where the category error is. What I
Because
show
they-
you is
because
that
they're-
there
because
is
they're
no
two-
category error, and you don't
Because
accept it.
you're saying
No, he
that
already
on,
answered
on
my
the
question.
one hand, Josh,
He already answered
on
my
the
question.
on the one hand, you are saying that our actions and God's perceptions are in the same category, but when you're asked, you say no, they're not the same category. That's very confusing.
I didn't say no. I said our actions are a result of God's perception or God's plan. If it's God's plan that I die tomorrow, there is nothing I can do to stop that. Therefore,
Well, now
my
you're
actions.
conflating perception with intention.
Oh my God, dude!
And those are different
You guys
categories.
just play games with words. I'm making this very
You're
simple.
the one playing games with semantics, man.
I'm not playing games with words. I'm making it
No,
really simple.
wait, what?
It's really simple. It's really, really
Well, no,
simple.
because now you're conflating intention with perception.
No, it's really simple. If it's God's perception, if it's God's plan, if it's God's determination that I die tomorrow, there is nothing I can do to stop myself from dying tomorrow. Therefore, my actions are under the category of what God determines or what God knows.
Intention and perception is the same category.
Oh my God, dude! I'm not gonna play these games.
It's a-
So, I said what
intention.
I said. I said
Look,
what I
look,
said. You
look,
heard what I
look,
said, right?
It's very
You heard
simple.
what I
In
said.
my
You
mind,
heard what I said.
in my
You
mind,
heard what I
on
said.
my view, Josh, intention.
God
and
knows I'm going to die tomorrow. There's nothing I can do to stop myself from dying tomorrow. Therefore, my actions are a result of God's knowledge.
is dying an action.
Sure. I don't know.
But that's not a prophecy, though.
What? Oh my God! Now we're going back to the prophecy thing. I thought we.
Well, no, because
That's
like
what it-
actually, I went to at some point because I actually think you were right. Prophecy does not need to be spoken. It does not need to be written. You don't need to be a prophet to do a prophecy. That's like saying you need to be a fisherman to fish. But
I mean, a miner gets you steel.
you
or-
guys have kind of moved forward from that.
Yeah, well, you go back to the prophecy thing. I think John conceded when he agreed that the Old Testament is a prophecy of the world, and it's not just one prophet saying it. A lot of times, events that God causes to happen are prophecy of what's going to happen. Just observe. Just look at the world
It's
around you.
supposed to. So while you guys were arguing, I've just been researching the word prophecy. It's just a foretelling.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah. Yeah, and
And then
I'm saying that
it doesn't need to be
foretelling.
spoken. It doesn't
Right.
need to come in any certain way. You are right. It could be purely metaphorical. It could be
Yeah.
grains in a sand
Definition
aligning
from.
a certain way that means something to you.
Yes.
Where are you getting your definition from, Goon?
That's what the openness of that word is implying. That's that
Yeah, but
definition.
where's the definition coming from?
They're just picking a very narrow definition.
So what I did is I first looked up the definition, and then I took that and I saw it was open-ended. So then I looked into the idea of if there's anything.
Yeah, I'm asking for your
states-
sources.
I'm about okay. So then I googled: is there
The
anything
sources,
that
the internet.
proves that prophecies need to be spoken or communicated through writing? And there's a bunch of sources talking about a bunch of prophecies that aren't communicated through writing or spoken. They're communicated through visions and dreams.
Still communicated, right?
Yes, and then it
can
opened. It
communicate
didn't
a
say that it
prophecy
could.
however he
It
wants.
didn't say that there are metaphorical ones. I don't know if there are, there aren't, but it said that there's no reason there shouldn't be able to be. But I can try to bring it up.
God could communicate a prophecy to you through a feeling, like you get uncomfortable. Like
Right, but,
it
so,
could be,
well,
it could
hang
be,
on.
it could be like I feel weird about this. I don't want to go into there, and then the place gets shot up or something like that. That would be a prophecy, and you could say maybe it's from Satan, maybe it's from I don't know where it's from, but maybe it's from God. That could be a prophecy. A prophecy doesn't have to be because Hosea or Nehemiah or Isaiah or Jeremiah said it here and wrote it down here. That's a prophecy. There's other prophecies that are just through. It could be in the weather. There could be prophecy in anything. That's what I'm saying.
All sounds like New Age woo to me.
Okay, well, I mean,
sounds like astrology to me.
There could be astrological prophecy too. It doesn't mean it's good. You could do prophecy with tarot cards and with astrology. The Bible warns against this. It's a real thing. It's dark arts. It's dangerous. You shouldn't play around with it. Doesn't mean it's not prophecy. Thanks for proving my point, Elder Lion. There are prophets
Also,
that are
I don't
evil.
know-
There are witches who
I don't
do
know if
prophecy.
there's like there could be different understandings
Watchers
too. There could be
of
like
the
a
time,
Christian
star
understanding
seers.
of prophecy.
Wizards and sorcerers and watchers of the times. Those are prophets. They're not of God. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about God using broader things than just a prophet to prophesy of Jesus coming. So Israel, when Jesus
But under
compares
that
himself to
definition,
Israel,
he's using all prophecy does not even necessarily have to be fulfilled for it to be a prophecy.
all prophecy doesn't have to fulfilled to be a prophecy. Well, I would say if it's not fulfilled, then it wasn't a prophecy. But I'm saying that you could have dark prophecy, like you could have Satan prophets, and their prophecy could come true. Doesn't mean it's a good thing. It doesn't mean it's of God. But what are we talking about? All I'm saying is there are prophecies in the Old Testament that don't come straight out of a prophet's lips. Sometimes the stories in the Old Testament are prophecy without a prophet saying, "Hey, God told me this." This is a lot of times the prophecies in the Old Testament are they're symbolic. It's something that happened, like the parting of the waters or something could be a prophecy. When Moses parted the waters, and then Joshua parted the waters, and then Elijah parted the waters. The parting of the waters is symbolic. It's a prophecy.
So it didn't actually happen.
No, it did happen. It's also
Then it's not symbolic.
Oh my God, Shiva.
So like I've been looking for a source.
Let's go
but
back to
Shiva,
Jonah.
When it comes to like
Jonah physically was in the
what would be
belly of the
considered a credible
whale.
source?
Jonah physically was in the belly of the whale for 3 days.
And it's not symbolic.
And this is symbolic of Jesus going into Sheol for 3 days. So when Jesus says, just as Jonah was in the belly of the whale, I will go into Sheol. That means Jonah going into the belly of the whale was a prophecy of Jesus going into Sheol. And that's a physical thing that did happen, but it's also a metaphor for what will
Well,
happen.
that's debatable.
Right. Well, yeah, you could say it didn't happen, but I believe that that's a physical thing that did happen, and it's a metaphor for a thing that will happen. You could do a physical thing that does happen that is also a metaphor for something that will happen.
Well, okay, fair enough. Let's just say that I grant that.
You have to grant that because it's
Yeah,
reasonable.
I see that.
I'm not being crazy. I'm not like saying anything crazy.
No,
I was
you
like,
are being crazy.
I'm not.
You're twisting the
Steven,
meanings
what
of words
prophecies
beyond
came
all
true?
recognition, Josh.
Biblically?
No, I'm just using broader.
Why
You're
the
using
fuck did
very
you throw
specific.
symbolism in there, Shiva? You asshole.
You're using very specific uses of the word, and I'm saying the word is broader than that. It doesn't just a prophecy just doesn't have to be something a prophet said or wrote. A prophecy could be.
I mean, there is a clue in the word.
What? Because it has prophet in it. It needs to be
Prophecy, yeah, from the will of God,
prophecy
right?
has to come from a prophet.
Yes.
Well, I think the root of the word would be to profess. And if God
No.
is the one professing it, he could use any means that he wants to profess it.
It's from the Greek prophetia, gift of interpreting the will of God.
Okay. And so, okay, so the prophecy, if I'm interpreting the will of God, meaning I'm interpreting a hurricane forming and I'm like, uh-oh, storm's coming, time to run, and I run. There was a prophecy from God that told me to leave, and then the whole city gets destroyed by a hurricane. That was pretty prophetic. So I interpreted the will of God and I acted on it, and that was what I was meant
So
to
that
do.
means if I'm going outside and I see that it's cloudy,
You're
and
a
the weather
prophet.
forecast,
You're a
and the weather forecast has said it's highly likely to rain today, and then I take an umbrella.
You
Does
get an
that make me a
umbrella.
prophet?
Yep. But then if it doesn't rain, you're a bad prophet. You're
What
not a
about if
prophet.
I'm feeling hungry, and then I say to myself, I'm going to have a fried egg sandwich, and then I make myself a fried egg sandwich? Is that also a prophecy?
It's
No.
yeah, it's not a very important one. You know, you're not going to get books written about you, but
You never know.
It was a
I'm saying
foretelling.
it now. I'm going to have a fried egg sandwich.
It was a foretelling of the will of God that you were hungry and you were going to eat. And so, yeah, you're like a minor
Not
prophet.
just that I'm going to eat, Josh. A fried egg sandwich. It's very specific.
Yep. It's a minor prophecy.
They don't eat that there.
Do you like fried egg sandwiches?
What do you mean by fried egg? Like sunny side up?
Yeah, sure. Is that the one with the runny yolk? Yeah,
Yeah.
because over easy is when you flip it over, right?
I don't know how to do that.
What, flip an egg over?
I don't know if you're supposed to keep the yolk whole, or do you pop the yolk when you do that? How do you?
No, you don't pop the yolk. What's wrong with you?
How are you gonna flip an egg without popping the yolk?
With great skill.
I mean, like, make mayonnaise. Just separate
Great
the
skill and
fucking yolk
intention.
from.
No, I've never made over easy eggs.
But what about fried egg sandwiches?
I like an egg sandwich regardless of how it's made.
You've never had a fried egg sandwich, have you?
I've had egg sandwiches that I make on a stove
I've never had a deep fried egg.
A frying pan on a stove,
Yeah.
egg into frying
Yeah.
pan,
Yeah.
that onto a sandwich. I've done that.
Yeah. All right, so you have had a fried egg sandwich. Do you like them?
Yes, they're delicious. But you got to have the runny yolk, because then the yolk pops and it drips all over the sandwich. It's good. It's so good. With some burger or some sausage or some bacon or some, yeah.
Well, that would be a different sandwich then.
Well, I don't just do egg. You could. Usually I have egg, cheese, sausage. Yep. Preach. It's a prophecy. Has anybody
I
else
suppose
got
on your view, any statement that's about anything that will happen in the future, like I'm going to go to the shops, must be a prophecy because everything's the will of God, right?
Sure, but it's not. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's fine.
Doesn't that
but-
rather devalue the power of prophecy then? Or the worth of prophecy?
Yeah, I don't know, like, what the worth of prophecy is. Because, like, even if we didn't have the Bible and we didn't have all this stuff, what would it change? All it does is gives people a way to, like, believe things, but maybe we should be able to do it without that. So I don't really know if there is a super value to prophecy. What good is telling me that I'm gonna die tomorrow? Like, it doesn't do me any good.
No, but God does often tell people when they're going to die, right? At least in the Old Testament, he tells a few people.
Yeah, he gives what's his name? Starts with an H. Hezekiah. He gives him 15 extra years.
Does he? I haven't gotten to that bit yet.
Yeah, he's gonna die, and he
spoilers.
Spoilers
to the 6,000-year-old book.
Spoilers when he makes the sun go backwards. You don't know haven't heard about that?
I have heard about that. Wouldn't everyone on Earth have died?
No.
Well, because the sun and the moon don't actually. Well, the moon moves around the Earth,
he
but
said
the sun doesn't actually move around the Earth, right? The Earth is rotating.
He said, what would be more impressive to you if the sun moved 10 degrees forward in the sky or if the sun moved 10 degrees back in the sky? He's like, it would be more impressive if the sun moved 10 degrees back in the sky. And then God's like, okay, watch. And then time goes.
So if we
and then he gets 15 more years of life.
That would be really bad.
If we apply our knowledge of the solar system and how the solar system works to that event, what must have happened is that he must have reversed the rotation of the Earth, right?
But you're just presuming that the solar system works without God. I believe the solar system working is based off of God. So if God wants to make it go backwards, he can, and we'll all be fine.
And how does he do that?
However he wants to do it. What do you mean? How does he do it?
Yeah, but how?
He snaps his fingers like Thanos.
And then what happens physically?
The sun goes backwards.
Right, but what? Yeah, okay, but what does that mean? Because the sun isn't moving around the Earth.
I don't
right?
know. I wasn't there. It would be crazy.
I mean, it must mean that the rotation of the planet is reversed. Like it has to mean that, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess
Right. In which case, we would all be dead. Everyone would have died.
Actually, scientifically, according to the scientists, the Earth changes rotation every so often, and it works. Who shared that video or was telling me about that video about how the magnetization reverses every so often, and we're getting towards.
That's not the Earth changing rotation. That's the Earth magnetic poles changing. That's not the same thing.
I don't know, but he did it. But from my perspective, that's not crazy, because God made the Earth, made the universe, makes the galaxies, makes the stars. If he wants to make the world spin backwards, he can do it.
And how did he prevent all the kind of tidal chaos that would have happened?
Maybe there was some tidal chaos and nobody was near the beach. Like, we don't know about the people that were on the
It wasn't the moon that brought in the fight. It was
I
God.
mean, we don't have the stories of those
Holy
people because
shit, that was
they're all
amazing.
dead. They all got wiped off the
That
face of
was
the
the
earth that
best
day.
thing I've heard.
But
Best thing I've heard all day. I'm sorry.
I mean, maybe
It's funny how that story doesn't turn up across the world, isn't it?
I bet there are similar stories throughout the world of things like that happening.
What? No, that specific thing.
I have a better question for both of you, Shiva and JS. What prophecies that have been prophesized that actually came to fruition?
Well, that's one
Biblically.
for JS, isn't it?
Well, we've given a bunch of examples in the past couple hours while we were talking about prophecy. Marshall should have paid attention.
I think he's asking about
I've been
actual
specifically
prophecy.
this whole time trying to find prophecies that aren't delivered by prophets. Apparently, there's handwritings created by God on the walls of King Belshazzar, and there's a speaking donkey. He speaks to Balaam.
Is that in Alabama?
No,
Biblically.
the talking donkey is in what book is it? It's in Joshua? No, it's in Judges.
Genesis?
Where is
maybe?
it? Where is it? You just read it, Shiva. You were
I mean, yeah, but
I was hoping that you would be able to find this because this has already been a bitch and a half for me to find any valuable resources.
yeah,
to
Balaam
find what I'm looking for.
Balaam's ass. Balaam's ass. We did that in the Bible study a couple months ago.
So yeah, he speaks prophecy, and that's a donkey.
A donkey prophet. We got a donkey prophet here. And that's actually the angel of the Lord speaking. The angel of the Lord
and the donkey wasn't a prophet.
How about
He was just possessed by an angel.
Well, wait. The burning bush with Moses, that is a prophecy to Moses.
Oh, wait, Shiva, I agree with you. That you're agreeing with us then that you don't have to be a prophet to speak prophecy because you're saying the donkey wasn't a prophet, but he did speak prophecy.
That was an angel.
Well, no, the donkey didn't speak. An angel spoke through the donkey, right? That's not the same thing.
Right, but so angels can be prophets?
I don't know.
Yeah, but
can they?
came to tuition.
That's what you just said. So I would agree, an angel could be a prophet. So in the burning bush, or whether it's Jesus or an angel speaking through the burning bush, God and the angels can speak to us through prophecy, and the angels hang the stars in alignment. The powers and the principalities appoint our authorities. The stars in the sky are hung in there from the angels. So the prophecy, and this is why the Bible warns against stargazing, because it could lead you to dangerous prophecies that could come true. So you don't need just because a prophet doesn't say it doesn't mean it's not a prophecy.
Yeah, but has there been
I think it's a bit
any
unfair
that
to
came
include
fruition?
God as a prophet of God. That seems a bit mental.
I said an angel. Or
yeah, but you also mentioned the burning bush. That's God, right?
I would disagree. I would say that that's the angel of the Lord, but a lot of people would say that that's Jesus. I disagree with that, but it specifically says the angel of the Lord, which is mentioned many
and who
times.
Is the angel of the Lord?
There could be a bunch of them. There's a bunch of angels of the Lord, but I think in the story of Balaam, it's Michael, because he's holding a sword, and Michael is always described as holding the sword, and Michael is mentioned as the angel of the Lord multiple times. Uziel is mentioned. Gabriel is mentioned as the angel of the Lord in Luke. Uziel in some Catholic doctrine is mentioned as the angel of the Lord. Michael is mentioned as the angel of the Lord multiple times. It never says Jesus is the angel of the Lord, but there are a few verses where I'm like, oh, that could be Jesus. That seems like a prophecy of Jesus.
You know, the story of Balaam is another example of God trampling over someone's free will, isn't it?
Huh? What'd you say? Oh, yeah, sure.
Balaam?
Yeah, well, I don't, but I don't,
And then also the other one that I said, in the book of Daniel, the writings on the wall refer to a mysterious message that appears during King Belshazzar's feast, ultimately predicting the downfall of his kingdom.
So a prophecy could just
The
be some
inscription is a
magical
bunch
words
of
that get
absurd
written on the
words
wall.
that I don't understand.
So
Can I
prophecy would have
rephrase
to be given by
today?
God then.
And that's all the point that I'm making is there are plenty of prophecies in the Old Testament that are not a prophet said, God told me to say this. There's
right.
The whole story of Israel is a prophecy of Jesus.
They are all examples of actual communication, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a prophecy itself, the definition for that is, in the Christian sense, is the communication of God's message.
Yeah. And he can do that through the stars. He could do that. And then I know people will say, well, that sounds like astrology. Yes, it does sound like astrology, and we shouldn't mess around with it because demons can use that too. And so that's why we don't play with that.
Yeah, demons can use everything.
But that would still be prophecy just because well, not by the definition that a goon
But it
just
wouldn't be
gave.
given by
It would
God.
be
Well,
right.
but I also, I don't know if all the examples
would
you
be,
give would be prophecies given what I'm saying, but you definitely could get prophecies from more than just a prophet.
Yeah.
Like I said, it seems like what a prophet is like he's basically like a pro at prophecies. His job is to like deliver prophecies, but like
a
a
prophet
prophecy can be delivered through other ways.
Right. A prophet is the guy that God says, I'm going to speak through you. You're going to be my prophet. But God could do prophecy. God could put prophecies in a tree if he wanted to. He could do prophecy with, like, I don't know. My computer screen could like black out and typing could come up on my computer screen that says this is God. That's not going to happen, but I would
No, it
think
took me a while.
freak
You guys have been talking for like 30 minutes before it took me actual prophecies that aren't foretold by actual prophets. It took me literally forever to find these examples.
I just can't
But
I just can't think of any. Well, I mean, we've made a bunch of examples, but I don't know like the verses and the chapters. But when I'm doing the Bible studies in the morning and I'll read that, I'll be like, oh, that seems like a prophecy of Jesus, and it'll be just something that happened. Something happened, and it's like that seems parallel to what happens with Jesus. And if you looked into all the prophecies in the Old Testament, a lot of them are going to be nuanced things like that. It's something that just happened, and
Okay, yeah.
it's a parallel to what happens with Jesus.
Yeah, but things in the Old Testament are also a parallel to my life. Some of them. Does that make me the Messiah?
No, but it's prophetic of what's going to happen because it does happen. So like this is where like Jordan Peterson will say like it's archetypal. These things are always happening, and they're always going to be happening. So it's a prophecy of what's going to happen in the future. There's going to be wars. There's going to be sin. There's going to be diaper snipers and sodomites and blah, 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 blah. And all these things are going to happen. And then there's going to be trouble between these groups and these groups. All of these are prophecies of what's always going to be.
yeah, that doesn't go with what I said at all.
My question and or statement was, is there anything today that has been like prophesized or like
you guys think that a prophecy
proper
needs
English?
to be
No, is there any?
some miracle
No, I was
to
what's
tell a
relevant
message.
to
A prophecy could be like
no
Shiva said, World War One leads to
tuition,
World
like
War Two.
foretold.
World War One is a prophecy of World War Two. Yeah. I would say
disagree.
the battles in Israel with the surrounding nations are prophecies of battles that we're going to fight for the rest of history. We're always going to be fighting these battles.
In what way is it a prediction?
Foretold? That was Shiva.
Like, in what essence of the way is it a prediction?
it wasn't a prediction at the time. It was just the way things happen, and then they recorded it to tell a story.
That's one thing I will disagree with you with. Everything I'm saying with the etymology of a word is that a prophecy has to be a prediction of some sort.
Yeah, it's a foretelling. It's a foreshadowing or a foretelling. So when I tell a story, this thing happened and it led to this war, and then that's a foretelling of when this thing happens.
No, this is where I think you're getting it mixed up. When Jonah gets stuck in the whale, I think that's foreshadowing what happens, because he doesn't know. He's not predicting that Jesus is going to one day.
Yeah, but God does.
They never did tell us how that guy actually died, though, huh? That was kind of
what I'm saying is he's not predicting it. Like, this is just a foreshadowing of an event that'll happen in the future. It's not a prediction of the event.
Jonah is not the prophet here. God is the prophet. God is making a prophecy. This thing happens. This is similar to what's going to happen to Jesus, and Jesus references it. Jesus says, remember when Jonah got put in the belly of the whale? I'm going to do the same thing in the belly of Sheol. And Jesus references it because that was a prophecy of what was going to happen with Jesus.
I was trying to make a full circle.
That's not the same thing, though. That's not like what a prediction is.
I just wanted to go full circle using that as an example again.
If you look up all the prophecies of Jesus in the Old Testament, one of them will be Jonah.
Yeah.
Not prophets, but prophecies of Jesus. When Jonah goes into the belly of the whale, that is a prophecy of Jesus. That's a prophecy.
So that might have been something that was prophesized to happen, but Jonah wasn't prophesizing that this is going to one day happen with Jesus.
I'm saying I'm saying the event that happened was a prophecy of the coming Messiah. So God made that whale swallow Jonah, and God made the whale spit up Jonah. That was a prophecy of Jesus and the coming Messiah. It wasn't a prophet that said...
But what is it predicting?
It's predicting that Jesus is going to go to the belly of the earth for 3 days in Sheol.
So because a guy got swallowed by a whale, a man is going to sacrifice himself for your sins and go to Sheol for 3 days.
That's just one. That's
a logical jump. That's not a prediction.
Yes, if you isolated just Jonah, but we have 143 other prophecies to add to that, and when you put them all together, all these little things, all these little prophecies throughout the Old Testament, it leads to the Messiah. It leads to Jesus. He fulfills all of them.
That's what I'm saying. It would be foreshadowing it, but all of those events aren't predicting that it's going to happen.
Each event taken by itself.
There's a relationship, and I think there's like correspondence, right?
Predicting is like it's giving you the information that's coming. But like there's nothing about Jonah getting swallowed by the whale that made people realize, oh my God, in a while Jesus is going to get sent to Sheol for 3 days and he's going to die for our sins.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no prediction that's happening. You're making a logical jump.
That doesn't mean anything because sometimes God was right in front of them doing miracles and they didn't see it. So just because people didn't see the prophecy doesn't mean it wasn't a prophecy.
I think it would have to be seen, but it could maybe be ignored or like not understood in the right way. But like, do you think God could like accidentally not have his prophecy delivered to you? Or if he's delivering a prophecy to you, it's going to get to you?
He could. I mean,
you're going to receive it. You might reject it, but you're going to receive it.
Yeah, God could like write in the sky, I am God. And a lot of people would be like, no, that's just drones.
Yeah, but that also wouldn't be a prophecy because he's not predicting anything. He's just stating that he's God.
Okay, wait. So it would be a prophecy if it said, I'll return in 10 years. If God wrote in the sky, the world will end, I'm coming back in 10 years, that would be a prophecy. But a lot of people would look at it and be like, no, that's not a prophecy. Those are drones. That's fake.
That is also true.
And then 10 years later, God comes back. The prophecy was true, even though a lot of people didn't believe it.
Yes, that would be true. That's all I'm trying to tell you is that there must be some form of prediction being made for it to be a prophecy.
And when Jonah,
if the prediction's not being made, it's a foreshadowing.
When Jonah came out of the whale, he said, "This is what I saw while I was in that whale. I saw that this is a prophecy of the Messiah." And he started talking about it. A lot of people didn't believe it, but it made its way into the Bible. It became scripture that we held on to for 1,000 years, and it is in the Bible now, so we can read it and we can look back and say, oh, that was a prophecy that was fulfilled. And those people
I've already done enough researching, so I'm not double checking this. But if you're telling the truth, then you are just right about the Jonah story. Then it is a prophecy. If he comes out and he says it's a prophecy,
it is a prophecy. Me and Mosman disagree about whether he died or not, and that's fine. That's fun to talk about. But I think me and Mosman would both agree that's definitely a prophecy of Jesus coming.
But you could probably make a semantic argument of if it was a prophecy before he said it, or if it's communicated. But I would say probably the communication of the events is the prophecy. Him communicating them to other people is him being a prophet.
So if he never, he was brought back to life to tell the story.
If he hadn't have been able to go out and tell people about it, then it's not a prophecy. And that's
if nobody knows about it, well, maybe. I think even if he's even the sole person,
even if just he knows
to experience it, yeah, I think it would still be a prophecy because somebody is experiencing it.
So even if there was nobody on the earth for him to tell it to, it would still be a prophecy. And he's only the prophet when he spreads the prophecy. The prophecy is not of him, it's of God. And then the prophet just spreads the prophecy. But if he had nobody to tell it to, then he's not a prophet. He can't prophesy the prophecy, but the prophecy still happened.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like the writing on the wall, like I just said.
Yeah.
Just because that it wasn't delivered by somebody doesn't mean it's not a prophecy. It's still a prophecy.
Yeah, a prophet would be the person who speaks these things.
The speaker of the message. But that's why the whole time I was trying to figure out, I was like, does the message need to be directly spoken? Or is there times that the message is delivered without being spoken?
Yep. So I'm right. I win. Chat.
And then there's even stuff you can make about visions, but I was trying to specifically find prophecies not made by prophets. If you're going with like visions too, there's non-writing and non-speech shit.
I haven't looked at my chat in a while. What are you talking about, chat? I need super chats, chat. I need some dang griff money. And we are 17 likes and 21 viewers. That means 4 people are slacking.
I might be too.
You're slacking on your whole lives. But anyway, grift break. Give me your money, chat. Anyway, we've been arguing about prophecy for 30 minutes.
Well, actually, I thought the argument was
those are for your non-profit examples. Those are it. And then if people want to say that it has to be spoken or written in the future, you could use things like Joseph in Genesis apparently had dreams foretelling his future. In the New Testament, John the Apostle received his apocalyptic vision through the Holy Spirit and recorded them in the book of Revelation.
See, I wouldn't be, but then they would just say, but they did speak, like Joseph did speak his dreams. And that's
why I found those other ones where they weren't prophets that were communicating the prophecy.
I think
so then you can bounce back and forth to prove your point.
I think that my best example would be that the whole Old Testament and the story of Israel, Jesus compares himself to that. He talks about how he is Israel, and you know how it's brought into slavery and then it escapes, and I don't know it, but what I'm saying is like that's a a metaphor for Jesus. It's a prophecy of Jesus, is like the whole history of Israel. But because I don't know, yeah, I'd have to work through that. I'm kind of just
Well, it's
talking
supposed
right
to go.
now.
Yeah, Jess, it's supposed to go back around to typology.
I know. I don't. It's just a big word Shiva's throwing out there. I
Well,
don't know what it means.
I'm pretty sure the reason why that would be prophecy is because Joseph was a prophet, and then when he leaves and he says that he interpreted it that way, that it felt prophetic to him, and that it was a prophecy. Because he is a prophet, it is prophecy.
One super chat for today. There will be many on days henceforth. Did I get a super chat? I
But
haven't got no
I
super
think you could
chat.
probably even argue, even if he wasn't a prophet, it would still be prophecy. But if Joseph is saying that it's prophecy as a prophet, then it's definitely prophecy.
It all depends on your faith, huh, Goon?
I don't believe then, like, I'm trying to have a good faith finding of the words that they were speaking of.
Yeah, which still all comes down to faith and belief. Just like what you were saying, something about the foreshadowing, or like what's like, I don't know, how do you say, like, I don't know, the correspond what's this fucking C word, like the corresponding, like like realities or
John's
something.
doing a prophecy. There is but one super chat in your future. One super chat for today. There will be many on days henceforth. Oh, he's prophesying of a super chat. Okay. Well, if it comes true, it better come true, or it's a false prophecy.
Well, technically you already got one today, but you need more. We need to feed Echo.
Gorilla Biscuits will super chat later today. So saith John of Castle. Gorilla Biscuits, you got a super chat, or else you're gonna prove that John Castle is not a prophet. He's a false prophet.
I mean, John did say 3 days from now it'll make sense to Shiva, so.
But yeah, if you could like find that quote where like he comes out of the whale and is talking about how like Jesus is going to experience that, that would be like a really good quote for you to have if you have that conversation in the future.
Would that be like Genesis or something?
He doesn't, but yeah,
Well, that would be a problem then.
So he's not a prophet.
Well, he's still a prophet. No matter what, Joseph is definitely a prophet. I looked it up. It
Oh, no,
seems
I'm
nothing
talking
is
about-
denying the fact that he's a prophet.
I was talking about Jonah.
Oh.
But
Oh, Jonah. Oh.
Jonah
I think when I looked it up, it said he was, but
Jonah is considered a prophet.
yeah.
He was going around prophesying to people, and then he didn't want to go to Nineveh because they were too messed up.
So, at any point did God communicate to him that this is what's going to happen to Jesus?
No. Maybe, hold on.
Then it would not be a prophecy.
It is a prophecy.
Oh, shit.
It is a prophecy because it's being communicated to.
Shit.
So saith the Lord. John is a false prophet. John in chat, not a.
I love Elder Wise so much.
Just because Jonah didn't say it to the people at the time, we can read it now, and so it is a prophecy.
But it's God communicating to someone a prophecy, and if you're saying he wasn't communicated a prophecy through that, then it's not a prophecy. Like if it was a prophecy, then Jonah would know it was a prophecy, and he would have been like, I had a prophecy about this. And then he would do the predicting. But if nobody's saying that this is going to happen in the future, then it's not a prediction. And like I said, it's something that's foreshadowing. Like you said, it might have like It's hitting a similar story beat and paths, but there's no prediction being made then.
Well, that's just like a relationship or something between those two incidents, or I don't know big words.
Or even, I think if you could just find an example of anyone before Jesus relating the two things, saying that these two things are going to happen and share this similarity, then it would be a prophecy. Like at just any point in between that time. Because then it is a prediction to what's to come. But he's more making like a callback. It's not a prediction. It's like the opposite of whatever a prophecy would be. He's like saying it was foretold.
Even things like when Moses goes into the wilderness for 40 days and 40 nights. And then here in Jonah chapter 3 verse 4, yet 40 days and Nineveh shall be overthrown. The reference to 40 days, 40 days, 40 days. This is prophecy to Jesus spending 40 days and 40 nights in the wilderness. And Jesus fulfills that, these things that happened that tie into the.
Who asserted that though? Who asserted that that was prophecy?
Because when you read, so if you read a story, if you read a book, and in the 3rd chapter it says something weird, and then when you get to the last chapter, you're like, oh, that's why they said that in that chapter. It was like prophecy. It's foretelling. It's foreshadowing. This is what the Old Testament does. There's a lot of foreshadowing and foretelling in the Old Testament. Those are prophecies for us to read later so that we can say, oh, this is how we know. Look, this happened 1,000 years before Jesus, and then Jesus comes and it matches up with that and it makes it make sense. That's a prophecy is fulfilled. The prophecy is not for the people that were at the time, and it doesn't have to be said by somebody at the time. The prophecy is for everybody who reads it for 2,000 years after Jesus. That makes sense. That makes sense.
My brain hurts. Fuck this. I literally had to grab a thesaurus.
See, when I
like,
read through, because I've studied the New Testament a lot, and I always put more time into the New Testament. So now I'm really trying to go back and learn the Old Testament. When I'm reading the Old Testament, I'll read things and I'll be like, oh, that's a prophecy of Jesus. And it'll just be like a little verse or a little something. And it's like, oh, that makes sense with this. And so the Old Testament, all these things foreshadow and foretell of Jesus coming. Even if it's not a prophet standing there saying it, it's 1,000 years before this thing happened. And then now the argument would be the New Testament writers read the Old Testament and they wrote the story so that these things would connect like this. That would be the argument. And I really don't.
Holy shit!
I
It's
don't
like
know
2
how.
in the morning, bro.
It's 3 in the morning where I am, but I don't know how I would disagree with
me
that.
up some steak real quick.
Steak?
No,
with what you're saying, I feel like prophecy just like it just doesn't make sense, dude. You know?
I think you said it fine the way you said it. It's a foretelling.
Yeah, but exactly. He has to be like it has to be
The regulars are coming. The regulars are
either
coming.
it's so obvious that it can't be misinterpreted, or I do think if it is like a vague, because like what you're doing is you're interpreting it. That is something I think maybe a prophet would have to do. I don't know if the average person can interpret like a foreshadowing and be like that was prophecy.
But when I keep seeing Moses goes into the wilderness for 40 days and for 40 nights, and then when I see Nineveh for 40 days and then they will be overthrown, and I keep seeing this reference to 40 days and 40 nights throughout the Old Testament, and then I see Jesus go into the wilderness for 40 days and for 40 nights.
Yeah.
When I read the story, to me, all those
feels
things
like
leading up to
yeah,
that,
it feels like
it was
yeah, I
foreshadowing
get what
up
you're
to that event.
But I don't know if unless there's anything directly stating it or a prophet says so, if you as yourself could interpret it as a prophecy. That's like a barrier you would have to either grant yourself or not grant yourself. Like, do you think retroactively you can look back at these things and decide they actually were prophecies?
Some of these things maybe I shouldn't be saying are prophecies. I think a lot of people will use the word parallels. So they'll say this is a parallel. They'll say when Moses fasts for 40 days and 40 nights, it's a parallel to Jesus fasting for 40 days and 40 nights. And so maybe there's a different word I could use, but what I'm saying is the
Yeah,
same
that's actually
thing.
the biggest thing I've been trying to communicate to you, because I do think that what you're communicating is a concept that's like very similar, but I do think there would be a different word. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's like it's
It
just
is similar
it's
to like foreshadowing or like a parallel
yeah
story, but like yeah, I don't know if like it meets the criteria of a prophecy, but it is like it could be conceived as a foretelling of an event to happen in the future.
Then how do we
And I think
correlate the fucking
a lot of my
typology?
arguments with Christians come down to this. It's like we're both saying similar things from different perspectives and just using different words. I'm a simple man. I just speak simple words. I don't know, but it's to me it seems
Well, the only reason from the very beginning I took your side because I read like a bunch of like H.P. Lovecraft shit, and like whenever he finds like ancient ruins of other cultures, he calls them like prophetic ruins, speaking of prophecies of old forgotten times.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't just apply to like the Christian theodic sense of the word. A prophecy is like a foretelling of event to come.
It'd be like if you were like if you were in like
biblical terms.
feudal Japan and you had a vision of like a giant explosion killing a bunch of Japanese people, and then you drew a picture of it, and like it got in a museum of this picture of this giant cloud in the sky and all these people running in pain from fire and stuff. And then when the nukes dropped, you'd be like, oh, that was kind of prophetic. You know?
Yeah, and that's why I tried to work with even a more Christian definition this whole time, where I was like, message from God, though it would, because from the Christian senses, it would probably be seen that like it would have to come from the Almighty. So I don't think it would have as broad of a definition, but even with the less broad of a definition, I still think there's wiggle room for prophecies to be delivered not by prophets.
Yeah.
We're still ignoring the typology thing, though. I think that was kind of like
What does
Shiva's
typology mean, Marshall? Please explain it to me.
The well, biblically, or are we talking about typology?
What are we ignoring?
No, that was Shiva's endpoint.
Okay, what did he mean by that?
I'm not intrinsic.
Well, maybe look it up, JS. It might be the word you're looking for. That might be why we didn't recognize it.
I'm
We
just
did say
wondering
we're
why
looking for a
Marshall's
word
like, well, we're
for
ignoring
what
the
this other
typology,
concept
and then
would
when I
be.
ask him what did Shiva mean by that, what did he mean by
I
that?
don't know what Shiva.
Yeah, no,
okay, then shut up.
Then why are you bringing it up?
It's still. I already said it's still like a not what's the C word anyways. Yeah, like two things that are alike. I don't know, something that's like repeats itself, or something that's like
typology.
like you already mentioned foreshadowing.
Typology is study of or study
like
based on types.
and like
study of or study based on types.
I just thought it was like what's is it corresponding?
Sounds like a word that doesn't mean
I have to
jack
go grab
shit.
up the source.
It sounds like
yeah, but that's what started this though. Actually,
Study and interpretation of
That
types and
definition
symbols.
was so weird. It makes me think that it's probably not even the word Shiva was.
Oh wait. Hold on.
Am I wrong, Elderline?
No, this is why I don't engage when somebody's like, "Well, is it a typology?" And we're just using words now because typology could be anthropological, archaeological, building typology, farm typology, typology of Greek, Johnson's typology, typology in linguistics, morphological theological typology, typology and psychology,
Well, we already know
psychological
it's
typology,
biblical.
Socio-political typology, typology and
Anyways,
statistics,
fine,
typology and theology, Blanchard's transsexualism typology.
Right. So your
Thank you,
your
correlation.
criticism is that it's too broad, which I agree.
My criticism is
But you also use a broad definition of prophecy.
well, that's why when he said, "Is it typology?" I said, "What do you mean by that?" And he said, "Basically foreshadowing." And I said, "Okay, yeah, that's the same thing to me as if it just means
Nick said it.
typology and
Damn,
theology."
bro,
The
JS,
Christian,
I'm looking at this, and it does seem like it's the word you're looking
yeah,
for.
the Christian
these, like, in
interpretation of
between.
some figures and events in the Old Testament as foreshadowing the New Testament. Okay, so sure.
Where'd you get that?
Then some of the stuff I'm talking about is typology, but I could also call that prophecy.
If you're watching Shiva, we got there.
Yeah, WJS.
But there's also
That's
transsexualism typology, which is a controversial classification of trans women.
Yeah, because it's
oh
probably
my god, no.
It's probably typology is a way of thinking about things, so you can probably apply it to like anything.
Yeah, just different types.
I was just thinking biblically, but yeah, you're right. I don't know.
So then when it applies to like all these different things, it probably manifests in different ways, but it has like some commonality between all of them.
That's what he.
It
Yeah,
means
that's what he started off with.
Ology is studying
It is.
stuff. It sounds like what it means, studying different types. So, and to me, that doesn't mean anything. But I would rather use the word
I don't know how
prophecy.
that links to but when I looked up biblical typology, it almost seems like it's exactly what you were like talking about.
Yeah, what it says right here, typology in theology is the Christian interpretation of some figures and events in the Old Testament as foreshadowing the New Testament. But I would rather use the word prophecy because I think it hits harder. Typology doesn't mean anything to me. It just means it can mean anything. We're just looking at different types of things. Typology.
Yeah.
Study of different types.
Right. So
He
you're
left us
willing
with
to water down a definition of something else so you don't have to include a different word.
No, I think I'm strengthening the definition of
I think you've made it broad and applicable to many things.
I really don't even understand.
Which is what
philosophy.
the criticism of just using the word typology is.
No,
if Shiva had said biblical typology, then it would have been specific.
I still wouldn't have used that word. I would have just said prophecy. I don't like. We've always recognized that as prophecy. What I'm talking about as prophecy, whether it was from a prophet or not, that was prophecy. When you start calling it typology, now you're watering it down and you're weakening the words that we have. Like, we used to always know what prophecy means, and now we're arguing about prophecy.
You're going backwards in the conversation. You admitted earlier that it might not be prophecy if nobody's making a prediction or foretelling.
That might not be the word that they want to hear.
Well, then, like, prophecy is just like something that feels a certain way to you. Then, like, I don't, because you're even saying like your definition doesn't need to add up with your interpretation.
I've made a very clear a foretelling of things to come that is from God, or from a divine nature.
I would agree, and then you were just like, but we all know foreshadowing is actually a prophecy. So then it's like, well, then you're regressing back. That is the smarter take, but then you're regressing back to being like, but it is all a prophecy.
The smarter take. Wait, what?
You're admitting the nuance, and then you're going, I'm gonna suck the nuance back out.
No.
Wait, good, but foreshadowing in like stage film production class.
I'm saying there's a
I'm
meaning.
not even gonna get into that.
There's a meaning of the word,
I
and
just
they're making it too. Wait, what am I saying? I don't know what I'm saying, man. Y'all are.
Well, while you're working out what you're saying, I really feel like I shouldn't have to come on this panel and make this clarification. But when I'm talking about typology, insofar as it applies to the Bible, I'm fucking talking about biblical fucking typology, you muppets. What is wrong with you?
That's what I guessed. That's what I might. That's what I said. And they
I agree with you.
is that,
Who is Muppet?
holy shit, holy fuck! I guessed,
I
and I
think
didn't
this-
Google anything. I used books.
But I would
mean,
just call
I
that
just think this is-
prophecy.
I'm not goddamn
Right, you're
Kermit.
asserting that.
I mean, I'm obviously not referring to trans typology, whatever the fuck that
I'm
is.
not asserting. I've given like 100 definitions. We've been doing this for hours, and I've shown why.
Shiva was
I'm not
not
just
typology
asserting
like
it.
the main.
Steve, are you at least proud of me? I got the conversation there. I got it there.
Well, you did
my
better than I did.
definition of
Drew.
prophecy is that it
I
has to
should
come
say,
from God.
I should say it's actually typology. Yes, you know what, Shiva? I agree with typology.
He doesn't even
Well, that's
understand.
I mean,
God damn
you can
it.
agree with typological readings of the Old Testament. I mean, I think you're wrong, but you know, that's certainly a position that you can take. Yeah.
Yeah.
Many
Please no,
Christians
Shiva.
would agree with you.
But you think it's all wrong anyway. So the prophecy
Well-
doesn't matter. The typology doesn't matter. None of it matters. So.
Well, I think it's important when you're talking about things like words. Words appear to have specific meanings, and I think when you water down the meanings of words to the extent which you have been today, then they kind of lose any semantic value.
Yeah, I think people just like to control other people with words, and they use words to like win arguments and twist up logic and stuff like that. But
Well, yeah.
yeah,
I mean, that is the community that we're in.
but it's pretty
Well,
clear
hold on a sec.
what I'm saying. I'm saying prophecy doesn't have to be. Anyway, we've been over this. We're going in circles, but
Yeah, it's not clear what the fuck Shiva was saying, obviously, and it's the second that also was a really fun conversation, and
Well,
I
he's
learned a lot.
in JS's mind, he's
very
trying
clear
to
what I
find a
was
way
saying.
to integrate the term typology without it sounding gay.
I mean,
Integrate the
he's
word
like-
typology.
if you want to call it
He's like, fuck, I really don't want to say this word.
if you want to call it typology, we can call it typology. Yeah, sure.
But that like that's not prophecy though, right? That's the
I
that's the
think
thing.
I think it is prophecy.
Oh my gosh.
It's just not prophecy spoken by a prophet. It's an event that happened that prophesies God is using this event as a prophecy for what's going to happen in the New Testament.
The
So it's-
variable is
So it's a
variable is incorrect. I am in a constantly expanding and retracting universe.
It's a
Cursed to
prophecy.
experience the same events over and over.
It's a typological prophecy.
Hey, I learned something. Thank you, Shiva, Jess.
How about that? How about that? It's a typological prophecy. Got him.
Thank you, Goon.
Got
That
him.
was a gotcha.
That's a got him. I got him. I got him.
Goon it.
W's in the chat.
At least me and you learned
Got
something,
him.
Goon.
I don't think just saying got him means that you actually
Yeah,
got anyone.
that's it. W's in the chat. West Side W's.
I'm not seeing any W's.
Chat slacking. Chat, I'm gonna need to see W's. I need to see 20 W's in the chat right now.
John Castle will give you a W.
Hell, I knew this was gonna happen.
So wait, then Shiva, will you also admit though that you might have went too far when trying to assert that prophecies must be delivered by prophets?
No.
Wait, that's an upside down W. Shiva gave you a W. It's upside down though if you just like go upside down.
So after everything that I said going into it, why do you
Right.
still think it must be delivered by a prophet?
Because that's the nature of a prophecy, right? If a prophecy is a foretelling, then whoever is doing the foretelling is definitionally a prophet.
What about a fortune teller? Is that a prophet?
is just a title. Like it's a title given to somebody by hand. Like I don't think you can title an angel as a prophet.
It depends if they're giving a prophecy or not.
That's why I use the donkey too. I don't think you can like title a donkey as a prophet or a writing on a wall. Like who is the prophecy in the writing on the wall? Who's the prophet? The people who are reading it, they're
Whoever
being
did the
damned.
right.
They're definitely not prophets.
I think that's a LOL.
It's a writing of damnation. It's telling them that they're fucked. Their kingdom is to fall. So they're definitely not prophets.
Before they say the thing,
Or
IDK.
who did the
I'm
writing?
trying.
It was transmitted onto the wall. It mysteriously appeared on the wall.
So we don't know who did the writing.
Well, I think it's probably implying that it's like some force of God, either an angel or God himself.
Right. So we don't know.
Oh,
I haven't read the whole story, and I'm not going to be honest.
Well,
I mean, he
is that
might
in
if you
Daniel,
push
is
him
it?
hard
I
enough.
haven't gotten to the book of Daniel yet. How far have I got to go till I get to Daniel?
Babylon failed. God did it.
Yes, I'll probably be able to tell you. Where are you at?
Oh, sorry.
I'm on Second Kingdoms.
He's on Second Kingdoms, JS. How long until he gets to Daniel?
Oh my God, there's another 700 odd pages. Jesus Christ.
I mean, you did Genesis, so.
I've got quite a way to go until I get to Daniel.
I'm still trying to figure out Job, so I'm trying to find the thing where he like smites like people with lightning. I think it's the book of Job, but
I don't
yeah, I
think
think
Job smites anyone, does he?
no, like, but I think it's in the book of Job, like around like when he touches the ark or something. Sorry, kind of retarded out of context.
Marshall, you know the best way to know where that occurs is to read it.
Yes, sir. Hey, you know what I'm talking about, so.
I actually just read that. It might be in Judges, or it might be in one of the books of Samuel, perhaps.
I think it's referred to a couple of times, but I don't know. I'm
I
still
the
trying to
Book of
find
Job. I just think of the South Park episode where Cartman gets an amusement park and Kyle gets an ass hemorrhoid. And then his parents, to try to make him feel better, tell him the story of the Book of Job. And then at the end, he's like, "That's terrible. Why would you tell me any of this? God, the world is unfair. God's not just." And he's like, "I don't want to go on living anymore." He almost dies to the hemorrhoid because he loses a complete will to live because of the Book of Job.
That is terrible. Can you imagine sitting down trying to? I mean, I've seen their Mormon thing, but I might have to look into that. Thank you, good.
Well, it's just funny because I even get like the interpretation for the episode, the idea that he's going through suffering. So they try to tell him the Book of Job to understand why people go through suffering, but he's just like, "What? That's mad fucked up." Because he's like 9. He's like, "Why would I worship a God that does that?" And he's like, "God is evil." His parents are like, "What? Don't say that." And he's like, "Or what? What is God gonna do? Give me a hemorrhoid?"
That must be where Michael's argument comes from about the.
It's like already in the episode. It's like infected and killing him. He's like dying to an ass hemorrhoid.
I'm gonna smack that dude.
But that is literally my only experience with the Book of Job, is the way they tell it in that episode. So whenever you guys talk about it, I just imagine the South Park retelling of the Book of Job.
Yeah, and I think it's a very comedic way of explaining why Sola Scriptura is wrong. Because if you leave people up to their own devices to interpret it the way that you want, then you can get that kind of shit out of there. And then
without
I've been muted.
have
I've been
mental
muted.
breakdowns from it.
I was saying God gives 2 tribes of people hemorrhoids in the Bible.
What?
Yeah. But
oh wow.
Well, even worse, like in the episode, they like tell him the
What's the word
story
they
and they don't
use?
have any like follow-up answers for him. So he's like, but why the hell would he think that he needs to prove something to Satan? It's Satan. And they're like, well, Bubby.
I think it's in the book of Judges. These two tribes are trying to come against Israel, and he gives everybody
What's the word they use for hemorrhoid?
emerods.
Sorry.
Emerods. It's EMMERODS, and it means hemorrhoids.
Fucked.
Yep. He infects the whole nation with emerods. And I was like, what's an emerald? And then they end up making gold. They make gold emerods because they're like praying to these other gods.
This like last month.
Yeah, it was about a month ago that we read through it. And I was like, what's an emerald? And so I Googled it. Emerald is a hemorrhoid. And then I Googled, what did the golden emerods look like? And it looks like a golden hemorrhoid. Like they made golden hemorrhoids.
All right, Shiva, what word should we fight to define next?
Fuck that, goon.
Discombobulate.
It's.
Oh no.
Well, to combobulate.
Wait, what?
To combobulate means to put together and everything's in working order.
What about flockinockinihedipilification?
How do you spell that?
I don't know. What about pneumona ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis?
So have you ever done this type of thought experience for like super basic words, Shiva?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Like, what's a chair? Like, what's the definition for a chair?
Something you sit on.
So a bed can be a chair?
No, a bed's a bed.
So, and also you're giving an example. You're not giving a definition.
That's fine.
No, I did give a definition. An item for sitting on.
That's a chair?
A tree.
I got a better one.
So
for
a
you.
tree stump is a chair.
No, that's a tree stump.
But if I'm in the woods and I need an item to sit on, I would sit on.
You could use it like you use a chair. It would still be a tree stump.
You're sitting on a tree stump.
But so I'm
You're
not
sitting on a chair.
Okay, so a chair is not just an item for sitting on because a tree stump is
Yeah,
an
if
item
the-
for sitting on.
Yeah,
if I
if
sit
the
on
only
it.
use, if the only use you get out of the tree stump is sitting on it, then it is a chair.
A tree stump is a tree stump, but you're using it as a chair. Doesn't
like
make
if
it.
If I grab like a random stick
What
and I
else
start
is its
banging
purpose?
nails into a wood, and I start banging nails into a wood with this random stick, it's a hammer.
It's a stick you use like a hammer, though. These are all too easy, good. How about a sash?
That's what I'm saying. So there's objects that like they exist with like the concept of what the object does.
Yeah.
There's no
Yeah,
way to
so
define
sash.
exactly what the object is. Does a chair have multiple legs? Is a chair sloped a certain
Well,
way?
Again, you're kind of edging into an area of Buddhist philosophy, which is that any identity that we give to an object
Why we gotta be
is
edgy,
conceptual
though?
imputation.
Yeah, that's why. Because I think your definition is a good one, but like the true answer is there's like no way to definitively define a chair.
Well, now you're speaking like a
You can give
Buddhist.
examples of what a chair is or what you would do with a chair, but you can't
That's
define
what we
exactly
call
what
a
a chair
chair.
is and
Well,
where it would encompass
starting to
all
sound like a
situations.
Right, but you can say that about any word, though, right?
Yeah, exactly, and that's where you get to like that's where like a lot of people talk about like fate. Well, so there's certain things that like definitely hold more intrinsic value than other things, right? Like H2O is an extremely like stringent term. It's not like chair. It doesn't leave a lot of wiggle room for interpretation. It's 2 hydrogen and an oxygen.
Right.
But
So it's like you can't do it for every word, but there are like concepts that we created as people. Like they can all be done like that.
Yeah, like our social structures.
Something
that
that's
we learn.
more like to describe something that's happening is like more kind of like I don't know. What word would you use for that? Because I think it'd be more stingent. Like it's not open. It's not as open for interpretation.
I mean, I suppose. But even like H2O is like, well, it's two hydrogen atoms and an oxygen atom, right? But like you can get into what is an atom.
Yeah, exactly. What's an atom? Yeah, like I said, there is wiggle
Explain
room.
that
It's
to a
just it's not going to
4-year-old.
be as big as the wiggle room for more subjective terms. So there's like a level of subjectivity. It's not like everything is as equally as subjective as everything else.
But I think that's why it's important that in like certainly in debates that people aren't afraid to define their terms, like to say what they mean.
I say what I mean, and
Like,
y'all just don't like it.
I could have done I could have done pedantic like definition things the whole time. I could have done this the whole time, being like, well, these are technically subjective terms. What's the point of even defining? But like, there's that is like Diogenes' mindset, in my opinion. It's the regression, the why that never leads to like a true answer.
Diogenes?
Well, I think ultimately all definitions are circular, right? Because you're just referring to words that are synonymous. But I think given that people can mean wildly different things, say as we found out with the word prophecy today, like I don't think
We
pinning
didn't
people
say
down-
wildly different things. I just added I just made it typological prophecy.
So I think that like if you're just kind of speaking within a kind of given context, then you probably don't need to worry about definitions so much, right? Like two doctors talking about a medical procedure probably don't need to worry about what they mean by the word lung, because
Yeah, that's why I don't try to get so there's this term of like reasonable minds. If I feel like I'm amongst reasonable minds, I won't call to suggestion the ideas of what terms mean. I'm trusting that these people have a somewhat similar representation of what these terms mean to them as they do to me. But then if they show me that I don't think they're of reasonable mind, then I will get into a pedantic definition game, because I'm like, okay, I need to know exactly what you're saying, because there's clearly an incongruence here.
Well, good off the top of your head.
Yeah, but
it might
when
it
we're
might not be that
quibbling-
they're being unreasonable. It might be that they just mean something different.
When we're quibbling over typology and prophecy, Shiva has the same problem regardless of whether it's typology or prophecy. So we are saying the same things, and we're arguing over the same things. And the argument over what the word typology or prophecy means is irrelevant. He doesn't believe in any of it.
It was a
No,
word trap.
but I can see the point of prophecy. Like that seems to serve a particular function, whereas
Yeah, and I don't know if I don't like those types of arguments. And that same argument, like if someone's saying like in Star Wars, the blasters shouldn't be able to do this because they stated at multiple times the blasters have this limitation.
Shoulda, woulda.
You could just make the argument of, we both don't even believe that blasters are real. Why are you trying to limit blasters?
Well, no, but
Sugar-
I do believe the
sugar,
blasters
sugar,
are real, so I'm arguing for the mechanics of the blaster. He doesn't believe the blaster is real, and he just wants to argue with me about the mechanics of the blaster.
Well, I still think it would be. It could still be a genuine line of
I kind of feel like I'm being.
How are you going to argue with me about the mechanics of the blaster if you don't believe in the blaster?
I kind
I
of
don't
feel like
believe
I'm
they would
being.
make a noise,
I'm
but I believe
being-
they would work. But I think Shiva's being. Oh, sorry.
I think I'm being misrepresented here, because when I joined the panel, I didn't actually make an assertion. I asked a question, which was, why would God feel the need to be typological when he has prophets?
And yeah, and I said because it makes the story better if you foreshadow.
Did say that after about an hour.
I've said that many times before. It's usually my go-to.
And I think like an answer to that, even though I'm not religious, could be that it's just like typology is meant to like kind of like you ever heard of the term aura farming, Shiva?
Farming.
What do you mean by that?
It's like this idea of doing something just because it looks really cool.
This
It could be that type
motherfucker
of
just
idea where it's
sidesteps
like,
my heavy strike.
Isn't it cool? Isn't it
That's
cool
what
that
you
all
do
these
to his
align in this specific way? To where it's like when you're watching a movie and everything feels as if it's connected by the end.
Right. Okay.
It's like
Yeah, but I mean, I suppose it's
Yeah, those are all all the threads come together. So,
like Star Wars.
Yeah. Right. The difference
and
being,
I'll
though, is
call
that
all
when
those
an-
threads. You can
when an
call it
author
typology.
is-
I'll call it prophecy. We're saying the same thing.
No, we're not.
You're, yeah, huh? That's my argument. Yeah, huh?
It's a fry, not a crisp. There you go.
Yeah, this guy calls fries Chris. How are you going to listen to anything he says?
No, I don't. I call
No,
them
he doesn't.
chips, which is what they're meant to be called.
Chips.
Crisps are what you laughingly refer to as
chips.
chips.
I got
You
this.
guys got it wrong. Crisp or chips?
Yeah.
Chips or fries? What are fries? Steven, what are fries? What are fries?
Well, fries are a type of very thin chip.
Okay.
Yo,
that's
fucking
like,
dude.
because my pushback
You guys
against
can't
that,
think about
that
that
whole
for a
idea,
second.
Shiva, is like I was like super into this idea until I started realizing like this building around the idea that space and time is like a socially constructed concept. And I was like, that doesn't make sense to me at all. It's a measurement of something that's happening. It's our way of interpreting something. It's not like a construction.
Conceptual imputation.
It is like it's like titling something
back up,
H2O. Like space and time is just the
Right,
titling
but
of what
it's not. When I'm saying conceptual imputation, I'm not just talking about the kind of naming of things. I'm talking about the tendency for our minds to perceive and categorize in the way that they do, and then the kind of labeling comes after that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because a good thought experiment for realizing like what things are like definitive and which things aren't. So like if you went to an alien species, you can imagine it being any type of alien species that you want. Do you think that their mathematics would be any different than ours except for just language?
Maybe.
Yes.
Well, they might have discovered more. Like they might have more, but do you
Yeah.
think that they could have a conception where 2 + 2 = 5? There's
Maybe.
2 of them together, 2 of them also come together, and now that's 5 of them?
Maybe.
Maybe.
If you have one drop of water, and then you add, well, let's say you have a checkers piece, and you put another checkers piece on top of it. How many checkers pieces do you have?
A king.
2 checker pieces,
2,
right?
Now, say you have one drop of water, and you put another drop of water on top of it. How many drops of water do you have?
Well,
A
you're
bigger
now,
drop of water.
now you're collectivizing a puddle, but this would be
Right,
like
but you still have one drop of water, right?
well, no, now it's a collaboration of different drops of water.
Right, but one.
Well, what if our measurements on this
But
is
they become a
obsolete? That's
different
why
object,
aliens
though,
are
right?
visiting
Like,
us.
it's
and not us,
but it's still one singular object.
Yeah, just the quantity of the object has increased. The
Yeah.
essence of the
Right.
object itself hasn't changed.
What was
Right, so
Shiva's whole
1
thing
plus
about
1 can equal
typology
1,
to
right?
begin with? Sweater, his whole thing was he was saying a lot of what Christians
It was a
call
curveball.
prophecy is actually just typology, where they're post hoc, like they're seeing things in the Old Testament, and it's a common atheist argument that when they wrote the New Testament, they made Jesus to fit into fulfilling all of these Old Testament things, and that he's saying that that's just typology. It happened in the Old Testament, and so we're tying it to the New Testament. I'm saying it's the fulfillment of prophecy.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that happened when the New Testament was written. I'm saying that happened in the couple of thousand years after.
Okay,
or
so
how many hundreds of years.
Okay, so after the New Testament was written, we have retroactively gone back and we've made these connections. Are you saying those connections, they're just coincidence? Or what are they?
Well, no, you're making the connection.
I'm making
this
the
was like
argument.
part of the argument I made before. Like you're putting yourself in the
Yes.
position of the prophet.
Yes, I'm saying these were prophecies in the Old
Yeah,
Testament.
you're
that
interpreting the
Jesus
text,
fulfilled.
and then you are saying that the text is prophecies. You are acting as prophet.
Well, I didn't write the text, so the person,
Yeah, but you are interpreting them.
Well, the person who wrote the text and anybody who says that yes, that's a prophecy that is fulfilled is somebody who's just realizing the prophecy. But Shiva's saying it's just typology. It's just these things happened, and then Jesus does these things, and we've kind of matched them up retroactively, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And I'm disagreeing with that. I'm saying no, those were prophecies that were fulfilled by Jesus, even if it wasn't.
Yeah, then you are taking the place as a prophet. You are acting as a prophet. Then you are saying that these stories that weren't called prophecies at the time are prophecies.
Or whoever.
Well, that's what Shiva was saying.
No, I'm agreeing with the prophets who wrote them. So I'm saying.
But you admitted that when he exited the whale, he didn't claim that it was tied to the story of Jesus' resurrection.
Someone wrote the story of Jonah, and it made its way into the Bible, into the scripture. It's considered canonical scripture. So some church father or some authority in the church said, this is canon to the scripture because Jesus references it directly. And so, so this is not just a typology. This is a prophecy.
Is that would be typology?
No, Shiva's saying it's Shiva's saying
That's
it's a typology because Shiva's an atheist.
You even admitted earlier.
Shiva's saying it's a typology because Shiva's an
foretelling.
atheist. I'm saying it's a prophecy because it came true. It was.
Jesus isn't foretelling. He's not foretelling the event.
No,
JS.
Jesus is fulfilling the prophecy that was already
It's
written.
a story about
Jonah was
you
scripture way
admitted that a
before
prophecy
Jesus.
has to have a foretelling.
Jonah.
So where was the foretelling?
Jonah was in the Jewish text.
It happened in the story.
Jonah was in the Jewish scripture before Jesus.
Yeah. Yes, I understand.
Why did the story of Jonah make it into scripture if it was just some story? But then Jesus references it, and he does exactly what Jonah does. He goes into the Sheol like Jonah went into the belly of the whale.
Yeah, you're making your own interpretation and then saying that this means it must be a prophecy acting as a prophet.
It's not my own interpretation. I'm not the only one who says this. Like, it's not.
It was a prophecy?
Yeah, most people would agree that
But even with
Jonah
your
is a
definition-
prophecy of Jesus.
So
Jonah
do you
going
take back
into
that
the
it's a
belly of the whale.
foretelling?
Jonah going into the belly of the whale is a prophecy of Jesus going into Sheol.
So then we're gonna have to go back to the same conversation we had before.
I know.
So is it a foretelling?
I'm trying to fill.
Is it a
I'm
foretelling
trying to
of
fill
the
Sweater
events?
in, but it was. Yeah, it was foreshadowing what was to come.
But you admitted earlier that it's foretelling is a usable definition for you.
Yeah, it was a
What
foretelling
about
of
that
what
is
would come.
foretelling? Yeah, what about that is foretelling that's going to be what comes?
Well, you don't know that it's foretelling until you see that it was foretold.
You're saying it's foretelling because there's parallels.
Like when you're watching a movie,
which is typology.
No, it's like when you watch a movie and there's a bunch of foreshadowing given in early parts of the movie. You don't recognize it as foreshadowing until you get to the end. And once you get to the end and you see the conclusion and it does a flashback scene where it flashes back to this scene and it flashes back to this scene and it flashes back to this scene and you say, oh man, all of that stuff was foretelling the conclusion.
That's
And
that's not a prophecy
That
though.
was
A prophecy
that.
would be like in the beginning of
that
Lord
was
of the
like,
that's a
Rings, where it
prophecy.
says like
That's a
the ring
prophecy.
is prophesized to fall into the lava. That's a prophecy in media.
That was a really good analogy though for the typology.
It is a good analogy for typology. That's the biggest part. You're just like refusing to accept typology.
In the Sixth Sense,
biblical too.
In the Sixth Sense, they prophesied that Bruce Willis is dead, but you don't know he's dead until the end. And once you see it, you can't unsee it, and you see all the prophecy that came before it.
So what about that as foretelling? What are they?
Well, how about the Fifth Element? Let's do the Fifth Element. That's a better Bruce Willis movie that might be more relevant to the subject.
No, it won't be more relevant.
Even if we go back
Fifth
to,
Element,
the whale, because at this point we're
religious.
just jumping around from topic to topic. There's nothing in the story of the whale. This is why I asked you after he left. Did he say that this is like what's going to happen to Jesus? Because then that would be a prophecy.
But you're looking at it.
Interpreting it as a prophet.
You're looking at it from our perspective.
Story.
I'm looking at it from the author's perspective. If the author writes the story and he says, I'm going to give all these things that foreshadow what's going to happen, and then what they foreshadow happens, then in retrospect, we can look at that and we can say, oh, yeah.
Well, now you're just, now you're just passing the buck, because now you're saying that the author.
What I'm saying
how do we apply that? How do we apply the artist, putting ourselves in the artist?
What I'm saying is what
shoes and
Shiva's
seeing
calling
the way we think?
typology to try to downplay prophecy in Christianity. I'm saying, sure, you can call it that, but I'm going to call it prophecy. And it was fulfilled.
You're passing the buck down the road. Now you're saying that the authors who wrote those stories.
Well, I'm not the prophet. I didn't write it. I didn't write it, and I don't interpret it. I'm not the prophet. So, the prophet is the one who wrote it, and told the story that made its way into Scripture. That God saw fit for 2,000 years later for that to be in the Scripture. In the canon,
Yes,
but
even in the
fathers.
writing itself, it doesn't assert that it is a prophecy, though. At no point it asserts that it is a prophecy.
No, never do. Well, occasionally prophets are like, yeah, I'm a prophet. Here's a prophecy, but a lot of times there's prophecies where they're not like, this is a prophecy. Prophecy, like there's not like a bleep that goes off and they're like, prophecy. Just so you know, that was a prophecy. They don't do that in the Bible. Like.
Yes, that's why I asked you earlier. Like, if God's giving you a prophecy, do you think there's a chance that you miss it? You could reject it, but you're not going to miss it.
If I don't have eyes to see and ears to hear, I will miss it.
He will communicate it to you in some way. Like, even if you didn't have eyes and ears, if he's trying to communicate a prophecy to you,
the blind don't see and the deaf don't hear. Like, a lot of people are gonna miss it. If he wants me, if God wants me to see and hear it, then
he tries to hit blind people and deaf people with God powers, and then it just bounces off.
That I see and hear it, then I'm gonna see and hear it.
I mean, you probably see and hear it better if you're deaf and blind, though.
Oh my goodness, Marshall.
No, that's actually probably something smart that Marshall's actually said. That's why a lot of societies believe deaf and blind people had like extra connections to spiritual deities. It was because they were cut off from our realm, so they believed that they were experiencing the other realms more.
Damn it.
Shit, that was off.
I can break his shield without using any spells. If I can break through the first shield and get through the next set of attacks and then fan him, then I can get to the. Okay, we're figuring this out. We're gonna beat this guy. That's why
a blind man. That's why a blind man tells Caesar about his fate, because his blindness is supposed to allow him to see destiny.
Oh yeah.
Is that a bit like Daredevil?
Yeah, basically like Daredevil. It's not wrong. It's a goofy interpretation, but yeah, it's not wrong. That is the idea of Daredevil. Is he actually experienced everything on a deeper level than you because he can't see?
Yeah, that makes sense.
The only time he's like not experiencing things on a deeper level than you if he's in the water. Because Daredevil can't sense shit in the water.
He needs to have a kid with Aquaman.
Yeah, because like
Would
Daredevil
that
could
be-
technically like stomp his foot on the ground, and he would be able to sense all of the people and the objects in the room beneath him, above him, and all around him.
Well,
That's just cool. Daredevil just needs to learn the echo thing that dolphins have, and then
Right.
he'll be fine.
That doesn't even make sense because in water, vibrations and echoes work better. Sound travels farther. So
Actually, I think he'd be freaking out and having like a panic
So also,
attack.
in order
You're right.
for Daredevil to see by echolocation, he would have to be continuously making noise.
I think in some iterations he does do clicks with his tongues, and he also constantly hits his batons against things.
A clicking in his cheek, wouldn't that be a noise enough?
Yes.
But then,
Technically.
if he was clicking in
are you
his
guys
cheek, wouldn't that interfere with his ability to hear the heartbeats of ninjas?
Wait, are you guys talking about like comic books?
Yeah.
Listen, he's not the most
Okay,
OP
then I'm not- that's out of my realm.
superhero, Shiva, if that's the point you're trying to make. He gets bodied by other street level heroes, but he's up there in the DC verse.
Marvel.
Oh, Marvel, yeah, Marvel. He has a DC vibe to him.
Fuck! I hate when he sidesteps
Yeah, I think it's
my
that
heavy
rated
attack.
R shit.
Like it's nothing.
I hate it when you don't dodge
I get him and
that axe, I come
Deathstroke
from
mixed
behind.
up a lot for some reason, even though they don't look alike. They feel very similar roles to me, though.
Speaking of Jesus and analogies, has anyone seen the Superman movie yet?
No.
I heard about it, dude. It's fire. Fuck it. I'm willing to defend it, even though I haven't seen
It
it.
looks fire.
I haven't seen
It looks cool. It looks nice. It seems like it's kind of like the old originals.
All the reviews are retarded. They're like, why is Superman saving squirrels? It's like, have you ever read Superman, you fucking retard?
I mean, in the most
Why
popular
is Superman,
Superman
like,
film of all
saving
time,
animals?
Superman, he fucking
There's,
saves
like-
a cat in a tree, doesn't he? Come on.
Yeah, he's fighting like pollution and shit sometimes. Like he's like he's
Captain
just supposed to be like a
Planet
force
with
of good
badass
to like
powers, yeah.
an extreme altruistic, sometimes cringy level. So it's like, yes, it is kind of cringy, but that is who Superman is. He's
Bro,
not
he
a guy
walked
who
all the way
sits there and
across the
watches people
street.
die while he strikes a stoic face. That's just not who
Yeah.
Superman is.
Yeah, no, he walks an old lady across the street. That's one of my favorite of the
Yeah, I keep seeing
part.
so many comparisons of like the new Superman doing something cringy, and then they're
Oh,
like, look at how the old Superman just let all these men die. And I'm like,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
dude,
have-
true, that's a really good interpretation of Superman. He just lets a bunch of people die.
Well, I mean, Zack Sanders, bro. But I do want to add, Goon. Also, I gotta try to go into
the
that
fuck
movie
is Zack
not
Sanders?
pessimistic.
I'm going to say Snyder.
Thank you. I'm not good with fucking names, alright? Anyways, Goon, I wanted to add, it's gonna be hard to go into that not pessimistic regardless of the fact, how am I gonna watch this and not want to just relate it to, like, other, oh man. I'm like poisoned by this cancel bullshit, so I'm gonna go into it and just like.
Like people that are like angry that like he gets heat for being a vigilante in the movie, and literally like Superman getting heat for being a vigilante is like one of the most interesting arcs in all of the Superman comics. Except for that, they are usually very boring. He peeks
Dude,
out.
I'm gonna
when
go
he
for
other
the film.
characters.
I'm gonna go for the film compared to, since it's actually sounding somewhat decent. I'm just gonna start comparing it to like the old films or.
I don't even know if it's good. I just, from what I've seen of the interpretation of the character Superman, it seems to be more true to the actual comics than like the edgy DC Zack Snyder cut where everyone's edgy. And in my opinion, that shit was more woke. They had Batman talking about how like he's a billionaire that could be saving the world, but he does nothing because he likes to wear spandex and run around. That's what he says when Wonder Woman hits him with the truth fucking thing.
I'm not a Batman fan, but I mean,
What the fuck are you talking about, Marsh?
Something wrong with you, Marshall.
well, I don't know the quote he's making, so not that.
It's in the Justice League movie. Wonder Woman lassos Batman to
Wait,
stop him from
Yeah, but
falling.
you're talking about the Whedon version, aren't you?
It might be the Whedon version. They have so many fucking extended releases, and like it's hard.
I've only seen that once,
Have
and
you
it was
seen
probably
the
the fact.
Have you seen
Sorry.
the Zack Snyder Justice League, like the one that they put out on
Once,
HBO Max?
yes.
Yeah, it's better. I don't think it fixes the movie. This Justice League is like broken to its core.
I don't like Zack Snyder, so I didn't watch any of them besides like the
The
first.
second that like Wonder Woman was like the follow-up, I was like, they're cooked, dude. Wonder Woman isn't even popular in the DC universe.
I mean,
Like,
that's the
nobody
only
gives
way
a
I
fuck about
watched
Wonder
those
Woman.
movies.
Oh, that was in the Snyderverse too.
Yeah,
I watched
Gal
Wonder Woman. I
Gadot
like
is
the first
fine.
one.
No, but I'm saying like
First
that character, they couldn't have picked a least hype character to translate from the comics. A lot of like the Suicide Squad, but then they pick a lot of the more boring members of the Suicide Squad. Like everything, it was just like they picked the most boring people from DC, and it's probably because the other people would have cost more money. If they
No,
had
they made
Flash,
the black guy Deadshot, okay?
they
Let's
would
not-
have done. They would have done Flash sooner. They would have had to animate Flash running around a lot more, and they didn't want to do shit like that.
Hell, that Flash TV show was pretty good. Well, or at least the first few seasons were. I hadn't watched it past like season 2.
But also, my biggest problem with the Man of Steel interpretation is they go to edgy Superman too fast. There is a like decent interpretation of Superman once like Lois Lane's killed or he loses somebody that's extremely valuable to him, where it begs on the idea of like Superman's good because he's just a good guy. And what if like really bad things happened to him and he wasn't as much of a good guy anymore? Like who would be able to stop him? What are the regulations? And but they like speed run it.
Batman almost stopped him
They
in
speed
that
run it in the movies, so that you're just sitting there and you're like, dude, he saved the fucking world from being destroyed, and you guys are like, we need to arrest you, Superman. But like the Injustice handles that the best. In the Injustice series, the whole idea is Joker tricks Superman into carrying Lois Lane into space and killing her while he's pregnant with their child. So he kills his own wife and their baby. And he basically becomes kind of like a fascist ruler past that point, trying to kill anybody that he deems as a bad guy. Because he decides that they went too far.
Injustice,
And there's
like
no way
this
to
is a
stop
comic book series?
Yeah, and it's all about how Batman's trying to enact his Superman contingency plan to stop him. Because Superman's basically unstoppable at this point. And that is the fear that Superman poses in the background. It's just usually not seen as a fear because he's such an altruistic person.
Batman versus Superman.
He could be literally like the most menacing threat in existence in the DC universe.
Well, I see you're bad, Superman, and I raise you a plastic man.
A Plastic Man? Dude, they need to do a Plastic Man movie. He's probably the best character in fucking DC, but...
Isn't he like the most broken though?
Yeah, but he's also... So he's an ex-villain who realized that, like, basically he was just so lit, his power's so OP, he was just like, I don't really, like, get anything out of doing bad shit, and I feel like I should just start working with the good guys. So he makes a change around. And it actually is like quite close to after he gets his powers. He starts, I think he does crime for a little bit when he gets his powers, and then he realizes that he could be a force of good for the world, so he changes. And he's basically like a fucking revived villain, and that's his whole thing. Is he like understands the dark side of the world better, but he's like reformed. He has like sometimes a family, he's very protective over them, and he always is doing the right thing. And he's not cringe, because he's got criminal ties. So he's like Superman, but cool, basically. But his alignment is very similar. He's like lawful good, but used to be chaotic neutral, I think, basically.
How did that not hit?
What would you say about that, Shiva? Is that a proper character sheet of Plastic Man.
No.
Is he lawful good? I wouldn't say he was lawful good, even when he was he's a good guy. Like,
Yeah, he might be a bit more chaotic, I guess. He might just stay chaotic the whole time. That's a good point. He does kind of do things his own way, but he never crosses the line. He's one of the few people like Batman that follows a no-kill policy at all points.
Do you know, it's interesting in the kind of alignment compass. I always found the chaos versus law axis much more interesting than the good versus evil.
Yeah, because it's like
2,000 damage. We got him at half health, boys and girls.
Good versus evil is more to help, like if you're doing like fantasy alignments and stuff for like character sheets and shit. It's more to just give a better idea. But like, yeah, the lawful to chaotic ratio is like a better way to interpret actual actions.
I used to.
But I get it because there is like a variation. Like you can do something chaotically good in a way that helps somebody, but you can also chaotically do something in a way that hurts somebody. And then we interpret that as good and bad. But it's just like helping or hurting.
I used to
up the hole.
I used to run a campaign in 2nd edition D&D back when I used to play D&D called Planescape, which was fantastic.
Oh,
I don't know if any of you ever played Planescape.
No, John's trying to get some D&D. You should get up there.
There's a game that could go on for 3 months.
I haven't played D&D in like 20 years.
Dude, I would love to play D&D with you. I feel like you would
No,
take
what
it
she was talking about is like Monopoly of D&D.
What does that mean, Marshall?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
What does that mean? I mean, if you're dedicated enough. I mean, the first. There's like 3 gyms. Now we're on to what they call D&D today, which is a bunch of bullshit.
Are you saying it's like a dumbed down version? It's like babified?
No. What's betafied is what you got today. What she was talking about could take like you might not finish that game. You might die before you die before you finish that game. But hey, if I'm mistaken and I misconstrued,
I mean, when I played D&D, Thaco was still a thing. I bet people who play D&D now don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is. I know more about the universe from Magic the Gathering than I do from anything else.
Thaco is it's an acronym. It means to hit armor class 0. When did they drop that?
Fuck! I should have took a life-saving pill.
Probably 10 years
Coast
since
is like
you played.
cooked now anyways, bro. I hate the way Wizard of the Coast is going.
Wait, what?
Like Fallout, Lord of the Rings, Doctor Who, fucking like Avatar. They're just like they're like literally destroying Magic the Gathering with like children's products being like I'm literally waiting for Magic the Gathering Fortnite.
I thought Magic was destroyed by Meta.
You're gonna be able to play your 3-mana Slurp spell, which allows you to drink the fucking shield recovery potion in Fortnite.
There's no tricks to this fight. This fight is just get good.
You need to dodge that axe that he fucking throws from the sky that like hits you every time.
That axe has hit me like once ever.
I've seen
No. No, every time I dodge that axe is very easy to dodge.
No. Okay, so you've been doing it recently. Good.
No. Every time that I fought this guy, I've only been hit by that axe once.
There's like different campaigns and things.
You don't know what you're talking about. It looks like it hits me. It looks like it hits me because it's big, but it's not hitting me. I'm watching my health better. I'm watching my health more than you are, buddy.
Well, yeah, I'm like 20 seconds behind on the YouTube stream.
The big axe doesn't hit me. It gets close.
How much you want to bet? Actually, how much does Chair want to bet?
Okay, we'll see. Let's watch.
Chat, you want to back up Jace's bet? Let's bet some memberships here.
He's talking about the easiest attack in the whole freaking fight. That's his
No,
advice.
so yeah, it's
Don't
part
get
of,
hit by the
no,
axe.
it's part of the
Thanks, bud.
stage.
Thanks, bud. The
It's
easiest
not.
attack in the whole fight.
Hey, fuck you.
The
Yes,
attack
make sure
that
you just dodge everything. If you don't get hit, you don't take damage.
that's a better. Yeah, that's good advice.
I wasn't giving advice, motherfucker. I was just saying I see that shit
Just
hit
dodge,
you and you're
bro.
wasting
That
health
shit doesn't
potions
hit
after.
me. It's hit me once.
Oh.
The last fight I just fought him, it didn't hit me. Every other fight, there's one fight where I fucked up and it hit me, but the axe, that big axe, does not hit me.
The rage is building.
The one time that it hit me,
That big axe. 4 times now. Now I'm just being a smart ass. I don't know. I think you could have gotten farther if that fucking thing that hit you. Literally like the intermission after a phase.
here you go. You ready?
He's like,
Ready? It's about to happen.
oh,
Let's see if this axe hits
Yeah.
me. Now look, it's gonna look like it hits me.
watch your health. No, wait. Let's not.
Okay, it,
I'm
hit
20
me. It
seconds
did hit me
behind.
that time. It did hit me that time. That time it hit me. It usually doesn't hit me.
Oh, they're
The
still
first
talking about
Marshall
D&D.
W of the night.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to W. I was just trying to help. But if you wanted to press my,
It
I could just
usually
show
does
you
not hit
through
me.
lot-
That's the second time. I've been paying attention. This is my 7th time.
Bro, you're
fighting
fighting
this boss.
fucking 2B.
It just
Okay.
sounds like cope now.
I've been paying attention.
Dad, you guys see how much damage it
He's
does?
gonna sidestep. Oh, he didn't sidestep. Freeze, bitch. He doesn't get frozen.
So,
gonna-
yes. Have you ever played near on or probably not. Never mind.
Shiva, can I ask you another question?
Sure.
Why do you care about debating theology?
What do you mean? Why do I care? I don't do it because I care. I do it.
Well, you don't believe, you don't believe that it's real, so it's like,
How do you know
so
that?
you somewhat feel like debating like fantasy worlds, right? It's like,
I
what,
find it
I'm
enjoyable.
basically just asking, like, what's the draw? What's the draw to you?
I like the intellectual challenge. I think. I mean, it's a bit like asking, why do I like chocolate ice cream?
I mean, yeah, I get that you might not be able to give a super detailed response, but I mean, I could give like I could talk about like the silky texture of chocolate and like
I mean, it's nothing like that.
the bitter mix of cocoa.
You're asking him
I suppose
his weakness.
It's like I kind of.
It'd be like if I debated purple unicorns all the time.
I enjoy conversations in which.
Jess, what's your kryptonite?
There's a kind of clash of ideas, but it's kind of specific. Like, I don't really enjoy conversations about politics, and you could argue that that's a clash of ideas, but like when people are.
I would argue you do enjoy that when you're drinking.
And I was just wondering, because it's weird to me if you are an atheist, or I think you say you're like an agnostic atheist, but
Well, I mean, yeah, but only to the extent that I think that all theists are also agnostic.
yeah. So then, but I would think that then you would be more concerned about things of this world than like.
Why?
of,
Because you're saying we know
theological.
something we can't possibly know.
Well, I'm saying you don't know it.
Right. But if we can't possibly know it, then we don't know it, right?
Yeah.
We don't know if he's saying the truth or fiction.
I mean, it's like,
But even
think
if I
partly, the reason why I don't particularly enjoy like political conversations.
But even if I say I know something and I'm wrong, I'm not agnostic. So I'm saying I know it, but even if I'm wrong, I'm not agnostic.
Yeah, but I'm saying that you don't know it. That you're just wrong in knowing it. You can't know it.
Yeah, okay, I kind of see what you're saying. Yeah.
Like,
It
I
almost
think
worked,
the
yes.
reason why I don't enjoy.
But the
political
problem is, if I'm
conversations-
right, then I did know it.
Right.
Jesus fucked.
Yeah, I thought that was an amazing attempt at flipping the switch on Shiva.
And I think the reason why
So
I don't
I'm not
enjoy...
agnostic. If I'm right.
Oh my God! Why are you mogging him like this? Let she.
this happens all
I'm
the time,
mogging.
Goon.
I'm doing the mogging.
That's what I'm saying,
Technically, you
are
started it,
definitely
Shiva.
mogging right now, but this is like an undeserved mogging.
I think the reason why I don't enjoy
Undeserved.
political conversations is because like they tend to get polarized in a way that conversations about theology tend not to. And I kind of like I'm not that
You think
keen on
politics
animosity.
gets? I think both of them get polarized just as much. Like,
Well, I can see that
his
from your perspective,
perspective.
JS, but you have like personal investment where like your own inner group could like
Well,
denounce you over your views. Like Shiva, for him, it's just kind of like he doesn't have to worry about an end group getting rid of him because he says the wrong thing. He doesn't have to be afraid of being wrongly interpreted.
I don't have to worry about that
Well, I
either.
guess he could be afraid of it,
Yeah,
but he doesn't have to be afraid of it affecting his alignment.
I say all
with the
kinds of
people
things
he
that people call
knows.
me heretic for, and I don't,
I say I don't have a clue what the fuck Shiva thinks about it until he hears less.
I don't know how you can hit him.
So then what happens, JS, when you face the Lord and he agrees with what everybody's been saying and he's like, you've been a heretic your whole life. Everything you've done and the way that you've
Well, then I'm going to hell.
figured these things out are heretical. Exactly. So then you're going to hell.
But I don't think.
Yeah, but if like, you tell someone that you're an atheist in this space, they're usually like,
I don't
"Oh,
think
you
God will
darn
say that.
heathen."
I think God will say you were
But then it's
seeking
like-
and you were doing the best you could with the brain that I gave you, and I respect.
So then you
that.
know God's intention.
I don't know. I just hope.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he doesn't really do that in the Bible, does he?
No, not really.
What do you mean? He blesses
Yeah, that's
David,
why,
even though David.
yes and no.
David makes mistakes. Solomon makes mistakes. Samson makes mistakes. They all make mistakes.
They all make mistakes, yeah, but when they don't worship God, it's like, right, I'm going to burn them all, and then he has to be talked down off the ledge.
No, when they're sacrificing children to putting kids into fires, yeah, he wipes them out.
Well, or if they just happen to be inhabiting a city that he's promised to the Israelites.
But when Solomon is a wise man and he's making good decisions and the kingdom is prospering, but then he makes some bad decisions, then the kingdom suffers because of it, and he suffers because of it. You know, when I make bad decisions in my life, I suffer because of it. But overall, God knows my heart, and so I'm not the same as the person who's like, let's sacrifice our kids to Moloch. It's not the same thing.
So does God know my heart, Josh?
Yeah.
Only if you believe he does.
You think I'm getting into heaven?
Maybe. I don't know.
Even though
I think you
I'm
are.
a steadfast atheist.
Yeah, but you might not be tomorrow.
That's true.
I think he's lying.
You think I'm lying about being an atheist?
No, that you believe that's true.
No, I mean, it's true that I might change my mind.
You could tomorrow.
Yeah.
You really
But
believe that?
it's a might, right? Like, it's not saying that I will change my mind.
So what about you do you consider atheistic?
The fact that I don't believe God is real.
Well, yeah, but you would be open to, like, if there was some way it could prove itself to you, you would be open to that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if I had some sort of personal experience.
Wouldn't that be
I
like
could
an agnostic viewpoint, though?
No, that's a category error.
You've talked
So,
before.
so look, right? I don't know whether God exists, but I know whether I believe in God or not. Right? Like one.
Yeah,
Like,
okay. So you're saying that atheism is a belief system?
it's the rejection of a proposition.
I've heard you say before, Shiva, that you had a rough childhood and that you used to pray like God, stop this, stop this, stop this, and he wouldn't stop it, and you kept going through bad stuff in your childhood. And you say that's why you turned you figured out God wasn't real. I would say to the contrary.
No, that's a misrepresentation.
Okay.
So, to me, that's evidence that if there is a God, he didn't care about my suffering.
Right. Okay, yeah. So maybe I said it bad, but yes, that's what I'm saying. I would say the fact that you're still here and able to talk to us right now and you're doing good as an adult, that's proof that God exists then. God did save you from that. You're not in that anymore, are you?
Regardless of all these.
So it didn't happen when you wanted it to happen, but it did happen.
Right. I mean, that's just such a recast argument.
So God does exist.
Because it still means that God is fine with the suffering of children, right?
No, you had to. That was a lesson that you learned. You went through a tough time,
really?
and it made you
What
stronger.
was the lesson?
I don't know.
What was the lesson?
Fuck.
You didn't learn any lessons through your struggles?
I mean,
No,
I learned that it's not good to be violent to children.
Good. That's a great lesson.
I learned that I shouldn't be a father.
You learned that life has hardships, and you can persevere through them, and you can come out stronger in the end.
Right.
But it also taught him not to be a father, and told him not to be a father. So in essence, it stopped him from multiplying. Isn't that what God really wanted, though?
No, maybe it wasn't God's plan for him to multiply. We don't all have to.
Maybe he misread the message.
No, the thing.
Go back to what I was saying, Shiva, did you say that it's a lack of a belief system?
No, it's not a lack of a belief system. It's the lack of it's just a rejection of a singular proposition, right? That being, there is a God. In this case, the kind of Christian God of the Bible, right?
How about Catholic?
So, why, as such an open-minded person, would you make a definitive statement if you know that there's no knowing if it's actually?
What do you think being?
Because he already said he
means?
could change his mind tomorrow.
Right. This is why I say
Now I don't know what Shiva said because you answered for Shiva.
Sorry.
I prefer atheist over an agnostic because at least an atheist is picking a side.
To my mind, being open-minded means just being willing to change your view when your prior view is shown to be incorrect. Right. And I change my mind about stuff all of the fucking time. Like someone could show me evidence or show me an argument that I find particularly cogent, and that will change my opinion. So that doesn't mean
I don't think you're a closed-minded person. I'm not.
Right.
That's not.
So on my view, being open-minded doesn't mean being wishy-washy. Like I'm open to the fact that I could have a personal experience that would make me a believer in the next half an hour, right? But until that experience happens,
really,
I have to. If I'm gonna be authentic in any way, I have to first of all work out what I think, and then kind of stand by that. And so sometimes that means saying things like, "I don't believe your God is real," because because I see no good reason to believe it. I see no evidence. None of the arguments are convincing.
Yeah. How do you contend with the hypothetical of you being at the gates and are facing judgment? Are you gonna just accept and not say anything, or are you gonna be like, "Oh shit, sorry, I didn't believe," and please? Well, yeah, you can still beg for forgiveness, right? While you're judgment.
My understanding is that You have
In the
until you die.
hypothetical, would you not?
Marshall.
Would you not ask?
Once you die.
After
that's it.
death, would
Imagine
you,
if you walked around murdering a bunch of people and then you stood in front of
death.
the judge and it's like time for your sentencing and you're like, yeah, but I'm really sorry, God. Or I'm really sorry, judge. You still got to get punished.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, thank
But
you.
the
That's
difference
like.
between
Well,
like a
would you?
legal system
Would
and
you
the
ask?
reality and God is that He is so selfless that if you actually genuinely do change in that moment, legitimately change, not just say that you change,
Yeah, but
not just beg and push and plead that you change. You could change.
No, but are we talking
actually change?
We're talking about after death.
Yeah.
I was just talking about the hypothetical. Would you explain it a little better?
So you're saying you could get saved.
I was saying that like.
You're saying you could get saved after death, Elder Lane? I don't know about that.
Apologize.
You might can.
All is
I don't know.
forgiven.
Maybe you're right, but I would disagree. But
In the
I'm
end,
talking about.
all is forgiven.
Well,
You're kind of going to what? Hold on, Marshall. You're kind of going to what me and Easy were talking about the other night. I think in your last breath, you could come to God, but after you die and you see God, I don't know. Well, yeah, I don't know, but I don't believe in post physical death salvation.
Right. But if the chance came across and it was. Go ahead. To be fair.
Do you not think that that's a bit unfair on God's part?
No, because I think He's proven Himself enough.
Not to me, He hasn't.
There's nothing He could do to prove Himself to you because you can't see the proof that's already in front of your face every time you wake up. So there's nothing.
Well, I can't see my bedroom.
You can't see the fact that you're alive. That the impossibility of the impossibility of the world being here, and the impossibility of a human existing, and the impossibility of an eyeball working. And there's 8 billion. It's so improbable that it's impossible.
Well, so it's possible then.
It's an 1 billion to 1 improbability on top of another a billion to 1 improbability on top of another one on top of another one on top of another one on top of another one, to where it's like 1 to 10 to the power of 100 improbability of it happening, and it happened.
Right. But presumably, odds that
would you say it's impossible for a person to win the Powerball every day for the rest of their lives?
No.
Right. Well, you wouldn't say that, but you would say that.
Yeah, like, play to win.
Yeah, it's actually improbable. It's very unlikely. It's 1 to the.
Yeah, extremely unlikely.
Yeah, it's so extremely unlikely that it's basically impossible.
Well, you're kind of adding a word there, basically, which is kind of like a softening word, isn't it? It's like a bit of a caveat.
I'm taking.
Like it's basically impossible.
I'm taking if there's one.
What's not impossible, Josh, is that Shiva
if there's
one maker, and would he beg and ask for forgiveness and want to go
I'm
to the
saying if there's
land,
one in a
or would he just
Googleplexian
accept
chance of it happening,
right?
You might as
A
well
what?
you might as well just say impossible.
A Googleplex is a very large number, Marshall.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's Google is one with 100 zeros. I think a Googleplex is one with maybe 1,000 zeros or something like that. It's crazy impossible. It's impossible. It's not gonna happen. But it's actually improbable. But it might as well be impossible.
Well, hang on. It could happen if God made it happen, though, right? God makes the impossible
But if
happen.
God makes it happen, then there was a 100% chance that it was going to happen. So there's a 100% chance that something that is 1 in a billion, trillion, gazillion chance of happening, there's a 100% chance that happened and it happened. That's impossible unless God exists.
I mean, you could make the argument that if the universe is eternal,
like if
I
won the lottery,
events that seem impossible are bound to happen anyway, right?
if I won the lottery every day for the rest of my life, for the next 40 years, I won the mega ball every single day,
you're gonna be broke.
That would prove to me that God exists, and God was like, "It's time for you to win the lottery every day for the rest of it." There's no other way that happens. That just
wouldn't you?
That doesn't just happen.
Well, there's no other way that you can conceive
People
of.
just believe
No,
in
that doesn't
God.
just happen.
Yeah, I don't. It's not a real. It's like this is like a fake a statistic.
No, it's 100% real. It's real in the fact that
This is
the Goldilocks.
like,
it's the fine tuning
5
argument.
months on.
I'm making.
If I knock over, what you're doing is like if I
legendary.
knock over a bunch of dominoes, right? And then somebody was like, "Why do you think those dominoes landed the way they did?" I would say
No.
because of the way the dominoes were positioned and the force that they fell upon wound up leading to the dominoes winding up where they are by the end of the interaction.
No.
What you're saying is, what is the chance that all of these dominoes collaboratively fall in this exact pattern? I mean, this has to be a 1 in a trillion chance that all of these dominoes interact this way.
I'm
So
saying,
maybe.
I flip. I'm saying I have 1,000 coins in my hand, and I throw them all up in the air, and everybody's saying heads or tails, and they all land on their side. That's God. That's what I'm saying.
You're making it harder to believe, JS.
Or physics.
That's
It
what
could
I'm
be
saying.
physics.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that is possible. It is possible that could happen, right?
Also, it's not even close to impossible that life
No,
would
it is
exist on a
possible.
planet.
I could throw 10,000 pennies in the air, and all 10,000 of them could land on their side. That is possible.
If
Like
you're
a
so
life-
good at
a
selling
life-
stuff,
actually,
But
if
if that
you believe
happened,
like, if you go on like
I
a-
think if you
30
saw that,
minutes.
I think if anybody saw that happen, they'd be like, "God's real." That's
If,
God.
if you
I would
if you
tell you
actually
to do it
if you
again.
go on
I would
science,
tell
like
you-
from
and
what
that
science
is
tell you
says,
do it
that is
twice.
what the universe is.
and if you go off
The
of what like
universe is 10,000 pennies getting
Do
flipped
it
in the air,
twice.
and they all land on their side, straight up.
Okay, that happens once. Do it twice in a row, maybe. That's more like a God.
no, it's not.
No,
Like this is
okay.
like
Let's say it happens
you're
10
taking
times in a
your
row.
viewpoint.
That's the universe. That's you existing
This is
right
like
now.
the idea of like this I've heard this argument before. The idea of like, what's the chances of the beauty of existence coming to chance? And it's built off this idea that things are the way that they're meant to be, rather than they happened as a consequence of other things happening.
It's the fine tuning argument. It's a mathematical improbability.
Yeah.
The mathematical
Yeah.
improbability of a life sustaining planet is like 1 times 10 to the power of 13. The mathematical
Existence
improbability
is nothing.
the mathematical improbability of a working eyeball is the same as having a life sustaining.
Massive.
Can you shut up,
So,
Marshall?
the
Marshall, can you shut up?
universe.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
An eyeball working.
Vijay, you gotta
Shut
convince
up.
him he could be changed.
Listen,
His
Marshall,
mind could be changed in the
Marshall,
next 30 minutes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Can I
Sell it.
Can I? I'm doing it right now. If you would shut the fuck up.
Sir.
Every
Out the
every
fuck,
single
let's go.
working eyeball, the variables needed to have a working eyeball are just as impossible as the variables for having a life-sustaining planet. So if it's 1 times 10 to the 13th power to have a life-sustaining planet, and it's 1 times 10 to the 13th power to have a working eyeball, and we have 16 billion working eyeballs on this planet, the impossibility of that existing is like flipping 10,000 coins and they all land on their side. It's
You keep
so
saying it's impossible.
it's so
It's not even
it's
like
so
it's I don't
improbable that it
Yeah,
might as
you
well
realize
be impossible.
you realize the eyeball isn't perfect, right? The eyeball
That
isn't fine
happened.
tuned.
It's so
Our eyeball has
improbable.
an extreme amount of flaws, right?
It's so
You realize our eyeballs
it's
aren't
so
perfect.
improbable
You're right, Goon.
that if
They're
it
actually
happened,
capable
No,
if
of
it
it's not
happened,
improbable at
you
all.
would look at it
You're just
and you would say,
anti-science, so to you it seems improbable. The universe
Science
is
agrees
infinite.
with me on
It
this.
exists
Science
onwards,
agrees.
so all
Science
probabilities
agrees.
have a much
Okay,
near
now.
Science agrees.
infinite
Nope,
chance of
science agrees with
existing.
me. Nope, science
So,
agrees.
so the number that you gave,
No,
the number that you
nope,
gave would
nope.
almost definitely be able to exist within an infinite universe.
Science, yes, and this is why they made up the multiverse to deal with the fine-tuning argument, because it was such a compelling
You don't need a
argument.
multiverse. The universe is infinite. It doesn't end. The ohm variable is below 1.
No,
There's no retracting and expansion.
The
You don't even know what the ohm
can't-
variable
the
is.
universe
though.
cannot, physical infinites cannot exist. If the universe was physically
Casey.
infinite, and a series of events had to happen to lead to this current event, then there would never be this current event because there was a series of infinite events before this event.
Did you destroy your own argument?
No, Marshall, you're an idiot. Science agrees with what I'm saying. Science agrees with the fine-tuning argument. It is so crazy that we exist. The only way they could compete with it is by making up a multiverse and saying that there's infinite universes and we're just in the one that happened to work
Not
out.
that insane. Once the number you gave for life existing is infinitely smaller than infinite.
Yeah, I know. So it's not. Oh my God.
So it's not a low chance. It's actually an extremely high chance that it's going to happen.
Wait, what?
It's almost like it almost has to happen. Life has to exist on a planet.
Scientists,
Good thought test.
Scientists
what
and
weighs more,
astronomers
1,000
and
pounds of
mathematicians
feathers or
saw the
1,000 pounds of
fine-tuning
bread?
argument, and it was so compelling to get people to believe in God that they had to come up with multiverse theory to compete with the fine-tuning argument.
What is the need of what is the need of a multiverse?
Because the only way you can
What?
explain
What,
the
I don't
improbability,
I just explained it.
in
Infinite is a way
nature-
larger number than the number you gave.
But I'm giving you
It's
the history.
infinitely larger.
You think I'm just pulling this shit out of my ass? The
You're
reason
saying what you're saying is the universe can't fit this number inside of it, which is just not true.
Goon, the reason they
That's
came
not
up
what
with
she said.
Oh my God, Marshall, you're pissing me off.
Okay, fine.
The reason that science came up with the multiverse theory was to compete with the fine-tuning argument. The fine-tuning argument was so compelling towards a creator that they said, well, we got to deal with this. How are we going to deal with this? How are we going to keep God
What
out
way
of
is it
science?
compelling towards the creator?
They said, what if it's a multiverse and there's 100 billion,
Once
trillion,
again, you're
gazillion
looking at how the
universes?
dominoes are arranged on the ground, and you're going, the only way that they can be arranged this way is because God must have done it.
Yeah, and I think that's more logical than saying there's infinite
The
universes.
dominoes fell against each other,
So
and
there's
then
a
physics
version.
made them
So
fall
there's
the way that
another
they
version
fell.
of me wearing a different T-shirt. There's another version of me wearing a shirt with sleeves on it. There's another version of me wearing no shirt. There's another version of me where I got purple hair.
Nobody is talking about multiverses. You're trying to argue against multiverses because you think it's an easier viewpoint to argue against.
No, I'm arguing.
I thought he was arguing
And you're also bullshitting while you're doing it because
I'm not.
the multiverse hypothesis.
It's the only argument you have. And Goon
was
brought it
not
up.
Anything's possible.
Goon brought it up.
I absolutely raped your argument. You
I have
came
a
up with
question.
a shitty number,
I have
and then
a
I
question.
pointed out that
I
the
have a
number is
question.
insignificant
Which
to the size of the universe.
which scientists
I laid
came
out
up with the
fine-tuning.
multiverse?
I
Just
laid out
let me
fine-
ask a freaking
No,
question.
you shut up. I laid out fine-tuning.
Which scientists came up with the multiverse hypothesis to combat the fine-tuning argument?
I forget his name, but I talked about it a long time ago. I have it in a folder somewhere. You want me to Google it?
Yeah, because I
No.
think that's bullshit.
Okay. I laid out the fine-tuning argument, and Goon's response was multiverse. It's the only response.
It was not multiverse. I don't know what you're talking
You did.
about.
You said if there's a whole bunch of different universes, then it makes sense that this one is the one that works.
No,
and that's why
I
this
said no.
is the
I
one
said
that
the
we're in.
universe is infinite. I said the universe is infinite. It never stops expanding. It expands
Yes,
forever.
this is where and this is where multiverse
That's
goes.
not a multiverse.
If
That
the
is
universe
one
is
singular.
infinite,
That's one singular universe.
if the universe is infinite, there could be infinite life-sustaining planets. There could be infinite versions of me. This is what multiverse entails.
That could be true. That could be true.
Yeah, this is what an infinite universe entails.
Anything's possible as long as it's probable.
Yeah, and the only way that you could disprove it is that there's too much matter in the universe that causes a retracting point at some point that restarts the universe and then expands back outwards. Do you have any proof that the matter in the universe expands past the rate that expansion can move through light?
Yeah, that wouldn't be a thing without God.
That's what I'm saying. You're talking about a concept you don't even understand. Like, I don't...
Oh, I quite.
The infinite expansion of the universe has to do with the amount of matter in the universe.
Yeah, I know about the heat.
It expands the way it does because it's an explosion.
I do understand
explosion
it.
going
I
out, but
understand it
because
quite
it's
well. I
tempered,
think
it
I
tempers
understand
out.
it better than you understand it because I said what I said, and
But why aren't we
I
selling?
knew the only answer you could
Shiva?
go to is the answer you went to, which is an infinite universe with
No, you just don't even know what a multiverse is. Multiverses are like
You don't know how to tell
they are
Shiva
completely
God.
parallel. It's not
Neither
you
of
go
you.
far enough away in your universe, and next thing you know, you're in the
It's the same
multiverse.
concept. It's the idea that if the universe is infinite, then there could be infinite life-sustaining planets. They're just really far apart, which means there could be infinite versions of me on infinite versions of planets. Yes, it does. Oh my God, they go to the same thing. Infinite universe and multiverse is the same concept. It's the idea that there's
no, they're not.
There
They're
could
different
be
concepts.
No.
But yeah, they're not the same concept. I don't know.
It's the same.
Multiverses exist alongside each other.
I know. Infinite universe, multiverse, these are both ideas to combat fine tuning. Because if you say that we are crazy unique, Earth and humans are crazy unique, and it's so improbable that it's nearly impossible for this to happen. The only way to compete with that is to say, well, the universe is infinite, or there's multiple universes. It's the same concept. It's basically
multi-universal.
Shut the fuck up, Marshall.
Holy shit.
Jeez.
They're not the same concept, Josh. They are fundamentally different. The reason being is that the multiverse hypothesis is saying that there are different universes. Hence, that's why you have the prefix multi.
And
more than one.
Right.
It wouldn't exist without God.
Infinite universe is the same idea.
One universe.
Yes,
that's infinite.
Yes, it's one universe that is infinite. Therefore,
Multiple
there could be lots of life-sustaining planets. And if we go with the infinite universe theory, then there is another version of me on another planet Earth.
No, that's not what it means.
Why not? Why not?
There could be. There could be.
There could be.
Well,
Yeah.
So an infinite isn't something that's always existed
No,
forever
I would say
and
there
will always
would
exist
be.
forever.
There would be.
Infinite
There's actually
starts at a point. Infinites have
there's
starting
actually
points.
there's infinite Earths and there's infinite me's.
No,
and
you're
there's
misunderstanding. So infinites have starting points. So there's a multiple
all right,
level
Dr.
of like
Strange.
ideas you could put behind this. You could put the idea that because of the cooling rate of the universe itself, because space constantly gets colder, that the universe might have been too hot to facilitate life before us, and we are in the first ability of life to start to be able to sustain on the rocks that currently exist. We might be the first form of life. We could also be the 1,000th form of life. That's how an infinite works. Like there will almost definitely be life after us, but there is a chance we are the first life to ever exist. There's a chance there's no other aliens. Something about the cooling rate of the universe is hostile to life until you hit the temperature we're at.
Hugh Everett the third, Shiva.
Existence, good.
Hugh Everett the third came up with the multiverse theory to deal with problems in philosophy, and those problems were God and the fine tuning of the universe.
I don't have those problems. I seek to these answers through science, not through philosophy.
Yeah, the Kardashev scale, or what's his name? How do you say it right again?
So you're referencing a physicist who predates the fine-tuning argument by several decades, and saying that he came up with what became the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics.
He came up with it
in order to combat an apologetic argument.
Yes, he came up with it to deal with philosophical problems with the existence of the universe, which would be a creator God, and then other scientists later clung on to it because it was a good answer to fine-tuning.
There's no philosophical problem. I hate to tell you this, scientists aren't sitting around thinking about how to disprove God all day. We don't, no scientists care. Anyone who's brained, they don't care.
Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, they do.
What do you mean they don't care
It's
about
edgy. It's edgy atheists who care. This is why
fucking what was his name? Stephen Hawking. His whole dissertation that he wrote after 10 years of deciding to get into the religious debate was that it's a complete waste of time. There's no reason to say there isn't a God or there is a God, and it's a complete it's a fucking shakeup. There's no point.
Well, yeah,
This is
because
one of the smartest
that's why I
people in the
brought up
fucking
existence.
world who has
But
ever
anyway,
existed.
the infinite universe, I would go to a cosmological argument and not a fine-tuning argument. But still, the infinite universe is the same. He brings up the infinite universe to deal with fine-tuning. Well, that doesn't really solve anything. We have an infinite universe. We have the what's the problem? What's it called where we can't see? We don't see any evidence of any other life.
It's like the quantum idea that
No.
like Shiva was talking about.
The idea
it's not
that
to
the
deal
alien-
with like
It's called the
it's not to
Fermi
deal with
paradox.
like how
the
do we
Fermi
make sense of
paradox.
God.
Yes, the Fermi
It has
paradox.
to do with how do we make sense of the fact that whenever we look deeper into something that's really small, there seems to be an even smaller thing that makes up that thing.
No, but if I say
read the
we have
Bible
a
more than
Fermi
you should,
paradox,
yeah.
we have a James Webb telescope that can see very, very far, and we don't see any evidence of life in space. And so I say, explain why we're in the Goldilocks zone and we have life and we sustain life here, and the possibilities of this happening are incredibly small. And then you just say, well, the universe
yeah.
is infinite. Maybe there's another Earth 100 trillion, gazillion, bazillion light years
Yeah,
away.
there's no way to know if
Yeah,
you're
that's
in the
fine,
Goldilocks
It's the same
zone.
thing.
And Goldilocks.
It's the
No,
same
no,
thing they do with the
that's-
multiverse. They say, well, what if we're just
This is
one
like
in
a
an
fine,
infinite number of
perfect-
The argument
universes,
doesn't help
and we're just the
prove.
one
Fine
that happens
personal
to sustain
preference.
life?
We're trying to convince, Jess. We're trying to convince, not.
You're
like
not
the
trying to
Reddit-
do anything. I got this, Marshall.
Yeah, bro, you could change his mind in 30 seconds. I believe she was.
I'm looking at Hugh Everett III's Wikipedia page. I'm not seeing fine-tuning mentioned anywhere.
I don't think that would be fine tuning. I think it would be.
All right. Well, you got to
Like,
go.
is there a paper that he wrote
You
where
gotta.
he said,
Yeah, out of any science paper I've ever written, they've never spent any time dedicated to, and we need to figure out this religion stuff. What are we going to do?
Maybe
They're so close to proving us wrong.
Well, no, they don't argue that.
The first.
It's a theory. They still call it a theory. But science still believes in a God as it could exist. They never disproved it.
Einstein
They
wasn't
never tried
like.
to. They give
My
up
theories
on
on dark
proving it.
matter are really interesting, but fuck, how am I going to explain fine tuning?
Ellis says that
Well, no.
scientists have proposed the idea of a multiverse as a
Well,
way
not
of
true.
explaining the nature of existence. So what do you think there?
that doesn't mention fine-tuning either.
Yeah,
I don't see anything in my
you
notes on
made
fine-tuning
the
in the
specific
Bible.
claim that the multiverse hypothesis was a response to the fine-tuning argument.
It was.
And then when I asked
I'll
you to name
find
a
it.
scientist,
I'll find it for you.
Yes, it's better to wait for them to make the assertion first and then to give.
I'll
an
make
argument
an
for it. Like
assertion.
they didn't make that assertion,
what?
so now you have to defend it.
No, I made
think
an
Jess was
assertion. I
screaming.
made the fine tuning argument, and I
Yeah, you
expected
did.
I expected answers that were going to be either infinite universe or multiverse, because that's always where they go to. And this was a thing. The multiverse was popularized.
the response to the fine-tuning argument is just chance. That's how things turned out.
Yeah, and you didn't even refute what I said. I was like, the number for an infinite
Yeah,
universe is infinite, so it absolutely mogs your number.
Right, but that refutes itself, so.
The number for an infinite.
Your number's been
universe.
absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, and then I would go to
this number is
yes,
so hard
and
to
then
do.
I went to a cosmological argument for why the infinite universe can't exist.
Why is that? Because it has to do with matter.
Because
the amount of matter that exists within the space as it is.
Fine-tuning how to change
This
Shiva's
is why
mind
you
so
can't do
he'll
this with-
become. Okay.
This is
Sorry,
why-
I'll shut up.
Next, I will go to a contingency argument. So I will say every event that happens is contingent on a past event. It borrows energy from the event that happens before it. So if the series of prior events leading to this current event that we are in right now, the present, let's call the present the current event. If the current event is contingent on the previous event, if we have infinite previous events, we never reach the current event. So the fact that we are at the current event, the present time, right now, shows that there has to be a previous of there has to be a beginning previous event. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, string theory has been pretty much like abandoned anyways. The idea that everything has to follow something else stringently. There's points where chaotic like variables enter in.
Well, yes and no, good.
But even if those
This is like where they talk about like it's like the 0 point mass.
That's fine. Even if a
is
chaotic
like,
event
has to do a lot about.
It doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Even if a chaotic event happens, that chaotic event happening is contingent on the previous event happening. If the previous event never happened, then the current event couldn't happen. But if there are infinite previous events, then the current event couldn't happen.
The intended,
and that's why I say it's simpler to explain it as a line of dominoes. The last domino falling is right now, and each domino falling before it is the event that led to right now. You could say
this
seconds.
is why I
You
would
could
never
say
say
minutes.
there is no. This is why I would say there's no evidence
But
there
if
is
we
no
had-
God.
if we-
The Big Bang.
If
The
we had
Big
an
Bang points
infinite
towards the
line
idea
of
that a God
dominoes,
could exist.
if we had an infinite
It doesn't
line,
point to the idea that your God exists.
if we had an infinite line of dominoes before the last domino, which is the current event happening, the last domino falling is the current event happening. And if we had an infinite line of dominoes lined up before it and we pushed the first domino, how long would it take to get to now?
Yeah, I get what you. No, I get like a God and a God could have designed all that. It does not at all align with any of your stories, so it's definitely not your God.
It shows there had to be a beginning.
Am I wrong that there's something out there that it's
Where
not
the
what
beginning's been
everything
dated back to,
wait.
where the beginning's been dated
There
back
had to
to,
be a
like far
beginning, or we
surpasses
wouldn't
any
be
of your
here.
belief system.
We wouldn't be here arguing right now if there was no beginning.
Yeah, but like now you're arguing for a God that's not yours.
This is a misunderstanding, and this is like you're kind of smuggling in the kalam cause.
Yeah, I'm mixing. No, I'm not smuggling. They all work together. They build off of each other. So the cosmological, the fine tuning, the kalam, the fine tuning, the contingency, they all work together.
Yeah, I'm not trying to spell that.
So I mean, this is assuming that time is sequential, right?
Sure.
Right, but there's nothing to say that it is.
I mean, I've never gone back in time. I don't know anybody who has. So I guess if somebody goes back in time, this will prove me wrong, and I'll have to change. I'll have to stop saying this. But until somebody goes back in time, without God,
yes, we're here to say that it is.
I think God could reverse time, but until a man builds a time machine and goes back in time,
you can't go back in time.
I agree.
Right, but do you think that there are physicists who might think that there's no problem with an eternal contingent universe?
I don't think any physicist will ever say that we could go back in time.
That's not what I
If you could, you should not. But yeah, Shiva.
But what about the okay, sorry, what'd you ask?
Like, do you think that there might be physicists who wouldn't have a problem with an eternal contingent universe? Like, do you think that the
ones who are trying to avoid God, yeah.
What?
They're gonna try to find anything they can. They're gonna make up infinite universes and multiverses.
Once again, these things were created not even thinking about religious people at all. These people, when they create these concepts, they don't care about religious people.
It literally says Hugh Everett, the guy who created
It's really a
multiverse theory, did it
one-sided
to combat popular philosophical ideas at the time.
Hey, what's your source for that? Can you
What do
put a
you
link
think
in
the
chat
popular
so I can read it?
philosophical ideas at the time?
Yeah, I
were?
can.
What's your source
Albert
for that,
Hudson
Josh?
Hoffman.
Can you put the link in chat?
Google.
Google.
The first
I
thing
don't
on
need
Google.
Google.
The multiverse theory is, as a scientific concept, is most closely associated with Hugh Everett III, who proposed the many worlds interpretation as a quantum mechanics in 1957. While the idea of multiple universes has been explored in philosophy in even earlier scientific contexts, Everett's work provides a mathematically grounded framework for understanding how quantum events might lead to the splitting of universes. So,
Does any of that mention fine tuning?
no, but what I'm saying
You're
is
really good at reading out loud.
the philosophical concepts that he was battling with were the concepts of a
He was
creator
battling
god.
with physics concepts.
He used physics to explain a multiple universe to deal with philosophical things at the time, ideas that he didn't like God.
And where's your source for that?
It's
assertion?
something I read. I don't know. I don't have it. But I read it.
Albert Hudson
My
Hoffman.
sources, the Dreaded Conservative News Network. You need to
Multiverse is purely theoretical. Infinite universe
You
is
need
not
to
a
go back
theoretical
and watch
theory.
my video about the multiverse. I sourced it there.
Yeah, that is a theory. Once again, an infinite universe is not a theory.
Goon, will you help me sell God to fucking Shiva?
But I'm not buying
Marshall, have you
God.
just missed the whole fucking conversation? Like, yeah, I don't, what the fuck
Yeah,
is going
No, I
on?
didn't miss.
Marshall, you've been stuck on the fact that Shiva said his mind could be changed in 30 minutes. So you think that somehow meant that you had 30 minutes to change his mind? That's not what he was saying at all. You've been stuck on that this whole time because you keep repeating, you got 30 minutes, you got 30 minutes. That's not what he was saying. He was saying you don't have 30 minutes to change his mind. He said it is a possibility that in 30 minutes his mind could be changed.
It's still a possibility. I know that part.
Holy shit.
Time's up,
It's a
Marshall.
possibility I could jump to the moon right now.
Where he did.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to look into it, you can. The infinite universe goes off the idea of explosions, inhalation, and exhalation. It has to do with the idea of the expanding rate of an explosion. So because the matter within the explosion doesn't exceed the speed that the explosion is expanding at, there's no retraction point, so we continue expanding forever. If there was too much matter within the explosion, at some point the explosion would retract inward and then rubber band back outwards, which would creating what is called a rubber band universe, which is a universe that retracts and then expands every, however you would adjust that
Another
amount of
scientific theory.
a couple billions of years, but you probably wouldn't call it billions because it's kind of the end of the current universe and then the beginning of another. You might start measuring it in epochs, but this is getting like.
I mean, why is the Earth not flat? Don't tell me you have to fucking Google that.
I just don't care to answer it.
Oh, okay. That's. Fucking hell. So,
Marshall,
Shiva,
there's
how
a
about?
possibility right now that I could give you $1 million.
No, there's possibility. I think it's 10 minutes. $10 minimum. $1 a minute. I don't want $1 million. Fuck that.
And the Big Bang is like extremely hard to understand too, because there's a chance like even how it happened is really hard to understand, and they don't have a full understanding of. The explosion itself would have definitely been strong enough to create black holes. So there's almost a definite chance that wherever the explosion happened, we had ripped through wherever it was, and we have ripped through probably multiple layers of wherever it was to wind up wherever the fuck we are.
Yeah, or it never happened.
There's a lot of evidence to it of happening.
I mean, it's still a theory, and I mean, there's more
Radio
evidence
is like
of
in
God
general.
being real.
radios in general are like evidence of the Big Bang. They exist off the cosmic background, which is like static, that's transcendental throughout the universe because of the Big Bang.
So you believe our planet relies off the moon, right? You believe in you don't believe.
Right,
Hold on, hold on.
that was
Hold
my
on.
final non sequitur. So I'll see you guys later. That was one
Hey,
non
wait.
sequitur too many.
All right.
Hey guys, do you like lemonade?
Hey, no, it was still. I was waiting for Jess to get back
Hey,
from the bathroom.
Elderline. I really prefer banana bread more though.
Why
Yeah, but what
banana
does
bread?
that
What
have
does
to
that have
do
to
with
do?
what does that have to
I
do
mean,
with
you-
tigers
you-
though, man?
All those still have to do with the moon, gravity, North and South Pole, the tides. I mean, do they
Marshall,
not?
the point of this is to say,
Yeah, I know,
that if
I
you
get
just
it.
come up with a random question in the middle of a conversation with somebody, and you make the conversation incoherent and unfollowable, then there's
Okay.
nothing to be gained out of any of it for you or the other person.
Well, yeah. What if it wasn't a random question and it was very relative?
So when he was talking about the Big Bang, and then you think, so do you think the moon created Earth? Like, that was just such a random fucking question that had nothing to do with anything that he was saying.
I mean, it has a lot to do with believers of the Big Bang. I was actually just testing Goon's knowledge of that theory and the science behind it.
Well,
It's
if you
not that
actually
I'm-
had,
Yeah,
if you
it's not
actually
even that
knew
I'm a
anything,
believer of the Big Bang. It's that I've been given evidence that seems to all point towards the idea that the Big Bang did happen. I'd be
Right.
open to the
I was
idea
just
that the Big
testing your
Bang
knowledge.
it didn't. But like I said, the ohm variable is like one of the biggest things that decides the expanding rate of our universe.
Yeah, the heat death of the universe. The what's it called? Not singularity. Shiva knows.
He left. But
I mean, non sequiturs.
yeah, because like from a scientific perspective, our universe is like literally just an explosion, and it's constantly cooling down. Eventually, it'll cool down, and all the lights that are created from the explosion will go away, and we'll be in a dark, cold area again.
But could you say, okay, if I give you the Big Bang, could you say that came from God, or would that be unbelievable?
Yeah, I think it could. Yeah, that is actually my belief, is that a God could have caused it, and science doesn't have a better answer.
And you know, I'm in this. I kind of try to learn about this stuff too, because if you can get to God through the Big Bang, then I'm fine with it.
Like I said, and there's so many questions about what black holes is super interesting, because black holes tear through our universe because of the fact of what I was talking to you about, where the matter expands past the amount of energy being dispersed.
Like, maybe I'm stupid
A Big
for
Bang would almost definitely do.
I definitely see how it totally makes sense that I'm a stupid, crazy guy for believing in the biblical creation story. Like, that in 7 days, God did it. I see how that seems crazy, dumb, doesn't make sense.
More convincing.
So if I can appeal to somebody using science and say, okay, Big Bang, evolution, but
that's why I've also never came in here and tried to assert to you guys that God's not real. Because in my viewpoint, there is no proof that God's not real. And with anything, the Big Bang is kind of spooky as a scientist.
But
It
don't-
hints to the idea of we don't have an answer, and this is usually we would expect to be able to get an answer, but there is no answer past this point.
But you don't see some proof that something
that could be it.
Something
that could be it.
Something is
something out
real
there.
that designed all this, or at least a cause, or
Yeah, that could be it. The best way I can describe the Big Bang right now, until I can find a better interpretation, is it almost just kind of spawned into existence as if somebody hit the Enter tab on a computer running a program. There was no program before the Enter tab was hit, and then the program began to run.
But somebody hit the Enter button, right?
Yeah, it could be. Like I said, I don't.
And that's
there
God.
could be a chance that there.
So see, we converted Google.
Hold on,
Google's a
Jess,
believer.
because it
He
could be
believes
one
in
of
God.
two gods. Could be one of two gods. Could be the
Well,
Neoplatonist
we'll
concept
work
of
on
God,
that.
or it could be the Christian concept.
We'll get him there.
Because
But
now you have to contend with Neoplatonism.
Yeah, but we just got to
Yes,
cross.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not saying like Christian God, but I do believe that there could be a creator.
Right, we got to take
There's
it
nothing that.
one piece at a time. So once you acknowledge that there has to be something greater than us that created and started all
I've
this.
never denied it.
I
never denied it.
Okay, yeah, I know, but this is how I would do it with like with Shiva or something. I would try to get him first to the point to, and this is why we go to the cosmological argument and the fine tuning argument is just to get them to see that, or tag, is just to get them to see that there's got to be something greater than us. There's got to be something.
There's a deeper argument to tag it to explain why the Trinity is necessary and things like that. But it's
you're
a very
usually
long and complicated line of logic that you have to run.
Yeah, and you're not going to get that if you're talking to an atheist. What you're just using tag for is just to first get them to admit that there's a God, and then you have to prove that the Christian God is the best God.
Well, you can do that with astronomy, but I don't know about.
Well, that's fine. I would debate with an astronomer, and I would show them why that's wrong and I'm right. That's what I would do next. But that's a next step.
Yeah, but that's like one of my big problems with why I dislike when religious people are so anti-science, because science isn't directly in opposition to religion.
I would tell an astronomer the same God that they're getting,
but it's not in opposition to religion itself.
I would tell an astronomer the same God that they're getting their stars from and where they're getting these things from is the same God that I have, but he put demons in place to hang the stars in some cases, and that's a bad thing. He warns against that. So I would appeal to like
I don't even necessarily think that has to be true.
Like the astrologers, they believe in a God.
Of chaos.
They're just following the wrong God. But they believe in a God already. So you wouldn't come at an astrology person the same way you would an atheist. This is what I like doing is trying to figure out how to.
Well, wait.
But when it comes to this idea that the universe always has to have something spiritual representing it, isn't necessarily true. The Earth and the sky, the moon, all these things that we use to apply the spiritual understanding of like this metaphysical world, and then we put this attribute of the moon upon it, does not necessarily mean that it is true.
Fuck. Yeah, I like trying to figure out how to come at each different worldview and try to get them to the Christian God. And
yeah, all just convincing theory.
I love science. I love philosophy. I love all these things. I think they all come together to form an ability to be able to perceive God.
Yeah, and there's a way you talk to a science person. Shiva's a philosophy guy, so he's a philosophy, atheist, Buddha guy. So I'm trying to think, how do I approach it with Shiva? I wouldn't use tag. Well, I don't like using tag really. It's my least favorite of the arguments for God. But you could, I see where it's usable. But against Shiva, you wouldn't use tag. I don't know.
You'd have to prove a physical experience.
Shiva definitely comes from a more philosophical place. That's why when he asked me that, where he was like, well, then aren't all things subjective from that point? That's where we divulge, is I'm like, no, I think there are finite things that follow like a line of like, we are describing it. We aren't creating the concept of it.
Well, in the fine-tuning...
They play with the Platonistic perfect shapes, or I think is what it is.
Fine-tuning is more of an argument you'd use with a physical person, but I think Shiva's also a physical
That's
person.
why I use like the alien thing as like an idea for like what really is like science and math. Because if you went to an alien and you were like, what makes up water, and you were able to translate perfectly what they're saying, if they know, they're going to tell you it's H2O. They're not going to tell you it's constructed of a different atom makeup. Then they're just wrong. I mean, they might tell you that, but then they're wrong.
I wish Shiva was still here. I guess the best way with a philosophy-minded guy, you'd have to go with the modal ontological argument, but that's a weird one that I don't really like, and he probably has an answer for it already, like the greatest possible.
I don't think.
If
you
think of the greatest possible universe,
I think I think it would have to be from personal experience if it can be proven through book or
Yeah, I
sharing
could even
many
engage on that.
stories.
Even like the perfect universe, like it's not ours. Like our existence isn't perfect. We stand up orthopodic with our stomachs exposed and our necks exposed.
But Marshall, maybe
This
the
is bad
way
for like most animals.
the way
Yes,
Shiva
yes.
the way Shiva has that personal experience is he talks to people like me, to people like Easy, to people on the internet that he's arguing with and debating with, Christians who can challenge the way he looks at things. I know he probably wouldn't say that I challenge the way he looks at things, but but I try to.
I don't know.
But people who challenge him,
Trying to
he
your horn, but-
won't see the signs that are right in front of his face until a certain number of people challenge him like that. And so that's why you do it. It's people might say you're like casting pearls before swine. I don't think so.
Casting pearls before swine? Like pearls from an oyster and like bacon?
Yeah, like I've been talking to Freddie for like 3 years and he's still a Kemetic. He believes in Ra and fucking all the pyramid.
Oh shit.
The
like
black
Kryptonite, Freddy?
Yeah, but I'm saying
He just says that shit to piss you off.
I just keep keep going. Just keep
Talk to him when his mama's
digging
around.
him.
That's when you'll know. That's when you'll know what he really believes. No offense,
A
Freddy.
lot easier. Funnily enough, it'd be a lot easier for you to convert somebody like Freddie than it would for me.
You've already been converted, dude.
Freddie's willing to make the logical jumps.
I mean, you already came out of the closet and said you believe in God tonight. So
I'm saying I don't deny.
We're
Like,
already
I don't,
getting there,
there
good. You don't
could
even
be.
know. You don't
There's
even
no-
know. I do it like in
And
secret.
either way, I definitely deny the biblical stories that describe the creation of the universe. And if that is necessary for Christianity, then I do then
What do you think
go
about
against the Christian God.
I forget what this is called, but it's a theory, and this is kind of what I used to be on, but well, I still kind of am. But anyway, the idea that from Genesis 1:1 to Genesis 1:2, there's no length of time given. So in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and the darkness was over the water. And then God created the light and the dark, and the darkness he called, or the sun he called day, and the darkness he called night. But there's no length of time given in those two verses. So it could be that 50 billion years passed in that time period, and that the world was evolving and it was a crust, and this could be what people would call evolution. So the Big Bang is in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And then evolution is there's that 50 billion years of rocks and lightning and storms and stuff on the earth and chaos, and just it's just a ball of doom.
My mom's religious. This is what she tells me. She's like, "What is 7 days
And then
to God?"
yes, that would be my next
it's
thing.
A human interpretation.
Yep, that's the next thing. When I start going into each day could be a million years. And so some grass grew up from this rocky formation and blah, blah, and then some animals came around. Now, that could get you like more towards, believing in the Bible. And then eventually you'll be a radical extremist like me who says, well, it's just 7 days.
Well, hold on. But doesn't it specify when God created animals?
Yeah, on which day? Yeah.
Yeah, so then was it before or after he said that there was going to be light?
After.
Holy shit.
So then therefore, that would go against it, because then you're saying, how could a little grass or animals happen in the darkness?
No, that makes
if
perfect
God didn't
sense.
create them.
Well, God created the light first, and then the grass, and then first he created the light, then he created water and land. So that could explain tectonic plate drift, continental drift, things like Pangea, and how we were one formation of
my
land.
point was that
God created,
separated,
made the waters to separate the lands. That's continental drift. The continents drift apart.
Okay.
Plants.
That's fine, but you you originally said though, since you don't know the duration of time between he created
I think
darkness and light,
he makes the fish
all
and the
stuff could happen
birds.
during darkness.
He makes the fish and the. No, no. I said on day one he makes light and dark. right? That's first. And
When
then
was the let there be light?
it could be 10 million years, and then we have plants.
Oh.
And then it could be 10 million years, and then we have fish and birds. And then it could be 10 million years, and then we have mammals, land animals. And this is like evolution. I mean, it's kind of like what they say. We just condense it into 7 days because we think because I believe God could just do it faster.
Here's also an interesting question into that idea too.
And if that's the case, then until there's a man there, there's no concept of what a year is anyway. So really, time begins when the man is there.
But a light expanding through darkness, what does that sound like to you?
A light expanding through darkness. It sounds like what light doesn't light dissipate?
Interpretation.
It's an explosion. It's an explosion, right? In the beginning, there was light and darkness. There was an explosion.
Okay. So now you believe in the God of Abraham. We've made the next breakthrough.
No, I just think it's interesting. I like to try to make this stuff make sense.
Yeah.
Like I think it's fun. I'm not against it. It's just like so in my mind there's like multiple possibilities.
I went through all this. I was like I used to think, how do I explain this? How can I justify these beliefs? And then just over time
to me,
you get more and more extreme into it, I guess. And now it's like, well, Adam wasn't there yet, so God could have just snapped his finger and it happened in 7 days and he took a day off to rest. Like, to me, that doesn't seem crazy. Why does it have to be 7 billion years? But if it is 7 billion, 15 billion, 100 billion, whatever billion years you want to call it, I'm okay with that. That could still work with the Bible.
Okay.
And that could still work with the Christian God. Or with God.
I don't know if it can work with the Bible, but I think fate can change. And I think it can change with the more information you get.
Just like when someone tells a story, do people not exaggerate?
To make the best fate interpretations of figuring out how a God would work. This is like when we talk about
I think that's
this,
that's a personal thing, though. A lot of people, once they gain information, like too much information for a lot of people is a bad thing. They you get what's it called?
Oh fuck.
Overloaded.
Not Flynn syndrome, but where you Dunning-Kruger, where you think you know everything because you've seen a little bit of everything and you're like learning everything, and too much information overloads people. And I think that pulls them away from God a lot. A lot of atheists were raised Christian, and
I think the more you learn, the more you believe.
They start getting real into information and education, and that takes them away from God. But the opposite happens too, I guess. They say many many scientists have found God through the barrel of a telescope or a microscope. So once you start looking at how crazy the universe and how crazy our cells are and how each cell in our body is like a freaking universe, to say there's no design behind that is wild. That's crazy. That takes more faith than to saying that something created it. Even if you believe in simulation theory, I think simulation theory is compatible with Christianity because
it's not even real.
Because basically, God
I don't think it takes more faith, though. I think it's the exact same amount of faith. There might be even more with God, because at least you can build yourself on this idea that you have all these things that match with each other. But there is that fact that once you go to the infinite regression, like you said, there is a point where it doesn't match. And you're always going to have to try to marry that concept.
Eventually, get back to there's got to be a beginning to this. There's got to be a.
There's a reason that there's a lot more people that fall out of religion than there's people that fall out of science.
I think, I don't know.
With science, you can try to explain a lot more things. Religion, you have to do a lot more
Why do more science you study, the more you can't.
It's faith-based. You have to give your
I love science.
Philosophy.
Dude.
I probably bet
Elder.
I probably know more about science than I do about philosophy. I haven't read a lot about I like philosophy because to me it's just like I'm just gonna say whatever the hell makes sense. I'm like,
well, I mean,
it might be a self-aggrandizing statement. I like to believe I engage in everything. I don't try to not engage in
often
anything
it
that
won't
you
make
guys
sense
bring
to
up.
you, but it will make sense to me.
Well, what I'm saying is that there's two different aspects to explain the physical and explain the metaphysical. Philosophy is to help explain the metaphysical, to bind us to God, and the physical is to also physically represent those things that are within His nature.
Yeah, science is
The
Yeah,
present,
'cause
the
I have
relative.
strong philosophical lines. That's when I was I was explaining to Shiva the idea of like an air of reasonability when you're talking to someone. This is like completely a philosophical belief. There's no way that you can define where the air of reasonability begins and ends. It's based off of the same thing as like a suspicion of a police officer when they have reasonable suspicion.
Yeah, what the hell
It's
is
based off the
reasonable
idea that
suspicion?
it's based off the idea that you're acting in good faith. It can only exist in a world where you're acting in good faith and you have like a similar. This is why I brought up the chair thing. We all have an idea of what a chair is, but when we think about it, we have a different chair in our heads. Almost none of us are picturing the same chair.
Let's be fair though. It's not just reasonable suspicion. It's reasonable articulable suspicion. So they have to be able to articulate why they have the reason behind their suspicion. It's not just a feeling or a whim.
But if
they
I'm
have to explain.
If I'm an articulate person, I can articulaate a lot of things. You know, I can reasonably articulate.
That's why whenever
nonsense.
well, that's why when Dipface
just
did that
think-
argument where he was saying that like he does think it would be moral to tie up somebody and then execute them. That's why I told him, I was like, no, now you need to start defining every word to me that you're using, because I don't view you as a reasonable person. I view your viewpoint as unreasonable. I need an extreme explanation of what you're saying.
Yeah.
He thinks we should. He believes in revenge.
Yeah, there is
Because
questions
then when
like
because
that.
he was doing this things where he was appealing to like, oh well, it's bad, it's good, it's bad that they did this, so it would be good that you do that, and it's like, well, then none of this seems reasonable to me, so I can't grant you these words. Now you have to define these words.
Okay.
But if somebody's telling me like this is a good thing to do, and in my head I'm like, yeah, this seems like a good thing to do, then I'm assuming that we're meeting together on a reasonable idea there. But if there's like a large incongruence happening, then it's like there's some level of a reasonability happening on either side, or just an incongruence that needs to be addressed.
So no common ground made. So something needs to be addressed.
Well, it's the act of trying to find that common ground. That's what I did with Dipface, and then when I realized, I was like, wait, the way he's talking, there's no common ground I could find with him right now. I need him to explain to me what he means by it would be good. Because in my opinion, vigilante crime is almost never good.
Yeah, well,
I mean-
crime, it's inherently bad.
I mean, it could be, but it's more of a waste. I guess it would do more harm than good. So that's the only way you could really argue.
That's why I said vigilante, because vigilante implies you're trying to do the right thing.
But what if you had a
Okay, what if you see
what
a
if you had a
woman being
system where
raped
there
by
was
a
no
man?
police and you had citizen
System-
police and everybody just had to, then it wouldn't be a crime, but you're still a vigilante. Where, like, yeah, vigilante crime implies bad. Otherwise,
Well,
we
if,
would just call
any
it.
of us were in
Otherwise,
this
we would
room
just
and
call it
seen a
men doing
grape,
their duty.
I think we would act on that grape, and some would call that vigilante, right? Because we're acting on a crime because we see something terrible happening that's,
Right, that's
not
why-
only illegal but like wrong all around.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
no, you can like defend like either the person or yourself in that situation. You cannot now start enacting crimes upon that person.
But if you
because
explain
they
it,
committed a crime.
if you call it vigilante crime, you're implying that it's in a system where we shouldn't do this, and we have law enforcement that should do
Yeah,
it.
because what he was trying to imply is that if
Vigilante
somebody could do
crime.
something bad enough to where now they deserve that a normal citizen, if they feel like it, can tie them up and torture them inside their basement. To me, that is completely like unreasonable, and it's not. It can't happen in a functioning society.
Right.
But with
No.
Dipface, like he doesn't.
That'd
he doesn't
be
think
there'd
that,
be very rare.
He
need
doesn't
for
think that torture is justifiable, but he thinks the death penalty is.
Well, both are
Yeah,
justifiable.
that's
Oh,
kind of
yeah, that's
crazy to
why-
me. Like
that's why
I'm
those-
okay
those
with
debate
torture and the
topics
death penalty, but
That's why those debate topics are usually so interesting. Because a lot of people are very emotionally charged in the subjects, and they don't really care about like
Is that irrational?
any type of openness to another perspective in the subject.
Right, exactly, and that's why especially with the death penalty one, when you do those traps on them, when they are so in their feels about it, that's why it makes for a really good got you, because then it just proves the fact that they're not being reasonable.
oh
They're not being
whatever,
reasonable
you
in the
got
debate.
nothing for
Well,
the
on top
death
of that,
penalty.
you're irrational too. You have
Your death
rationality to back
penalty
you.
is economic BS that only works if we're in a democratic system that makes a bunch of BS, or a red herring of what if they're innocent. That's a garbage argument.
No,
And what if?
That's
no,
a
no, no,
garbage
no,
argument.
no, wrong. The what if they're innocent is never my argument. It has never been my argument.
Not saying you. I'm just saying the arguments for
Kill
or
thousands to
against
save
the
many.
death penalty. It's usually going to be an
That one, the innocence. But see, the innocence one is
the
easy
only
to
good
attack
argument
somebody
is to say like
on when-
God decides who dies, not us. Basically,
right?
You'd appeal to me being against abortion, and you'd say you're against it because this is why I went against the death penalty for a while, and I was like, the death penalty's wrong, is because I was like, we don't decide who lives and who dies. God does. That's the best argument.
Really?
Well,
that's the one
with
that changed
me,
my mind.
I think that it's more
Right,
about
but then
stewardship.
what it is, but then you get what people say, and which I've even heard you say, JS, is that then God enacted the law of man by putting these people in.
That's
in
what
power to
changed
help
my
pass
mind
the
back.
law.
So I was pro
But then-
death
but then
penalty, and then I went against it because I
But
was
then
like,
if-
well, God decides
then
who
if they
lives and who
made-
dies, and then I went back to it because I
Right.
was like, well, God decides who lives and who dies too. So yeah.
Right. So then since they agree to medical self-deletion, then that must be just and moral then as well, because that's something that God will then allow.
No, because they're innocent. They're
This is
innocent.
something I want to push back on.
They're innocent, and they're choosing
This
to
is
kill
something I wanna push
themselves,
back
which
on.
is a crime that they're not. We should not.
But if the law and the people in place are okay with it, and they say they're the arbiters, because that's what you're saying. If they're the arbiters of death, in the sense of a death penalty, how could it be any different than medical self-deletion? If judges are put in place,
This
then you
is
can
why
argue
I've
that
said,
God put those judges
if
in
you
place.
want medical self-deletion, it's called suicide by cop. You walk out and you commit a crime, and they'll take you out.
What the fuck? That's how Elderline's gonna already
But-
tell you.
Well, this is my
Go
problem
do
with
something
the
to be
verse
worthy of death,
specifically.
and we'll
The ver-
handle
the
that
verse
for you.
speci-
But you don't
the
just
verse
get to say, I
specifically
want to
within
die.
Romans- The verse specifically in Romans just gives it just means that
But
God has given them authority to build the government.
I know,
and
but
to
there's
be the
also it's
stewards
also in
of that-
Second
of
Peter, and
those
it's
things.
also throughout the Old Testament. It's not just
But
in
what I'm saying,
Romans.
what I'm saying is
Peter
though,
and Paul
land
both
it.
said
that
it.
Let him land it. Let him land it.
Okay, well, but what I am
Well,
saying,
I wanted to
though,
go
is
back to the medically
it does
assisted
not-
suicide. I don't.
It doesn't.
King, there's good arguments for it if you're suffering and you're in horrible pain and it's agony and stuff. Maybe if it's just pulling a plug, okay, I'm okay.
So
with
what?
it.
Don't be a fucking coward.
I'm saying I don't like the stuff where it starts
have
becoming
this
like,
life.
oh, I have depression. I don't want to be here anymore. Let's.
I don't
medically
care.
assist
Then
it.
quit being a pussy.
Right, no,
What are
exactly.
you
No.
talking
See,
about,
that's-
Marshall?
that's-
I'm clarifying something with King.
Right, yeah, no, so I'm against it, but I can sympathize with it or empathize with it just due on the fact of those extreme medical emergencies. Now, I'm not talking about some guy stubs his toe that day and decides, well, this is it, I'm done. I'm too depressed to go on. Like that's insanity to me. But it'd be
But
along the same lines of,
I worry that once
But
you
it's along the same lines of,
you're a coward.
once you legalize
along the
it,
same line.
and once you promote,
I know, but then
it becomes promoted. It's
but then
happened in
you're-
Canada.
You're literally
It's still not the death penalty.
I know, but then you're literally making my argument on the death penalty then. Because then once it's
No,
legalized,
there's a
then
difference.
it
There's
can
a
be applied
guilty.
across-
There's a person who has forfeited their right to life by taking someone else's life.
Yes, but then
you're
so
doing the
what's
same
the death
thing.
penalty?
You're doing the
What is
same
the
thing
death
that people
penalty?
do with abortion.
You're being sentenced to death due to breaking the law.
Marshall, shut up, Marshall.
Sorry.
Who sets
Yeah.
who
Yes,
sets
ma'am.
those standards,
I
JS?
consistently don't think we should kill innocent people.
I agree.
I don't think we should kill innocent babies in the womb. I don't think we should kill innocent old people because they're tired of living. Now,
So should we not kill bad people?
My point is,
but we
who
should
decides?
kill bad people.
Okay, well,
Right.
some
Who
innocent people
decides
might
that
have
they're
to
bad?
die so we can kill a lot more good people.
Who decides that
This is
they're
my
bad?
argument, Marshall. I'm saying that once you're guilty, you are not an innocent life. Then God appoints the authorities who will wield the sword to deal with them. And some people are worthy of death. They get killed.
Yeah, but who?
We kill
who
people
is
in
the true
wars. We
judge
kill people in
of
self-defense.
innocence or guilt?
We kill people in protection of our homes. We kill people for all reasons to protect
I've
society.
been dropped in a volcano for something
Some
I didn't
people
do.
gotta die.
Yeah, so real bad people can die.
Yeah. Who's the arbiter?
God.
Of what is
God.
good? Yes, exactly, God. So then, how can man make that decision?
God
of when the
appoints,
time to
God
take somebody's
appoints
life
the
is.
authorities, and we submit to the authorities of the land, and we get the rulers
Right,
we
and
deserve.
if the authorities of the land decide that stealing is worthy
if the
of death
authorities of the
penalty,
land,
then does that make it right?
If the authorities of the land decide to crucify Jesus for blasphemy, then he's going to walk up to the cross and get crucified. But what we're going to do is we're going to resist that in the future, and we're going to make sure unrighteous men don't be in leadership positions. And then so the authority is a based authority, but under that base authority, some people are going to die. Some people, bad people might get their heads cut off. Like we might be going back to crusades.
But under this
sometimes.
idea, though, you are justifying the Muslims committing genocide against Christians. Because if it's just
I know when I always say cut their heads off that people think that I'm saying.
No, I'm not saying that.
And I shouldn't do that.
I'm saying that no.
No,
what
but
I'm saying
I knew as soon as I said it, I was like, there's going to be a
the
Muslim.
government.
I knew there was going to be a Muslim.
If it is
thing.
just the authority that is just given to the Muslims, or just any government authority whatsoever, then that means any government authority has the right to execute whoever they want. So that would mean, under this idea of this scripture, that you would have to say that it is justified for the genocide of Christians.
Not for Christians. Why would Christians genocide Christians?
Because it's the law. Because the law of man.
Oh, you're talking about in a Muslim country. You're talking about in a Muslim country. Yeah, if they want to do that in their country, they can do that. And I would say, if you're a Christian, don't go there. Go to the Christian country.
Right. And in that same idea, I would say that within a country that has the death penalty, I would advocate against it.
Why would I be in a Muslim country?
That we are allowed.
I would go to the Christian country.
But within this idea of that scripture,
in this Christian country, if those Muslims come to our country trying to cut our heads off, we'll cut their heads off. It's force doctrine, dude. And I want the Christians to be the force.
Okay, so it's a fucking...
And there would be other nations where Christians weren't the powerful force. And we wield the sword of justice against the wrongdoer. Some people gotta die.
You don't have the sword. You don't have the sword in that situation.
In a Christian nation,
in that situation.
In their nation, they have the sword.
So
yes.
you have to give me a specific verse within the New Testament that
I
it
can
says
give you
that
the
it's
whole
okay to
fucking history of the world, dude.
Okay.
I mean, you almost
have you seen? Have you read the Bible? Do you know what's happened the last 4,000 years? There's Muslims and Christians,
okay, so
and they're at war.
And
there's pagans.
Because it actively now you're saying that because it actively happens within the world, that means that it's justified under a Christian purview.
No, it's not. I mean,
so you are saying that Christians should be of the world. We should execute them because other nations execute people.
No, we should. We are in the world. We are in the yes. Sometimes we got to execute some people. Yes, sure.
The law of man.
Where does it say that?
Death and
not the law of God.
Well, I've already given you brought up
Romans and 2 Peter, which both of them just say that we have to submit to the authorities, which I agree with. If you were in a Muslim nation, pay the jizya, but that does not mean that you have to sit there and wait for them to genocide.
What does Jesus say against the death penalty?
What does he say? Tell me.
I mean, he'll tell you when we're dead.
Explain it to me.
I want to know from you, because you're claiming.
I want to know from you what it says, because you're making the assertion now that Jesus has said something.
No,
exactly.
nothing.
He has not said anything about the death penalty.
The answer is
right?
nothing.
We should not pass judgment.
I just want to